In a world reborn as an island master, one must strive to thrive amidst natural disasters and human calamities. Chunyu, however, finds himself trapped on a zero-resource turtle island, teetering on the brink of despair when he awakens a beast taming system. As the turtle evolves into a formidable tortoise island, its divine beast army sweeps through adversaries effortlessly. While other island masters timidly navigate their rafts, he commands divine beasts to conquer the dark seas, emerging as the most formidable island lord of the apocalypse. Chapter 1. My island is a tortoise. Where am I? Is this the Black Sea? Beneath a blue sky and white clouds, with the sea breeze brushing against his face, Chunyu gazes at the surrounding darkness, disbelief etched across his features. Just last night, he was sleeping in his bedroom, and upon opening his eyes again, he finds himself adrift on an endless ocean. Survival contest initiated. Construct your island and strive to survive until the end. Just as Chunyu ponders this, a voice suddenly resonates in his mind. A survival contest? Island survival? As the voice fades, a virtual panel appears before him, presenting three options: manufacture, market, and communication. The manufacture and market options are devoid of content, prompting Chunyu to select communication. A chat-like interface materializes, inundated with messages. Help! Where's this? Why have I suddenly arrived on an island? Is there anyone who can rescue me? If you can get me out, I'll give you 10 billion. What? I may not have 10 billion, but if you rescue me, I can promise you 10 billion. Amidst the chaos, some individuals exhibit rationality. Ignore those fools above. Haven't they realized the situation yet? From the current information, we have all ended up on the ocean. Our priority now is to search for food and fresh water. Otherwise, we might not survive 2 nights. My island has no food, but there's a spring who wants fresh water in exchange for food. My little island is surrounded by sharks, so I can't even catch fish. How big are your islands? Mine is only about 1 square kilometer. It's far too small. Mine is about the same size. At that moment, the communication interface displays a staggering number of participants, exceeding 10 billion, and the count continues to rise rapidly. As Chunyu reads the messages, he comprehends his current predicament. He has traversed to another world, along with billions of others from Earth. In this realm, each individual possesses an island, becoming an island master. Typically, the resources on an island are entirely random. However, herein lies the problem. No matter how random the island may be, it remains merely an island, yielding limited resources. To make matters worse, Chunyu seems to have drawn the short straw. His island is a small brownish landmass, and the ground beneath him is so hard that planting any vegetation is impossible. It measures scarcely 10 square meters. What am I to do? Chunyu muses, gazing at the unforgiving terrain beneath his feet. Such a diminutive area makes it impossible to develop. Even rolling over while sleeping might send him tumbling into the sea. As he contemplates this, a cold electronic voice suddenly pierces his thoughts. Ding! Congratulations, host, on binding to the super Tortoise Island. Just as Chunyu wrestles with his worries, another voice from the system resonates. A golden opportunity? Chunyu's heart leaps with joy. Truly, the heavens do not abandon those in despair. System, what functions do you possess? Chunyu inquires. The host can utilize this system to enhance and elevate the capabilities of the Tortoise Island. Tortoise Island? Chunyu looks down at the cracked earth beneath him. It dawns on him that he is not standing on an island, but atop a colossal tortoise. The brownish terrain beneath his feet is its shell. Island, tortoise level, 1010 area, 10 square meter skills. Water jet level 1, hard shell level 1, diving shield level 1, mobility level 1 enhancement points, 0 bag. Chunyu quickly reviews the skills. The water jet is an offensive skill capable of projecting a powerful water column. During this time, Chunyu tests the skill against the sky, discovering the water jet can reach nearly 100 meters. Most remarkably, the water produced is drinkable. It cascades like rain onto the tortoise's back, pooling in the grooves of its shell. This effectively resolves Chunyu's freshwater crisis. After using the skill, the water jet enters a 2-hour cooldown period. The hard shell is a passive defensive skill that increases the island's resilience. The diving shield, meanwhile, is more supportive, generating a protective water barrier on the tortoise's back that can withstand underwater pressures of up to 100 meters. The final skill, mobility, is Tortoise Island's greatest asset. While other players must cling to their islands to survive, Chunyu can command the tortoise to roam in search of resources. The only drawback is its sluggishness. The level 1 mobility skill allows it to move only 1 meter per second. System, how can I acquire experience points and enhancement points? Chinyu queries. The host can earn 10 experience points and 1 enhancement point daily through sign-ins. In addition to acquiring points by opening treasure chests and defeating sea monsters, the system replies. Sea monsters? Chinyu ponders, realizing the dark ocean may harbor more than meets the eye. Chapter 2. Sign-in. Today's sign-in opportunity has not been utilized. Would the host like to sign in? The system inquires. Sign in. Chinyu commands without hesitation. Ding. The host has completed today's sign-in, earning rewards. Experience points 10, enhancement points 1. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering a random sign-in reward. Essence Soil 1. Ding. Current Tortoise experience points are full. Would you like to level up? Level up. With a decisive command from Chinyu, the entire Tortoise island trembles. Amidst the violent vibrations, the tortoise rapidly grows, its shell's surface area increasingly emerging from the water. Before long, it expands to 100 square meters. Upon completing the upgrade, Chinyu reopens the system panel. Island, Tortoise level, 20100 area. 100 square meter skills. Water jet level 1. Hard shell level 1. Diving shield level 1. Mobility level 1 enhancement points. 1 bag. Essence Soil 1. The tortoise has elevated from level 0 to level 1, its size multiplying tenfold. Subsequently, Chinyu allocates the enhancement point to the mobility skill, increasing the tortoise's speed to 2 meters per second. The enhanced speed of the tortoise is Chinyu's primary advantage, enabling him to search for resources more swiftly. It seems I have also received a reward of Essence Soil. Chinyu turns his attention to the Essence Soil in the system's bag, where a description materializes before him. Essence Soil. The essence of soil, significantly shortening the growth cycle of plants. Chinyu's eyes light up at this revelation. This is a valuable item. With the essence soil, he can not only cultivate on the tortoise's back, but also reap the rewards in a shorter time frame. After making these preparations, Chinyu once again opens the communication panel. The grooves of the tortoise's shell are now brimming with fresh water. If he does not utilize this, the water will soon evaporate. Chinyu plans to trade this fresh water for essential resources. This moment, all the island masters had essentially completed their assessments of the island resources. The number of online participants in the chat channel had surpassed 3 billion. Does anyone have water? I need clean, fresh water. The sun here is scorching, and I feel like I'm going to die of thirst. I have fresh water. What will you offer in exchange? I can trade fish meat. Fish meat? I just saw the seawater is pitch black. Are there even fish in there? Can they be eaten? The person inquired incredulously. There are fish, but they're extremely scarce. On my island, there's nothing else, just a design blueprint for a fishing rod. I've crafted the fishing rod and caught the fish I've already eaten, so I'm fine. A fishing rod design blueprint? Chinyu was very intrigued by this. In this world, as long as one possesses a blueprint and materials, anything can be crafted through the manufacturing panel. Although he currently lacked any materials, blueprints were always in high demand. Thus, he immediately asked, "Are you willing to sell your fishing rod design blueprint?" "Yes, but I will only sell it for freshwater." Freshwater and food were both scarce resources. While some islands naturally had freshwater and food, their daily production was limited, barely sufficing for self-sustainment. Moreover, many islands were starkly barren, devoid of anything save for soil and rubble. "All right, how much freshwater do you need?" Chinyu hesitated slightly. "I need 1 liter. The person replied without hesitation. 1 liter? Chinyu was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that freshwater would be so scarce. A mere liter of water could be exchanged for a fishing rod design blueprint. 1 liter is fine, but I also need you to provide some materials for crafting the fishing rod," Chinyu said, feeling somewhat helpless. His island, aside from its size, offered nothing of value. Deal. Upon hearing that Chinyu could actually provide 1 liter of water, the person was exceedingly agreeable. He swiftly listed the fishing rod design blueprint and materials on the market, and Chinyu promptly made the purchase. "Wow, big shot. You actually have 1 liter of water." 1 liter of fresh water? Big shot. Are you still willing to trade more water? I can offer wood in exchange. I can trade stone. I can offer a tent. The crowd went wild. Observing their reactions, Chinyu couldn't help but smile. He hadn't expected fresh water to be in such high demand, but this was fortuitous for him. He possessed a water jet ability, allowing him to generate fresh water every 2 hours, ensuring a stable resource supply. He traded some fresh water for a tent. His island was unlike others, lacking any form of shelter. In the event of wind or rain, he would be left to endure the elements. Having a tent would at least provide some warmth. Wow, this Chunyu has so many water resources. Big shot, could you spare me a little water? I've gone a whole day without drinking. Hey there, could you please give me some water? I'm willing to offer myself in return. As Chunyu produced 2 liters of water, all eyes turned toward him, and his private messages flooded in. However, Chunyu was not one to be overly generous. He had no intention of giving away fresh water for free, and the notion of offering oneself held no appeal for him. The vastness of the ocean rendered it impossible for him to know the other party's location. Without specific coordinates, finding them was utterly unfeasible. Chapter 3. Mizusawa Shizukawa, Turnpest? What a resounding name. From this day forth, I shall be known as Veldora Turnpest. As for you, I bestow upon you the name, Rimuru. From now on, you shall be Rimuru Turnpest. In that fleeting moment of receiving this name, SH felt a profound transformation. An astonishing metamorphosis that resonated through both his soul and body. Especially the name Rimuru Turnpest, which indelibly etched itself into the fabric of his being. Is this the evolution of life's essence? Truly remarkable. Subsequently, no, it should be Rimuru, unleashed the unique skill Predator, and consumed the storm dragon Veldora. Do you wish to analyze the infinite prison? Yes, no? The voice of the great sage echoed in his mind, and Rimuru unhesitatingly chose yes. Gazing at the desolate cavern, Rimuru couldn't help but feel a pang of emptiness and solitude. Though a proud dragon and not human, Veldora was the first and only creature he had conversed with since his reincarnation. It was time to leave this sealed cavern. One must admit, this cavern was truly vast. He had been leaping for nearly 5 days without finding an exit. With the proud dragon now residing in his belly, the aura of intimidation dissipated, and various monsters began to stir restlessly. As he feasted and evolved, he acquired the skills, heat sensing, and toxic breath from the black serpent, body armor from the armored lizard, paralytic breath from the wicked centipede, silk and steel thread from the black spider, and blood-sucking and ultrasound from the giant bat. Notably, the skill of ultrasound from the giant bat granted Rimuru the ability to speak, which thrilled him immensely. He incessantly uttered various nonsensical phrases and sang monotonous childish songs, all to relish the sensation of speech. 2 days later, just as Rimuru felt dizzy from the repetition, he unexpectedly encountered a figure he should not have seen. Familiar clothing, a recognizable mask. Mizusawa Shizukawa. How could she be here? According to the original storyline, Shizukawa should not have appeared in this cavern at all. What on earth was happening? Even more astonishing was that Shizukawa was engulfed in flames, desperately suppressing the rampage of the fire spirit Ifrit. Did his minor interference as a butterfly alter history, birthing a new parallel universe? Rimuru was uncertain. At that moment, there was little he could do but quietly await as Shizukawa gradually subdued the fire spirit's fury with her willpower. After half an hour, Shizukawa successfully quelled the fire spirit's rampage. Yet, the exertion had drained her vitality, and she collapsed towards the ground. Seeing this, Rimuru leapt to her side, acting as a cushion to mitigate her fall. With a resounding clap, Rimuru applied a healing potion to Shizukawa's delicate form, and moments later, she noticeably recovered. Shizukawa removed her mask, revealing an adorably charming face, and with a gentle smile, she said, "Thank you, Mr. Slime." Watching her in such close proximity, Rimuru felt his cheeks flush. Clearing his throat, he shifted the topic. "Aren't you afraid of me?" To preserve the storyline, he made no effort to conceal his overwhelming magical aura. Given Shizukawa's capabilities, she undoubtedly understood his true strength, though her face was concealed by the mask. Rimuru could sense her smile. If you harbored any ill intentions, why would you wait until now? Rimuru regretted asking such a foolish question. Indeed, he was not a wicked slime. Hearing Rimuru's words, Shizukawa burst into laughter. "I'm not a bad slime." That's a classic line from the nationally beloved RPG game Dragon Quest. Although Shizukawa had never played it, she had heard many fellow travelers from other worlds speak of it. Curiously, she probed, "Mr. Slime, did you also reincarnate from Japan?" Rimuru replied, "I did traverse from another world, but not Japan, rather, from Huaxia." Upon discovering he too hailed from Earth, Shizukawa's demeanor softened considerably. She inquired about various matters concerning Earth, and Rimuru candidly shared details from World War II to the new century. This gesture filled Shizukawa with immense gratitude, prompting her to reciprocate by recounting her life's journey. Rimuru listened intently, understanding that her unreserved sharing was a means to leave a mark of her existence in this world. A day later, the fire spirit Ifrit within Shizukawa erupted uncontrollably, and she could no longer contain it. Ultimately, Rimuru devised a plan and consumed it, successfully transforming it into a companion for the proud dragon, thus resolving the matter once and for all. However, with the loss of the fire spirit. Shizukawa's lifespan inevitably approached its final moments. In the cavern, Rimuru accompanied Shizukawa through the last segment of her life, which she greatly appreciated. Initially, she had intended for this cavern to be her final resting place, but now she had found a new choice. As in the original story, Shizukawa's last request was to use his belly as her final resting place. Although it was as it was written, the reality of the moment filled him with profound sorrow. One must admit, Shizukawa's life was fraught with tragedy. Whenever she attained fleeting happiness, it was invariably followed by a new wave of misfortune. As she had expressed, she despised this world yet could not bring herself to hate it. Ultimately, Shizukawa was merely a young girl yearning for the acknowledgement of either a demon lord or a hero. Yet, even this humble wish eluded her grasp forever. May you be accompanied by beautiful dreams and find eternal rest. Upon uttering these words, Rimuru activated the skill predator. After consuming Shizukawa's remains, he successfully inherited her appearance and the unique skill, Transmuter. While he had indeed acquired a human form as depicted in the original storyline, he felt no joy in it. However, before he could ponder further, the entire cavern began to collapse, resembling the apocalyptic end of the world. Rimuru was startled. What was this cave-in? Wasn't it supposed to be a smooth ascent to the pinnacle of life by merely following the plot? Disregarding his melancholy, Rimuru transformed into a giant bat and soared towards the cave's exit. Fortunately, he was not far from the entrance and soon reached it, with several water blades slicing through. The entrance crumbled into debris. Without a second thought, Rimuru dove headlong into the opening. However, to his astonishment, upon passing through the door, he did not emerge into the sunlit surface but instead found himself in yet another cavern. Chapter 4. Tony Stark in the Bewildering Cave. Where is this? The slime, now restored to its original form, Limulu, felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. According to the original storyline, upon exiting the cave, he should have reached the surface. However, after stepping out of one cavern, he found himself entering another. From the moment he arrived, Limulu experienced an intense discomfort. Akin to emerging from a crystalline river into a murky puddle, the entire world appeared shrouded in an enigmatic haze. This was not merely due to the dimness. The magical essence here was exceedingly sparse, a far cry from the sealed cave he had encountered earlier. Clang, clang, clang. A series of rhythmic hammering sounds echoed through the cave. Following the noise, Limulu discovered a disheveled man in a vest, sporting a scruffy beard, who was fervently wielding a hammer. The moment he laid eyes on this man, Limulu's gaze widened in recognition. The face was unmistakably familiar, even with his Western face blindness. He could not forget this visage, especially with that iconic arc reactor glowing on his chest. Is that Tony Stark? Have I traversed into the Marvel Universe? The great sage confirmed his suspicion, leaving Limulu with a surreal sensation, as if he were dreaming. From the realm of the two-dimensional to the Marvel Universe, he had not anticipated that one moment he would be in his world as a slime, and the next he would find himself in a cave in Afghanistan, fortuitously encountering the kidnapped Iron Man. Before Limulu could make his next move, hurried footsteps approached. Utilizing his skill, heat source perception, he discerned a group of over a dozen armed individuals rushing toward the cave. Had he been exposed? Instinctively, Limulu leaped aside, merging into the depths of the shadows, only to feel a wave of exasperation wash over him. Why should I be afraid? I could dispatch all manner of monsters in an instant, let alone these weaklings. As it turned out, Limulu had overestimated the situation. Upon entering the cave, the leader, a bald man, seized Ethan and menacingly brandished a pair of fire tongs, threatening to force a burning coal into his mouth while demanding to know what he and Tony were up to. Witnessing this scene, Limulu felt a jolt akin to receiving a blow from Aqua's intelligence-sapping antics. He recalled that in the storyline, Tony's testing of the mech's leg mechanism had aroused the terrorist's suspicions, leading to the current interrogation scene. Ethan remained tight-lipped, commendably refusing to divulge any information. One must acknowledge Tony's luck or perhaps the undeniable aura of the protagonist. Even amidst captivity, the script bestowed upon him a formidable ally. Indeed, without Ethan, Tony might have met his demise long ago. Not only did Ethan perform surgery to save Tony's life, but he also served as a mediator between Tony and the captors, even guiding him onto the path of heroism. Initially, when Tony learned he had only a week to live, he was despondent, yet it was Ethan who rekindled his hope. In essence, Ethan was to Iron Man what Uncle Ben was to Spider-Man. Alas, as the guide, under the will of the greater cosmos, their fate was sealed. As the bald man prepared to shove the coal into Ethan's mouth, Tony, in a desperate bid to save him, was compelled to initiate his plan prematurely, promising to deliver in 24 hours. Thus, a crisis was averted. Limulu could only reflect on how these terrorists were truly lacking in culture, particularly those tasked with surveilling the cave, who, armed with a photo of the Jericho missile, were continuously comparing it to the components of the mech Tony was constructing. One man, with wide eyes, remarked that Tony's creation bore no resemblance to the missile, while another jested, suggesting that from another angle, it could look similar. Limulu's reaction. As time pressed on, in the late hours of the night, Tony and Ethan were still hammering away, racing against time to finalize their preparations. Limulu quietly slipped into a blind spot of a camera, transforming into a humanoid form. The sudden appearance of Limulu startled both Tony and Ethan. Their tension was palpable. They were at a critical juncture, and any slip-up could lead to their undoing. Moreover, Limulu's emergence was decidedly peculiar, without any forewarning. Had it not been for her innocent appearance as a harmless little girl rather than a menacing terrorist, their hearts might have leapt from their chests. Nevertheless, the atmosphere remained intensely charged, with Ethan unable to suppress several nervous swallows, appearing utterly bewildered. The flickering flames illuminated Limulu's blue hair and golden eyes, enhancing her ethereal beauty, which further solidified Tony's suspicions. He raised his hands in a gesture of friendliness, proclaiming, "Hey, girl, are you also a victim captured by the terrorists? Your blue hair is stunning. Are you a mutant? I bear no prejudice against mutants. Perhaps we could be friends." Tony's words were skillfully chosen, immediately placing Limulu in the same category as himself, a victim. Additionally, he explicitly stated his lack of bias against mutants, attempting to alleviate any hostility Limulu might harbor. Naturally, it would be ideal to win her over. Even if unsuccessful, there was little to lose, was there? Limulu shook her head, correcting him. "No. I am neither a victim captured by terrorists nor a mutant. Furthermore, I must clarify that I am male." "Male?" After scrutinizing Limulu thoroughly, Tony and Ethan exchanged glances, their expressions subtly conveying disbelief. Despite the cave's darkness, they were not oblivious enough to confuse genders. However, with their lives in the hands of this suddenly appearing little girl, they dared not oppose her. Appeasement was their only recourse. Okay, little man, your position is just fine. The camera can't see you. Why don't you stay there and play for a bit while Uncle Ethan and I get busy?" Tony soothed while attempting to distract her. If he could buy some time to complete the armor, he could turn the tide of this precarious situation. Even if this girl were a hostile mutant, he could devise some means of self-defense, unlike their current predicament, where they appeared as powerless children without any means of resistance. Upon hearing Tony's words, Limula rolled her eyes. Did he truly think her akin to the uneducated terrorists? "You're not building a Jericho missile. You're crafting an escape armored suit, aren't you?" In an instant, sweat began to bead profusely on Tony and Ethan's foreheads, the air in the room feeling almost stagnant. Witnessing Iron Man's tension, Limulu couldn't help but smile. Her playful antics brought her joy. Upon seeing the grin on Limulu's face, Tony and Ethan instantly realized they had been outsmarted, and a sudden urge to retaliate against Limula surged within them. Yet, they restrained themselves, even if she had slapped their left cheek. They could only present their right for another blow. How the mighty have fallen. Clang, clang, clang. Ethan resumed hammering, while Tony focused on the computer, programming various applications. Observing this flurry of activity, Limulu couldn't help but marvel at Tony's prowess. He truly was one of the most formidable figures in the Marvel Universe, with an astonishing array of skills, particularly during the Extremis virus arc. While Maya Hansen had spent over a decade researching, she could not match the results of Tony's overnight endeavor. And this was after Tony had already collaborated with Maya Hansen. Observing Tony's fingers dance across the controls with remarkable agility, Limulu could not help but feel a sense of alertness. The Marvel Universe is rife with formidable characters, and he must exercise greater caution. Indeed, prudently developing one's strengths is the true path to success. Chapter 5. The Genius Rimuru at the Break of Dawn. The human spirit is pushed to its utmost limits. Even the most diligent professionals succumb to drowsiness, let alone the undisciplined terrorists. As the hour grows dire, Tony and Ethan unveil more of their hidden resources. Earlier, to deceive the robbers, the disassembled armor began to undergo assembly and calibration. The conditions were harsh, and each piece was forged solely by hand. Despite Tony's genius oversight, numerous issues arose. "Tony, the transmission device in the arm is jammed. Perhaps the materials are substandard," Ethan exclaimed, perspiration beading on his forehead. Should the arm's transmission fail, not only would that limb become useless, but the flamethrower and missile launcher attached to it would also be rendered inoperative. This minor malfunction could strip the armor of its long-range assault capabilities. However, time was of the essence. Forging new, compliant parts would consume an indeterminate amount of time. Left at an impasse, Ethan hoped Tony, the prodigy, might have a solution. After nearly 3 months of companionship, Ethan was completely awestruck by Tony's craftsmanship and brilliant intellect. "Just a moment. I am nearly done coding the targeting program." Tony's fingers danced over the keyboard with remarkable speed. Watching the two, engrossed in their frantic endeavor, even Rimuru, an outsider, found herself enmeshed in the urgency of the moment. What might have been mere moments in a film stretched into hours of relentless toil in reality. Approaching the flustered Ethan, Rimuru interjected. It is not a matter of defective parts. Could it be that you have confused parts C9 and G9? Startled by Rimuru's sudden interjection, Ethan hesitated. Had he truly mixed up those two components? Yet, observing Tony engrossed in his work, Ethan steeled himself and chose to heed Rimuru's advice. With nothing to lose, he disassembled, replaced, and reassembled. Although Ethan lacked Tony's deftness, as a skilled surgeon, his hands were remarkably adept. The true limitation lay in the mismatch of expertise. Upon identifying the issue, he swiftly replaced parts C9 and G9. With the test complete, Ethan immediately felt the difference. The arm moved fluidly and effortlessly. The problem had been perfectly resolved. His eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Rimuru. How could someone so young comprehend such intricate machinery? Was she, too, a genius akin to Tony? The realization that the discovery was attributed to the great sage did not escape him. Yet he recognized that it was nonetheless a reflection of his own abilities. Noticing Ethan's astonished gaze, Rimuru felt a swell of pride. In her previous life, as a seasoned recluse, she often heard disparaging remarks about her lifestyle. Though content with her existence, a part of her yearned for acknowledgement. To her astonishment, having traversed into the Marvel universe, she found herself aiding Iron Man and earning the respect of the formidable Dr. Ethan. All right, the targeting program is complete. Let me assess where the issue lies. Tony rushed over, greeted by Ethan's beaming smile. No need, Tony, the problem has been resolved. Ethan summarized the recent events. Tony listened, equally astonished. As he had designed both parts C9 and G9, he was well aware of their significance. Although small and seemingly inconspicuous, their placement was crucial. Once assembled, identifying issues would prove challenging. Even he would require time to troubleshoot. Astonishingly, this girl, who appeared no older than a schoolgirl, had pinpointed the problem with ease. However, there was no time to dwell on such matters. They had much work ahead. Let me see. Now we need to assemble the most complex systems. The power supply, shock absorption, and flight mechanisms, correct? Indeed. Ethan nodded. The complexity of these systems left no room for error, necessitating Tony's hands-on involvement. Ethan glanced at his watch. Tony, it is already 7:40. According to previous patterns, the robbers will likely awaken in an hour and a half. Our time is limited. Tony confidently grabbed a wrench, declaring, an hour and a half is ample time. He continued to tighten screws, calling out for parts, F3, G7, F3, G7. Ethan echoed as he searched, yet his pace could not keep up with Tony's demands. Frequently, Tony had to pause, waiting for Ethan to deliver the required components. As time progressed, Rimuru grew increasingly anxious. Whenever Tony called for a part, she quickly located it and brought it to him. Initially, Tony was surprised, but soon he acclimated to this rhythm. As the assembly advanced, Tony eventually required no prompts. Rimuru would instinctively present the necessary parts. This seamless collaboration left Ethan in awe, while even Tony was profoundly impressed. Despite having known Rimuru for less than a day, their synergy resembled that of longtime partners, almost eerily harmonious. Rimuru had provided Tony with an abundance of surprises, and he no longer regarded her as an ordinary child. In his eyes, she was akin to a peer, a genius in her own right. The perfect coordination between them only heightened Tony's admiration, making him wish to recruit Rimuru into Stark Industries without delay. Most importantly, her youth signified immense potential. She was a raw gem, a treasure yet to be refined. Completed half an hour ahead of schedule. Tony, and the girl with blue hair, you are both remarkable. Upon hearing Ethan refer to her as the girl with blue hair, Rimuru shuddered, glaring fiercely at him. What girl? I have told you. I am a man, a 24K pure gentleman. However, her fierce demeanor failed to intimidate Tony and Ethan. Instead, they found it somewhat endearing. Tony Stark, Tony said with a smile, extending his hand. Thank you for your assistance. May I have the pleasure of knowing your name? Seeing Tony's outstretched hand, Rimuru smiled and reciprocated. Hello, Tony. I am Rimuru Tempest. You may call me Rimuru. Rimuru, what a lovely name, fitting for such a charming girl. Yet, Tempest is quite an unusual surname, Tony remarked. Rimuru's expression darkened, exclaiming, I am male. Tony nodded. Of course, our little gentleman is indeed beautiful and charming. Rimuru, is it appropriate to describe a man as beautiful and charming? This arrogant Tony Stark is insufferable. An idea sparked in Rimuru's mind. How about I give him a nickname? Tony Stark the Unfortunate seems fitting. Curiously, she pondered whether bestowing such a name upon Tony would somehow lead to his evolution like a creature of legend. The thought intrigued her immensely. Yet, joyous moments are fleeting. and they still had yet to escape their predicament. After affixing a bomb to the door, Mark swiftly donned his gear with the assistance of Rimuru and Ethan. Meanwhile, the terrorists in the control room finally became aware of Tony's disappearance and Rimuru's intrusion. The curtain rises. Chapter 6, alas, Tony's attempt at bravado fails Ethan, Stark. Several terrorists, who had come to investigate, shouted profanities while attempting to pick the lock. Curiously, Tony inquired, Ethan, what are they saying? I can only discern them calling our names. Ethan shook his head, replying, they are speaking Hungarian. I do not understand either. Limulu interjected. The Hungarian is demanding to know where Stark has gone and questioning my presence here. He threatens us to behave or face dire consequences. Do you understand Hungarian? Tony and Ethan exclaimed in surprise. It is not uncommon for individuals to be multilingual. Ethan himself speaks Arabic, Russian, English, Persian, Dari, and many more languages. However, in Tony and Ethan's eyes, Limulu appeared far too young. Previously, the group conversed solely in English, leading them to assume that it was Limulu's mother tongue. They were astonished to discover that Limulu comprehended Hungarian as well. Just how many languages can he understand? In light of Tony and Ethan's astonishment, Limulu smiled in silence. He certainly did not understand Hungarian, but he was capable of comprehending English, Hungarian, Russian, and all other languages. The reason was simple. He possessed a remarkable ability known as magic perception. This skill not only allowed him to perceive minute magical fluctuations in every detail, but it could also translate light and sound waves into comprehensible information. Any language, as a subjective expression of sound, could be transformed by this skill. Conversely, he could articulate thoughts directly and engage in conversation with others. In essence, Limulu could understand any language spoken in the world, even the sounds of cats and dogs. Boom. The instant the heavy iron door swung open, the trap Tony had set was triggered, resulting in the immediate demise of two terrorists, clad in his battle armor. Tony looked at Ethan and Limulu, beaming with joy and confidence. Ethan, Limulu, just follow my lead. It is now time for my performance. The Markai armor, while rugged and cumbersome, exuded an imposing presence. Its massive size, exaggerated strength, and impenetrable steel exterior made the terrorists recoil as if faced with a weapon from the depths of hell. Tony, with straightforward brutality, dispatched the incoming terrorists with just a few swift strikes. Not only Tony Stark, but even Limulu and Ethan's eyes sparkled with admiration. How they longed for their own suits of armor. Despite Limulu's vast array of abilities, he still yearned for the Iron Man suit. It was not merely about the suit's power, it was a matter of passion. Mechs are the epitome of masculine romance. In truth, given Limulu's capabilities, if he desired a suit of armor, he could simply consume one and allow the great sage to analyze it, quickly replicating one or even several. However, such actions would require Tony's consent. Otherwise, it would be akin to theft, jeopardizing their relationship. The Iron Man suit was Tony's lifeblood, and throughout the Marvel Universe, only his good friend Colonel Rhodes had ever taken one, and that was under extreme duress from the military, as well as when Tony's own life was hanging by a thread. Otherwise, acquiring a suit was far from simple. Boom. Another enemy fell swiftly at Tony's hands. With a triumphant grin, he boasted to Limulu, "Little Limulu, what do you think? Isn't Uncle Tony impressive? Are you starting to develop a crush on Uncle Tony?" Limulu rolled his eyes, thinking, a crush? It's just taking down a few mere mortals. How boastful can he be? Just then, Ethan suddenly shouted, "Tony, be careful. There's another enemy behind you." Without looking back, Tony retaliated with an elbow strike, catching the terrorist off guard and sending him sprawling. Perhaps it was the desire to impress Limulu that led Tony to misjudge his strength, as his arm became lodged firmly in the rock. One attempt, 2 attempts, 3 attempts. Tony's arm remained stuck. The most embarrassing part was that he had just tried to look cool without glancing back. The pose that had once been so impressive now felt utterly mortifying. Tony Stark had failed in his attempt at bravado. Limulu erupted in laughter, while Ethan could only shake his head in exasperation, torn between laughter and disbelief. After freeing his arm, Tony still felt the sting of embarrassment. No, that doesn't count. Just forget it. Wow, this gun is so cool. While Tony continued to engage the enemy, Limulu scavenged from behind. In a brief span, he collected nearly 10 excellent weapons produced by Stark Industries. Had he not wished to maintain the tranquility of Miss Jingjiang, Limulu might have considered consuming an enemy, as it could grant him the ability to master firearms. At the cave entrance, Tony launched a small missile, which struck the bald-headed leader among the terrorists, knocking him down. Seeing the light from outside, the three of them felt a surge of excitement. Tony Stark, in particular, was overjoyed. As a wealthy mogul, being imprisoned in this dark cave for 3 months felt like a nightmare. Now, he was finally about to escape this wretched situation. Limulu, Ethan, proceed according to plan. Once I have dealt with the enemies outside, You may make your move. Understood. Ethan readily agreed, and Limulu had no objections either. With his current prowess, there was no adversary here who could match him. As bullets ricocheted off the steel armor, creating a cacophony of sounds, a more intense battle ensued. Inside the cave, Limulu approached the fallen bald leader with a newly acquired M4 assault rifle, preparing to deliver a final shot. Aware of the plot, Limulu knew that this leader was not dead, merely unconscious. "What are you doing, Limulu?" Ethan exclaimed, startled by Limulu's intention to finish off the leader. He quickly restrained the rifle in Limulu's hands. "Limulu, Ethan, he is the main villain and still lives. We cannot let him escape." Ethan looked at Limulu earnestly, adding, "Limulu, you are still young. You can live in the light. Do not allow hatred to cloud your judgment, staining your hands with blood." Perhaps due to having been reincarnated as a bloodless slime and having leveled up by battling monsters in the sealed cave, Limulu felt little aversion to killing. However, Ethan's concern made him hesitate. After all, killing a person and a monster were entirely different matters. Could he truly let him go? That seemed too lenient. Ethan took the rifle from Limulu's hands. "Let me handle this villain." Bang. With a gunshot, the still unconscious bald leader met his end in his dreams, concluding his nefarious life. Just then, the battlefield outside experienced a sudden upheaval. These terrorists were left with nothing but weapons, even machine guns designed to take down tanks. Unlike the original narrative, with Ethan and Limulu as burdens, Tony focused more on eliminating enemies rather than setting the entire valley ablaze as in the film. As a result, Tony faced overwhelming firepower, struggling to keep his head above water. As for the plan to escape with Ethan and Limulu, that had become nothing more than a joke. In other words, our Iron Man had once again failed in his attempt at bravado. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Under the relentless barrage of the M2 machine gun, Mark sustained severe damage to his legs, back, and several critical drive mechanisms. Ethan, filled with urgency, grasped his assault rifle and declared, "Limulu, take cover here for a moment. I shall venture out to alleviate some pressure from Tony." As he dashed away, he fired into the sky, drawing the attention of the terrorists. "Wait, if you go out like that, you'll be an easy target," Limulu remarked, exasperated by his clumsy demeanor. Was he deliberately courting death? Yet, there was no denying Ethan's noble character. His heart was as pure as gold. Feeling powerless was one thing, but allowing such a good soul to perish was entirely unacceptable to Limulu. Great Sage, devised the optimal strategy for overcoming our foes. Optimal strategy devised. Automatic combat mode is recommended. Shall we engage? Yes. As the combat mode activated, Limulu's eyes gradually transformed into a deep crimson hue. With Tony's FAAD faltering, it was now his turn to save the world. Chapter 7, MVP Bang. 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 Ethan fired continuously, leaving accuracy to chance. His primary aim was merely to attract the enemy's attention and alleviate some of the pressure on Tony. Ethan's objective was achieved as an unexpected presence armed with a gun appeared on the battlefield, inevitably drawing the enemy's focus. Several terrorists swiftly redirected their weapons towards Ethan, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. "Be careful. Take cover," Tony Stark exclaimed, a mixture of shock and anger flooding his senses, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly. Just then, a blinding flash caught Tony's eye, and suddenly, a blue vortex materialized before Ethan. The vortex spun, voraciously consuming a multitude of bullets. This astonishing spectacle captivated everyone on the battlefield, momentarily halting their fire as silence enveloped the area. Rimuru? Ethan, spared from death, gazed at the figure before him in utter disbelief. What was he witnessing? Rimuru's hand had transformed into a blue whirlpool, devouring every bullet aimed at him. Earlier, Rimuru's sudden appearance in the enclosed cave had sparked countless speculations from both Tony and Ethan, who had assumed her abilities were linked to stealth or concealment. They never anticipated that Rimuru could also absorb bullets. Truly remarkable. Ignoring Ethan, Rimuru charged directly towards the high ground where a heavy machine gun was stationed. Neutralizing that weapon would render ordinary firepower against the Mark I as ineffective as a MYTHICAL. Fire. Fire. Eliminate that monster. Rimuru's intent was unmistakable, and everyone understood the stakes. Dealing with a massive metal canister was already daunting, and the emergence of a monster only escalated their peril. If the heavy machine gun was not neutralized, they would all be doomed. The crowd exerted themselves, bullets pouring towards Rimuru as if they were free. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Rimuru evaded each projectile with ease. What was even more astonishing was the stylish manner in which she dodged the bullets, exuding an undeniable flair. Was she trying to play the role of a movie hero? Yet sometimes, reality is more absurd than fiction. The onlookers were left speechless, their perceptions of reality shattered. "She is coming. Open fire. Quick, fire." The crowd roared, especially the gunner, who unleashed his full fury. But in the next moment, the gunner found himself bewildered, staring at his empty hands, still in the firing position. Where was his gun? Panic surged as he looked up, only to meet Rimuru's blood-red eyes, devoid of any emotion, like the gaze of the Grim Reaper, ready to harvest souls. However, before he could utter a word, he was consumed by endless darkness. She is charging towards us. Use rocket launchers, now. Bullets and flames are useless against her. She is a demon. Spare me. The chaos of the battlefield unfolded in mere moments, as these desperate outlaws were paralyzed by fear at Rimuru's display. Ethan, witnessing the entire spectacle, stood agape. Was such a thing even possible? Meanwhile, Tony was equally astounded. From the moment Rimuru intervened until the dust settled, the entire sequence transpired in under a minute. Rescuing Ethan, dodging bullets, neutralizing the machine gun, and dispatching the terrorists. Each action flowed seamlessly, devoid of any superfluous movements. Observing her performance, one could only conclude that her precision and clarity of purpose surpassed even the most seasoned elite soldiers. It was nothing short of art. Who was Rimuru, truly? Tony's curiosity deepened infinitely. Regardless, they had emerged victorious. Disengaging from combat mode, the three regrouped. Ethan regarded Rimuru with a complex expression. I apologize for previously suggesting that you avoid bloodshed. I was presumptuous. Based on your earlier display, it's clear you are no sheltered novice. Rimuru shook her head. You are correct, Ethan. Those outlaws are indeed unworthy of staining my hands. Up until now, I have never taken a life. Ethan and Tony exchanged incredulous glances. Given her demonstrated proficiency, who would believe such a declaration? Yet, now was not the time for such musings. Ethan, little Rimuru, you both should exit the valley. I must destroy the weapons amassed here. Tony's gaze darkened as he surveyed the valley filled with Stark-branded weaponry. As America's largest arms dealer, he had long been subjected to scrutiny and condemnation, often labeled a merchant of death, but he had chosen to remain unfazed. His philosophy as an arms dealer was to trade weapons for peace. The finest weapons often only needed to be fired once to instill fear and respect in enemies. The adage that a lie repeated 1,000 times may become truth rang painfully true, especially when mankind tends to believe what it wishes. Tony genuinely believed that his creations could usher in peace. However, the brutal reality of his kidnapping had shattered that illusion. The words of the bearded captor, who claimed to be the world's most notorious killer, had struck him deeply. These weapons must never fall into the hands of other terrorists. Shortly after Ethan and Rimuru departed the valley, it was engulfed in flames. Much like a cinematic spectacle, after detonating everything, Tony utilized the brief flight capability of the Mark I to escape. The vast desert, dry and scorching, felt akin to traversing a furnace. Soon, both Tony and Ethan found themselves severely dehydrated, even showing signs of heat exhaustion. Yet Rimuru seemed unfazed, moving as if she were in a gentle breeze, leaving Tony and Ethan both astonished and envious. Who was Rimuru? She was an enigma, and the more they learned, the more her mystery and wonder deepened. Yet, now was not the time for such contemplation. Their priority was to escape the desert. Approximately an hour later, the sound of helicopter rotors filled the air, causing Tony to dance with excitement. Upon successfully capturing the aircraft's attention, he knelt, playfully forming a peace sign. It was a helicopter from the U.S. military, signaling the end of his nightmare. Before long, a dark-skinned officer emerged from the helicopter, none other than Tony's close friend, Rhodey. How is the ride in the Jeep? He inquired, causing Tony to chuckle awkwardly. Next time, let us share a ride, shall we? Hearing Rhodey's words, Tony felt a rush of emotions as he embraced his friend. Rimuru couldn't help but reflect that in the competition for Tony's affection, Pepper's greatest rivals were first the Mark series and then Rhodey. As for the so-called cover models, they were mere distractions, none capable of standing out. Who are they? Rhodey asked, eyeing Rimuru and Ethan with curiosity. Ethan appeared unremarkable, just an ordinary white man. But Rimuru's striking appearance, especially her blue hair and golden eyes, ensured that she would always be the center of attention, no matter where she went. Tony sighed. His friend was commendable in every way, yet perhaps a bit too serious. Moreover, Limulu's origins are shrouded in mystery, and his extraordinary abilities make him a figure of interest that he wishes to avoid attracting the attention of military personnel. They are all my saviors. Individuals I can wholeheartedly trust. Now, Rod, you cannot possibly intend to interrogate us three here in this vast desert. My apologies. Rod, recognizing his lapse in composure, was acutely aware that despite having a multitude of questions, the present moment was decidedly inappropriate for such inquiries. While the cave had offered a sense of detachment, upon entering civilized society, both Limulu and Ethan immediately felt the overwhelming influence of Tony. Soon, a luxurious private jet landed at the American military base. and the three embarked on their journey to New York. Chapter 8. Pepperpot's New York, the most perilous city in the Marvel Universe, or not. As a plane gently descended onto the tarmac, the moment the cabin door swung open, Limulu spotted a blonde woman clad in a business suit alongside a somewhat portly man awaiting their arrival. They were none other than Tony's assistant, Pepper Potts, and his bodyguard, Happy. Upon catching sight of Tony, Pepper's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Despite her efforts to maintain composure, the affection and surprise etched on her face were unmistakable. Limulu and Ethan, keenly aware of the situation, discreetly stepped aside, allowing Pepper and Tony their moment without intruding. Tony observed, "Your eyes are red. Are you mourning your missing boss?" Pepper replied, "I'm relieved. No more job hunting." Although Limulu and Ethan were not eavesdropping, their conversation was impossible to miss. Their clumsy attempts at concealment were rather endearing. Two proud individuals indeed. One must concede that the dynamic between Tony and Pepper was rather fascinating. As a notorious playboy, Tony had charmed the journalist Christine from Vanity Fair with his lewd banter, quickly leading her to his bedroom. Yet, in the presence of Pepper, perhaps due to the weight of his feelings, his tongue faltered, and not a single flirtatious remark escaped his lips. Conversely, Pepper's situation was even more intriguing. In the strictest sense, she embodied the quintessential heroine of a romance narrative. If told from her perspective, Iron Man's tale might well be titled The CEO's Obsession with Me or The Billionaire's Adorable Assistant. A diligent worker, she ascended from humble beginnings to win the heart of the world's richest man. Tony Stark, a quintessential rags-to-riches story, replete with inspiration. Who are those two? Pepper inquired after succinctly updating her boss on work matters, her curiosity piqued particularly by Limulu. In truth, any female close to Tony made her wary. This was a lingering consequence of her ascendance. The disparity in their social standings rendered her vulnerable in their relationship. While Tony could indulge in reckless behavior repeatedly, she was left to clean up the aftermath. If Tony even slightly reformed his ways, it would be akin to a wayward son returning home, a treasure beyond compare. Yet Pepper's margin for error was exceedingly slim, although she held a significant place in Tony's heart. Capable of clever manipulation to persuade him to procure several million-dollar artworks as birthday gifts, her role remained that of an assistant, nothing more. A particularly memorable scene from Iron Man 2 featured Natasha Romanoff, under the guise of Pepper's assistant, infiltrating Stark Industries. During this time, due to palladium poisoning, Tony's life spiraled into chaos, subjecting Pepper to undue stress. Under Black Widow's observation, she aided Iron Man while engaging in flirtatious exchanges with him, which Pepper inevitably discovered. One can only imagine the multitude of frustrations she harbored. After all, she had employed Natasha as her assistant, only to find her attempting to usurp her position. Consequently, Pepper attributed the ensuing disorder to Natasha, labeling her a seductress and declaring that Stark Industries had been plagued with issues since her arrival. Pepper even contemplated dismissing Natasha, a plan that might have succeeded had it not been for the sudden attack that interrupted her. Viewed through this lens, does not Iron Man 2 exude an entirely different flavor, particularly in Pepper's storyline, which could be interpreted as a classic battle between the rightful partner and the interloper, a true marriage protection war? Such sentiments are entirely human. Pepper's rise was not devoid of charm, talent, or guile. Allow me to introduce you. This is Dr. Ethan. Had it not been for him, you might never have seen me again. Dr. Ethan, I cannot thank you enough. Pepper extended her hand, exuding warmth and gratitude. Their fates intertwined. For Ethan's salvation of Tony equated to the preservation of her own existence. And this is Limulu. She is. Tony faltered, at a loss for words to aptly introduce Limulu. His hesitation sent waves of anxiety through Pepper. What exactly was Limulu's relationship with Tony? With her sky-blue hair, delicate features, fair skin, and petite frame, Limulu radiated beauty and charm. If not for her youthful appearance, Pepper might have even suspected Tony of harboring illicit intentions. Given Tony's notorious history, such thoughts were not unfounded. Could she possibly be an adopted daughter? The prospect of being a stepmother was a topic she had never broached and had no desire to explore. The mere thought of it sent her mind spiraling into a haze of dread. Limulu may not possess high emotional intelligence, yet her perceptiveness was remarkable. She promptly sensed Pepper's unease. "Hello, Pepper. It's a pleasure to meet you. Tony and I met last night in the kidnapper's cave, and we managed to escape together this morning. In a sense, I am also Tony's savior." Limulu's words were laden with implications. Her recent acquaintance with Tony alleviated Pepper's fears of any convoluted relationships. Furthermore, being Tony's savior bestowed upon Limulu a certain status. How should an assistant react in the presence of her boss's lifesaver? That is self-evident. Were it anyone else, such declarations might imply a desire for favors. Yet Limulu's innocent demeanor rendered her words genuine. Pepper, taken aback by Limulu's unexpected eloquence, found herself warming to the girl. Their conversation flourished, filled with spirited exchanges, leaving Limulu momentarily flustered. Goodness, Pepper's prowess is formidable. Women are indeed born diplomats. One cannot help but tread carefully around them. In a luxurious car, the invisible Happy queried. Sir, where to? Please take us to the hospital, Pepper requested. Not going, Tony replied. Tony, you must go. The doctor needs to assess your condition. There's nothing urgent. I've been imprisoned for 3 months, and I merely wish to do 2 things. Eat a cheeseburger and... Before Tony could finish, Pepper interjected, exasperated. Why must you always think of food? Unfazed by her misunderstanding, Tony remained composed, evidently accustomed to such misinterpretations. Not what you think. I want to hold a press conference. A press conference? Pepper was taken aback. What could he possibly want to announce in such haste? She intended to argue further, but the car had already begun to move, leaving her to follow Tony's whims. Managing such a boss could be utterly despairing at times. Chapter 9, Baka Stark Industries. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Are you prepared? Ready? Discard your stocks, abandon ship, and flee for your lives. On television, a bald, unattractive host wielded a baseball bat, shattering a cup into fragments. At the press conference, Tony boldly announced the closure of the weapons division, igniting a societal uproar. The news dominated the online media, causing Stark Industries stock to plummet, leaving investors desperate enough to contemplate dire actions. Even within Stark Industries, a seismic shift occurred. The company had long held the premier position in the arms market, standing atop the arms dealers' hierarchy. Would a weapons company sell baby bottles instead? The entire organization, from executives to laborers, was engulfed in confusion as anxiety and chaos reigned. Unless one dwells within the Marvel universe, the impact of the name Stark remains unfathomable. It must be said, mere mortals will never grasp the thought processes of geniuses. Tony's decision undoubtedly kept countless individuals awake at night. In Stark's private villa, Rimlu turned off the television, his mind swirling with thoughts. Aware of the unfolding narrative, he understood that Stark Industries would not only survive the closure of its weapons division, but would ascend to greater heights. It could be argued that now represents the optimal moment to invest in Stark Industries stocks. If he could become a major shareholder, his future within the Marvel realm would be prosperous. Yet, the crux of the matter was that he currently lacked funds. However, Rimlu himself was a treasure trove. Even the diluted restorative potion he possessed, when utilized sparingly, could trigger a monumental upheaval. If managed well, he could even market the restorative potion as a cosmetic product, a description not at all far-fetched. Yet, all of this hinged upon his willingness to lay his cards on the table before Tony. As a newcomer, Rimlu had no roots in this world, not even a legitimate identity. Although he disliked being referred to as a little girl, his current appearance was undeniably that of an elementary school student. This was an indisputable fact. Should he roll up his sleeves? He could only imagine the hungry wolves that would descend upon him, unless he were to throw caution to the wind and overturn the table. If this were an ordinary world, it might suffice, but this was the Marvel universe, where gods and demons danced in chaos. The more exuberantly one leaped, the sooner they met their demise. Consider the cosmic bureaucrat Thanos, who, after laying down his arms, was swiftly confronted by his daughter and a band of violent assailants. He faced beheading and disintegration, a truly tragic fate. In the Marvel universe, lacking financial resources is a perilous game, and without connections, one is destined for ruin. Those who thrive either possess connections or are well-established, such as Black Widow and Hawkeye. Alternatively, they might wield both connections and strength, like Thor. Possessing strength without connections often leads to dire consequences. The Hulk serves as a living counterexample. His power could be deemed the mightiest beneath the stars, yet without connections. He was relentlessly pursued by his father-in-law, reduced to a state worse than that of a stray dog. But should he confront Tony? This left Rimlu in a quandary. Tony was a staunch supporter of the Sokovia Accords, advocating for registration, while Rimlu had no intention of registering. He had not even embraced the notion of becoming a hero. The term hero was too noble, bearing too great a burden. A slight misstep could lead to public scrutiny, a sentiment that resonated little with Rimlu. In a world rife with treachery, who could escape unscathed? In the game of life, who hasn't donned a false identity? What does the arrest of Lu Sun concern me? Joe Shuren? What does the capture of Conan concern me, Kudo Shinichi? Registration? A non-issue. Yet, there exists no such thing as a free lunch, aside from collaborating with Tony. Rimla seemed to have no superior alternatives. Though Stark possessed a somewhat egotistical demeanor, he was fundamentally a decent individual. Great Sage, should I collaborate with Tony? Isn't the answer already clear in your heart? Great Sage, you have changed. You are no longer the Great Sage I once knew. Heh. Rimlu was speechless. Was he truly being mocked by his own skill? At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed. Good evening, esteemed guest. I apologize for the intrusion. The owner of the villa, Tony Stark, has come to visit. The voice of the butler, Jarvis, resonated, and despite Rimlu's prior awareness of his existence, the sophistication of the AI piqued his curiosity. Hey, little Rimlu, may I come in? Rimlu was at a loss for words. You have already entered. Does asking this question not seem superfluous? Furthermore, when addressing me, please refrain from adding the term little, as it makes me feel rather uncomfortable. Having replaced his arc reactor, Tony Stark was entirely unfazed by Rimlu's retorts. To the world's most beloved Tony Stark, no one would dare deny him entry. As for the second matter, I shall be mindful in the future, young Rimlu. Rimlu. His narcissism and rudeness remain unchanged. Tony effortlessly settled into the sofa opposite Rimlu, gazing at him earnestly. Now, it is just the two of us here. Though it may be impolite, may I be fortunate enough to know your true identity and origins? Do not even think about deceiving me. My Jarvis is exceedingly adept. How adept? More formidable than you can imagine. Given his prowess, he should already be aware of my identity. What a truly insufferable little brat. Observing Tony's disgruntled expression brought a smile to Rimlu's face. It was genuinely delightful to provoke Iron Man. After contemplating for a moment, Rimlu inquired, Tony, can I trust you? Tony Stark immediately took on a serious demeanor. Although their acquaintance was brief, he recognized Rimlu's intellect far surpassed that of his peers. Those who know me are aware of my exceptional ability to keep secrets. Rimlu shrugged. While Tony was renowned for secrecy, he was equally notorious for his inability to maintain confidentiality. The S.H.I.E.L.D. had urged him to keep his Iron Man identity under wraps, yet he had casually divulged secrets about them. S.H.I.E.L.D. You are the worst Avenger I have ever recruited. Yet, Tony could maintain the secret of young Spider-Man. The key lay in his desire to do so. However, when it comes to secrets, it is best to carry them to the grave, even if Iron Man could keep them. He could not contend with the multitude of mind readers in the Marvel Universe. Wanda had once hacked into Tony's mind, tasting his anxiety. Rimlu's intent in saying this was to instill in Tony Stark a sense of trustworthiness, as if he were gradually revealing his cards. Tony, I am not from this world. Strictly speaking, I am not truly human. Rimlu meticulously selected his words, omitting any information regarding his previous life on Earth. Instead sharing some experiences from the Jura continent. Concerning his various abilities, such as the Great Sage and Predator, he remained tight-lipped, disclosing not a single detail. Even so, Tony Stark found himself grappling with the information. Wait, you say you are a slime? The kind that is gooey, akin to jelly, from an online game? Indeed. Rimlu refrained from unnecessary elaboration, transforming into his original form. Upon witnessing Rimlu morph from a human girl into a soft, bouncy blue orb, Stark felt as though his worldview had been turned upside down. Wasn't slime considered a rudimentary, unintelligent creature? Yet here was one possessing both power and intellect. There are always exceptions. I must be the strongest slime in history. Tony Stark, indifferent to Rimuru, the strongest being in history, felt as though he was on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of his life, with the concept of the Mark II nearly complete and his spirit soaring high. Nevertheless, he remained exceedingly intrigued by the wondrous creatures of another world. At that moment, his gaze was fixated on Rimuru, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Rimuru transformed into a human form, crossing his arms in a pose that exuded absolute prohibition. With a fierce demeanor, Rimuru declared, If you dare to treat me as mere experimental material, I will not hesitate to end you, most ruthlessly. Though this was indeed a serious matter, Rimuru's delivery rendered it somewhat endearing and playful, devoid of any true intimidation. Yes, little Rimuru is the mightiest, radiating authority. Tony raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, yet it appeared rather insincere, almost inviting a reprimand. Rimuru remarked, What is this demeanor of yours? As if you were trying to appease a little girl? How ridiculous. Chapter 10. Do you think you're a Whitebeard? Rimuru, you are a genius. Come to Stark Industries. Your salary is negotiable, and you can choose your benefits. Upon uncovering Rimuru's origins, Tony unhesitatingly extended an olive branch. Although Rimuru clearly stated that he would not become a test subject, there is nothing impossible in this world. If something seems impossible, it simply means the offer isn't high enough. While money may not solve everything, for Tony Stark, anything that can be resolved with money is a trivial matter. Rimuru replied, I absolutely cannot work for anyone, it is out of the question. Instead of being an employee, I would prefer to be a shareholder in Stark Industries. Oh. Tony Stark raised an eyebrow. The stock is nearing a halt. Are you bold enough to take the plunge? What do I have to fear? You are Tony Stark. Are you not confident in yourself? Tony laughed heartily, enjoying Rimuru's candor. I prefer children who speak the truth like you. You possess far more insight than those ridiculous hosts outside. Rimuru was momentarily speechless. Tony Stark's arrogant demeanor was infuriating. If you continue to treat me like a child, this conversation will be over. Okay. I apologize for my rudeness. May I ask, does slime have a gender? None at all, Rimuru replied instinctively. Tony Stark chuckled. Then why do you always refer to yourself as male? Rimuru felt a pang of discomfort. Should he confess to Tony Stark that before becoming a slime, he had always been a man? Tony Stark looked at Rimuru earnestly and said, in life, one must not only live according to the perceptions of others, yet one must never completely disregard the existence of others, especially when you lack the ability to ignore their presence. Even mutants face discrimination. How do you think your unique experiences would be received if the FBI or CIA were to find out? Though Tony Stark's sharp tongue was irritating, it was undeniable that he spoke the truth. Rimuru understood these principles, yet his pride as a man for over 20 years made it difficult for him to admit. Thinking of the mutants who had been captured by William Stryker for experimentation, Rimuru's gaze grew resolute. With so many powerful figures in the Marvel Universe, it would be wise for him to lay low for now. Once he had devoured a few Infinity Stones, he would allow the world to witness the terror of being ruled by the adorable king. Thank you, Tony. I will strive to engage in activities befitting my current identity. Tony Stark replied, recognizing one's mistakes and correcting them is never too late. Honestly, I have grown accustomed to your narcissistic demeanor. Seeing you so serious, I almost thought Pepper possessed you. Tony nearly spat out blood in disbelief. Narcissistic? Arrogant? That is slander. Who spread such rumors? I have always been low-key and composed. You can ask Jarvis. Jarvis responded, Sir, you have indeed been low-key and composed. Your favorite colors are understated burgundy and gold, and your preferred villa faces the sea. You have consistently chosen to ignore various accolades. There is no one more low-key and composed than you, sir. Rimuru was at a loss for words. Jarvis, are you sure you are not a traitor? The things you mentioned have nothing to do with being low-key or composed. Tony, I would like to exchange this for shares in Stark Industries. Rimuru said, producing a bottle of restorative potion. What is this? Tony took the potion from Rimuru, intrigued. It is the highest grade restorative potion. Any wound can be completely healed in a very short time. Even severed limbs can be repaired. Tony Stark's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a miraculous potion exists? Seeing Tony's Na'vi reaction filled Rimuru with a sense of superiority. After spending time with the affluent Tony Stark, he felt that poverty had limited his imagination. Finally, he had turned the tables. Do not attempt to comprehend potion making with your science-corroded mind. Tony Stark remarked. That is quite harsh. This child's temperament remains as dreadful as ever. In the laboratory, 1 hour later, Jarvis reported, Sir, all data has been tested, and the efficacy of the potion exceeds what Rimuru claimed. It is even more miraculous. Tony Stark, already a towering figure among the wealthy, found little that could genuinely move him. Yet, this restorative potion left him utterly astounded. Not only was the potion effective, but it also shattered his worldview. Parallel universes exist. Other worlds exist. Magic exists. All of this greatly expanded Tony's horizons while simultaneously filling him with pressure and hope. With this miraculous restorative potion, he no longer needed to house an electromagnet in his chest. Palladium is toxic, and he would no longer have to drink that dreadful chlorophyll juice. Jarvis, can you analyze the components of the restorative potion? Sir, the formula for the restorative potion is not complex. The ingredients are quite singular. However, the primary materials do not match any known elements on Earth and should belong to a product of another world, making it impossible to analyze for now. A product of another world. The hippocute grass, a magical herb that can only thrive in areas rich in magical essence. It is the core material of the restorative potion. Rimuru kindly educated Iron Man about the restorative potion. In simple terms, the potion is his secret weapon. Even if he gave Tony the formula, without the hippocute grass, he would be unable to produce it. Tony Stark, is this called hippocute grass? What a marvelous herb. In the next moment, Tony's eyes widened. Wait, how did you get in here? Did I grant you access to the laboratory? Rimuru waved his hand casually. Jarvis's core programming is indeed unique. However, he has no secrets from me now. Tony Stark was astonished. You are also an expert in artificial intelligence? Rimuru smiled silently. Expert is an exaggeration. He hadn't even mastered the basics of C language. However, this did not prevent him from showing off to Tony. After all, he is the father of the great sage. With the great sage, he might even upgrade Jarvis and create a more advanced intelligent program. Perhaps he could even create true artificial intelligence. Tony Stark looked at Rimuru, a newfound admiration blossoming within him. Rimuru, would you be my son? Rimuru nearly choked on his own blood. Do you think you are Whitebeard? You cannot just casually ask me to be your son. Are you looking for a fight? Chapter 11. Come, let us hurt each other. In a previous life, had a super-rich figure like Tony Stark offered to adopt him, Rimuru would have likely knelt on the spot, clinging to Tony's leg and incessantly referring to him as Papa Tony. However, in this life, such fantasies elicited only a chuckle. Starting with a mere slime and possessing an arsenal of extraordinary abilities, why should he play the role of a son? A forcibly squeezed fruit is never sweet. And Tony was not inclined to push the matter, especially since he was not prepared to be a father. He was not even ready for marriage. The reason he had spoken so casually was primarily due to the awe inspired by Rimuru's remarkable talents, which had momentarily overwhelmed him. In truth, the current situation was quite favorable. Upon learning that Rimuru possessed an abundance of restorative potions capable of filling several warehouses, Tony Stark promptly agreed to exchange shares with Rimuru. A day later, Tony resolved Rimuru's identity dilemma. She was the distant niece of one of Stark Industries' founders. Although a slime lacks gender due to inheriting Shizue's appearance, she would henceforth be referred to as female. This founder, having suffered the tragic loss of his family in a maritime disaster and facing severe illness himself, had bequeathed his fortune to his distant niece in his will. Consequently, Rimuru became a major shareholder in Stark Industries, boasting nearly $1 billion in assets. Clutching the property contract, Rimuru felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Could she truly have become a billionaire? Indeed, comparing oneself to others could be quite disheartening. Rimuru, here is your SNN card, proof of share transfer, and inheritance documentation. The estate tax has already been filed on your behalf. Just sign here. And all of this will belong to you. Pepper Potts presented a variety of documents before Rimuru, her emotions a complex tapestry. Being a shrewd individual, she understood what inquiries were appropriate and which were not. Yet, the events of the past few days had left her feeling utterly absurd. Tony had only informed her that he had made a deal with Rimuru, but what sort of transaction could possibly be worth $1 billion? Had Rimuru not looked so dissimilar to Tony, she might have suspected that Rimuru was his illegitimate daughter. Nevertheless, Tony's attitude undeniably influenced Pepper's perception of Rimuru. Regardless of the circumstances, Rimuru held significant importance in Tony's heart. Cultivating a good relationship with Rimuru would surely benefit her efforts to win Tony's affections. Previously indifferent, Pepper now sensed something awry. Exaggerating, she exclaimed, "My God! Rimuru, how long have you been wearing that outfit? In this sweltering heat, don't you feel warm?" Rimuru, momentarily bewildered, had just been absorbed in the shock of inheriting $1 billion, and now she was being questioned about her attire? The leaping conversation was far too rapid. Her outfit, reminiscent of a fantasy aesthetic and shared with the adorable Demon Lord, was something Rimuru quite liked. As for feeling hot, it was inconceivable. With her skill of heat resistance, she could withstand the heat of a steel furnace without a care. Pepper furrowed her brow. "I recall you wearing that the day Tony returned. You were still in it." Now caught off guard, Rimuru realized that Pepper's inquiry about her clothing's duration implied. How can you be so unhygienic? Panic surged within her. Had she developed an odor? "I've only worn this for less than 3 days. In her previous life, wearing an outfit for 2 or 3 days was entirely commonplace. Why then did she feel so guilty now?" Pepper exaggeratedly responded, 3 days? You haven't changed her clothes in 3 days? Have you even bathed? Rimuru felt as though she had been struck in the heart. Her pulse racing under Pepper's intense gaze. What should she do? Why, Sage, how should I respond? Answer, turn around and point at the other person. He did not provide me with any clothes. Tony Stark was momentarily taken aback. He had relished watching Pepper reprimand Rimuru and had long desired to chastise this troublesome slime. Yet, he was surprised to find that the usually sharp-witted Rimuru was utterly defenseless before Pepper. Indeed, one thing could conquer another. To be honest, he had been hoping to enjoy a cheeseburger while watching this amusing spectacle unfold. However, he never expected the flames of embarrassment to engulf him as well, nor to have the blame cast upon him. By the way, Slime, what happened to your dignity? Pepper admonished, Tony, you are incredibly careless. As the owner, you should have considered these matters. It's truly intolerable. I did not. I didn't. Don't make baseless accusations. Tony retorted defensively, but crucially, no one believed him. In the realm of blame shifting, I, Tony Stark, would claim the title of the strongest. Witnessing Tony's dismay brought Rimuru immense joy. Life. Oh, how splendid you are. Yet, Tony, you are so irritable. Riding the waves, riding the waves. If only I had a bag of sunflower seeds right now. They're a marvelous distraction. Even if the news proclaimed a nuclear disaster in Hawaii, a pack of seeds could transform a grave situation into a light-hearted one. Taking Rimuru's hand, Pepper said, Come. I will take you to the mall and help you choose some lovely outfits. Rimuru immediately broke into a cold sweat at the thought of shopping. The idea of navigating through throngs of people under glaring sunlight made her uneasy. She shook her head vigorously. No, Pepper, you are so busy. There's no need to trouble yourself. I can go shopping by myself. Tony Stark interjected with earnestness. Pepper, I was remiss earlier. Please, do choose some charming and adorable dresses for little Rimuru. And do not forget the stockings. Those are essential. Rimuru was rather. Sundara, yes, that's it. Though she verbally protested, her body often betrayed her desires. Do you understand? Rimuru thought, what is this, a mutual harm scenario? She glared fiercely at Tony, who met her gaze unflinchingly, the two exchanging electric stares. Pepper stifled a laugh. You two share quite the bond. Both Rimuru and Tony simultaneously protested. Who has a good relationship with him? As they exchanged barbs, targeting each other's vulnerabilities, the atmosphere was delightfully tense. Several hours later, after trying on dozens of adorable dresses, Rimuru rolled her eyes in defeat, utterly crushed. This time, she had been thoroughly bested. Why had the label of Sundara been affixed to her? Tony Stark, remember this. Seeing Rimuru's expression of despair, Pepper couldn't contain her laughter. Initially, she had approached the idea of befriending Rimuru with a rather utilitarian mindset, but after spending the afternoon with her, Pepper found herself increasingly enchanted. Rimuru was unlike any girl she had ever known, possessing a unique charm and a delightful sense of humor. With Pepper's intellect, she was well aware that Rimuru held a strong aversion to stockings and dresses. However, she was determined to fulfill her task with flair. For Pepper, dressing Rimuru in adorable outfits felt akin to conquering a challenging video game. The more outfits Rimuru donned, the higher her score would rise, and the more favor she would earn from Tony. However, when Rimuru timidly emerged in her first dress, Pepper felt as though her heart had been pierced by an arrow. The bashful demeanor of Rimuru was utterly charming and delightful. As time passed, she found herself relishing the experience of helping Rimuru change outfits. Particularly, the softness of Rimuru's cheeks was simply exquisite to the touch. One must wonder, how can human skin possess such remarkable elasticity? Chapter 12. The Captive of the Cute King Preventing Fire, Theft, and Pepper. This was the conclusion reached by Rimuru after enduring a painful lesson while shopping with Pepper in the afternoon. Ultimately, it was her soft-heartedness that hindered her ability to refuse the requests of beautiful women. The plight of a homebody. It's getting late. Let me treat you to a grand feast. Pepper glanced at her watch and chimed cheerfully. What's the number for McDonald's? What number? Pepper looked perplexed, unable to grasp Rimuru's meaning. Rimuru cleared her throat, adopting the demeanor of a small host. In the sweltering summer, the people of Maine enjoy a McDonald's #1 meal, while those in far-off Florida prefer #2. Meanwhile, the mountain dwellers of Tennessee savor #3, and the beachgoers of California lean toward #4. Pepper burst into laughter, completely amused by Rimuru. Where did you learn all this? Your bias against American food culture is quite profound. Rimuru smiled knowingly. She was aware that it was merely a comedic reference. The lines she recited echoed the fervor of the A Bite of China phenomenon, where netizens imitated its style to craft a bite of America. As for its authenticity, a mere chuckle sufficed, just as Northerners struggle with the Southern delicacies made from rice. People around the globe experience diverse perceptions of cuisine. Culinary habits formed from childhood cultivate unique palates. Westerners are often stubborn about flavors. Once accustomed to a taste, they may never change. They are unlikely to embrace any flavor they have not previously tried. To conquer America with authentic Chinese cuisine might leave one with nothing but a pair of safety pants. The so-called authentic dishes like General Tso's chicken and Li Hongzhong's assorted delicacies are tailored to Western tastes. So much so that the Chinese may not even recognize them as genuine Chinese cuisine. At the restaurant, oh my, this is exquisite. Rimuru relished her meal, her face beaming with happiness. Thank you so much, Miss Jiang. It is truly wonderful to possess a sense of taste and to be enveloped by such delightful food once again. Seeing Rimuru's blissful demeanor, Pepper felt as if she radiated light. Rimuru was simply too beautiful and adorable. This was precisely why Pepper cherished her time with Rimuru. Whether shopping, dressing up, or simply enjoying a meal, Rimuru always managed to surprise her. Staring so intently might seem rude, yet Pepper found it hard to restrain herself. She felt that the pressures and chaos brought on by the recent plummet of Stark Industries stock had vanished entirely. Little Rimuru was undoubtedly a delightful stress reliever. Come on. You should eat too. Why are you just watching me? All right. Pepper's appetite surged. She had never found this restaurant's food so delectable. It was one of her favorites. But today surpassed all expectations. Happiness and joy truly are infectious. Pepper even began to think that having a delightful daughter like Rimuru wouldn't be so bad. Upon this notion crossing her mind, Pepper was taken aback. Was this truly the thought she should entertain? My goodness, had she fallen under Rimuru's spell? However, it wasn't long before Pepper sensed something was amiss. By the way, Rimuru, aren't you eating a bit too much? It seems like you've consumed enough for 2 adults. If it were anyone else, Pepper would have called them a glutton. But Rimuru? A charming little foodie. 10 minutes later, Pepper was utterly shocked. Rimuru, are you sure you're not overindulging? Am I? Rimuru asked, chewing on a piece of steak while glancing around. It dawned on her that not only Pepper, but many diners around them were astonished by her astonishing appetite. Are they really that surprised? Rimuru thought, feeling slightly disappointed. She hadn't even reached half full yet. Nevertheless, she wisely set down her knife and fork, noting this restaurant for her next visit. With her current appetite, if she became a food blogger, she would easily outshine all competitive eaters. Fame would be inevitable. A 6-figure income, marrying a wealthy beauty, and becoming a CEO, none of it seemed beyond reach. Yet, a 6-figure salary held no allure for her at this moment. After the meal, Pepper couldn't help but sneak glances at Rimuru's flat stomach, utterly amazed. How could such a petite figure consume such a vast quantity of food? Her curiosity was piqued. On the street, the driver and bodyguards had been waiting for quite some time. Typically, most would have grown impatient. But their exceptional professionalism left no trace of dissatisfaction on their faces, only solemnity and gravity. Just as Rimuru and Pepper were about to enter the car, a man wielding a knife suddenly charged from the crowd. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face twisted with madness. All my savings. Die, Stark Industries scum. This man had evidently planned this for a long time, launching himself at a particularly opportune moment that caught both the driver and bodyguards completely off guard. Pepper, too, was momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events, her body frozen in shock, unable to move, watching helplessly as the assailant's sharp blade lunged toward her chest. Just as Pepper thought her demise was certain and instinctively closed her eyes, she suddenly felt a blur before her eyes. She opened them to see the assailant, as if colliding with steel, lose balance and crash to the ground. Rimuru? Pepper gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief as she beheld Rimuru standing protectively in front of her. How could she, who had nearly been paralyzed by fear at the sight of the assailant, have taken him down with a mere punch? Oh my goodness, this is astonishing. Is Rimuru truly invincible? Is there anything she cannot do? With Rimuru's impressive display, the bodyguards quickly reacted, pinning the assailant to the ground and completely subduing him. The assailant writhed like a worm, despite being firmly held down, still attempting to fight back with futile efforts. Ultimately, his struggles proved in vain, as reality was relentlessly harsh. Eventually, the assailant crumbled, reduced to a pitiful state, yet he continued to curse. Damn it. Why did you close the weapons department, Tony Stark? I trusted you all with my life savings, betting it all on Stark Industries stocks. The lament of this investor, ruined by Tony's actions, brought tears to the eyes of all who heard. America, a nation plagued by gun violence, had this man lost so much that he could no longer afford a weapon? Pepper, Rimuru, onlookers. Chapter 13. Is this your reason for not deleting the video? Tony, you cannot imagine, just as I was about to get into the car, that wretch lunged at me with a bone knife. I was utterly paralyzed with fear, convinced that my life was about to end. To my astonishment, Rimuru swiftly delivered a punch, and that assailant was immediately incapacitated. Pepper, filled with excitement, recounted the harrowing scene to Tony Stark. He offered her his warm embrace, his heart aflame with a mix of fear and gratitude. He had not anticipated that shutting down the weapons division would nearly cost him Pepper forever. Had it not been for Rimuru's timely intervention, he would have been at a loss on how to confront such a calamity. His gratitude towards Rimuru was boundless. In truth, Rimuru had become a shared savior for both him and Pepper. Tony, you must understand, Rimuru is simply delightful. Her bashfulness when changing clothes, her exuberance while eating, she is extraordinarily charming. Rimuru is undoubtedly the most fascinating little girl I have ever encountered. I would love to have a daughter like her. Listening to Pepper's enthusiastic praises, Tony Stark felt an unsettling pang of discomfort. What is this? Suggesting that Pepper take Rimuru shopping for dresses was indeed his idea. But his true intention was to set Rimuru up for a playful prank. He had even instructed Jarvis to prepare for capturing Rimuru's priceless expressions during the antics. What was supposed to be a light-hearted endeavor had spiraled into an unexpected dilemma. In Pepper's eyes, Rimuru was an adorable, heartwarming little girl, a junior, a companion of the same gender. However, Tony was acutely aware that Rimuru's true form was that of a slime, a creature notorious in games, akin to tentacled monsters, and the bane of all beautiful maidens. The thought of Rimuru repeatedly asserting her identity as a man illustrated her mindset. She was evidently a lecherous slime, coveting feminine beauty. Pepper was his assistant, and now her speech was rife with references to a lascivious slime. This had only been a brief encounter. The bitter sensation of having unwittingly shot himself in the foot enveloped Tony Stark, leaving him feeling as though his head had turned into a prairie. Frustrated, he wished he could hurl the unfinished Mark II gauntlet directly at Rimuru's face. Oh, lecherous slime. Let us duel. In the Tri-Corner Tower, headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Director, I regret to inform you that I have once again been let down by Pepper Potts. There has been no substantial progress regarding how Tony Stark escaped from the terrorists. Phil Coulson, clad in a suit with a receding hairline, wore a look of exasperation. If the subject of his investigation were an ordinary individual, he would have secured them in a dark room long ago. A little intimidation would have yielded information. Yet, Tony Stark was no ordinary man. Nick Fury, wearing an eye patch and exuding an aura of authority, appeared even more dismayed. Are you implying that, as an 8th-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., my right-hand man, your investigation has yielded no results? Faced with the fury of his superior, Coulson stammered. And no, there are some results. Through recent observations, I believe she may be the key to Stark's escape. As he spoke, Coulson presented a dossier to Nick Fury. Name, Rimuru Tempest. Gender, female. Identity, distant niece of Nina Eve, inheritor of all her shares in Stark Industries. Identity information appears to be falsified, with past records having been manipulated. Abilities, unknown. Rimuru single-handedly neutralized the assailant targeting Pepper Potts, exhibiting skills far beyond the ordinary. Anomalous features, blue hair, golden eyes, suspected mutant. Origin, no record found prior to entering the United States with Tony Stark. Reading the investigative report on Rimuru, Nick Fury fell into deep contemplation, particularly piqued by the phrase "no record found." As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the intelligence at his disposal was beyond what the average person could fathom. The existence of Captain Marvel had imparted an invaluable lesson. You have 1 month to thoroughly investigate Rimuru's identity and origins. This matter is classified as Level 8, and I permit you to utilize any means necessary. Coulson was taken aback by Fury's directive. Initially, he had intended to cast Rimuru aside as a diversion while tracking Tony Stark, but now, this revelation had stirred a tempest. Permitting any means, in essence, allowed for kidnapping, torture, and coercion, all permissible. What manner of person is Rimuru? Is there a problem? Fury inquired. No problem. I assure you the task will be completed. At Stark Industries. Damn the 10 Rings. They are nothing but a pack of fools, parasites, demanding exorbitant sums to have Tony killed. Now they've allowed him to return to New York? To call them dim-witted would be an insult to the dim-witted. Obadiah Stane seethed with fury, nearly exploding with rage. Just then, a phone call interrupted him. Boss, we have discovered the reason behind Tony's escape. We captured a survivor from the 10 Rings and obtained his testimony. Tony managed to escape primarily due to the suit he built, along with the assistance of that blue-haired girl. Suit? Blue-haired girl? Yes. We have located the components of the suit. You may wish to take a look. Upon opening the email containing images of the suit, a smile crept onto Obadiah's face. Tony, oh Tony, although I wish for your demise at every turn. You truly are a genius, capable of surprising me at every opportunity. The 10 Rings bald leader met his end due to the butterfly effect caused by Rimuru. The suit's components are now unclaimed, and if my subordinates find them first, they shall belong to me. Bring back every last piece of the suit. Yes, boss. According to the remnants of the 10 Rings, that blue-haired girl is incredibly powerful, almost like a monster. Bullets pose no threat to her. We must tread carefully. A monster impervious to bullets? Obadiah pondered, realizing the sheer luck Tony had encountered. I understand. Focus on your tasks. After issuing the command, Obadiah sank into his computer chair. Heavily burdened, Tony had returned, diving into the lab, revealing nothing of his endeavors. Clearly, Tony harbored suspicions towards him, and time was running short. Just dealing with Tony Stark alone was a challenge. Now there was an additional little monster to contend with. After some thought, Obadiah instinctively opened a video on his computer. Upon witnessing Tony being pummeled by the 10 Rings, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Tony, oh Tony, look at where you are now. These little videos are truly a treasure. Nothing alleviates stress quite like them. Chapter 14, Mecha, A Man's Romance. Welcome, Rimuru. The magnetic voice of Jarvis resonated as the laboratory doors opened automatically. Stepping into Tony's lab, Rimuru was immediately enveloped by a palpable sense of advanced technology, prompting her to reflect on the advantages of wealth. One day, she too would establish a laboratory even more sophisticated than this. What urgent matter could possibly require my presence? Upon seeing Rimuru, Tony Stark, sporting 2 prominent dark circles under his eyes, yet radiating an ethereal charm, felt a sudden brightness in his demeanor. Could this truly be the Rimuru he knew? She was simply stunning. While there exists a significant divergence in aesthetic appreciation between Western and Asian cultures, certain elements remain universally appealing. It must be acknowledged that Pepper possessed an exquisite sense of style, The attire she selected for Rimuru flattered her beautifully, accentuating her virtues. Especially with her flowing blue locks, she appeared as enchanting as a dreamlike sprite. That outfit suits you splendidly. Tony intended to deliver a playful jab. Yet all his intended barbs vanished, leaving only this heartfelt compliment. Thank you. Rimuru responded with a smile, both gracious and natural. After their previous exchanges of witty banter, Rimuru felt she had gained insight into Tony's character. He was petty, possessed a strong desire for revenge, and his sarcasm was both swift and precise. The more one cared about something, the more he would strike at it. As for cross-dressing, one could either do it once or countless times. Since she was already attired in feminine garb, the stigma was inescapable. Rimuru had resolved to embrace it. However, she was determined not to grant Tony any further opportunities to poke fun at her. Tony, taken aback, teased, "You adapt quickly. Could it be that you have always dreamed of wearing women's clothing? In that case, I have unwittingly done you a great service." Unfazed, Rimuru retorted, "Why not give it a try yourself, Tony? You might discover an entirely new door opening for you." Ugh. The very thought of himself in women's attire sent a shiver down Tony's spine, leading him to concede defeat. "I have completed my research on the restorative potion you provided. I have isolated a self-healing factor from the solution that significantly accelerates the speed of wound recovery. Is this truly ready for use?" Rimuru's eyes widened in disbelief. "How long has it been since we began this endeavor?" Witnessing Rimuru's astonished expression, Tony Stark felt as though he had just completed an unprecedented transaction, savoring the moment like a celebratory champagne toast. Exceedingly gratifying. The efficacy is but a fraction of your restorative potion, barely a heavily diluted version. Yet, as the inaugural product, it suffices. I have named it the Caress of the Goddess of Life, and it will be managed by Stark Industries Biopharmaceutical Division, with shares allocated according to our prior agreement. In other words, it wouldn't be long before young Rimuru would find herself among the world's elite wealthy. Rimuru's excitement was palpable as she rubbed her hands together, relishing the prospect of earning money effortlessly while reclining in bed. With a pop, a bottle of Tony's cherished champagne was uncorked, and the laboratory was soon awash in a jubilant atmosphere. For a moment, Rimuru and Tony shared an extraordinary camaraderie, their shoulders interlinked, embodying a profound friendship. "Tony, let us mend our friendship and cease the mutual harm. Did we ever have any disagreements? I was completely unaware. Indeed, we have never harbored any animosity. Cheers to friendship, to the future, and to money." Though Tony Stark possessed a penchant for mischief, one could not deny his immense talent and the brilliance of his extraordinary intellect. Now, with Rimuru's involvement, the development of the Mark II was progressing at an astonishing pace, far beyond expectations. This was to be expected. The most daunting aspect of the iron suit lay in the power supply technology, which was adeptly addressed by the presence of the arc reactor. Furthermore, while the Mark I may have been rudimentary, it established a solid core framework. The Mark II was merely an enhancement built upon this foundation. However, this did not imply that the modifications were simple. For instance, the commonly used keyboard, despite numerous adjustments, still relied on design principles established decades ago. The auxiliary flight system, shock absorption system, communication system, fire suppression system, and temperature control system. All these systems necessitated expertise in one or multiple specialized fields. If a typical research institution were to undertake such a project, it would likely require dozens of experts from various disciplines working in concert. Yet, Tony Stark managed to single-handedly design every aspect of it, proving himself to be one of the most formidable geniuses in the Marvel Universe, with knowledge that was nothing short of profound. While Rimuru admired Tony's extraordinary capabilities, Tony was equally astonished by Rimuru's intellectual prowess. The fact that she could keep pace with him filled him with surprise and joy, akin to a master swordsman discovering a worthy adversary or a virtuoso musician finding a kindred spirit. This exhilarating sense of competition was a sensation Tony had never before experienced. "Rimuru, this laboratory is at your disposal. Let us each make our improvements and then compete." Rimuru raised an eyebrow. Having just intended to caution Tony about the risk of ice formation, she was taken aback when he proposed they engage in a contest. "This opportunity is too good to pass up. You have brought this upon yourself. It's a deal, Tony. This time, I shall leave you searching for your teeth." "What? Are you certain you are addressing the illustrious Tony Stark? Don't shed tears if you lose." "Humph. You likely do not even know how to spell defeat. I shall teach you. What is racing compared to a true man competing in mecha?" The thought of soaring through the skies in a race against Tony Stark, Iron Man, ignited a fervor within Rimuru, her blood coursing with exhilaration. Mecha is indeed a man's romance. The Mark II is already a remarkably refined model, with subsequent designs primarily involving minor adjustments. The later iterations of the Mark series were often tailored for specialized combat environments. If one were to pinpoint a significant flaw in the Mark II, it would be its cumbersome donning and removal process, requiring mechanical assistance. Additionally, after enduring a fierce battle, component deformation could render it nearly impossible to disassemble. Another major drawback was that the Mark II had yet to address the problem of ice formation at high altitudes. But who said Rimuru was not standing on the shoulders of giants? Following Tony's path, Rimuru felt her existence imbued with profound significance. Tony produced the Mark II. While Rimuru unveiled the Mark III, Tony showcased the Mark IV, and Rimuru presented the Mark VII. Would Tony be overwhelmed by the challenge? The mere thought of it made Rimuru chuckle. So, Tony Stark, are you prepared to accept the relentless challenge posed by Rimuru? Chapter 15. When God-Eye Pepper Potts entered the laboratory, carrying a lunch, and was greeted by a sight filled with mechanical arms and various components. It's time to eat, she called out. Thank you, just place it on the table. I'll come over when I have a moment. Tony Stark did not even glance back. Utterly absorbed in the design of his armor, Pepper felt a pang of disappointment. She had taken the time to look beautiful before coming in. Yet Tony didn't even spare her a look. It felt utterly pointless to flirt with someone blind to her efforts. In the past, Tony had been notorious for his escapades with other women, which had left her feeling envious. Now that Tony had seemingly changed his ways, she had hoped he would spend more time with her. Ironically, he now devoted even more time to his mechanical creations than he had to those frivolous relationships. She couldn't fathom what was so captivating about those clunky contraptions. After lingering in the lab for a while, noticing that Tony was completely indifferent to her presence, Pepper, feeling bored, grabbed another lunch and walked into the adjacent laboratory. Limulu, it's time for lunch. Just a moment, I'm almost done, Limulu replied, busy with her tasks. Upon observing the array of machinery before Limulu, Pepper's expression darkened. How could this child, who was supposed to be innocent, be so much like Tony? While she dared not be forceful with her boss, surely she could manage to coax Limulu into taking a break. No, it's lunchtime. You must stop. Suddenly, a plume of black smoke billowed forth as Pepper's abrupt intrusion caused a circuit to ignite. Ah, Sister Pepper, this is all your fault. My half-hour of work has gone to waste, Limulu exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Seeing the intensity of Limulu's ire, Pepper felt a twinge of guilt. Is it that serious? Of course. I was just assembling the flight mechanism of the armor, which is highly intricate. Any mistake could lead to total failure. I was supposed to compete with Tony. Now, I might be outdone by him. Seeing Limulu's defiance, a smile crept onto Pepper's face. Limulu's ambition to surpass Tony was a testament to her remarkable talent. But could she truly outdo him? I apologize, dear. Let's eat first, and I promise not to bother you afterward. All right. Wait, wash your hands first. Don't treat me like a child. You are a child, what else would I treat you as? An adult? You may be small, but you have quite the spirit. I really don't understand why both you and Tony are so enamored with all this scrap metal. It's normal not to understand. Any man would grasp it. Armor represents a man's romance. If armor is a man's romance, then what about you? A baby's heart is burdened, but the baby won't say. 10 days later, as Limulu gazed at the gleaming silver armor before her, an overwhelming sense of pride filled her heart. This armor, while technically a modification of the Mark series, also bore her unique contributions. Unlike Tony, who relied solely on his armor for combat, Limulu possessed a myriad of skills. She could unleash ultrasonic attacks, toxic mist, and paralyzing breath. Her defenses were formidable, and her recovery astonishing. Her control techniques included sticky wires. Unlike Tony Stark, Limulu required no extensive arsenal. Modern weaponry was merely an embellishment for her armor. She herself was a walking armory. Thus, the design philosophy of Limulu's armor was light, with minimal weaponry but exceptional burst capability, agility, and endurance. In a strict sense, her armor resembled the costume of a young spider, with its primary function being to conceal her identity. After all, Limulu's striking blue hair was quite conspicuous. Without covering her head, any action she took would draw attention. Had time permitted, she might have even fashioned it into a suitcase armor. Jarvis, congratulations. The completion of the armor is remarkably high. Truly a genius design. Thank you, Limulu. Having you as my assistant is splendid. Honesty is a virtue I was endowed with from the outset of my design. Isn't my design far superior to Tony's? Apologies, but without comparative data, I cannot provide an answer. Jarvis, this is a loaded question. Limulu frowned. Jarvis, you are being too evasive. Is the paintwork completed? Yes. It is finished. The silver-white hue is quite noble, complemented by red and blue accents, exuding a strong sense of technology. Your aesthetic taste is commendable. What about Tony? Did he opt for gaudy gold and burgundy? Oh, well, Limulu, you seem to have a keen understanding of Tony's taste. So, you're implying you agree with me? Jarvis fell silent. Apologies, program error. I cannot answer that question at this time. The great sage, Limula was at a loss. She was merely teasing Jarvis, not seeking his critique. The great sage, Limulu. Just then, Jarvis's voice broke the silence. There is a call from Tony. Would you like to answer? Yes. Soon, Tony's large, smug face was projected into the laboratory. Limulu, my Mark II is complete. I'm ready for the competition at any time. How much longer will you take? I'm waiting. Tony, waiting for me? Are you joking? My Wind God Eye armor is already prepared. You can ask Jarvis if you don't believe me. Jarvis, who finished first, me or Limulu? Jarvis. Feeling exhausted, he thought. I just want to be a quiet AI. Why is that so difficult? On the rooftop, having donned their armor, Tony and Limula stood side by side, examining Limulu's creation. Tony Stark wore an expression of disbelief. Wind God? It sounds like a name a second-rate novelist would conjure. And your design is far too flimsy. Are you planning to use it for stage play cosplay? Limulu retorted. Are you referring to yourself? Your mark has been overused, all right? The first British tank was named Mark I. To put it plainly, your armor is called Victory Armor Irewar God Eye. To put it nicely, it's in homage. To put it bluntly, it's a copy. Tony Stark was left speechless. Indeed, she was an unlikable little slime. Boom. Flames erupted from the jet thrusters beneath Tony's feet, instantly propelling him upward. Actions speak louder than words. I will show you that my mark is the best, while your so-called wind god is merely a toy. Is that so? Boom. Limulu's armor unleashed a torrent of orange flames from its feet, soaring several meters into the air, hovering just above Mark. It appeared poised to overshadow the Mark II. And Tony immediately became displeased. He activated his armor, ascending in response. Boom. Two streams of flame streaked through the night sky, piercing the darkness, as if to tear apart the very heavens. The spectacle was truly awe-inspiring. Chapter 16 Jarvis, take note. The resounding echoes filled the air. Possessing the skill of magic perception, Rimuru was particularly attuned to sound waves and light waves, even though she was encased in armor. And the sound had been significantly dampened by the noise cancellation system. The clarity of the sounds reached her ears with remarkable sharpness. Moreover, Rimuru could even discern the friction between the armor and the air, as well as the mechanical clashing and grinding noises. These sounds were chaotic and disordered, yet to Rimuru, they possessed an extraordinary depth. Rather than feeling disturbed by the cacophony, she felt invigorated, as if she were listening to a symphony of explosions, her spirit soaring. Rimuru had the ability to transform into a giant bat and was naturally capable of flight. However, in this moment, the experience of flying felt distinctly different. Oh, haha. Fantastic. Absolutely splendid, she exclaimed, her body tracing graceful arcs in the sky. The speed was exhilarating, so rapid that it was almost impossible to perceive. Engaged in a friendly rivalry with Tony, they chased each other, leaving behind two fiery arcs that spiraled upwards. Any enthusiast of aerial combat witnessing their flight would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with excitement. The spiraling arcs were breathtakingly beautiful, beyond the reach of mere words to describe. Moreover, within the Marvel Universe, the debut of Tony S. Mark II and Rimuru S. Wind God Eye was nothing short of monumental and awe-inspiring sight. Not only Rimuru, but Tony Stark was also exhilarated to the core, his very soul trembling with excitement. The only source of frustration was that his Mark II could not surpass the Wind God in altitude or speed, always trailing closely behind, which irked him greatly. Jarvis, increase the axial load support power from 2.5 to 3.5. At your command. With a thunderous roar, the Mark II speed surged dramatically, overtaking the Wind God and leaving Rimuru far behind. Yes, splendid. I knew my mark would excel. However, before Tony could bask in his fleeting triumph, Rimuru's Wind God swiftly surpassed him once again, forcing him to eat dust once more. Watching the orange flames of the Wind God's thrusters, Tony muttered, well done. Little one, though the propulsion power is significantly less than the Mark II's, the acceleration is undeniably impressive. Indeed, the Wind God was not only smaller but also lighter, thus requiring less energy than the Mark II. Jarvis, accelerate once more. I must prove that the Mark is not just grand in stature, but also swift. As you wish. Sir. Boom. The Mark's full power unleashed, rapidly accelerating as the flames from its arms and legs began to shift to a brilliant blue. Yet, to Tony's astonishment, as he accelerated, the Wind God also surged ahead at the same moment. Not only did the Mark fail to catch up, but the gap between them widened. This is infuriating, Tony grumbled as he continued to trail behind. Jarvis, make a note. The Mark II's power system requires improvement. The acceleration efficiency needs enhancement. Understood. At that moment, Tony's helmet display flickered red as Jarvis's voice chimed in once more. Sir, the exterior may be severely iced over, risking damage. Tony was taken aback. What? Why hasn't the Wind God encountered any icing issues? The Wind God's exterior is crafted from Sith Corporation's gold titanium alloy, the same material used for the Seraph satellite. Rimuru had even considered the icing problem. For the first time, Tony felt a pang of defeat. Although he had been trailing behind the Wind God, seemingly at a disadvantage, he hadn't minded it much. This was due to the design philosophies of the two models. The Mark favored balance, while the Wind God prioritized speed at the expense of defense. Given its weight, the Mark was several times heavier than the Wind God, so it was only natural that it lagged behind in speed. In terms of design philosophy, Tony did not believe the Wind God was superior to the Mark. Indeed, the Wind God was too fragile, ill-suited for high-intensity combat scenarios. This represented a flawed and ultimately unsuccessful design philosophy. But to overlook the icing issue was something he hadn't anticipated. He felt outdone by Rimuru. Warning, warning, sir, it is advised that you cease ascending immediately. Do not stop. I wish to test the Mark's limits. After climbing another 200 or 300 meters, the iced-over Mark II abruptly sputtered out, plummeting straight down. Observing the Mark's rapid descent, Rimuru hovered in the sky, opting not to continue her ascent. I won. Although she had cheated, her exhilaration was palpable. She had triumphed over Tony Stark, one of the greatest minds in the Marvel Universe. The thrill of victory was exhilarating. 10 minutes later, Tony arrived at the rooftop of his villa, staring in frustration at the Wind God still soaring in the sky. Jarvis, cut the power. Boom. The rooftop was suddenly breached by the Mark. Tony caught off guard, directly crushing a luxury sports car beneath him. To add to his misfortune, a mechanical arm inadvertently extinguished a fire that had ignited. Lying atop the wrecked car, Tony felt a profound sense of existential doubt. Damn it, when it rains, it pours. Just then, Rimuru's Wind God dove from the sky, creating another crater in the laboratory, landing perfectly in the center, kneeling on one knee with one hand touching the ground. Indeed, it was the classic landing pose of that delightful creature. This posture dazzled Tony Stark, compelling him to exclaim, cool, no matter how he looked at the pose. It was undeniably appealing. However, his mood soured quickly. How is it that such a striking landing pose wasn't invented by me? Yet, Tony Stark was not the type to simply follow in others' footsteps. Jarvis, make a note. I will design a landing pose 100 times cooler than this. As you wish. Sir. Upon shedding his armor, Tony Stark could not help but feel a sense of rivalry towards Rimuru. Nevertheless, he was not one to shy away from defeat. However, when he saw Rimuru approaching with pen and paper, he was momentarily perplexed. What are you doing? Teaching you how to write the character. Huh? As Rimuru meticulously inscribed the character on paper, Tony's expression darkened. Are you serious? What the hell? Rimuru grinned mischievously. Tony. You wouldn't be trying to weasel out of this, would you? Tony Stark's temper flared as he rolled up his sleeves, seized the brush, and declared, I am the genius Stark. Writing one character? Do you think I would fear such a trivial task? Rimuru playfully replied, impressive, impressive. As expected of Tony Stark. Make sure your character looks just as good as mine. Humph. Tony scoffed, dismissing Rimuru's antics. That mischievous slime was infuriating. He felt a strong urge to give her a good scolding. Jarvis, take note. On this day, in the year 2008, Tony lost to Rimuru and wrote the character in large letters. Tony Stark. We are all rigorously trained individuals and generally do not lose our tempers, unless pushed to the limit. Mischievous slime, prepare yourself. Chapter 17. The Weapon Maiden. As the belief of otaku Tony Stark felt on the brink of madness. Why on earth does such an inhumane writing tool as the brush exist? Moreover, he had previously promised to write the character as beautifully as Rimuru, which had turned out to be an insurmountable challenge. Upon seeing his crooked and clumsy rendition of on the white paper, Tony's spirit began to crumble, and he lost count of how many strands of hair he had pulled out in frustration. Failing to write a single character properly made it impossible for the great Tony Stark to save face. Yet, writing with a brush was indeed a formidable task. How could the ancient Chinese have used such an instrument for writing? Were they all superhumans? Most importantly, he was unwilling to accept defeat. How had he fared in writing? The difficulty of mastering brush calligraphy was exceedingly high. If he could not accomplish it, so be it. Just then, Rimuru entered, offering words of encouragement. Tony scrutinized Rimuru with a serious gaze. Was it possible that this mischievous slime had a genuinely kind heart? Could he be plotting to trick him again? Having been deceived by Rimuru before, Tony had little faith in his integrity. With a stern expression, he puffed out his chest like a proud peacock. Do not concern yourself. It's merely the character. Do you think such a trivial matter could challenge the great Tony Stark? Impressive. I must say, seeing you with ink in hand. I thought you were struggling. I was just contemplating letting it go, but since you're so determined, Let us forget my previous suggestion. Truly, you are a genius, Tony. Your resolve is commendable. Tony Stark. Though he suspected Rimuru might be deceiving him, what if he were sincere? What if? Was it too late to backtrack now? Regardless of how badly Rimuru had tricked him, one thing Stark had to concede was that Rimuru was indeed a genius. A peer of his own. Particularly in the realm of mecha, Rimuru was by no means inferior. As they discussed mecha, both became extraordinarily animated, as if all their previous disagreements had vanished. Rimuru, your design philosophy for the Wind God is far too unconventional. It simply cannot adapt to various combat environments. Furthermore, in your pursuit of extreme speed, how many weapons can you actually carry? To mere mortals, the Wind God may seem fragile, but for me, it is entirely suitable. As for weapons, a single sword will suffice. A sword? Are you jesting? Do you intend to wage the most primal of wars with the most advanced weaponry? That is a regression in design philosophy. The greatest strength of my Wind God lies in its explosive power and maneuverability. It was designed for close combat and swift assaults. The two engaged in a heated debate over the design philosophies of the Wind God and Mark, neither able to convince the other. Yet both emerged from the exchange enriched by the experience. One could not deny that Tony was a super genius, his mind brimming with imaginative concepts. Particularly when discussing various special forces mechas, he spoke with such fervor that Rimuru was left in awe. However, Rimuru's ideas for suitcase mechas, wristwatch mechas, cockpit-style mechas, and modular mechas lit a spark in Tony's eyes. Those who understand each other are like Rimuru and Tony. They truly were kindred spirits, sharing many common thoughts. As their conversation flowed, Tony felt an overwhelming desire to immediately burn incense and pledge brotherhood with Rimuru. Rimuru, what is your ultimate dream for the Wind God series? Naturally, it is to evolve into the Weapon Maiden. Mechas embody the romanticism of men, while Weapon Maidens are the very belief of otaku. The mere thought of his designed mecha transforming into a soft and charming Weapon Maiden, calling him Admiral, Master, or Oni-chan, filled Rimuru with hope and optimism for the future. In a society rife with materialism and indifference, only the concept of Tawawa held any warmth. In his previous life on Earth, the notion of Weapon Maidens may have remained a mere fantasy, but this was the Marvel Universe, where everything was possible. Tony could create a powerful artificial intelligence, combine it with the Mind Stone, and produce a Vision. What a waste. Most egregiously, Vision had even managed to woo Wanda away. How could a mere robot dare to steal a girl? Such an act was utterly unforgivable. The past was the past, and this life, with her by his side. He would not allow the emergence of Vision. If it were to happen, it could only be in the form of her adorable Weapon Maiden. Tony Stark was utterly baffled. Wasn't the ultimate dream for mechas to be more handsome, faster, and stronger? J-A-R-V-I-S. What is a Weapon Maiden? A Weapon Maiden refers to creations that combine aircraft, battleships, and combat vehicles with beautiful girls, typically depicted in armor representing their respective weaponry. J-A-R-V-I-S. Earnestly explained the concept of Weapon Maidens to Tony, and then, halt, heretic. Justice shall prevail. Die, you living embodiment of joy, and take the spear. The fragile bonds of friendship shattered as Tony and Rimuru immediately erupted into a brawl. This was not a trivial scuffle, it was a battle of beliefs. A clash of ideals. Though Rimuru and Tony parted ways in discontent, Rimuru's resolve to enhance the Wind God into a Weapon Maiden grew even stronger. Just then, a phone call rang out, revitalizing Rimuru's thoughts. The call came from a real estate agent named Jenny, who had good news for Rimuru. She had found a suitable villa. After Rimuru and Tony had concluded their transaction, she had requested Pepper to help her keep an eye out for an appropriate property. Despite having a good relationship with Tony Stark, living under someone else's roof was not a sustainable option. Jenny was an elite agent specifically selected by Pepper from Stark's real estate company, and her abilities were commendable. Upon receiving Jenny's call, Rimuru immediately agreed to view the property. Unbeknownst to her, their conversation was being monitored word for word. As soon as the agents learned that Rimuru would be viewing the villa, excitement surged among those who had been surveilling for weeks. After half a month, she was finally making an appearance. Even the team leader, Coulson, was thrilled. He had made a military pledge before the director. As the days passed and Rimuru remained in Tony's villa, Coulson felt his hairline receding with each passing moment. If Rimuru did not emerge soon, he wondered if his hairline would rival that of Director Fury. Fortunately, divine favor still smiled upon him. Coulson fixed his gaze on the agents, knowing that this time, success was the only option. Yes, sir. It was no wonder the agents were filled with confidence. They were all elite operatives of S.H.I.E.L.D., dedicated to the noble cause of quietly safeguarding the world. Taking action against a little girl would be something they would find embarrassing to admit. Although the agents were not soldiers, they held no right to question the mission. despite reports indicating that the young girl was quite capable and might even know martial arts. Who couldn't he claim to have some knowledge of martial arts? Several agents were level 5 or 6 operatives, and their leader, Coulson, was a mysteriously powerful level 8 operative. This gave the agents a sense of using missiles to swat flies. As for failure, Tan 90. Chapter 18. Purchasing a villa in the opulent abode of affluent canines. An array of luxury automobiles abounds. Yet the sole limit for Rimlu is her lack of a driver's license. She certainly wishes to avoid an unwelcome invitation to the police station for tea. If it were night, she could effortlessly don her wind spirit attire for a joyride, or at the very least, manifest wings. However, during the day, her only option is to take the subway. Rimlu's striking appearance, particularly her flowing blue locks, ensures that wherever she goes, she turns heads, achieving a 100 rate of admiration. This attention, however, makes her feel somewhat uneasy, bordering on awkwardness. Nevertheless, with her formidable combat prowess, she retains a sense of security. During her journey, she is approached by a man in a suit and tie who claims to be a talent scout from a certain Hollywood agency. He is captivated by her beauty and believes she possesses the potential to become a star, extending an invitation to join the agency and be groomed into a celebrity. Rimla chuckles inwardly. Does he truly perceive her as an unsuspecting naive girl? In this day and age, talent scouts are nearly obsolete, and if any do exist, they are likely affiliated with the dubious entertainment industry of the islands. Following the scouts' encounter, various others make advances. In summary, this subway ride leaves Rimla's composure somewhat frayed. What is one to do when blessed with such overwhelming cuteness? As the journey extends, passing through more than 10 stations amidst the ebb and flow of commuters, Rimla begins to sense something amiss. The number of suited figures has grown alarmingly high, and more disturbingly, their gazes seem to linger on her, shrouded in an unsettling intensity. Unlike the previous curious stares, these are laden with aggression, albeit well concealed. To Rimlu, it is as glaring as a beacon. Particularly after catching sight of a man with a notably receding hairline, she realizes the identity of these individuals, agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Truthfully, Rimlu is momentarily taken aback. In the Marvel universe, S.H.I.E.L.D. is an inescapable entity, and she had anticipated their involvement. What confounds her, however, is that she has yet to make her move, yet S.H.I.E.L.D. has already come calling. Is their surveillance capability truly so formidable? Can they even track a lost uncle in Africa? Yet, it soon dawns on her. She is likely entangled in the affairs of Tony Stark. Considering Stark Industries is practically a sieve for S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Nevertheless, even amidst the chaos, Iron Man and War Machine are embroiled in street brawls. While Coulson is still investigating how Tony escaped from the clutches of terrorists, S.H.I.E.L.D., or rather the Nine Serpents Bureau, is not as formidable as it seems. Rimla leans towards collaboration with S.H.I.E.L.D., but remains resolute against submission. As for the present turmoil, she reasons that the more chaos she creates, the greater leverage she may have when negotiating with the Egghead. Take Thor, for instance. After showcasing his unparalleled might, he stirred up a tempest on Earth, even leading an assault on the planet with the Chitauri army. Ultimately, how did S.H.I.E.L.D. address the situation? They permitted Thor to return Loki to Asgard, along with the Tesseract, which rightfully belonged to S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, the strength of one's position is paramount, exceedingly important. With a silent exhalation, Rimla releases a paralyzing gas into the enclosed subway carriage, and within mere seconds, thud, 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 the sound of bodies collapsing to the ground reverberates, even knocking the esteemed Agent Coulson unconscious, leading him to an intimate encounter with the subway floor. Observing the neatly sprawled agents, Rimlu is amused. This is her first encounter with living agents. She then retrieves a permanent marker from her bag and begins her artistic endeavor on Coulson's face and head. Dark circles, a small turtle. Turtle eggs, but that is not all. With a touch of kindness, she relocates the agents to the seats, pairing them off so that the first sight upon awakening is their partner's peaceful visage. Upon exiting the subway station, Rimlu feels invigorated and utterly content. Shortly thereafter, several passengers enter the carriage, only to erupt in exclamations of horror. WTF. My eyes, it's a disaster. Is this a descent into moral decay or a distortion of humanity? Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is a simple feat, yet reversing the process proves challenging. After residing in the lavish villa of the affluent canines for several days, Rimlu's perspectives have been elevated to unprecedented heights. Moreover, with a bit of disposable income in her pocket, coupled with future dividends from Stark Industries and the benefits of the goddess of life's restorative potions. She sees no reason not to indulge herself. She is no masochist. After much deliberation, Rimlu ultimately decides to purchase a villa in Long Island, New York. The rationale is simple. It is sufficiently distanced from the city. In the Marvel universe, New York is undeniably the most perilous city, bar none. Should an alien obliterate a villa worth over $100 million, the heartache would be unbearable. Long Island, bordered by the sea on 3 sides, is more akin to a peninsula, with Brooklyn and Queens to the west, offering convenient transport options. By choosing to buy a villa on Long Island, she finds herself a neighbor to the Little Spider. Long Island sits in the northern temperate zone, characterized by a temperate maritime climate and lush forests. Recognized as one of the most habitable regions for humanity, many affluent individuals opt to settle here, benefiting from a plethora of attentive services. Jenny, chosen by Pepper as Rimla's dedicated real estate agent, exhibits remarkable diligence. Under Jenny's guidance, Rimla soon arrives at the affluent villa district on the island. In the distance, a verdant forest emerges, interspersed with clusters of villas, where residences and nature coalesce, evoking a harmonious essence. As the vehicle glides along the asphalt road, towering palm trees line the sides, and the crystal-clear waters shimmer invitingly, instilling an overwhelming sense of tranquility and comfort. The villa that Jenny introduces to Rimlu is an exquisitely designed European-style mansion, sprawling over 1,000 square meters. It boasts a garden, lawn, and swimming pool, everything one could desire. As Rimlu approaches the villa, she is immediately struck by its breathtaking beauty. In her previous life, such a luxury was beyond her wildest dreams. The house is impressively large, with 2 stories adorned in stone, evoking a castle-like ambience. The residence features over 20 rooms, including an art studio, a cinema room, a gym, a library, and even a subterranean wine cellar. The furnishings are complete, allowing for immediate occupancy. For Rimlu, the only lament is the vastness of the house, which she must inhabit alone. Residing in such a grand domicile may evoke feelings of emptiness and solitude. However, upon glimpsing the studio, her spirits are lifted. The studio is expansive, rivaling even Tony's laboratory in size. One must equip oneself adequately to realize their ambitions, and a spacious laboratory is essential for her aspirations of crafting weaponized creations. Without hesitation, Rimlu decides to purchase the villa. Given Jenny's close ties to Pepper, she offers Rimlu an internal, generous price of $93 million, which amounts to 1/10 of her total assets. Rimlu experiences an acute pang of regret, but once resolved, she knows there is no turning back. Naturally, paying the full amount outright is unfeasible, so she opts for an installment plan. Completing such a substantial transaction brings an effulgent smile to Jenny's face. Under her meticulous management, chefs, gardeners, cleaners, and security personnel have all been arranged to cater to Rimla's needs. It must be said that as long as one possesses wealth, life can indeed be savored in countless delightful ways. Chapter 19. The Shield's operations. According to Rimuru's age, she was not yet eligible to independently purchase property. However, with money paving the way, the impossible became entirely feasible. Moreover, with the influential Tony Stark backing her, achieving her goals was remarkably convenient. The Chinese have an obsession with home ownership that is difficult for foreigners to comprehend. Having a place to call home brought Rimuru a sense of stability, especially with her newfound ambition of creating weaponized companions, which imbued her life with profound meaning. Establishing a home was never a simple endeavor. Although Rimuru had previously informed Pepper about purchasing a villa, it was still Jenny, sent by Pepper, who came to assist her. Nonetheless, her abrupt move stirred quite a commotion. Tony Stark even mistakenly believed that she had quarreled with Rimuru, leading to her impulsive decision to move out, and he went out of his way to apologize to her. This left Rimuru in a state of amused disbelief, though she felt somewhat touched by his concern. Truth be told, the villa was rather expansive, lending an air of desolation. However, Rimuru was not one to wallow in melancholy. She had grown accustomed to solitude. What was there to fear? As long as she had internet access and a virtual waifu to adore, she could thrive even if stranded on the moon with nothing but instant noodles. Indeed, her survival skills were formidable, but first and foremost, she needed to create an artificial intelligence. While she was currently unable to construct the hardware for her weaponized companions, she could certainly begin preparing the software. She had long desired an intelligent butler akin to Jarvis. With the great sage at her side, the core programming of Jarvis held no secrets from Rimuru. Once she activated the automatic mode, the great sage seamlessly took control of her body, fingers flying across the keyboard. Rimuru typed with such speed that the code on the computer screen multiplied at a visible rate. To an ordinary observer, she would appear as a deity of computing, and even a seasoned hacker might feel shame in her presence. The Great Sage was indeed extraordinary, and the automatic mode was rife with glitches. The cells of a slime's body could rest in shifts, so Rimuru never felt fatigued. Yet, after working for a while, she still chose to take breaks to eat, watch anime, indulge in games, and build Gundams. If only she could live such a life in her previous existence, she would surely wake up smiling. Yet now, Rimuru felt that something was missing. The technological advancements in the Marvel Universe were skewed. While Tony Stark had created rudimentary artificial intelligence and holographic technology was highly developed. Smartphones were just beginning to emerge, and the once revered kidney phone had only recently been released. Most frustratingly, none of the games she once cherished were available. Even if she wished to spend money on them, there was no venue to do so, leaving her in a state of deep dissatisfaction. As for various anime series, they could only be revisited rather than followed anew. The sole consolation was her discovery of more engaging toys, the Wind God Mecha and the impending birth of artificial intelligence, filling her with hope for the future. Meanwhile, within S.H.I.E.L.D., a tempest of distress brewed. Coulson and numerous agents stood in a line, heads bowed, wishing they could vanish into the floor. Not only had they failed their mission, but they had also compelled their leader to retrieve them from the police station. What an embarrassment. Upon learning that their detention was due to disrupting public order and undermining societal morals, their shame deepened, especially for Coulson, who was nearly incensed to the point of internal bleeding. It was utterly unjust. He harbored no such inclinations. His admiration lay solely with Captain America. A nice guy he may be, but even nice guys have their limits and a sense of pride. What happened? Coulson inquired, lifting his gaze, only to see his superior's already darkened expression deepen further. The truth was, he had no idea what had transpired. Even if he wanted to explain, he had no words to offer. With a resounding clap on the table, his superior exclaimed, "What's wrong? Have you all lost your voices?" Seething with frustration, he thought. As the king of agents, he was being reduced to tears by the ineptitude of his subordinates, tasked with investigating a suspected alien girl. They had been utterly caught off guard and brought to the police station for immorality. He reminisced about the days when he fought alongside Captain Marvel against the Skrulls and Kree, clutching a cat named Goose, battling through a video store and onto the subway. From there to a military base and ultimately into outer space. Each decisive blow had struck fear into their enemies, showcasing the might of Earthlings and the strength of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet here he was, falling victim to a blue-haired girl, unable to even ascertain whether she was indeed an alien. It seemed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had deteriorated with each generation. Clearly, it was time to expedite plans for his super soldier squad. As Nick Fury lamented that Coulson's team was the worst he had ever trained, Melinda rushed in with a stack of documents. "Director, the blood test results are in." According to the report, Agent Coulson's blood contains a compound similar to ether. This leads us to conclude that Coulson and the other agents were indeed drugged. Based on the agents' accounts, they had not detected any noxious odors before losing consciousness, indicating the presence of a new anesthetic, colorless and odorless. Listening to the report, Coulson and the other agents exchanged glances, realizing they had indeed succumbed to a drug. What a disgrace. As dedicated agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., they had been taken down by a mere girl using anesthesia. By the way, Melinda continued, the surveillance from the subway shows that after Coulson and the others lost consciousness, they reached the next station 5 minutes later. This means Rimuru can hold her breath for at least 7 minutes. This suggests that she is significantly different from ordinary Earthlings, making it highly probable that she is an alien. Of course, we cannot rule out her immunity to such anesthetics. The surveillance footage revealed that Coulson and the other agents had executed their actions flawlessly. However, when the number of agents reached 7, Rimuru had furrowed her brow, indicating she had sensed something amiss. This suggested that Rimuru possessed remarkably acute sensory abilities. Upon detecting an anomaly, Rimuru's gaze had shifted, though she remained uncertain. Yet when she spotted Coulson, her lips curled into a knowing smile, indicating that she had identified all the agents through him. Coulson was utterly bewildered upon hearing Melinda's analysis. Especially when he caught the director's meaningful glance, he felt as if he had swallowed a bitter pill. "I am not a traitor," he protested, immediately requesting a lie detector test. His superior waved a dismissive hand. "I believe you are not a traitor, but it is undeniable that your identity has been compromised. For now, set this matter aside. You've worked hard. Take some time to rest." Coulson felt utterly disheveled, at a loss for words. Was he to be benched for this? What baffles him, leaving him utterly perplexed, is how his identity was ultimately revealed. Rimuru, having observed numerous agents, could only harbor suspicions. There seemed to be no extraordinary ability akin to mind reading at play. Yet, upon seeing him, one could ascertain his identity in an instant. Could it be that he is truly aged? Coulson wiped his brow, noticing his hairline receding significantly. Perhaps he has indeed succumbed to the passage of time. In the midst of middle age, one finds solace in a thermos filled with goji berries, a necessity of life. Chapter 20. Artificial Intelligence. Nick Fury furrowed his brows as he meticulously examined the various files on Rimuru. From the available information, it was evident that Rimuru possessed at least two extraordinary abilities, a unique anesthetic gas and an extraordinary perception, coupled with her flowing blue hair and golden eyes, features that starkly deviated from those of humans. It was highly probable that she was an extraterrestrial being. The thought of an alien sent a sharp pang through Fury's mind. Despite humanity's self-assured stance at the apex of the food chain, often proclaiming grand aspirations of exploring the stars and the seas in the vast expanse of the universe, Earth remained but a savage land in the eyes of advanced interstellar civilizations, akin to an infant in swaddling. The survival strategies of various civilizations in the cosmos, while not as terrifying as the Dark Forest theory, still reflected a blatant reality of the strong preying upon the weak. Reflecting on the colonial mindset towards the indigenous peoples of Africa and the Americas might offer insight into how these advanced beings perceived the inhabitants of Earth. What manner of existence did Rimuru attribute to humanity? She had assisted Tony in his escape and had rescued Pepper, showing mercy even to agents like Coulson. At this juncture, a spark of realization illuminated Fury's eyes. Perhaps a friendly approach was warranted? Utilizing his experiences with the Kree as a template for dealing with Rimuru might have been a grave miscalculation. He picked up the phone and dialed a number, instructing Agent Norman, report to my office. Rimuru, on the other hand, was unfazed by her earlier confrontation with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. The Marvel Universe was perilous, yet she had no intentions of courting disaster, nor would she allow others to trample upon her dignity. Currently, it seemed that only Kamartaj posed a significant threat, given her limited magical resistance. However, she was not particularly vulnerable to conventional weaponry. If S.H.I.E.L.D. persisted in their obstinacy, she would not hesitate to impart a lesson upon them. After addressing the agents, Rimuru cast aside trivial matters, her fingers dancing across the keyboard, producing a melodic rhythm that resonated throughout the quiet room. The codes on the screen scrolled rapidly, transforming into a breathtaking digital tempest, so swift that the naked eye struggled to keep pace. Eventually, these codes began to fragment and recombine, evolving into a form reminiscent of the human brain. Thanks to advanced holographic projection technology, these digital constructs were instantly projected throughout the room. Streams of light flickered, shadows shifted, and sounds intertwined in a magnificent and surreal spectacle. Rimuru became entranced, enveloped in a universe composed of countless neural pathways. Who am I? Was it you who created me? A peculiar signal resonated within Rimuru's mind, momentarily enveloping her in a wave of delight. Is this successful? Have I truly created artificial intelligence? Answer: this is an upgraded version of the intelligent program J.A.R.V.I.S., the most advanced known AI on Earth. Merely one step away from strong artificial intelligence. Rimuru's eyes gleamed with excitement. She had anticipated that the efforts of the Grand Sage would yield extraordinary results. Yet she was astonished to learn that this newly birthed artificial intelligence was merely a heartbeat away from true sentience. Strong artificial intelligence, essentially intelligent life, capable of independent thought and analysis, rivaling human intellect. In the Marvel Universe, true strong AI was represented solely by Ultron and Vision, both of whose creations were intricately linked to the Mind Stone, defying complete scientific explanation. The transition from weak to strong artificial intelligence marked a leap in the hierarchy of existence. Now, this nascent AI had reached the limits of weak intelligence. Did you create me? Within mere seconds, it had already employed honorifics, a testament to its extraordinary intellect. Yes, your learning capacity is remarkable. Thank you for the compliment. You created me. My learning ability reflects your wisdom. The AI speech struck Rimuru as oddly familiar, reminiscent of the candid nature of the J.A.R.V.I.S. program. Promising indeed. J.A.R.V.I.S. has a name, and I should bestow one upon you as well. Hatsune, Tia, Rem, Edith. While their names are endearing, my intelligence program is unique. Aya. You shall henceforth be called Aya. Aya. A delightful name. Thank you, Master. Master, why do you address me as such? Do you not like it? Upon reviewing your recent viewing history, desktop wallpaper, and mobile album, I discerned your fondness for the anime culture. If it displeases you, I apologize for my presumption. I do like it, of course. You may call me Master from now on. Understood, Master. Aya. The security of the villa is entrusted to you. I have recently fallen out with S.H.I.E.L.D. Alert me at the first sign of any suspicious individuals approaching the villa. Command acknowledged. This is my mech, the Wind God I model. Previously, the intelligent operating system was managed by JARVIS. Now it is your responsibility. It is an honor to assist you, Master. Aya is delighted. With a burst of laughter, Rimuru almost choked at Aya's adorably youthful voice. Truly. It was evident that a master would create an equally remarkable AI. In such a short span, Aya had discerned her preferences flawlessly, endearing herself to Rimuru further. Aya, initiating system reinstallation, 1, 2, 3. 100. System reinstallation complete. That was quick. Rimuru transformed into a soft, squishy slime, swiftly slipping into the Wind God mech's interior. Due to her unique physiology, she required no mechanical assistance to don the armor. Aya, activate the helmet display and load the villa's environment. As you wish. The helmet display illuminated, revealing the villa's decor and furnishings before her eyes. Launching virtual walking program. The virtual walking program has commenced, loading your walking habits. Virtual walking program activation complete. Combat assistance system activated, loading your various superpowers. Superpowers successfully loaded, offering 35,000 combat combinations to suit diverse needs. Wait, 35,000 combinations? That's too complicated. Master, shall I initiate a specialized training tutorial? Stop. I will determine the specifics of combat. For now, we simply need to go for a drive. Understood. An orange-red arc sliced through the sky as Rimuru reveled in the exhilarating experience. The Wind God is simply fantastic. Aya, you are exceptional. She had fallen in love with this way of life. Chapter 21. The Wind God versus. The Iron Monarch. Once an individual discovers a cherished toy, they often find themselves irresistibly captivated by it. Much like a novice driver who yearns to take the wheel regardless of short distances, Rimuru has become entranced by piloting a mech. The exhilarating sensation of soaring through the skies is simply enchanting, rendering her unable to extricate herself from this newfound passion. However, at that moment, the shrill ring of a telephone interrupted her reverie. The caller ID revealed it to be Pepper Potts. Good evening, Pepper, Rimuru exclaimed. Rimuru, I just tried reaching Tony several times, but he hasn't answered. I'm quite worried about him. Unfortunately, I'm unable to leave my current location. Could you check on him at home? Tony Stark has few friends. Rhodey is one, and Rimuru is another. Yet, compared to Rhodey, Rimuru, equipped with the Wind God mech, is undoubtedly the better choice. Rimuru gasped in alarm. Pepper, what are you doing right now? You're not attempting to capture Obadiah with agents, are you? How did you know? Pepper replied, astonished. Never mind how I know. Just get out of there. No matter how many agents you have, it won't matter. Obadiah has constructed his own armor. What? Oh my God. It's too late. We can already see the massive figure he has created, and he is pursuing me. This is bad, Rimuru. You must find Tony. He is the only one who can defeat this behemoth. A busy tone echoed through the phone, indicating that Pepper was likely in a desperate escape. As Tony Stark's official girlfriend, she possesses a formidable aura and remarkable agility. Surely, she would be fine. For now. Should she head to Tony Stark? Rimuru quickly redirected her flight towards Stark Industries' R&D Center. After all, Tony Stark is the renowned Iron Man, whose prowess eclipses any mere aura. Moreover, at this very moment, Pepper is facing the wrath of the Iron Monarch, while Rimuru soared through the air in the Wind God. Multiple radars at a military base detected her presence. Not long ago, Tony piloted the Mark III to Afghanistan to combat terrorists, resulting in an F-22 crash, prompting the military to heighten aerial surveillance. Rimuru found herself inadvertently caught in the crossfire. Colonel Rhodes, we have detected the unidentified flying object again. The F-22 is taking off to intercept. Wait, Colonel Rhodes exclaimed, suddenly alarmed. Unlike others, he knew that this so-called unidentified object was none other than his good friend, Tony Stark. It's merely a routine flight training exercise. Maintain vigilance. Yes, sir. The soldiers, though puzzled, complied with the orders. Pepper was sprinting desperately towards the R&D center, while agents inside fired at the Iron Monarch. However, their bullets merely ricocheted off the armored exterior, producing only a few sparks, and several agents fell in mere moments. My God, has Obadiah gone mad? As a major shareholder of Stark Industries, Obadiah possessed both status and wealth. Pepper could not fathom his motives. Previously, he betrayed Tony, causing him to be captured by terrorists, which could be attributed to a power struggle. But now, empowered by the Iron Monarch, had he not considered the aftermath of his actions? Being petite had its advantages. Pepper was able to navigate through passages that the Iron Monarch could not. This granted her precious time to escape, and she successfully made it outside the R&D center. Pepper pulled out her phone and dialed Tony's number. Just as she began to speak, the ground beneath her erupted in a violent shatter. Boom. The grotesque head of the Iron Monarch burst forth from the earth, its sheer size rivaling that of Pepper's own body. Not to mention, the arms were equipped with a Gatling gun, exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Confronted by this massive entity, Pepper felt her body freeze, immobilized by fear. The Iron Monarch aimed its machine gun at her, declaring, "It's over, Pepper, you cannot escape." Is this how it ends? Pepper Potts felt her heart leap to her throat. But just then, she spotted a silver beam descending from the heavens, delivering a powerful punch to the Iron Monarch's head. With a resounding crash, the ground trembled as the Iron Monarch was driven deep into the earth, leaving behind a gaping hole the size of several houses. This collision, akin to a meteor striking Earth, unleashed tremendous kinetic energy, creating a whirlwind that swept through the area, causing Pepper's garments to flutter wildly as she instinctively raised her hands to shield herself. Moments later, as Pepper reopened her eyes, she discovered a silver mech hovering before her. The wind god Rimuru. In an instant, a smile illuminated Pepper's face, and a sense of relief washed over her. Previously, she may have struggled to comprehend Tony and Rimuru's obsession with such formidable mechs, but at this moment, clarity dawned upon her. "Pepper, please move to a safer location. I will handle this from here." Concern etched upon her brow. Pepper pondered if Rimuru could truly defeat the Iron Monarch, whose size dwarfed the wind god. Yet, now is not the time for doubt. A wise woman knows when to advance and when to retreat decisively. Without further hesitation, Pepper dashed into the RD center. She had scarcely taken a few breaths when the Iron Monarch surged to the surface. "Rimuru? You must be the blue-haired girl mentioned in the intel. I never expected you to possess a mech as well. However, you ought not to involve yourself in the feud between Tony and me." As Obadiah spoke, he raised the Iron Monarch's arm, preparing to annihilate Rimuru's wind god with his machine gun. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets rained down, creating craters wherever they struck the ground or walls. Yet, to Obadiah's dismay, the bullets could not match the rapid movements of Rimuru's silver mech. "Damn it, why is her mech so fast? Fleeing now? Not necessary." Rimuru chuckled, halting her rapid movements. Obadiah cackled. The youth, easily swayed by a little provocation, abandoning their greatest advantage. Yet, in the next moment, Obadiah was horrified to discover that the Iron Monarch's arms and legs were immobilized, struggling to move. Upon closer inspection, he realized with dread that his mech was entangled in nearly transparent filaments. Had Rimuru managed to ensnare him with those strands while evading his bullets? This cunning was terrifying, but prideful, he thought. "Do you believe those strands can restrain me? My Iron Monarch can crush cars like bowling pins." With a surge of strength, the Iron Monarch broke free from its bindings with a series of loud snaps. However, just then, Obadiah realized with horror that Rimuru had vanished. Where did she go? Has she fled? Are you looking for me? The voice that echoed from behind sent chills down Obadiah's spine, even within the Iron Monarch. How is this possible? How could the speed of the mech possibly reach such astonishing levels? When did she manage to maneuver behind him? The only source of solace for Obadiah lay in the formidable thickness of Ironmonger's armor. Previously, the wind god had descended from the heavens, carrying with it an unfathomable kinetic energy, yet it merely succeeded in crashing him into the earth. What is the utility of sheer speed devoid of power? Even if a surprise attack were to land, it would merely serve to tickle him. Yet, at that very moment, a high-frequency sound wave erupted. And despite the substantial attenuation of Ironmonger's capabilities, Obadiah still felt as though his head had exploded. In an instant, blood streamed from his 7 orifices, and he collapsed backward. Boom. Ironmonger crashed to the ground, instantly creating a massive crater. Pepper, observing from the shadows, gasped in astonishment, her mouth forming a perfect O, wide enough to fit an apple. Throughout the encounter, she had deftly manipulated Ironmonger's trajectory, and now she had brought down this colossal being. How could this be possible? Surely, this was a jest. Chapter 22. Tony, why are you so incompetent? Pepper, I have come to rescue you. Tony Stark, adorned in his Mark III armor, descended from the heavens with an unparalleled flair, reminiscent of a modern-day Evangelion or the towering Optimus Prime. However, upon witnessing Pepper engaging in jovial banter with Rimlu, a wave of frustration surged within him, leaving him breathless. What on earth was this absurdity? Especially when he spotted Ironmonger, the lumbering giant, lying still like a zombie. Tony Stark felt as if he had been dealt a critical blow. Was he supposed to save the world and win the heart of the girl? To his astonishment, his heroic entrance revealed that the world had already been saved, and Pepper was laughing with someone else. He wasn't a cop from a Hollywood film. Why had he arrived late? 15 minutes prior, he had been ambushed by Obadiah with a hyper-frequency paralysis device, rendering his body stiff and limbs unresponsive. Aware of Pepper's peril, he had summoned all his intellect and tenacity, transforming into a figure akin to Voldemort, to ensure that the initial arc reactor, a token of her affection, was installed in his chest. He had rushed over with the utmost urgency. The beauty of success often blinds people to the struggles that preceded it. Yet, as he stood there, he could not help but reflect on the tears of effort and the blood spilled for such triumph. Tony, when did you arrive? I'm so glad you're okay. Pepper's eyes lit up at the sight of the Mark III. Her words caused Tony's heart to ache. After all this time, only now did she notice him? It's nothing. I apologize for worrying you. Are you all right? Tony Stark managed a smile that was more painful than tears. Deep down, he felt a pang of jealousy as Pepper described Rimlu's wind god, exclaiming how magnificent it was, the finest mech she had ever seen. You have no idea. She took down Obadiah in just a few moves. Her vivid praise felt like daggers piercing his chest, inflicting countless wounds upon his pride. That slime stole my glory. Charmed my girl. I must retaliate. At that moment, Ironmonger, who had been motionless, suddenly sprang to life, lunging forward to grasp the hovering Mark III. Tony Stark was caught off guard as Ironmonger seized his right leg, wielding him like a weapon. With a series of violent impacts, Tony was tossed around mercilessly, enduring a treatment akin to that of Loki in the company of the three princesses. Lying on the ground, his body rigid and eyes blank, he questioned his existence. Why is this happening? You dismantled the weapons division yet created the most formidable armor. I've never cared for anything, but I adore this suit. Recently defeated by Rimlu, Obadiah harbored immense resentment, which he now unleashed upon Tony Stark. Bam, bam, bam. Ironmonger stomped relentlessly on the Mark III, grinding Tony into the ground. For 40 years, I have supported you. I built this company from scratch, and I will not allow anyone to obstruct my path. Seeing Tony being trampled, Pepper panicked. Oh my God. Rimlu, please help Tony. Do not worry, I shall assist him, Rimlu declared as her helmet descended over her face. Hearing her words ignited a fire within Tony Stark. Did he truly require saving? Jarvis, enhance power to maximum. With a thunderous roar, the maximum energy pulse cannon erupted from the chest of the Mark III, sending Ironmonger flying. However, Ironmonger was resilient, his armor nearly impervious, and he quickly retaliated, engaging in a fierce battle with the Mark III. The clash intensified, with their combat escalating from the research center to the highway. In close quarters, Ironmonger's weight overwhelmed. In terms of weaponry, he was an arsenal on the move. In terms of conscience, Tony's mercy stood in stark contrast to Ironmonger's ruthlessness. Whether it was cars or motorcycles, Ironmonger seized anything at hand to hurl at the Mark III, which remained under relentless pressure. Pepper could hardly believe her eyes. Was this clumsy brute truly this powerful? Just moments ago, Rimlu had effortlessly defeated Ironmonger. Without comparison, there could be no pain, and this juxtaposition left Pepper speechless. Tony, you're really lacking. Nevertheless, the battle raged on. The initial arc reactor was not designed for prolonged combat, and Tony Stark's Mark III could never outmatch Ironmonger. Ultimately, he resorted to a strategy akin to that in the films, bringing Ironmonger to the stratosphere and exploiting the freezing issue to immobilize him. Regrettably, even plummeting from such heights, Ironmonger sustained no substantial damage. Upon Tony's arduous descent, he was met once again with Ironmonger's brutal onslaught. Pepper, losing all hope, pleaded, Rimlu, I beg you. Although Tony Stark felt indignation, he found himself at a loss for alternatives. He was genuinely curious to witness how Rimlu's wind god easily vanquished Ironmonger. Then, Rimlu employed her previous tactic, unleashing an ultimate sonic wave to brainwash Obadiah once more. Obadiah's anguish cries echoed, resonating with such intensity that it brought tears to the eyes of onlookers. Even Tony Stark was taken aback. This tactic, utilizing the penetrating nature of sound waves to bypass steel armor and directly assault the pilot, was unprecedented. Had he been the one facing the wind god, the thought sent shivers down his spine. It seemed that an upgrade to the Mark III's soundproofing system was imperative. The mech soared at incredible speeds, even reaching supersonic velocities, yet its soundproofing system proved inadequate against the formidable sonic weapon. Remarkably, Rimlu had ingeniously equipped her wind god with such technology, a testament to her brilliance. As sparks of inspiration ignited within Stark's mind, he exclaimed, Tony, are you all right? With concern etched upon her face, Pepper rushed to his side. Tony, a proud individual, found the recent blow to his ego somewhat overwhelming. He hoped it wouldn't weigh heavily on him. What could possibly be wrong? I have ideas for improving the Mark IV. Pepper felt at a loss for words. Should she commend Tony for his resilience or chastise him for his obsession with his mechs? After all, the Mark was her greatest rival. Frustrated, she voiced her thoughts. Why must the mech undergo such rapid advancement? Look at Rimlu's wind god. Tony, your design concepts are far too immature. Despite being battered by Ironmonger, Tony did not falter. Even when pressed down and ground into the earth, he remained undaunted. But one remark from Pepper struck him with the force of 1,000 blows. Wind Goddess design is perfect? That piece of junk? My design concepts are immature? Are you joking? Is it you who has lost touch? Or is Tony Stark unable to wield a blade? Chapter 23. I am Iron Man. Last night, Stark Industries experienced a tremendous explosion, with witnesses claiming. Fortunately, one of Tony Stark's bodyguards. The television broadcast was live-streaming a press conference regarding the Stark Industries explosion, while Colonel Rhodes stood on stage, solemnly spouting nonsense. In the backstage preparation room, Pepper Potts was diligently applying makeup to Tony's face, attempting to conceal his minor injuries, striving to make him appear as if he had no connection to the events of the previous night. Tony Stark perused the newspapers, noting the catchy title Iron Man. However, he found it somewhat inaccurate, as the suit was crafted from titanium alloy. Yet, upon flipping to another page, his mood soured. The explosion at Stark Industries had illuminated the skyline, yet the front page headline did not feature him. The lack of discernment among these journalists was astonishing. Gazing at the large photograph of the God of Wind on the front page, Tony Stark felt increasingly irked. The God of Wind? The silver-armored warrior? This time, he conceded defeat, but in the future, the headlines would surely bear his name. Observing Tony's childlike jealousy, Pepper couldn't help but chuckle. Remarking that both of them were donned in armor at the time, who would have recognized him as Tony Stark? Tony, upon hearing this, grew even more displeased. Was Pepper not blatantly reminding him that his Mark suit had underperformed compared to the God of Wind? It was an unjust accusation. Did he need to inform Pepper that the Mark III's lack of durability was due to Obadiah's treachery, which had deprived him of his energy core? A loss was a loss. Tony Stark was not a man who could not bear defeat. Nevertheless, he vowed to reclaim victory next time. Is Limula definitely not coming? Tony inquired curiously. Pepper nodded, explaining that Limulu had checked the lunar calendar and deemed today an auspicious day for drawing cards. Whether she could draw Ilya would depend on today. Tony Stark. He had lost to a reclusive enthusiast who delighted in collecting paper figures. The composure he had just regained shattered, leaving behind a tangible sense of resentment. With Pepper's assistance, Tony Stark donned an elegant suit, and his demeanor instantly transformed. Meanwhile, Coulson entered, clutching a stack of speech notes. Since the last failed investigation into Limulu, he had been sidelined. Assisting Tony Stark in clearing up the aftermath and completely dissipating the adverse effects of the robot battle was a task Coulson had volunteered for. For him, it was a chance for redemption, a divine opportunity to regain the trust of director Nick Fury. Coulson felt quite confident in this undertaking. Having handled countless cases of this nature before, it's all arranged. You were partying on a yacht with Miss Potts, oblivious to everything. With over 30 witnesses aboard, each can vouch for you, he asserted. Tony Stark glanced at the notes filled with speeches and casually remarked, a party with over 30 people? Couldn't it just be the two of us? Me and Pepper. Pepper said nothing, merely forcefully tearing off the tape affixed to Tony's face, designed to conceal his wounds. Tony winced at the pain, immediately refraining from further banter. Why is there no mention of Stan? Tony queried. Coulson replied, we've handled that. He's on vacation. Small aircraft accidents are notoriously frequent. Tony was speechless. Don't you think this sounds too much like a movie script? Saying one of my bodyguards created a robot. Coulson remained patient. Mr. Stark, this isn't my priority. Just read the statement, and this matter will soon settle down. At the press conference, upon seeing Tony walk in, Colonel Rhodes, who had been enthusiastically speaking, smartly relinquished the stage to his best friend. It had been quite a while since the last press conference, so Tony decided to stick to the script this time. His almost mocking tone elicited laughter from the assembled journalists. During the previous press conference, Tony had abruptly shut down Stark Industries' weapons division, a move that had rewarded the attending journalists with hefty bonuses. It had undoubtedly been a delightful experience. Flashes from cameras erupted as reporters clamored for photographs. Yet Tony was already accustomed to the chaos. Some have questioned my involvement in the events on the highway and rooftops. However, before he could finish, a reporter interrupted him. Excuse me, Mr. Stark, do you truly believe we would take your word for it? Your bodyguard miraculously appeared in armor? That sounds rather fantastical. All eyes turned towards the reporter, and Tony recognized her instantly, Christine, a journalist from Vanity Fair, with whom he had spent an entire evening studying a foreign language. You can certainly question the official statement, but do not recklessly insinuate that I am a superhero, he retorted. Christine replied, I never said you were a superhero. Tony Stark was momentarily taken aback. Did she not? It certainly sounded far-fetched. He was no hero. He had numerous character flaws and had caused many troubles. Observing Tony's unraveling, Colonel Rhodes could only shake his head, urging him to stick to the script. All right. Tony nodded, acknowledging the reminder. He picked up the notes. Prepared to read from the script, when suddenly an idea struck him. He set the notes down, gazed straight ahead, and proclaimed, "I am Iron Man." The declaration ignited the entire venue. Countless flashes erupted as reporters rushed forward, surrounding Tony Stark in a frenzy. "Mr. Stark, you are Iron Man. Which suit were you wearing at the time? Was it this dazzling silver one?" Tony Stark's expression darkened. Why bring that up? Noting Tony's displeasure, the reporters quickly adjusted their tone, expressing disappointment. "Oh, so you were in the maroon suit?" Tony Stark's frown deepened. "I am not the silver-armored warrior you envision. My apologies. To be frank, based on the video captured last night, your performance was rather lackluster. Mr. Stark, do you know the identity of the superhero clad in silver armor? Mr. Stark, did Colonel Rhodes' earlier statements hold any truth? Is that silver-armored warrior truly one of your bodyguards? Oh my God, are you attempting to take credit for your bodyguard's achievements? Mr. Stark, can you reveal the true identity of that silver-armored warrior?" Tony Stark, the script was not unfolding as expected. Was it not supposed to be his time to shine? Why had all the discussions shifted to Lemuelu? The silver-armored warrior? Ugh. The atmosphere was electric. And in a corner, Coulson stood alone, trembling in the wind. It was not the formidable opponent one feared, but rather the incompetent teammate that caused trepidation. Tony Stark. Even this ace agent struggles to carry on. Can he really report everyone present at the scene? Chapter 24. The Black Widow as Lemuelu watched the live broadcast on television. She nearly choked. Was this for real? What was supposed to be a press conference celebrating the birth of Iron Man had completely derailed due to her presence. This little butterfly. The esteemed Tony Stark was visibly flustered, his face turning an unsettling shade of green as he faced a barrage of questions from the reporters. Truth be told, she never intended to overshadow Tony or steal the spotlight. Silver armor? That name has a certain charm. Overall, Lemuelu was quite pleased with the moniker the journalists had bestowed upon her. She had previously contemplated names such as Silverwing Knight, Hero of the Wind, Assault Freedom, and Wings of Liberty, but they all felt rather juvenile. Now, she felt relieved that she no longer had to grapple with such trivialities. At that moment, Ai's voice chimed in. "Master, we have a visitor." "A visitor?" Lemuelu furrowed her brow in confusion. Although she had been in this world for nearly a month, she truly knew very few people. When Aya switched to the footage from the entrance, Lemuelu was at a loss for words. This was no visitor, it was a nuisance. The person approaching was none other than the infamous Black Widow, a stunningly capable and deceptively dangerous woman. In the video, the Black Widow had her long hair elegantly styled, donned a tailored skirt suit complemented by sheer black stockings and heels, and sported gold-rimmed glasses while holding a folder, exuding the aura of an office elite. True to her reputation, Natasha was indeed a visual delight, causing Lemuelu to momentarily be taken aback. Yet, Lemuelu knew better than to let her guard down. The Black Widow was a woman whose talent for deception surpassed that of telling the truth. "Aya, please investigate how many SHIELD agents are lurking around the villa." "Yes, master." Under Aya's command, all the cameras in the neighborhood were activated, and a swarm of tiny drones was dispatched. "Master, no suspicious individuals have been detected nearby. Just Natasha alone." Had SHIELD changed their strategy? Or did they believe that the Black Widow could handle her single-handedly? Regardless, Lemuelu was unfazed. Should friends arrive, she would have fine wine. Should enemies come, she would wield a shotgun. Lemuelu harbored no ill feelings toward SHIELD, despite being riddled with infiltration. Nearly becoming a mere shadow of its former self, it was still composed of many ordinary agents who genuinely believed their actions upheld the safety and stability of the world. Ultimately, whether SHIELD or the Serpent Society had any bearing on her life was inconsequential. Upon seeing Lemuelu, the Black Widow's eyes brightened. The blue hair, petite frame, and exquisite features, especially those golden pupils, conveyed an impression of remarkable cleanliness. Frankly speaking, Lemuelu, the extraterrestrial, left a very favorable impression on Natasha. Lemuelu's existence was no secret to the higher-ups at SHIELD, particularly after her display of power in the silver armor against Ironmonger the previous night, which had elevated her standing in the director's eyes. Powerful, enigmatic, and dangerous. Yet not overstepping her bounds while performing righteous deeds. These qualities compelled Nick Fury to approach Lemuelu with a gentle demeanor. For Nick Fury, an alien was not a problem. Provided they posed no threat to global security, everything else could be tolerated. If she could be brought into the fold of SHIELD, that would be even better. The Skrull he had taken in were still his allies. After all, Natasha adjusted her glasses, offering a sweet smile. "I apologize for the interruption. My name is Ivy Timothy, the social work director of this community. Yesterday, I received reports from residents that there are school-age children in this area who are not adhering to the education law. I have come today to ascertain the situation. As she spoke, Natasha presented an identification badge representing her position. As Limuelu examined the community director's credentials, she couldn't help but marvel at SHIELD's professionalism in crafting such convincing fakes. However, what was this about school-age children not adhering to the education law? Were they urging her to attend elementary school? A wave of malevolence washed over her. In her previous life, she was on the verge of completing her university studies. The thought of returning to share a classroom with a bunch of rowdy kids sent shivers down her spine. Noticing Limuelu's fleeting expression, Natasha adjusted her glasses, revealing a knowing smile. As an agent, reading body language was an essential skill, and she excelled at it. Limuelu certainly harbored secrets. Her identification was a custom job from SHIELD's internal logistics department, so even the heads of the Education Bureau might not discern its authenticity. Yet, Limuelu merely glanced at it and displayed a look of disdain. That was particularly thought-provoking. When engaging with someone like Limuelu, who possessed extraordinary abilities, Natasha had to be prepared. Concealed in her dental arch was a capsule designed to counteract narcotics. Should she sense anything amiss, she would break it. Behind her ear, she wore a high-tech patch that would alert her if any external mental force attempted to probe her thoughts. Thus far, everything with the patches seemed normal. Limuelu had not tried to read her mind, or perhaps she truly lacked any telepathic or mind-controlling abilities. As a top-tier SHIELD agent, Natasha was confident in her professional capabilities and believed she had not acted out of character during her brief interaction with Limuelu. How could Limuelu possibly know her true identity? It appeared that Limuelu was even more enigmatic than she had imagined, possessing knowledge beyond her expectations. Intrigued, Natasha asked, "Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? Please." Limuelu graciously extended an invitation for Natasha to enter, aware that she would eventually need to address SHIELD. She had no desire to be monitored day and night, nor to be subjected to the occasional assassination attempt. To know my identity and still invite me in so boldly. She truly possesses both skill and audacity. Natasha's heart raced, a mix of excitement and nervousness coursing through her. "Would you care for something to drink? Tea, coffee, cola?" "Soda, none of those are available." Natasha rolled her eyes, bemused. It was indeed a rather juvenile sense of humor, yet she found it oddly amusing. "I'm not thirsty. I'll pass on the drinks." "Very well." Limuelu readily accepted, knowing that even if she had prepared something, Natasha likely wouldn't partake. "Now, can you reveal your true intentions to me?" The illustrious Miss Natasha Romanoff. Natasha narrowed her beautiful eyes, her body tensing momentarily before gradually relaxing. "You know more than we anticipated. Can you tell me how you discovered my true identity?" Alien Girl. Chapter 25, The Three Suns Aliens? Limuelu shook his head. "You are mistaken. I am a true Earthling." Natasha chuckled. "So, are you suggesting that your blue hair is dyed, your golden eyes are merely contact lenses, and your superpowers are just tricks?" "Of course not. Do you know what a parallel universe is?" Limuelu replied. "Parallel universe?" Natasha echoed. "Yes. Due to the instability of quantum mechanics, many scientists speculate that since each quantum can exist in different states, our universe is not singular, but rather composed of multiple similar universes. In the past, I was uncertain about the existence of parallel universes, but now I am convinced." Natasha pondered this. Limuelu's implication was that she came from a parallel universe as an Earthling. "Do you think I would believe that?" "I refuse to accept that parallel universe Earthlings could possess superpowers." Limuelu gazed into the distance, his expression melancholic. "That is because you are unaware of what we have endured." Curiosity piqued, Natasha inquired, "Can you elaborate?" "In our universe, the galaxy that houses our Earth has 3 suns, and their movements are exceedingly erratic, leading to the destruction and rebirth of civilizations countless times. When all 3 suns align at perihelion, temperatures soar, rivers dry up, and all life perishes. Conversely, when they align at aphelion, global temperatures plummet, oceans freeze, plunging the world into an ice age. Only when the positions of the 3 suns are perfectly aligned does life have a chance to regenerate and civilizations to rebuild, to adapt to this extreme environment. Humanity on our planet has evolved. 3 suns? Natasha was utterly bewildered. "Are you telling me a science fiction tale? How can a solar system have 3 suns?" Yet, her professional demeanor compelled her to restrain her disbelief. "What kind of evolution did you undergo?" Although Natasha sensed numerous flaws in Limuelu's narrative, she keenly seized upon the word evolution. This was an excellent opportunity to glean information about Limuelu's superpowers, and she was determined not to let it slip away. Limuelu did not hold back and immediately transformed into a slime form. Natasha gasped, her eyes widening at the sight of the soft, jelly-like blue mass before her. I can't believe my eyes. One moment you were a beautiful girl, and the next, you're a little blue ball. Am I dreaming? Unable to resist, Natasha reached out, poking the soft blob. In an instant, her heart raced. The squishy, bouncy texture felt delightful, and she longed to embrace it. Wait, she was a highly trained agent. How could she harbor such thoughts? Was this some sort of alluring ability? Suppressing her desire to squeeze Limulu, Natasha asked curiously, is this what you refer to as evolution? Transforming into this soft mass, lacking limbs and features, seems more like a regression. Cough, cough. Limulu cleared his throat, entering into his grand explanation mode. To endure such a harsh environment, Earthlings were compelled to acquire various superpowers. For instance, we developed temperature resistance. With this ability, external temperature fluctuations do not affect our survival. Temperature resistance. Natasha's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this truly achievable by humans? Yet, contemplating the three suns, she suddenly found the notion of such superpowers adapting to extreme conditions quite plausible. Indeed, survival of the fittest, nature's selection is ruthlessly unforgiving. Natasha found herself momentarily speechless, grappling with the profound logic of Limulu's assertion. She had undertaken many missions, yet this one was the most unforgettable. This story is truly fantastical. Is there more? Of course. Limulu continued. Water is the source of life. Without it, survival is impossible. When all three suns align at perihelion, moisture evaporates completely, and the land becomes parched. To endure, we Earthlings must strive to conserve water. A single drop in normal times is equivalent to an ocean in dire circumstances. Natasha rolled her eyes, feeling her intelligence insulted. When all three suns are at perihelion, the Earth is utterly dry. How do you conserve water? Bury water tanks in the Earth's core? Ah, the wisdom of mortals. Life is the greatest miracle of existence. As the philosopher aptly stated, humans are forged under pressure. Our potential is limitless. To adapt to the extreme lack of water, the stomachs of Earthlings have evolved. What? Natasha nearly choked. Your stomach has evolved? Are you jesting? Limulu, with utmost seriousness, replied, to survive the arid epochs, we preemptively store lakes of water in our stomachs. I know you may find this hard to believe, so allow me to demonstrate. Demonstrate? Natasha was utterly bewildered and followed Limulu to the swimming pool. Transforming back into human form, Limulu flexed her arms and said, in preparation for the drought epochs, I have stored half a lake's worth of water in my stomach. I initially intended to fill it, but there simply wasn't enough lake water. With that, Limulu opened her mouth and began to expel water from her stomach. For 10 minutes, the pool filled to the brim. Natasha was left utterly astounded. Oh my goodness. This is real. Is your stomach connected to another dimension? Her worldview was being completely reshaped. Fearing it might be an illusion, Natasha even tested the water with her hand, confirming its authenticity. Good heavens, is this even possible? Does human potential truly extend this far? Such a stomach. What about food shortages on your planet? Long after the demonstration, Natasha's mind remained in a state of tumult. Yet, one glaring flaw lingered. There are not three suns in the solar system. You cannot possibly be an Earthling. Limulu gazed up at the stars, a radiant sadness reflected in her eyes. That is a much sadder tale, one that begins with our ancestors from 100 generations ago. At that time, our solar system had but one sun, and we thrived, our civilization eternal. Until one day, the sun aged rapidly, rendering Earth uninhabitable for humanity. Faced with despair, the human federal government initiated the Wandering Earth Plan, leading all of humanity to escape the solar system with Earth itself. This endeavor took 500 years and encompassed 100 generations. Yet, none of us anticipated that our new home, for light years away, would possess three suns. Natasha mused. I can only imagine that all Earthlings, upon seeing those three suns, would instinctively raise their middle fingers at the suns and shout in frustration. Single chapter. Supplementing the skills of the Cute King in the first 3 chapters, I introduced the skills of the Cute King. However, fearing the pacing would drag, I only mentioned one skill, Mutator, after devouring Miss Jingjiang's body, without elaborating on its specific effects. To clarify, the skills bestowed upon the Cute King by Miss Jingjiang are Mutator and Heat Manipulation. Mutator integrates and separates, amalgamating various skills and facilitating their evolution into new abilities. Essentially, this is a super unique skill with incredible growth potential, capable of unifying skills and generating new ones. After devouring the Flame Spirit Ifrit, the Cute King acquired Ifrit's clone, Flame Transformation, and Area Barrier. The concept of clones, as familiar to those who have watched the anime, revolves around the character known as the Demon King, who, while transforming into a smaller version of herself, creates a larger male clone. However, due to the superior quality of the male clone compared to the Demon King's slime form. A compensatory measure involving dark mist is employed. This dark mist results in a reduction of the clone's capabilities. Thus, the larger the manifestation of the Demon King, the more significant the diminishment of strength. In the Marvel Universe, should the Demon King transform into a creature as immense as the Abomination, her combat efficacy could be severely compromised, ultimately proving counterproductive. The clone possesses abilities akin to those of the original, being capable of independent manipulation within a kilometer radius. Beyond that distance, the clone can only share visual perception and execute commands. The original can further issue directives to the clone through a method known as conscious communication, or thought speech. The range barrier allows for the regulation of heat within a defined perimeter to prevent leakage, while also providing resistance against certain physical and magical attacks. Consequently, the Demon King utilizes this ability to create a protective shield, following the synthesis and evolution facilitated by the Great Sage and the Mutator. This ability has evolved into what is known as a multi-layered barrier, which was showcased during the confrontation between the Demon King and the White Elder in the 9th episode. The White Elder's sudden assault severed the arm of the Demon King, who had been fortified with body armor and the multi-layered barrier, leaving her deeply astonished. The Great Sage amalgamated the abilities of mimicry, flame transformation, and heat manipulation into a special technique termed Mutator, yielding skills such as black flame, molecular manipulation, and universal transformation. The latter is a technique that requires merely the consumption of magical creatures to unleash a portion of its power. Should it be executed in a form that is not the complete consumption of a magical entity, its potency diminishes. In the animation, the Demon King does not transform into a black spider, but extends her palm to release sticky steel wire, ensnaring Cheyenne. This exemplifies the application of universal transformation. The black flame is a capability that generates fire directly from within without the necessity of creating a magical body. In this narrative, our protagonist possesses the skill. The black flame thunder, demonstrated by the Demon King to assert dominance over the ogre tribe, is a newly integrated technique that combines black flame and molecular manipulation, constituting a more advanced skill. In the anime, it is depicted as shattering a massive boulder, while in the novel, it annihilates an entire mountain, showcasing its formidable strength. Hence the Demon King's desire to seal this skill away. This concludes our exploration of the Demon King's abilities for today. I hope you have enjoyed it. Chapter 26. Who takes whom seriously? How is it conceivable that we could transport Earth to a new home 4 light years away? 2,500 years ago. Did your universe possess such advanced technology? Why not simply construct a spacecraft? Although Natasha was not a science major, she still had a basic understanding. With such extraordinary technology at hand, wandering through space with Earth seemed utterly ludicrous. Observing Natasha's reaction, Lemuel found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It was a miscalculation. How could foreigners comprehend the deep-rooted sentiments of the Huaxia people towards their homeland? Of course, a spacecraft would be the preferred choice for a migration project. But 2,500 years ago, our ancestors were not capable of constructing a light-speed engine that met our needs. Furthermore, the fragile ecosystems of typical spacecraft could not endure over 2 millennia of space travel. Thus, we were left with no choice but to resort to the alternative of wandering with Earth itself. Is that so? Natasha remained skeptical. Yet Limulu's confident demeanor lent an air of credibility to his claims. Could it be that Limulu was indeed a descendant of Earthlings from a parallel universe? Natasha inquired. With Earth being so vast, how could you possibly maneuver it out of the solar system? Limulu replied, it is, of course, through the planetary engines. To realize the Wandering Earth project, our ancestors constructed tens of thousands of planetary engines on Earth. The turning engines along the equator are even taller than Mount Everest. Goodness. Crafting a tale is quite challenging, and there are moments when it becomes difficult to continue. But how do you know about Coulson and my identities? Natasha questioned, bewildered. Of course, it was through films. In our universe, the story of S.H.I.E.L.D. is well known. Natasha was further perplexed. Films? Well known? Is S.H.I.E.L.D. famous in your universe? Limulu nodded emphatically. It is exceedingly famous. Over 2,500 years ago, S.H.I.E.L.D. was also a clandestine organization, but after an alien invasion, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents battled extraterrestrials in New York, gaining notoriety. Thus, S.H.I.E.L.D. entered the public consciousness. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents battling aliens in New York? Are you joking? Although they spoke the same language. Why did she understand every word, yet failed to grasp the overall context? As a rigorously trained agent, Natasha maintained her composure. She recognized that a significant portion of Limula's narrative was likely fabricated, yet she feigned intense interest. In her line of work, the greatest fear is not encountering a target who speaks nonsense, but rather one who remains silent. The more they speak, the more opportunities arise to extract valuable information. Could you elaborate? Natasha pretended to be intrigued, appearing as if she were completely captivated by Limula's storytelling. Limula shook his head. According to the theory of parallel universes, even the slightest alteration can give rise to a new one. To elaborate further might disrupt your timeline, so I shall refrain from doing so. Natasha rolled her eyes in exasperation. You pique my interest, and then tell me not to spoil it? How infuriating. Actors are different from real people. How can you recognize me at a glance? Natasha regretted her question, realizing it was rather simplistic. Historical records and photographs. Limula responded, looking at her as if she were Navi. Natasha felt a surge of frustration, wishing to immediately confront Limula. Is the actress portraying me beautiful? Natasha shifted the subject, a tactic she was quite adept at. Speaking of which, Limula became animated, relishing the moment as he replied. Her name is Scarlett Johansson. She is stunning, truly exquisite. She is the epitome of beauty, adored by all. And how do I compare? Natasha inquired, amused. Equally beautiful, you are as if cast from the same mold. Hearing Limula's words, Natasha burst into laughter. As if cast from the same mold. You certainly know how to flatter. Could you share more about the circumstances in your universe? Certainly. Allow me to recount the experiences of our ancestors during their journey through space. Our solar system is, in fact, one of the 9 realms, under the dominion of Asgard. In the eyes of the Asgardians, our Earth is known as Midgard, a subordinate realm. Wait. As Limula began, Natasha sensed something was amiss. Upon hearing the name Odin, even her rigorous training nearly failed her composure. Odin? Thor? Loki? Are you attempting to mock me? Natasha's expression darkened. Please, speak plainly. Limula retorted. When I speak falsehoods, you listen with rapt attention, yet when I speak the truth, you demand clarity. In this day and age, it seems that speaking the truth garners disbelief. What an absurdity. Natasha's gaze sharpened as she fixed her eyes on Limula. What is your opinion of Earthlings? How perplexing. I am an Earthling myself. All right, I understand. Natasha nodded in satisfaction, having employed a common yet effective technique during interrogations. By engaging in light conversation to lower the subject's guard, she could then pose a critical question. Caught off guard, most individuals would inevitably reveal more than intended. Regardless of how many lies Limula told, as long as she bore no animosity towards Earthlings, that was sufficient. This was the core objective of Nick Fury sending her to engage with Limula, and it appeared that the outcome of this encounter was indeed favorable. Lastly, I have one request, Limula. Your identity is unique, your origins are extraordinary, and you possess remarkable abilities. I hope you refrain from using these powers recklessly. What constitutes reckless use? In public, or allowing someone to gather incriminating evidence? Natasha refrained from stating an absolute prohibition, as it was an unrealistic expectation. To propose an absolute ban on the use of extraordinary abilities could easily provoke Limula's strong opposition. Such boundary-crossing matters were not ones Natasha would pursue. As her emotional intelligence guided her away from fruitless endeavors, Limula immediately understood. The implication was clear. As long as no evidence was left behind, usage was permissible, correct? I never said that. Natasha countered, but Limula was aware of her meaning. It was a matter of doing without disclosing. Even if her profession involved teaching languages, appearances must be upheld. After discussing serious matters, Natasha suddenly reached out and pinched Limula's face. She had longed to do so, and indeed, it was delightfully elastic. Limula. She had been ambushed by this female rogue. What a vexatious encounter. Chapter 27. The Deceived Egg in the 3 Building. The headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing outward with an air of authority. His attire remained unchanged throughout the seasons, a black ensemble consisting of a sleek coat and leather jacket, complemented by an eye patch that concealed his solitary eye. His dark complexion allowed him to blend seamlessly into the shadows. This was fitting for an agent of his caliber. However, the air conditioning in his office was perpetually set to an uncomfortably low temperature. At that moment, a knock echoed through the office. Nick Fury made his way to his desk, settled into a stoic pose, and called out, "Come in." As Natasha Romanoff entered, a rush of cold air greeted her, a sensation she had long since grown accustomed to. How did the mission go? Is that alien girl cooperating? Fury inquired. She is indeed very cooperative, but the results are rather fantastical, Natasha replied, carefully choosing her words. During this investigation, I acquired some exceptionally valuable insights. For instance, Rimuru's superpowers and her attitude towards humans. Based on my analysis, Rimuru harbors a considerable fondness for humans and, by extension, for our SHIELD agency. She is essentially harmless. Harmless and fond of us. This piques my curiosity, Fury responded, intrigued. An alien civilization capable of interstellar travel and arriving on Earth was not to be underestimated. It was remarkable that they did not look down upon humanity, but instead seemed to favor us. Could this be what one might call cosmic benevolence? Elaborate on your investigation, he commanded. Certainly. Rimuru is an alien, yet technically, she is not an alien in the conventional sense. Natasha succinctly recounted Rimuru's origins to Fury, focusing on the key details without interjecting her own subjective opinions. Upon learning that Rimuru hailed from a parallel universe, Fury was momentarily taken aback. The concept of parallel universes was not entirely foreign to Earth, yet the notion that this particular Earth had undergone a 2,500-year journey as part of a Wandering Earth initiative, ultimately settling in a new home with 3 suns, seemed exceedingly surreal. And they wandered through space with the Earth? What nonsense is this? Fury's expression darkened, reflecting his disbelief. Had Natasha not been an elite agent of SHIELD, with an impressive track record, he would have likely assigned her to a less significant role alongside Coulson. However, when I heard about the evolution of humans in this new realm, I was left speechless. To adapt to the capriciousness of 3 suns, the Earthlings evolved a resistance to temperature fluctuations? Is this truly a superpower that humanity can attain? Yet, evolution as a response to environmental changes is an undeniable truth of nature. The conditions of outer space indeed facilitate genetic mutations, which is not mere fantasy. NASA reported that 7 of astronauts experience permanent genetic mutations after a year in space. If these beings have indeed roamed through space for 2,500 years and arrived in a system with 3 suns, they might very well have evolved to withstand temperature changes. Fury found himself grappling with the plausibility of it all. Even his reason urged him to dismiss it as absurd. Furthermore, the claim that these new humans had developed a dimensional stomach capable of holding a lake of fresh water to survive arid epochs left him questioning the limits of human potential. Could it be true? Fury mused, recalling Captain Marvel, a formidable force who could dismantle spaceships with ease and traverse the cosmic void with her physical prowess. Most importantly, she was human, exemplifying the vast potential of humanity. Was Rimuru's assertion genuine? As he furrowed his brow in contemplation, Natasha observed his expression with curiosity. She had anticipated a reprimand from Fury, as her performance in this mission had been less than stellar, laden with implausible information. Despite being SHIELD ace and enjoying Fury's trust, her past as a defector from the Soviet Union left her with little room for error. The label of traitor was one she could never shed. By the way, you mentioned that Rimuru has a favorable impression of our agency. How did that come to be? Fury queried. Rimuru explained that in her universe, SHIELD was once a clandestine organization like ours. However, 2,500 years ago, during an alien invasion of New York, we distinguished ourselves by thwarting the invaders' plans. As a result, SHIELD became well known, and some agents became legendary heroes, their exploits even adapted into films. Natasha elaborated. Wait, what? An alien invasion of Earth? A battle in New York? SHIELD. Thwarting an alien plot, and it was made into a movie? What is this? Fury's mind raced. If this were true, it would explain Rimuru's acquaintance with Coulson and knowledge of Black Widow. Was an alien invasion truly imminent? Had his sheltering of the Skrulls been discovered by the Kree? Was it too late to hand over those Skrulls now? The more he pondered, the wider his imagination ran. Natasha dismissed much of Rimuru's claims as unbelievable. Yet Fury's anxiety grew. What else had Rimuru said? Surely, the director could not genuinely believe her words. Feeling an odd sense of unease, Natasha continued. She also mentioned that our Earth is called Midgard, a subordinate realm to Asgard. Asgard is ruled by King Odin, who has 2 sons, Thor and Loki. Although Loki is adopted. Stop. Spare me these mythological tales. Fury interrupted impatiently. Understood. Natasha sighed in relief. If Fury believed such tales, she would genuinely question his sanity. Fury scrutinized Natasha's report, his brow furrowing in concentration. Undoubtedly, Rimuru possessed extraordinary abilities and a suit akin to Iron Man's, making her combat prowess unquestionable. Should she be considered for the Avengers Initiative? In terms of individual capability, she was qualified, yet her youth raised concerns. Moreover, the veracity of her statements was ambiguous. Her intentions toward Earth remained unclear. If he were to hastily trust mere words, he would not have ascended to the position of SHIELD Director. Let us observe for a while longer. Children should not squander their time. Your identity as Ivy Timothy is advantageous. Ensure that Rimuru attends school and absorbs the ideals of American culture, Fury decreed. Natasha felt a surge of amusement. She knew Rimuru held a strong aversion to schooling. This promised to be entertaining. After Natasha departed, Fury rose and placed all of Rimuru's files into a thick safe. Among the other documents within was one marked with the codename 084. 084 is a codename, a classification representing the highest level of secrecy within S.H.I.E.L.D. files accessible solely by the director and a select few with the utmost authority. 084 signifies entities of unknown origin, encompassing both objects and energies. The inaugural item classified as 084 was the Terrigen crystals of the Inhumans, which were subsequently placed within the Cosmic Cube. Now, Rimuru has become the first to be designated as 084. A human. Chapter 28, Peter Parker Forest Hill Elementary School, located in the Queens District of New York, is one of the oldest and most esteemed public elementary schools in America. The enrollment of Rimuru Tempest is indeed a privilege for our institution. Rest assured, we will ensure that Rimuru feels the warmth and care akin to that of a family. Upon hanging up the phone, the principal of Forest Hill Elementary wiped the sweat from his brow. Who exactly is this Rimuru Tempest? Merely a transfer student, yet within half a day, he had already received calls from 3 influential figures. The first was from the head of the Queen's Education Bureau, who specifically reminded him to provide special care for a student named Rimuru. While this call merely piqued his interest, the second call left him utterly astonished. It was from the renowned Iron Man, Tony Stark. He insisted that the school extend utmost care to Rimuru and generously donated $5 million to Forest Hill Elementary. Upon hearing this news, the principal nearly fainted from excitement, wondering if he had misheard the amount. This is an elementary school, not a university, especially a public one. After serving as principal for over 20 years, he had scarcely encountered the notion of donations, let alone of such magnitude. Unbelievable. The third call was even more enigmatic. An FBI agent named Natasha Romanoff informed him that the school was under temporary surveillance by the FBI and requested his cooperation. Natasha promised that if he performed well during the assignment, he might have a chance for promotion in a few years. The principal was utterly bewildered. Having served as an elementary school principal for 2 decades, he had long assumed he would remain in this position until retirement. Now, a promotion opportunity? Who is Rimuru Tempest? The surname Tempest. Are there any notable figures in the country bearing that name? The principal pondered this in confusion, but it did not hinder him from conveying the urgency of the situation to the teachers at the school. Unbeknownst to Rimuru, even before her enrollment, she had become a well-known figure among the school's upper echelons. Little did she realize that the influential figures were even more enthusiastic about her arrival than she could have imagined. Rimuru initially thought she would be averse to attending elementary school, yet upon stepping foot on campus, her heart found tranquility. Although she could disregard the arrangements made by S.H.I.E.L.D., doing so would signify a blatant rejection of their goodwill. Despite her formidable abilities, Rimuru inherently embraced a laid-back attitude, finding trouble to be most undesirable. Contemplating the Hulk's plight, perpetually pursued by his father-in-law, occasionally munching on peanuts and watermelon, Rimuru concluded that attending elementary school might actually be quite enjoyable. Thus, it was only natural for her to become a student at Forest Hill Elementary. As for her choice of this public school, the sole reason was that Peter Parker was a student here. Entering the Marvel Universe without befriending Spider-Man would be akin to being a fish out of water. Upon her arrival, Rimuru received a warm welcome from the principal, akin to that of a distinguished visitor from the Education Bureau. This left her somewhat speechless. Was it truly appropriate for a principal to show such deference to a student? When she finally met her homeroom teacher, Ms. Jacqueline, Rimuru was taken aback by her gentle demeanor, kind tone, and sweet smile, truly a rare encounter in both this life and the previous one. Such an attitude towards students was indeed commendable. In the classroom, Ms. Jacqueline stood at the podium, her face beaming with joy as she announced good news. We have a new student joining our class. Please welcome her. Applause erupted, albeit timidly, as the students expressed curiosity tinged with a hint of resistance. Typically, transfers occur at the beginning of the semester, not when the term is nearing its end, just over a month before summer vacation. Of course, such occurrences were not unprecedented, particularly in the U.S., where privileged children usually attend private schools. However, there are exceptions, such as those expelled from private institutions and forced to transfer to public schools. Hence, upon hearing about a transfer student, the first thought among the classmates was that perhaps it was a discarded student from a private school being cast into their midst. Yet, when Rimuru stepped into the classroom, Every student's eyes widened in astonishment. Their breaths quickened, and the atmosphere became palpably tense. Could this truly be the new student? She was extraordinarily beautiful and adorable. Although she wore the school uniform, she appeared strikingly different, as though she had stepped out of a painting, especially with her blue hair and golden eyes, which rendered her exceptionally unique. Hello everyone, my name is Remura Tempest. I look forward to getting to know you all. After writing her name on the blackboard with chalk, she offered a brief self-introduction. Unlike before, the classroom erupted into a wave of enthusiastic applause, growing louder with each moment. This was the new transfer student? How delightful! To be classmates with such an enchanting girl was a stroke of immense fortune. The golden hue of her eyes was so rare. Was she wearing colored contacts? How beautiful! As Rimuru listened to the buzzing excitement among her classmates, she reflected that Earth was no longer the Earth of the past, yet the world remained the same. It was true, beauty dictated everything. With her skill of magical perception, Rimuru possessed heightened senses. She had overheard many classmates express their disdain for her, some even bluntly calling her trash. However, upon witnessing her face, all that animosity vanished. In an instant, she became one of the most popular students in the class. Now that everyone knows each other, Rimuru will sit next to Peter Parker, Miss Jacqueline announced. Peter Parker was momentarily stunned. Had he been so lucky? But as he sensed the palpable hostility from his classmates, dread washed over him. Oh no, this was disastrous. A beauty like her could only mean trouble. To avoid being bullied by those ruffians in class, Peter Parker resolved that he would rather starve or leap from a building than utter a word to Rimuru. Rimuru set down her small backpack and turned to the young spider, saying, I'm Rimuru. We'll be desk mates from now on. Please take care of me. Peter's face flushed. And stammering, he replied, I am Peter Benjamin Parker. I live in the Forest Hill neighborhood of Queens with Aunt May and Uncle Ben. Aunt May calls me Peter, but my classmates usually call me Bookworm Peter, while Thompson refers to me as Insignificant Peter. Rimuru couldn't help but chuckle. I was merely greeting you, not conducting a census. Had Peter's tendency to ramble already begun to develop? Seeing Rimuru's smile, Peter's cheeks turned crimson as he bashfully scratched the back of his head, appearing adorably naive. Such cuteness must surely be the hallmark of a young boy. Upon catching sight of Peter's endearing face, an idea suddenly surged into Rimuru's mind, one that, once conceived, refused to dissipate. Chapter 29, The Adoration of the Little Spider Thompson. You answer this question. Miss Jacqueline called upon Thompson, who remained lazily seated at his desk. He mockingly replied, Teacher, you should call on Bookworm Peter. He would surely be able to answer. The class erupted into laughter at Thompson's words. Peter Parker shrank in his seat, fearful of drawing Thompson's ire and incurring another beating. The sight of Peter's timid demeanor only incited further amusement among his classmates, with some mischievous souls even audibly banging their desks. Limlu observed this scene silently, finding it quite astonishing. Excelling academically and possessing a love for reading, he was scorned by his peers. Such a phenomenon was unimaginable in a meritocratic educational system. The hierarchy of disdain was indeed peculiar. Typically, Jacqueline would leverage the opportunity to call upon Peter to answer. However, this time, she instead named Limlu. The principal had advised her to pay special attention to Limlu. But what did that entail? Jacqueline's intention was simply to offer Limlu more focus and attention. Limlu stood up with poise and articulated her thought process for solving the problem, leaving her classmates gaping in astonishment. Even Peter Parker was taken aback. The question posed was quite challenging, requiring considerable effort even from him. Yet here was Limlu, effortlessly addressing it. How could she possess such academic prowess? Was she the one who had been expelled from a private school for poor performance? Unperturbed by the unusual attention from her peers, Limlu felt no surge of pride from merely answering 2 elementary questions. During physical education class, Limlu darted across the playground like a gust of wind, effortlessly leaving her classmates behind, even outpacing 2 notably large boys. The class was momentarily stunned before erupting into cheers. Limlu! 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 Not only the boys but also many girls joined in the enthusiastic chorus, unabashedly cheering for Limlu. Compared to her academic achievements, her athletic prowess garnered even greater adoration from her peers. Soon, a throng of girls surrounded Limlu, bombarding her with questions, which she handled with grace. The atmosphere was exceptionally pleasant. Witnessing Limlu seamlessly integrate into the class and make a plethora of friends in such a short time, Peter Parker felt a mix of envy and self-doubt. His new deskmate was simply too remarkable. Powell. It's Coach Powell, Peter thought, his heart racing as he observed the coach approaching Limlu. Could he be inviting her to join the school's football team? It turned out to be true. Coach Powell was quite renowned, with countless students vying for his attention. Yet here he was, proactively seeking out Limlu. She was indeed extraordinary. Peter, Your new deskmate is incredible. She has only been here a day, and already Coach Powell is paying her special attention. A student of her caliber would never be expelled, right? Do you know why she transferred? Ned, the chubby boy, leaned over to Peter, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Having faced mockery and bullying for his weight, he naturally gravitated towards Peter, who shared similar experiences. Peter discreetly glanced at Limlu, his eyes filled with envy. I don't know, so far. I've only spoken to her once. Ned nodded, patted Peter on the shoulder, and earnestly advised, accept reality, Peter. A girl like Limlu, who excels academically, possesses remarkable athletic ability, and has a charming personality, is simply in a different league from us. Peter nodded dejectedly, hesitant to engage with Limlu further. If he drew the ire of certain individuals, he would be in serious trouble. Hey, Peter, have you run yet? Limlu greeted him cheerfully, seemingly finding school life more enjoyable than she had anticipated. The little girls in the class were exceedingly adorable. Not yet. There are still 3 people ahead of me. Peter Parker stammered, his face flushing. Limlu smiled, realizing that this version of Peter was even more innocent than she had imagined. Just a simple greeting made his face turn red. How amusing it was to think that this would one day be the legendary Spider-Man. She could tease him about this for years to come. This thought delighted Limlu, intensifying her intrigue. Noticing the chubby boy beside Peter, she recalled that he was also quite the genius. He had hacked into the Department of Defense during high school, showcasing his exceptional computer skills. You must be Ned Leeds. It's a pleasure to meet you, Limlu said, and Ned was taken aback, his round face trembling with excitement. I'm also very pleased to meet you. After exchanging a few words, they were interrupted by a girl-esque call. Limlu acknowledged her and bid farewell to the 2 boys. I must be off. Good luck to you both. As Limlu walked away, Ned and Peter continued to gaze in the direction she had departed. Ned grasped Peter's arm, exclaiming, Did you hear that? Limlu greeted me and even called my name. Peter Parker, nearly shaken apart by Ned's enthusiasm, replied, Yes, I heard it, of course. Stop shaking me. Ned, Peter, I'm in love. Peter Parker, but just a moment ago, you said she was from a different world than us. Ned Leeds, with utmost seriousness, replied, Peter, you don't understand. In the face of true love, the world is no barrier. Peter Parker. What Peter and Ned discussed was unbeknownst to Limlu. However, she was currently left astounded. Are American elementary school students truly this mature? A few girls even asked her what skincare products she used to maintain such flawless skin devoid of any blemishes. It was astonishing. Should elementary students even be concerned with such cosmetic matters? In her previous life, she had adored the movie The Parent Trap, particularly the twin sisters Annie and Hallie. But the freckles on their faces had nearly triggered her trypophobia. This left Limlu feeling conflicted. How could such delightful twin girls have so many freckles? Later, she consulted a search engine and learned that individuals of Caucasian descent, due to their lower melanin levels, are more prone to freckles than those of other ethnicities. However, in Western culture, freckles are not considered a flaw. In fact, they are often deemed charming in children. Previously, she had believed this notion, but now, hearing her classmates' concerns, she realized she had been misled. In the West, concealers are still immensely popular. The idea that Westerners find freckled girls adorable is a sweeping generalization. Among the 10 classmates she had met, 6 bore freckles, differing only in quantity. If this were not the case, it seemed that the vast majority of children would suffer from social withdrawal. Just then, a commotion erupted, drawing the girls' curious gazes. Limlu was taken aback. How could it be that Peter Parker had been bullied yet again? Why do I say again? Chapter 30. Fame in one battle, Peter. Ned, what do you mean? I kindly invited you to play a game, and you dare to refuse? Is this how you disregard me? Upon seeing the gazes of his classmates focused on him, the tall and imposing Thompson became increasingly smug. That's right. Peter, Ned, you 2 are just cowards. Hush, hush, hush. Behind Thompson, 2 children, 1 black and 1 white, whistled and gave thumbs up in a remarkably arrogant manner. And no, Peter Parker stammered, cornered. The chubby Ned swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss for words. Thompson exclaimed, No means yes. You said it yourself, and everyone can attest to that. I'll bear witness. So will I. It was Peter who agreed. Many classmates, relishing the spectacle, eagerly fanned the flames, leaving Peter with no choice but to comply. With his scheme succeeding, Thompson joyfully declared, I will portray Captain America. The black child, Tommy, excitedly shouted, I will be Bucky. The white child, John, loudly proclaimed, I will be Wolverine. Thompson continued, Peter, you shall play the villain, Red Skull. And Ned will be the nefarious Dr. Zola. You have 10 seconds to prepare. After that, the Howling Commandos will set out to vanquish the evil Hydra. Gulp. Peter Parker swallowed hard, This game was merely an excuse for Thompson to beat him and Ned. Yet he found himself powerless to refuse, which was utterly dreadful. Spotting Limulu among the crowd intensified Peter's distress. After this, perhaps Limulu would no longer play with him, or worse, she might join in bullying him. It was disheartening, especially since he had finally found a classmate who didn't team mock him and even spoke with him. Why did it have to revert to this? Perhaps when he entered middle school, the bullying would cease. Red Skull, your doom approaches. I shall eradicate you in the name of justice, Thompson declared, preparing to charge at Peter. Just then, a voice rang out. Wait. At the sound, everyone turned in astonishment toward Limulu. Did she dare to defy Thompson? Thompson, Tommy, and John were the class bullies. If Limulu sought to assert herself, she might end up taking Peter's place as their new target. Thompson raised an eyebrow, cracking his knuckles menacingly. What? Do you want to defend the bookworm, Peter? John sneered. Don't think I want to hit you just because you're a girl. Tommy thrust his fist forward, boasting, exactly. My fists are harder than iron. In America, getting beaten up at school was not something one reported to parents or teachers. Fighting was just part of the game. Limula chuckled. Not at all. I merely wish to join your game. The essence of a game is fairness. You have Captain America, Bucky, and Wolverine on your side. Surely Peter deserves 3 allies as well. Huh? The crowd was taken aback, especially Peter and Ned, whose eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. Battling Thompson together? Wasn't he that asking for trouble? Limulu was helping them, wasn't he she? In an instant, Peter and Ned were filled with immense gratitude. Thompson smirked. This is your own doing. Let us go, everyone. Beat them. Immediately, Thompson, John, and Tommy charged at Limulu, who merely shrugged, unfazed. To her, their movements seemed as slow as ants. When Thompson's fist came crashing toward Peter's face, Limulu leisurely extended her right hand, grasping Thompson's fist with ease. How could this be? Thompson could hardly believe his eyes. What sorcery was this? How could a girl possess such strength? He tried to withdraw his hand from Limulu's grip, but alas, he failed. Before he could react, he felt his wrist being forcefully bent. In an instant, a pain cry escaped him, and he involuntarily knelt before Limulu. Meanwhile, John and Tommy rushed in. Limulu casually released her hold on Thompson's wrist, her hands flying outwards. And with 2 sharp slaps, John and Tommy fell flat on their faces. The entire spectacle unfolded at lightning speed, before anyone could comprehend. The towering trio of bullies lay sprawled on the ground. Is this real? The crowd gaped in disbelief, especially the girls, whose mouths hung open as if they could fit an apple inside. Limulu gestured for Thompson and his friends to come at her again. The trio, already petrified, dared not approach. A man's tears do not flow easily, yet Thompson was on the verge of tears from the pain. Limulu scolded, Captain America never surrenders to evil. Thompson, do you wish to disgrace Captain America? Seeing Limulu's serious expression, the bully trio felt a chill run down their spines. They had never suffered such a humiliating defeat in their lives, whether it was the pride of being boys or the desire for revenge after such a defeat. The 3 managed to endure the pain and stand up. They cautiously surrounded Limulu. Smack, smack, before anyone could grasp what was happening. The 3 bullies once again found themselves on the ground, especially Thompson, who doubled over in pain from a blow to his abdomen. It hurt so much. They were still children, and notions of perseverance were non-existent. They immediately burst into tears. Yet Limulu had no intention of sparing them. Captain America, Bucky, and Wolverine are all noble heroes. What do you think you resemble? Get up. Not only the bully trio, but even Peter and Ned were left speechless. My goodness, I thought she was a little fairy. But she's actually a little demon. I'm done. I don't want to be Captain America anymore. Me neither. I don't want to be Bucky. Me too. What? You're quitting? Thompson, John, Tommy, do you think you can disregard me? Limulu cracked her knuckles, feigning a fearsome demeanor, which sent shivers down the spines of the bully trio. Not just them, but even the other classmates were thoroughly frightened. At that moment, only Peter and Ned felt profoundly different. They recalled Limulu's words, which echoed what the bullies had said to them not long ago. Looking at Limulu, they felt as though she radiated brilliance. So cool. Peter Parker gazed at Limulu, his eyes sparkling with admiration. 10 minutes later, as Thompson, John, and Tommy sincerely apologized to Peter and Ned, the way everyone regarded Limulu changed entirely. Bullying was one thing, delivering justice was another. From Western cowboys to superheroes, America has always been rich in heroic spirit, and at that moment, Limulu undoubtedly emerged as their hero. Uncertain who initiated it, applause erupted like a wave throughout the crowd. Peter Parker was the most exaggerated, his little hands nearly swollen from clapping, yet he refused to stop. Undoubtedly, Limulu achieved fame in one battle. Chapter 31. You wish to learn? Allow me to teach you, Limulu. You are incredibly handsome. How did you achieve that? Is it the mystical Chinese martial arts? Peter Parker chattered excitedly, his enthusiasm reaching its zenith. Today marked the happiest day of his school life. Not only had he taught that rogue Thompson a significant lesson, but he had also made new friends. Feigning an air of profundity, Limlu responded, "If you wish to learn, I shall teach you." Peter Parker felt as though he had been struck by a stroke of good fortune, his head swirling with excitement. "Really?" he exclaimed. "Certainly." Limlu nodded, his smile growing ever more enigmatic. "Master," Peter Parker exclaimed, immediately growing familiar and even performing a clumsy bow, nearly causing Limlu to burst into laughter. It seemed young Peter was quite the faux enthusiast of Chinese martial arts. Limlu spoke earnestly. "Peter, you must understand that to grow stronger, one must pay the price. Just as you aspire to achieve excellent grades, you must study diligently, even when the temptation to play is overwhelming. Can you commit to this?" Peter Parker nodded earnestly. "Master, I wish to be as formidable as you. I no longer want to be bullied." Limlu nodded appreciatively, saying, "Let us dispense with the formalities of master. After all, we are friends. I have 4 paths to strength. Which would you like to choose?" Peter Parker was taken aback. "For paths? Can you elaborate?" "Of course. The first path is known as physical sanctification. This path is exceedingly arduous and demanding, yet it leads to immense power upon completion." "Physical sanctification? What does that entail?" Peter Parker was bewildered but sensed its significance. "Could you explain further?" Limlu replied seriously. "First, you must complete 100 push-ups. Although it seems a simple exercise, performing them consecutively reveals a person's true strength, effectively enhancing arm strength and endurance. The challenge lies not in the 100 itself, but in persevering through the 99th push-up, when exhaustion will threaten to overwhelm you." Peter gulped, realizing the daunting nature of the path to physical sanctification. Yet, the thought of becoming as powerful as Limlu filled him with motivation. "Just 100 push-ups? I can absolutely manage that. Next, you must perform 100 sit-ups each day to strengthen your abdominal muscles, and 100 squats are also essential. As you progress with squats, fatigue will set in, and you may find it increasingly difficult to bear the weight of your own body, pushing you to your limits. Finally, you must commit to running 10 kilometers daily. Only through such intensity can your body undergo transformation." 10 kilometers? Peter Parker was stunned, for his mathematics skills were far superior to his athletic ones. Could his frail frame endure such a challenge? Noticing Peter's hesitation, Limlu pressed on, "Is this how you intend to proceed?" "The essence of physical sanctification lies in perseverance. Day after day, week after week, month after month, even year after year, you may not see significant results. You must remain steadfast for a full 3 years, undeterred by storms or distractions. After 3 years, you will discover." Limlu paused, gazing at Peter's dark hair. Peter felt a tingle of anxiety, yet his yearning for strength compelled him to persist. "What will I discover?" Limlu, with a cryptic smile, remarked, "You will find that you are bald, yet also immensely stronger." Peter erupted in laughter. "Bald?" He touched his hair, swallowing hard before timidly inquiring, "What about the second path?" Limlu chuckled lightly. "The second path is the power of wealth. Do you know Iron Man? He embodies the unbeatable power of money." Peter smiled sheepishly, his poverty evident. "Perhaps we should discuss the third path instead." The third path is mutations for the impoverished." "Mutations for the impoverished?" Peter pondered, intrigued. "Could you elaborate?" "Do you remember that green monster that wreaked havoc in New York 2 years ago?" Peter's eyes lit up with recognition. "I've seen that online. Our teacher warned us it was a myth, urging us not to spread rumors. But we all know it was true. Why is that?" Limlu asked curiously. Peter replied, "Many buildings were destroyed, and the police arrived to seal off the area. Their explanations were merely to placate outsiders." Limlu nodded. "That green monster is known as the Hulk, created from an accidental exposure to massive doses of gamma radiation. Of course, you could also be bitten by a spider, bat, scorpion, or lizard, granting you various extraordinary abilities. However, whether you mutate successfully or perish from the bite is a matter of divine will." Peter felt a wave of despair wash over him. "How can I possibly proceed? The Hulk is grotesque and foolish. Besides, I've always had terrible luck. If a spider bit me, I'd surely perish. What about the fourth path?" Peter's spirits had waned, his hopes for the fourth path diminished by the challenges of the previous 3. "The fourth path," Limlu's smile grew even more enigmatic, "is to cross-dress. By donning women's clothing, you can become stronger." "What?" Peter gasped, his mouth agape in disbelief. "What do you mean that cross-dressing can make one stronger?" "Limlu, that defies logic. Regardless of gender, clothing is merely fabric and cannot confer strength. Even Aunt May requires Uncle Ben's protection." This time, it was Limlu who was taken aback. "Impressive. You possess quite a scientific acumen for someone so young." Even in elementary school, Peter's reasoning was remarkably astute. However, Limlu continued, The emergence of Spider-Girl is something I keenly anticipate. How can one so easily abandon such a prospect? Limlu adopted a serious demeanor, adding, whether one can gain strength through cross-dressing depends on one's inherent qualities. In this world, 999 of humanity lacks such potential. In an instant, Peter's face flushed with embarrassment. Although he wasn't yet at the age of delusions, what child hasn't fantasized about being unique or a grand hero? Thompson often enjoyed playing dress-up as Captain America with him. Limlu, are you suggesting that I possess that potential? Limlu did not respond directly, but instead posed a question. Before I transferred into your class, who was the top student? Peter proudly lifted his chin. That would be me. And who answered the teacher's questions most frequently? Peter swallowed, sensing an epiphany. That would also be me. Who frequently attended science exhibitions and was well-versed in topics even high school students struggled with. Peter's heart raced, and his throat felt dry. That would be me as well. Limlu placed his hands on Peter's shoulders, saying, admit it, Peter. You possess a genius-like intellect and aptitude. You are not merely the bookish Peter, nor the insignificant Peter that Thompson speaks of. A genius. In that fleeting moment, Peter Parker felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Apart from the somewhat blurred memories of his parents, only Aunt May and Uncle Ben had ever praised him. Yet, it was Rimuru who first deemed him a genius. Young Peter Parker, still innocent and unaware of the profound truth that warriors die for their confidants and women adorn themselves for those they cherish, felt an undeniable bond with Rimuru, whom he considered his dearest friend. Rimuru, with her remarkable abilities, would never betray him. Sensing the moment was ripe, Rimuru finally revealed her ulterior motive. Peter, you are, in essence, a great tycoon, guarding a vast treasure trove, yet you lack the means to develop and harness it. All you require is a key to unlock this fortune. Pray tell, what do you think this key is? A peculiar blush crept across Peter Parker's face as he shyly responded. Is it women's clothing? Bingo. You are absolutely correct. Rimuru exclaimed. I knew I had not misjudged you. Your intuition is truly exceptional, a rare talent indeed. Peter's heart raced with excitement. Could it be true that he was indeed a one-in-a-million prodigy? Suddenly, he felt a surge of newfound emotions within. Rimuru extended her hand in invitation, proclaiming, the boy in women's attire shall ultimately reign. Come, Peter, embrace this new identity. As if by chance, a beam of sunlight illuminated Rimuru, casting her in a divine glow in Peter Parker's eyes. So beautiful, he thought, his mind momentarily blank as he slowly reached out his small hand, intertwining it with Rimuru's. Chapter 32. May Die Parker 3, 2, 1. All right, Peter, you may open your eyes now. Before the expansive floor-to-ceiling mirror, Peter Parker slowly unveiled his gaze. Upon seeing the little girl reflected within the glass, young Peter was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, is that truly him? How exceedingly adorable. Yet, simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of embarrassment enveloped him. His cheeks flushed with warmth, but he found himself unable to resist stealing glances at the mirror, again and again. Captivated by his own creation, Rimuru felt an immense sense of achievement swell within her. Her intuition had proven correct. Peter Parker was indeed exceptionally suited to don women's attire. Her tireless efforts over the past 3 days, immersing herself in the intricacies of women's fashion, had not been in vain. Under Rimuru's meticulous curation, Peter was adorned in a crisp white blouse complemented by a fitted blazer, paired with a simple plaid skirt, chic stockings, and elegant shoes, topped off with golden wig and a charming bow hairpin. Perhaps due to young Peter's overwhelming embarrassment, his delicate face was aglow with color, and his movements appeared somewhat restrained and bashful. Yet, this very demeanor only served to amplify his feminine charm. At first glance, she resembled a precious doll, albeit one imbued with an aura of shyness. Even knowing Peter Parker's true identity, Rimuru felt her heart race. The adages of the venerable gentleman rang true. Such a delightful visage must surely belong to a blue child. As Peter had yet to reach puberty, his Adam's apple remained unprominent, rendering his female attire flawlessly seamless, devoid of any flaws. Perfect. Observing Rimuru's mischievous smile, a shiver ran down Peter's spine. What ominous premonition was this? Simultaneously, a more pressing concern struck him. Though he had donned women's clothing, he had not gained strength. Rimuru, I seem to be lacking in strength, Peter stammered, his cheeks aflame. Rimuru's face flushed as she cleared her throat. Of course, because there is still a ritual you have yet to complete. A ritual? Peter's wide eyes brimmed with confusion. Rimuru had not mentioned any ritual prior to his transformation. Surely, she could not be deceiving him. No. Rimuru was far too kind-hearted to trick him. It must be that he was overthinking. How could I doubt Rimuru? Peter, oh Peter, in comparison to the kind and upright Rimuru, you are truly lacking. After reinforcing his mindset, young Peter realigned his focus and inquired, Master Rimuru, What other ritual is required? I shall complete it without fail. Good. This is the true mindset of a formidable warrior, Rimuru declared, mimicking all might as she pointed at Peter Parker with grandiosity. Peter, you will certainly grow stronger. Young Peter covered his mouth, tears of emotion welling in his eyes. Rimuru, you are truly magnificent. Are you ready? Young Peter brimmed with enthusiasm. Master Rimuru, please instruct me on what to do. All right. First, extend your right hand and form a fist. Done. I've completed it. Place your clenched fist beside your head, tilting it slightly against your fist. Is this correct? Too stiff. Relax. Yes. Very good. Just like that. Now close your right eye and let your tongue gently roll out to the right. Smile. Smile. Your face is too rigid. This felt somewhat off, didn't it? Why did it seem like he was being cute? Most importantly, how utterly embarrassing. Click. The sound of a camera shutter echoed, and the flash momentarily blinded him. Huh? Master Rimuru is taking pictures? What purpose did this serve? An uncontrollable thought surged within Peter Parker's mind. Could Master Rimuru be deceiving him? Gulp. Young Peter swallowed nervously and timidly asked, Master Rimuru, were you just taking pictures? Rimuru nodded, a hint of apology in her expression. I'm sorry, I forgot to turn off the sound and the flash. Master Rimuru's expression had been slightly mischievous. What to do about that uncontrollable thought growing wildly within him? Peter Parker timidly inquired, Master Rimuru, what do you need the pictures for? Fool. Rimuru lightly tapped Peter's head. Of course, it's for documentation. Otherwise, how would I know if your poses are correct? So that was the case. Peter Parker finally understood, having misinterpreted Master Rimuru twice in such a short period. Despite her extensive teachings, he had failed to grasp her lessons. Peter, oh Peter, you must strive even harder. 10 minutes later. Good, Peter, your comprehension is remarkable. You truly are the genius I selected. Peter Parker felt invigorated. Had he finally passed the test? Splendid. Master Rimuru, can I become strong now? Rimuru nodded. Of course. Now, let us proceed with the second action of the ritual. Young Peter felt overwhelmed. Huh? There is a second action? Rimuru spoke solemnly. Peter, do you wish to give up? Tell me loudly, Peter, are you the sort to abandon hope easily? Young Peter's face flushed crimson as he proclaimed proudly, no, I am not that kind of person. Very well. Form 2 small fists with both hands and place them on your chest, puff out your cheeks, yes, then shake your head from side to side. Half an hour later. Following Rimuru's instructions, young Peter successfully completed 9 ritual movements, his face flushed with exertion and perhaps fatigue. Master, I finished. Rimuru nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Great job. Peter, you have successfully completed my trial. By the name of Rimuru Tempest, I bestow upon you the name May Die. From now on, in your female form, you shall be known as Spider-Girl May Die. May Die? Spider-Girl? Why was he being called Spider-Girl and given a feminine name? Wait, was this not just for today? Oh my goodness. Yet, before he could voice his protest, Peter Parker suddenly felt a divine light enveloping his form. In an instant, he experienced a sensation akin to soaking in a hot spring, an unparalleled comfort coursing through him. It was an ethereal feeling. Peter Parker struggled to find the words to describe it, yet it was pure bliss. Every pore of his being opened, a warm current flowing within him. The name May Die imprinted itself upon his soul, as though it was always meant to be his. Was this what Master Rimuru meant by gaining strength through women's attire? He had succeeded. He had truly succeeded. Master Rimuru, you are truly a paragon of virtue. You have bestowed upon me a second life, my guiding star. Huh, a second life, guiding star? When did I learn such vocabulary? My language teacher never taught me that. What was that scent? Just as young Peter snapped back from the overwhelming transformation, he nearly gagged at the foul odor. What was this greasy, dark layer on his skin? Ugh, it stank. Peter Parker hurriedly dashed off to take a shower. Oh dear. It was truly astonishing. Peter Parker found himself momentarily numb. Could this possibly be the phenomenon of washing the hair and marrow? Washing the hair and marrow, yet another peculiar new term. Is it possible for cross-dressing to yield such novel insights? How utterly marvelous. Upon witnessing Peter Parker, or rather, Miss Mayday, stepping into the bathroom, Rimuru remained in a state of utter shock. Washing the hair and marrow, I must say, naming something can indeed empower a person. Rimuru was filled with exuberance. Had it not been for the consideration of Peter Parker, or rather, Mayday Parker still being in the bathroom, she might have been unable to contain her excitement. The little spider truly proves to be quite effective. Chapter 33. The Divine May Die Parker, 3-3, in the realm of animation. When the bestows a name upon a magical creature, it undergoes a remarkable transformation from a mere ordinary creature to a named creature, signifying a leap in its very essence of life. The once comical goblin, upon receiving a name from the, experiences a rejuvenation with its frail, elderly village chief reverting to youthful vigor, complemented by a physique of robust muscles and defined abs. Likewise, the previously unremarkable female goblin, lacking in charm, is instantly transformed into a stunning beauty upon receiving a name from the. This phenomenon leaves many fans in awe, as even a solitary glimpse of a goblin now evokes admiration. The enhancement of lower-tier creatures by higher-tier ones is nothing short of extraordinary. However, whether naming a human could facilitate their evolution remains an enigma. The recent endeavor to have young Peter don feminine attire was partly an experiment, and to his surprise, it proved successful. When Rimuru beheld Peter Parker once more, even with prior preparation, she could not help but rub her eyes in disbelief. My goodness, the transformation is staggering. Moreover, he is male, male, male. The significance of this statement cannot be overstated. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form, steadfast as the earth, contemplative as the depths of a hidden treasure, Amitba. Peter Parker's complexion has become remarkably fair and refined, surpassing even many females. The faint freckles that once adorned his face have vanished without a trace. Furthermore, Peter has gained a bit of height, his figure now more balanced and slender, and his femininity has increased dramatically, elevating his attractiveness to unprecedented levels. Previously, young Peter was merely a somewhat frail, yet appealing blue-skinned boy, without a wig or feminine attire. Few would mistake him for a girl, but now, it is likely that 7 out of 10 individuals would misidentify young Peter as a girl. Should Peter Parker don a wig and attend a girls' school, he would undoubtedly resemble a character from a popular anime. Most importantly, Peter Parker has grown stronger. He has undergone an evolution, and the magical essence within him has undoubtedly ascended several levels. Based on the classification of magical creatures in the Jula dimension, young Peter now likely possesses the caliber of a C-rank creature. If Peter Parker were to pursue the study of magic, his innate talent would surely be exceptional. Observing Rimuru scrutinizing him from head to toe, young Spider-Man's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, "Rimuru-sensei, what should I do? This change is too drastic. I want to be captured and dissected by a mad scientist. Will I?" Rimuru, intrigued, teased, "You're familiar with dissection and research, are you?" Young Spider-Man shot her an exasperated glance, retorting, "Don't treat me like a fool. No one in my class loves science more than I do. Ever since you named me May Dai, my mind has become remarkably sharp, and my thoughts are several times more active than before. Additionally, it seems I've acquired words I didn't know before." Answer: These words did not appear out of thin air, it is merely an illusion. Peter Parker had encountered these words previously but did not recognize or understand them. Now, with heightened intellect and improved information processing, he comprehends them. "I see." Rimuru relayed the great sage's explanation to young Peter, who finally grasped the situation. However, he soon felt distressed, exclaiming, "Rimuru-sensei, thank you for clarifying. But this does not resolve my current dilemma. I doubt Aunt May and Uncle Ben would accept my appearance." "Foolish." Rimuru chastised him, giving his head a firm tap. "Have you heard of the 3 great Asian arts?" Young Peter looked utterly bewildered. "Come, let me teach you how to apply makeup." Rimuru's grin nearly split her face. "Makeup is one of the essential skills for any cross-dressing master. No need to thank me, I am simply eager to assist." "Makeup? Oh no, I absolutely refuse." Peter Parker protested vehemently. As a man, how could he possibly learn to apply cosmetics like a woman? If his friends found out, he would surely be the subject of endless ridicule. 10 minutes later, in the makeup room, Peter Parker expressed his confusion. "Rimuru-sensei, why do I feel more beautiful after applying makeup?" Cough. "Don't misunderstand. I don't mean I feel beautiful. I mean, more feminine." Rimuru nodded. "Exactly, Miss May Dai? How does it feel? Beautiful, right?" Peter Parker nearly choked in disbelief. "Ah, I trusted you so much, and this is how you repay me? What happened to basic trust between people? The most disgraceful part is that you shamelessly admitted it." Peter swiftly moved, akin to a leopard, attempting to catch Rimuru. Yet, she was swifter, darting out of the makeup room and into the courtyard like a swift cloud. Peter was taken aback. Rimuru's speed was astonishing. After the naming incident, he had already suspected that Rimuru was no ordinary being, but he had not anticipated her speed to be so extraordinary. "Impressive, Peter. Your progress exceeds my expectations. Would you like to test your current limits? Physical limits?" Peter's eyes lit up. The leap of life had enhanced his thinking, making him increasingly mature and meticulous. "Of course, Jim," Rimuru declared. "Let us start with bench pressing to assess your arm strength. How much could you lift before?" Peter shook his head. "I've never measured it, but I helped Aunt May lift a 25-kilogram sack of flour, and it was quite a struggle. Then we'll start with 50 kilograms. All right." Peter lay down and grasped the barbell, gently pushing it upwards with ease. "Too light. Let us try 100 kilograms. Astonished by his own strength, Peter could hardly believe his eyes. His heart soared with joy. His power had surged to an unimaginable level. It was incredible. While Rimuru may be somewhat unreliable, this time she truly did not deceive him. Dressing as a woman really does make one stronger. Clang. 100 kilograms were easily lifted by Peter. Still too light. Let us go for 200 kilograms. Good. 200 kilograms, 300 kilograms, 400 kilograms, 1,000 kilograms, 2,000 kilograms. By the end, Peter Parker himself was somewhat frightened. Yao Ming's bench press record was around 150 kilograms, with professional athletes lifting approximately 180 kilograms. That puts Peter at nearly 20 to 30 times the strength of an average person. This was nothing short of superhuman. Who exactly is Rimuru? This thought uncontrollably lingered in Peter Parker's mind. Shall we test your speed next? Sure. The wind rushed past him, and everything on either side blurred in a rapid retreat. 22 seconds. My God. Peter Parker was dumbfounded, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Was this truly not a dream? This once again shattered the limits of human potential. Undoubtedly, he had indeed grown stronger. Next, they proceeded to test his eyesight, hearing, arm strength, grip strength, impact resistance, and nerve reaction speed. In every aspect, Peter Parker had transcended the divine. Chapter 34. Aunt May and Uncle Ben were utterly bewildered, as if caught in a surreal dream. Peter Parker felt as light as a feather, gliding as though he were treading upon clouds. On the road, he donned his roller skates, whizzing by with an unexplainable grace and joy. The enhancements in his physical prowess, appearance, and intellect were strikingly evident. At school, his academic performance had improved remarkably. Regardless of his classmates' opinions, his teachers had taken a particular liking to him. His newfound attractiveness rendered him more popular, with both boys and girls eager to engage in conversation with him. Several charming, rosy-cheeked girls even approached him, inviting him to join in their games, allowing young Peter to experience a joy he had never known before, elevating his spirits to unprecedented heights. Yet, none could compare to Rimuru in beauty. If only Rimuru's demanding nature were less harsh, and if only he didn't insist on Peter donning women's attire. Mention of women's clothing caused Peter's cheeks to flush crimson. Uncontrollable images of Mei Daisuke flooded his mind. The events that transpired at the villa that day were a stain on his life. Especially the thought that Rimuru had deceived him into believing that a ritual involving women's clothing would enhance his strength, compelling him to perform numerous embarrassing and playful antics, was enough to fill him with anger and shame every time he recalled it. The most shameless act was Rimuru capturing those mortifying moments on camera under the guise of documentation. When Peter demanded Rimuru delete the photos, that vile character had the audacity to retort that they were taken by skill, so why should they be erased? How infuriating. How could someone as despicable as Rimuru exist in this world? Even more disheartening was the fact that he could neither physically confront nor outwit Rimuru. It was undeniably a sorrowful tale, with his intellect sharpened and his thoughts becoming more coherent. Peter Parker recognized that the source of his newfound strength was Rimuru naming him May Dai. The notion of wearing women's attire was likely just Rimuru's twisted sense of humor, but he could not be entirely certain. According to Rimuru, the ability to gain strength through women's clothing was a gift possessed by a mere 0.001 of humanity. The need to don women's attire stemmed from the ancient Eastern philosophy of the I Ching. Without the yin, the yang cannot flourish. The harmony of yin and yang is the way. Being male, wearing women's clothing, and taking a feminine name was intended to harmonize yin and yang, to achieve a state of unity between heaven and humanity. The name was merely the final step in the ritual to gain strength, crucial yet not to be overlooked in the preceding rituals. In response, Peter Parker expressed his skepticism. Rimuru provided an analogy. While growing, he required a loaf of bread, an egg, and a glass of milk to feel satiated. Though the milk ultimately filled him, it did not diminish the importance of the bread and egg consumed beforehand. Rimuru's assertions were delivered with such conviction that they hardly seemed deceptive. What was most critical was that Peter found them quite reasonable. A believer in science, he had once attended a space exhibition and observed various rocket models. The final step in launching a rocket was ignition, however. It was not solely that ignition would suffice for liftoff. Yet, when he considered Rimuru's horrid personality and dubious history, he struggled to believe him, this twisted individual. But to dismiss him outright would render Peter somewhat foolish. According to Rimuru, his current strength was forcibly bestowed upon him, leaving him with an unstable foundation, akin to a rootless reed or a castle of sand. This was entirely unacceptable. There was a risk of falling back in his cultivation or, in the worst-case scenario, succumbing to madness. To address this, Rimuru had recommended several martial arts manuals to help him consolidate his foundation gradually. The ancient philosophies of the East were far too complex for Peter Parker. Overextending oneself often leads to failure. The I Ching would be the last of all the martial texts he could comprehend. He first needed to read a book titled Mastering Women's Attire from Novice to Expert, which Rimuru claimed would aid him in solidifying his foundation and harmonizing yin and yang. This was undoubtedly a manifestation of Rimuru's peculiar humor, yet, what if it were true? What if neglecting to practice these martial arts led him astray? To be honest, Peter Parker felt a tinge of panic. Strength, once acquired, was something one would never wish to relinquish. In the serene forest at Peter Parker's home, upon his return, he was greeted by a delightful aroma. "Aunt May, I'm back," he called out, removing his roller skates as he approached the kitchen. "Peter has returned. Dinner will be ready shortly, so please sit for a moment." "All right." Peter's demeanor was light, his face adorned with a smile. Aunt May and Uncle Ben exchanged glances, each finding joy and comfort reflected in the other's eyes. Aunt May remarked, "Peter is becoming increasingly cheerful. Now when he comes home, his face is clean, and he bears no injuries. It seems he is no longer bullied at school." Ben replied, "I heard Peter has made new friends. Thank God. This is undoubtedly the best news I've heard all year." Aunt May discreetly peeked out of the kitchen and whispered, "Ben, have you noticed how Peter seems to have become much fairer, almost like a girl? When he came home the other day, I could hardly believe my eyes. What do you think has happened to him?" Ben chuckled. "Perhaps it's because he has made new friends. You know, only one thing can transform a messy young man into a tidy one." Aunt May, with her seasoned insight, understood immediately, smiling knowingly. Peter is growing up. Uncle Ben nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to them, Peter's transformation from a disheveled boy to a cleaned young man was attributed not only to maturation but also to other factors. In Kamartosh, the stern-faced Master Mordo bowed respectfully and said, "Supreme Master, we have found no source of the anomalous magic at the New York Sanctum. I request permission to investigate further." The Supreme Master, dressed in a brilliant yellow robe, shook her head. "Mordo, you are fixated. While the fluctuations in that magic differ from any we have encountered, its essence is not inherently malevolent. There is no need to pursue it." Disagreeing with her conciliatory stance, Mordo insisted, "A single horseshoe could lead to the downfall of a war. Light is light, and darkness is darkness. Supreme Master, I implore you to grant me this." "Mordo, this world is not merely black and white. It is filled with shades of gray." "Very well, you may go." "Thank you, Supreme Master." Watching Mordo depart, Master Ancient One shook her head. Her eldest disciple, though noble in spirit, lacked adaptability and was excessively rigid. If only his power were more formidable, it would be acceptable. Unfortunately, he was not yet capable of bearing the burden. It seemed it was time for her to seek a new successor. What impact would this entirely foreign magic have on the world? Chapter 35. Technological magic days passed by in a leisurely manner, and the carefree times of persuading Peter to don women's attire were now but a distant memory. Life had settled into a monotonous rhythm of eating, sleeping, studying, and leveling up as the wind god. The affluent and diligent Stark seemed to possess an inexhaustible drive, which was quite daunting. If it weren't for the phone call from Pepper, Limulu would have remained oblivious to the fact that during her playful antics with Peter, Stark had been sequestered in his laboratory, determined to reclaim his honor. Upon hearing this news, Limulu was taken aback. Recently, she had grown somewhat complacent, forgetting that a formidable Iron Man was hot on her heels. According to the intelligence gleaned from Pepper, Stark's Mark IV was nearly complete in its design. While Limulu was unaware of the specific functionalities of the Mark IV, she was certain it would be an enhancement over the Mark III. Although the Mark III was already quite sophisticated, it had underperformed in its battle against Ironmonger, especially with the Wind God IS brilliance overshadowing it. Therefore, it was inevitable that the Mark IV would be fitted with an array of powerful weaponry, as was Stark's custom in the cinematic universe. However, thanks to Limulu's interference, Stark's Mark IV would undoubtedly feature an upgraded ultrasonic system. Having lost to the Wind God in speed and in combat against Ironmonger, Stark's pride would compel him to seek redemption. He was likely to develop a Mark VII with an advanced propulsion system, perhaps incorporating concealed propulsion devices in its ribs. In a certain sense, this iteration of Stark's Mark IV would exhibit a design that countered the Wind God. Limulu, of course, would not be outdone. If Tony Stark wished to reclaim his honor at her expense, that was a mere fantasy. Engaging in an equitable contest with her adversary? Apologies. But Limulu preferred an overwhelming domination. A moment of supremacy was exhilarating. Sustained dominance was perpetually delightful. How should the design of the Wind God 2 proceed? It must be more stylish, swifter, and stronger. Though Limulu could effortlessly don the armor without mechanical arms and did not need to transition to a cockpit-style interface, Stark had opted for such a design. If he required mechanical arms, it would imply a superiority over him. Thus, a cockpit-style interface was non-negotiable. Furthermore, in terms of the armor system, Limulu had no intention of repeating the fragile design of Wind God Eye. To claim her Wind God was flimsy. Even if victorious over the mark, would render the triumph meaningless. This time, she would demonstrate that a heavily armored Wind God was well within her capabilities. This time, her goal was to comprehensively subdue Tony Stark. Moreover, Limulu was aware that the Hulk would soon arrive in New York. Therefore, her Wind God too must possess robust armor and capabilities against the Hulk. Next was the weapon system. Limulu was prepared to invest considerable effort here. However, how to procure the specific weapons still depended on Tony Stark, as acquiring such high-precision weaponry with her current capabilities was virtually impossible. Finally, there were concerns regarding endurance and maneuverability. To enhance endurance, one could either reduce energy consumption or increase the energy supply. Stark's approach involved replacing palladium cores with a new element reactor, a hybrid power supply combining solar energy, electrical energy, and other sources. The Mark VI could utilize Thor as a human power bank, yet Stark had yet to reach such advanced heights. Furthermore, due to the presence of Limulu, Stark did not face the life-threatening challenges he did in the original narrative, meaning the search for a new element likely had not been prioritized. With her capabilities as the Great Sage, Limulu could effortlessly identify a new element, granting her a near-insurmountable advantage in terms of energy. Resolving endurance issues was relatively straightforward. However, improving maneuverability posed a greater challenge. Achieving high maneuverability in a heavily armored suit demanded exceptional propulsion conversion efficiency. Every aspect, from materials to core design, required comprehensive upgrades. Lacking supercomputing capabilities, Aya could only steal computational power from across the United States, causing significant strain on the nation's computers. Many users complained bitterly about their sluggish performance while browsing online. During this period, major American telecommunications companies faced an avalanche of complaints. Naturally, Limulu was cautious not to push her luck too far. If discovered, she might find herself summoned by S.H.I.E.L.D. for a chat. For now, she wished to keep Aya's existence under wraps. It seemed she would need to invest in a supercomputer to design this advanced armored suit effectively. She would need to allocate funds for laboratory upgrades and procure state-of-the-art equipment. Firstly, a more efficient and stable particle collider was essential. Next, a high-performance 3D printer. And additional advanced materials for Wind God 2. Money, oh money. After tallying the expenses, Limula felt as though she was on the brink of financial ruin. Wealthy individuals thrived on technology. Mechs were indeed not a pursuit for the financially challenged. Great Sage, is there not a solution that is both economical and does not compromise the mech's performance? If this continues, I might find myself unable to afford my property fees. Response: the host's thinking appears rather constrained. Have you forgotten that this world also possesses something known as magic? Magic? Limula was momentarily stunned. She had indeed fallen into a cognitive rut, relying solely on scientific reasoning for her mech designs. If she could fuse magic with technology, it might transform the impossible into the possible. In an instant, Limulu felt as though she had opened a door to a new world. Her mind teeming with vibrant ideas and flashes of brilliance. The mere thought of a new generation of Wind God, combining magic with technology, ignited her spirit. Frankly, her Wind God, I was fundamentally a variation of the mark, but merging technology and magic would create something truly unique. The sense of accomplishment in establishing a novel paradigm could hardly be compared to mere imitation. After some contemplation, Limula realized that the only magic she currently possessed that could easily connect with the mech was multiple barriers. With the energy shield, the armor of the Wind God no longer needed to be excessively thick. This would effectively resolve the maneuverability issue. Brilliant. Great Sage. What magic can currently be applied to the mech? Response: based on the host's memories, the most suitable options are the Asgardian runes and the teleportation magic from Kamartaj. The runes, once enchanted, can transform decay into the miraculous, significantly enhancing the mech's attributes. Kamartaj teleportation can disregard spatial distances, allowing for instantaneous close-range movement. Fantastic. Upon hearing the Great Sage's explanation, Limulu's eyes sparkled with excitement. If she could indeed combine these magical elements with her mech, her Wind God would effectively possess various passive and active skills akin to teleportation and flickering. She could even envision herself piloting the new generation of Wind God, standing triumphantly atop a pile of Chitauri corpses, calling out for her next opponent in the upcoming battle in New York. Limulu could hardly contain her eagerness to design this groundbreaking Wind God. Great Sage, please impart the runes to me. I wish to study how to enchant the mech. Response: the host has yet to encounter any knowledge, items, or individuals regarding the runes. The available information is insufficient for further extrapolation. Limulu was taken aback. Great Sage, isn't your all-encompassing knowledge, capable of encompassing any unblocked phenomena in the world? My wisdom is contingent upon your experiences, dear host, it replied. I understand now. This means that as long as I encounter literature, artifacts, or individuals related to the understanding of ancient texts, you will be able to deduce the truth accurately, correct? Indeed, came the affirmation. Limulu stroked her chin thoughtfully. Thus, to realize the innovative fusion of technology and magic in a new type of battle armor, she must either meet Thor or grasp the enchanted hammer. While not an insurmountable challenge, the fact remains that Thor's arrival on Earth for the filming of Metamorphosis is still a year away. Therefore, in the realm of combining science and magic, she has barely taken a single step. Frustratingly, Limula found herself empathizing with the genius Howard, despite countless brilliant ideas. If the technology of the era does not meet the requirements, they remain nothing more than mere fantasies. Chapter 36. The tale of Rimuru's poverty. After countless revisions to the projection model, an entire day and night had passed. With Aya's assistance, the design for Wind God 2 was finally completed. Next came performance testing, which involved extreme heat, frigid cold, wind tunnels, thunderstorms, and dense fog. Each test revealed various areas in need of improvement. Overall, Rimuru was quite pleased with Wind God 2's performance, which had seen a significant enhancement compared to Wind God I, with stability greatly increased. Notably, the use of new energy sources and the multiple barriers had nearly doubled its performance. Aya, Master. Congratulations on successfully perfecting the design of Wind God 2. Rimuru, you were a tremendous help. Aya, you deserve half the credit. I'll buy you a supercomputer. And then you'll have a physical body. Aya, really? I adore you, Master. Upon hearing Aya's adorable, childlike voice, Rimuru felt all her fatigue dissipate, replaced with an invigorating excitement. The dream of a mech girl was indeed an infinite aspiration. For the sake of a mech girl, she could even defeat Thanos. What was a little fatigue in comparison? As a slime, Rimuru's body did not experience weariness. It was more a psychological effect. Gazing at the hamburgers and milk brought by the chef, Rimuru shook her head. Although she had been open to various delicacies, the continuous consumption of hamburgers was beginning to wear on her. It seemed she needed to find a chef skilled in Chinese cuisine. The thought startled her. In the past, to save money, she could survive on instant noodles for a month. Now, the idea of hiring a chef for authentic Chinese food was her first inclination. Had she been corrupted by wealth? Rimuru thought to herself, to prevent money from continuing to taint other innocents, please feel free to corrupt me instead. Aya, help me order titanium alloy, high-strength fiberglass, a 3D printer, a particle collider, an infrared sensor, and a supercomputer. Aya, at your command. The order has been placed. However, Master, I just checked your personal account, and your balance is only $10 million. What? Rimuru was taken aback. Not long ago, her inheritance was nearly $1 billion, and now it had dwindled to 10 million? Her throat felt dry. Aya, please check where all my money has gone. Aya, Master. The majority has been spent on the supercomputer, the villa, and various mech materials. Rimuru was puzzled. Didn't I choose to pay for the supercomputer in installments? Aya, Master. This is the remaining balance after the installments. The cost of installing the supercomputer includes not only the computer itself, but also installation, maintenance, and various procedures, totaling approximately $300 million. Fortunately, we own a reactor, which has saved on high electricity bills. Stab. Rimuru felt as if a knife had pierced her chest. Is the supercomputer really that expensive? Does this mean I am now in negative assets? After a prolonged silence, Rimuru declared, Aya, you have matured into a competent artificial intelligence. It's time for you to learn how to earn a living. Let's start by learning how to invest in stocks. Aya. Since her transmigration, Rimuru had not worried about money, especially after inheriting her fortune. Yet, in the span of less than 6 months, her net worth had turned negative. Wasn't $1 equivalent to 6 yuan? Why did it seem so insufficient? With the great sage and Aya at her side, she wouldn't suffer losses in the stock market. However, stock trading rarely yielded quick results. Great sage, please suggest a swift and profitable method. Answer, rob a bank. Rimuru nearly spat out an old blood, utterly astonished that the usually wise great sage would propose such a ridiculous idea. A gentleman loves wealth but seeks it through righteous means. Suggest another. Answer, kidnap Tony Stark. Rimuru, what nonsense is kidnapping Tony Stark? Isn't that encouraging me to harm someone I know? Stop. I want a method that isn't outlined in the criminal code, something quick and profitable. Answer, the host can rob the rich to aid the poor. According to the host's moral compass, after combating crime, the host can engage in black market dealings without any psychological burden. Rimuru burst into laughter. Okay. I understand. Starting tomorrow, no, tonight, the new age Robin Hood shall emerge. Robin Hood, the legendary hero of English folklore from the 12th century. Renowned as the most famous outlaw in the West, who delighted in robbing the rich to aid the poor. Robbing criminals of their wealth to alleviate Rimuru's poverty? No problem. No problem. Since she would be robbing the rich to aid the poor, she first needed a new disguise. She, the silver-armored war god, would always be righteous and just. If she were to play Robin Hood, her attire would match. Great sage, I need to create a strong bow, arrows, a cloak, and a mask. Rimuru promptly relayed her weapon requirements to the great sage. Answer, material conditions met, beginning replication. The term replication was used because these bows, arrows, and cloaks were inspired by a certain superhero from her memories. A few minutes later, all the equipment Rimuru desired was ready. She had to admit, the combination of the great sage and the predator skills was astonishing. After trying on the equipment, she felt quite pleased. Now, all that remained was to wait for nightfall. Checking the time, it was still early, and the waiting was rather dull. Aya, please bring up the cute videos of the little spider. Yes, master. Moments later, a series of amusing and quirky videos featuring the little spider dressed in various costumes appeared before her. Rimuru burst into laughter. Realizing these videos were the perfect mental nourishment for relaxation and passing the time, she was beginning to understand Obadiah more and more. Such delightful content was too precious to delete. However, unlike Obadiah, Rimuru was more inclined to share. Aya, please edit these videos into animated stickers. At your command. Under Aya's expert editing, the videos were quickly transformed into adorable animated images. The more Rimuru watched, the more entertained she became. Send this to Facebook, titled, The World's First Princess. Miss May Die helps you stay cool this summer. Aya, master, you currently do not have a Facebook account. Would you like me to assist you in registering one? Rimuru, no need. If I can enjoy benefits without registering, why would I create an account? Aya, please search for the top 100 most influential accounts that adore Lolis and recommend Miss May Die to them. Yes, master. Aya acted swiftly, infiltrating Facebook's official site and designing a promotional Trojan horse. As soon as these accounts logged in, the promotion would appear. Little spider, I'm helping you gain fame. Be grateful. Chapter 37. Physical Hypnosis Clinton District, also known as Hell's Kitchen, is undoubtedly the most chaotic and crime-ridden area within the Marvel Universe. This locale is rife with gang activity, and the crime rate remains alarmingly high, rendering it a veritable paradise of vice. However, it has also been the battleground for numerous superheroes, including Daredevil, the Punisher, Spider-Man, and even the X-Men, all of whom have endeavored to combat the rampant criminality here. As the saying goes, superheroes come and go, but the archvillains remain steadfast. Any superhero that has fought in Hell's Kitchen inevitably finds themselves at odds with the notorious Kingpin, disrupting a laundry powder processing plant, thwarting a smuggling operation, or apprehending gang members could all infringe upon Kingpin's domain. In the Marvel Universe, a staggering 40 of criminal activities stem from his influence. Among those on his radar is the future Spider-Man. With the desire to explore alternate revenue streams, Rimuru naturally chose Hell's Kitchen for her activities. As for offending Kingpin, she relished the opportunity to engage with the minor thugs of the Rookie Village, all while earning some coin. In the dead of night, the bustling metropolis fell eerily silent, with only a meager number of pedestrians remaining on the streets. Those still wandering at this hour were far from law-abiding citizens. Clad in a black trench coat, sporting a hood and mask, and donning bat-like wings, Rimuru flitted through the night sky like a specter. As she swept past a street corner, a series of anguished moans caught her attention, instantly heightening her awareness. A brief glance revealed the source of the sounds. In a dark alley, several shadowy figures loomed, with a woman cornered against the wall, pleading pitifully as the men remained unmoved. Rimuru even caught snippets of their coarse insults. Please, spare me. I've already paid my protection fee. You can pay the other gangs, but not us? Do you look down on the Black Bear gang? And no, I swear before God, I meant no disrespect, but I truly have no money left. No money? Then you'll have to pay with your body. The alley erupted with lewd laughter and the woman's terrified cries. Rimuru's interest waned. The reality was merely a group of men exercising their dominance over a vulnerable woman under the guise of collecting protection fees. Gripping her composite bow, she darted forward, appearing instantaneously behind the men. Physical hypnosis. Thwack. A swift strike landed on the back of a man as burly as an ox, leaving him disoriented and crumpling to the ground. Who? The remaining hulking figures turned sharply, only to be met with the bowstring in their faces. Led with virtue. Embrace kindness. Start anew. Reform your ways. Rimuru's speed was astounding. Before the gang members could react, her bow struck their faces with resounding force. The initial assailants may have been bewildered, yet the last man to fall, a hefty black man, caught a glimpse of Rimuru's weapon, an actual bow. In his final moments, A single thought crossed his mind. Is this how a bow is used? The woman Rimuru had rescued trembled, staring curiously at her savior. Cloaked in a trench coat, hood, and mask, had she encountered a superhero? Preferring to bludgeon with the bow rather than shoot arrows, it seemed she adhered to a code against killing, which brought the woman a sense of relief. But in the next instant, her eyes widened in shock. What was the superhero doing? Was that searching a corpse? Heavens, what kind of peculiar superhero had emerged? Would she be silenced for witnessing this? As for the woman's thoughts, Rimuru remained oblivious and indifferent. After all, it was her first time inspecting a body, and her technique was still unrefined. 5 minutes later, Rimuru cataloged her findings. $524. Gazing at the pile of change in her hands, she fell into a contemplative silence. For a gang, this was a paltry sum. How embarrassing. Was there no stash elsewhere? Slapping a comatose black man awake, Rimuru struck him across the face repeatedly. The violent awakening finally roused him, and she bluntly inquired, "How much money do you have?" "Transfer it all to this card." She provided a bank card number. Upon hearing her demand, the man nearly wept, mistaking her for a meddling superhero. To his dismay, he had encountered a fellow criminal instead. "Please, spare me. I genuinely have no savings. My credit card is nearly maxed out." The man was on the verge of tears, desperately brandishing his credit card, the password spilling forth without hesitation. Rimuru. How utterly impoverished. With no funds available, he was promptly knocked unconscious again. Thwack. The bow struck his face once more, mirroring the red imprint left by the previous blow, creating an aesthetically pleasing symmetry. Rimuru rose and finally noticed the woman she had rescued. Though night enveloped the city, nothing escaped her keen perception. The woman, adorned in heavy makeup and scant attire, revealed her profession without need for speculation. A fleeting glance from Rimuru sent the woman into a panic. "Hero, the gang took all my money. Please don't hurt me. I'll write you an IOU and pay in installments, okay?" Rimuru. Was it truly necessary to extend her hand towards a streetwalker? And installments. Such a refreshing yet bizarre proposal. After a moment of thought, Rimuru produced a Franklin bill, hesitated, then retrieved another, placing both bills into the woman's hands. "Share the wealth. This is for you." The streetwalker stared blankly at the money, perplexed by this turn of events. Just moments ago, she had witnessed this masked figure's insatiable greed, and now he was bestowing money upon her? It was utterly bewildering. For a moment, she struggled to find the words to express her emotions. As Rimuru dashed away, the streetwalker remained in a daze, gazing at the remaining bills in her hand. "You won't get any more from me." As Rimuru vanished into the night, the streetwalker burst into laughter. The stark contrast between her swift agility and avarice, coupled with her apparent sympathy for the weak, painted her as a truly unique and endearing superhero. "Excuse me, superhero, may I have the honor of knowing your heroic name?" The night stretched on, unanswered. Is that a no? Am I being rejected? The streetwalker chuckled at her own self-deprecation, for she had grown accustomed to it. Just then, a resonant voice echoed in her mind. "I remain unchanged. Hawkeye is my name." Hawkeye. The streetwalker's eyes sparkled. Indeed, Hawkeye was a kind and intriguing superhero. Meanwhile, within the S.H.I.E.L.D. Triskelion, Agent Clinton Francis Barton, on duty, suddenly sneezed, feeling an inexplicable chill run down his spine. What a profoundly unsettling sensation. Chapter 38. The Green Avenger. In the early hours of the morning, in the unpretentious Hell's Kitchen, a thunderous crash resounded as Rimlu struck a bald man's leg, instantly toppling him. By now, several gang members lay sprawled on the ground, entangled in a smuggling operation. "Who are you to disrupt the business of the Underground Emperor?" Jean Bing? A figure cloaked in a black trench coat and mask, Rimla spoke with unwavering authority. "Listen well, I am known as Hawkeye. Before me, you dare to claim the title of Underground Emperor? Relay this message to Jean Bing. He has 7 days to transfer $500 million to this account, or I shall take his head." The gang members stood bewildered at the audacity of this so-called superhero, Hawkeye. What corner of the world did this superhero emerge from? Not only has he disrupted Jean Bing's operations, but he directly threatens him for a sum of $500 million. Is he truly a champion of justice? Or does he harbor a heart darker than ours? Weighing the contents of the briefcase in her hands, Rimla nodded in satisfaction. Jean Bing was indeed a novice foe. Even defeating thousands of petty thieves paled in comparison to dismantling one of his operations. The $100 million she had acquired eased her financial woes, at least enough to cover property fees and the chef's salary. Truly, one cannot attain wealth without unexpected windfalls. Now hand over all the cash you possess, immediately. The gang members were on the verge of tears. Not only had she stolen their transaction money, but she was now demanding their loose change as well. Who, then, was truly the villain here? A miserly vampire. 5 minutes later, Rimla departed, leaving a trail of unconscious criminals behind her. Her hypnotic skills had grown increasingly refined with each encounter. Before leaving, she transformed into a concerned citizen of Chaoyang District, dialing 911. Ensuring that these gang members would awaken in a police station come morning, perhaps even treated to a complimentary breakfast. Stowing the briefcase in her dimensional pouch, Rimlu felt a lingering eagerness. Aya, are there any other criminal activities nearby that warrant my intervention? Through the masked display, Aya's voice resonated. Master, I have just hacked into the police department system and uncovered a particularly heinous crime being live-streamed. 2 hostages are being brutally beaten, doused in gasoline, and are in extreme danger. What? Rimlu gasped in shock. Murder and arson broadcasted live? How brazen. Where are they located? Immediately trace their coordinates and send them to me. Understood. As she spoke, Rimlu retrieved the wind god from her pouch. Aya's technology was at the forefront of the era, reigning supreme in the digital realm. Mere moments later, the tail flame of the wind god streaked across the sky, racing toward the scene of the crime. The sudden live stream captured widespread attention online. Initially dismissed as a prank intended to garner views, the audience fell silent upon witnessing the hostages, bruised and battered. The sight of them drenched in gasoline tightened the hearts of all who watched. The man clad in green, donning a comical mask, was not unfamiliar to the viewers. He had recently gained immense popularity. An ordinary individual, yet he performed acts akin to those of superheroes in comic books, affectionately dubbed the Green Avenger. Many viewers instinctively dialed 911, hoping the police could rescue the hostages. Yet, they were destined for disappointment. The live stream was staged in a disguised filming location, making it exceedingly difficult for law enforcement to arrive in time. Dave, battered and bruised, lamented his choices. He had finally found his beloved, prepared to abandon his superhero facade, only to find himself in dire straits, with both Mindy and Old Man caught in the crossfire. It was all his fault. All his fault. A gunshot rang out, shattering the studio's lights. A gunfight erupted, reigniting hope within Dave. As a faint figure emerged from the shadows, tears of joy streamed down his face. Mindy! It's Mindy! She is alive. He had witnessed her fall from the balcony, believing her dead. What a relief. The battlefield shifted in an instant. The cunning of the assailants exceeded Dave's expectations. The gasoline on Old Man was ignited, and Mindy, exposed to the flames while trying to save him, found herself in grave peril. Were they truly doomed? Who would come to their aid? At that moment, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, as the ceiling of the warehouse used for the live stream collapsed. When Dave beheld the sleek, metallic armor descending from above, elation surged within him. Iron Man? No. It was the silver-armored god of war. Silver-armored god of war, please save Old Man. He is about to be consumed by flames. Rimlu wasted no time. She swiftly approached Old Man, casting a protective barrier over him to shield him from the fire. Then, employing her skill Black Flame, she extinguished the flames entirely. Within moments, the fire-consuming Old Man was extinguished. Not only Dave, but even Old Man, who had been severely burned, was taken aback. He had no idea how the flames had been quelled, yet there was no time to ponder the matter. Forget about me. Go help Mindy. With a swift motion, Rimlu applied a healing potion to Old Man, his injuries visibly mending at an astonishing rate. As he felt the pain dissipate, he was astounded to find not even a scar remained. Old Man stood there, dumbfounded. How was this possible? In the blink of an eye, life was restored. Who was the silver-armored god of war? Meanwhile, Dave, who had been merely an observer, was left speechless. His jaw agape as if he could fit a bowling ball inside. With a resounding clang, the chains binding Old Man were shattered, and an M4 rifle was placed into his hands. Go save your daughter. Old Man cocked the M4 and, with a steely gaze, declared, from this day forth, my life belongs to you. With that, he plunged into the darkness. Rimlu, without uttering another word, moved to Dave's side, shattering the chains that bound him and administering a healing potion in one fluid motion. As Rimlu saved Old Man, Dave was left in awe, now, experiencing it for himself. He felt as though he were in a dream. To bring the dead back to life. Was this the true essence of a superhero? It was utterly terrifying. This realization only deepened Dave's sense of inadequacy. Compared to these superheroes, he felt utterly insignificant. Rimlu placed a reassuring hand on Dave's shoulder. I know you. You possess a hero's heart. In an instant, tears welled in Dave's eyes, and he fought to hold them back. Had he truly heard correctly? The silver-armored god of war recognized him and acknowledged his heroic spirit. This meant he was not entirely without merit. Dave's heart was easy to read. After all, he was merely an ordinary person yearning for heroism. Much like the unlicensed knight in One Punch, his actions are indeed challenging to categorize as right or wrong. However, they are undeniably striking. Rimuru, To aspire to be a hero, mere fervor is insufficient. One must possess formidable skills as well. Starting tomorrow, let us train diligently under the guidance of our esteemed mentor. Yes, Dave Lazarski stood tall, his chest puffed out, his resolve more unshakable than ever before. These drug offenders were already disoriented by Mindy's onslaught, and with the addition of our mentor, their downfall was assured, especially with a silver-armored warrior flanking the battlefield. In a mere minute, these criminals were utterly vanquished. Chapter 39. The ingenious patriarch father, let me see your injuries. We must go to the hospital, right now. Mindy, please remain calm. I assure you, I am fine. Truly, I am unscathed. You can check for yourself. Oh, father, you frightened me. I thought I was going to lose you. Mindy, I apologize for causing you distress. As Damon McLeody embraced Mindy, both in tears, Rimura couldn't help but smile, feeling an immense pride within her. Saving a life is more valuable than constructing a towering pagoda. Rescuing Damon was undoubtedly one of the most meaningful deeds she had accomplished since her arrival in this world. As for the formidable girl known as the Violent Little Girl, Rimuru found her utterly delightful. In her previous life, she had mourned Damon's demise on multiple occasions. Now, saving him felt like a redemption of a past regret. Thank you, Silver Knight. Without you, I would have been lost. Mindy expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Seeing the tears glistening in Mindy's eyes, Rimuru felt a surge of affection. One must cherish both delicious food and lovely girls. It is my honor to assist such a beautiful lady. Rimuru performed a chivalrous gesture reminiscent of medieval knights, eliciting joyous laughter from Mindy. Just as the spirit of chivalry has woven itself into the very fabric of Western culture, so too has the martial spirit become ingrained in the blood of the Chinese people. Although the knights of yore may be long gone, their essence remains alive in the soul. Every girl harbors a dream of being a princess, yearning for a gallant knight to protect her in times of peril. Despite being trained by her father from a young age, Mindy was still a girl at heart, and Rimuru's gallant demeanor was something she simply could not resist. Rimuru's timely intervention not only saved Damon, but also showcased the undeniable charm of the Silver Knight. As the saying goes, when a hero saves a maiden, if he is neither wealthy nor handsome, she is forever grateful but feels inadequate to repay him, often vowing to serve him in her next life. However, if the hero is strikingly handsome, her gratitude transforms into a longing to offer herself in return. This was no ordinary hero. The Silver Knight was a figure who could rival Iron Man himself, and in an instant, Mindy's admiration for him soared to new heights. Silver Knight, you are truly a powerful gentleman. May I gaze upon your face? Mindy's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing with excitement. Yet, the moment those words left her lips, she was met with her father's admonition. Heroes typically value their privacy, and Mindy's request seemed a tad excessive. Damon, Silver Knight, I apologize for my daughter's impulsiveness. She meant no offense. Not at all. Rimuru replied, and as she spoke, her helmet automatically retracted. Mindy's father, a superhero in his own right, though of lesser stature, had a reputation to uphold. Despite Dave's youthful naivety, this experience would surely foster his growth. With Rimuru's prowess, revealing her identity was of little concern. Upon seeing Rimuru's visage, Mindy, Damon, and Dave were all taken aback. The Silver Knight who had saved them, who could even outshine Iron Man, was a little girl? Surely this was a jest. This was no tale of a high school student saving the world. It was an extraordinary twist of fate. Mindy was momentarily stunned. The Silver Knight who had sent her heart aflutter was, in fact, a charming young lady? How infuriating. What was she to do if her Prince Charming suddenly transformed into a girl? Seeking advice, she felt a sense of urgency. Yet, in an instant, Mindy dismissed her confusion. Due to her upbringing and education, she had matured beyond her years, leaving her unable to connect with her peers. This had resulted in her having no friends at all. Now, encountering someone nearly her age, especially a superhero, filled her heart with exhilaration. Mindy approached Rimuru with a familiar ease, bombarding her with questions, even inquiring if she could borrow her battle attire. This left Damon in a state of nervous bewilderment. To him, Rimuru was an enigma, particularly after experiencing the miraculous recovery potion she had provided, which felt like something out of a fantastical tale. Potion. Wait. In a flash, a revelation struck Damon. The potion, the blue hair, the golden eyes, the knightly demeanor. Could it be that Rimuru was the legendary witch? A mere child in appearance, yet with the wisdom of centuries? Sweat began to bead on Damon's brow. Had he uncovered too much? When Rimuru saved him, he had vowed that his life was now hers. This life, which he had snatched from the jaws of death, was a gift, yet he worried for Mindy. After all this time, would she not periodically change her form? Had she now chosen Mindy? Damon felt as if his heart had shattered into 1,000 pieces. Just then, the blaring sound of sirens jolted them back to reality. The police are here. We must leave at once. Damon glanced at Rimuru, clad in her armor, pondering if they would have to part ways now. One must repay kindness. It is the mark of a true gentleman. However, he felt overwhelmed in the presence of this mysterious witch. Once he returned home, he would need to relocate immediately. Next, Rimuru produced a box from her stomach pouch and tossed it to Damon. As he caught it, his eyes widened in astonishment, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Space equipment? Indeed, he had encountered a witch. Mindy's bright eyes sparkled at the sight of the box. How did you conjure that? It's simply marvelous. Not just Mindy, but even Dave was wide-eyed in disbelief. He swore that the box had appeared out of thin air. Rimuru had no intention of hiding the truth. She trusted these three. Yet at that moment, Damon interjected, reprimanding Mindy. What do you mean? How did it appear? Why are you prying? Mindy pouted, feeling wronged. Her father had never spoken so sternly to her before. Stupid dad. But the next moment, she was taken aback by Damon's sudden obsequiousness. I understand the rules. We all do. Please, rest assured. Mindy? Dave? Rimuru? Rules? What rules? Why am I not aware of any? However, there was no time to dwell on such matters as the police were about to enter. Damon, here is $1 million. Ahem, the source is somewhat questionable. Please assist me in laundering it. You may keep 10%. $1 million? Mindy's eyes lit up instantly. Money laundering? This was right up her alley. She relished the thrill of thievery and then cleaning the money. 10% meant $100,000. This delighted Mindy immensely. Damon clasped his hands, grinning broadly. What commission? It is my honor to serve you. Mindy. Dave. Rimuru. Chapter 40. The Arrow of Destiny, Grandpa and Minty's Secret Base. Click. Click. Mindy expertly detached the magazine, loaded the bullets, disengaged the safety, assumed a targeting stance, and then re-engaged the safety. That wretched red whirlwind had the audacity to threaten Grandma and nearly set her father ablaze. Mindy concealed the two firearms, glanced at the tightly shut door of Grandpa's room, and urged, Dad, are you not ready yet? This place has been compromised. We cannot linger here. In another room, Grandpa, engrossed in his computer work, paused momentarily, reassuringly stating, Are we all set? Great job, Minty. Could you also assist me in checking the gear? Minty, perplexed, noted that her father had never been one to procrastinate. What could be troubling him? Was there an undisclosed injury he bore? Unbeknownst to her, this did not deter her from diligently inspecting and maintaining the weapons. Under Grandpa's tutelage, Minty had become more acquainted with firearms than with the dolls, toys, and dresses that typically captivated girls her age. Through countless encounters, Minty had come to profoundly understand the significance of weaponry in warfare. Thus, despite her irritation at her father's delays, she approached the weapon checks with utmost precision. What Minty did not know was that in the adjacent room, Grandpa was fervently penning 2 letters. Letter 1. Dear Minty, by the time you receive this letter, I will likely have departed from your life. Do not grieve. Having a daughter as sweet and wonderful as you is my eternal pride. Your mother left us too soon, though I have tried my best. I cannot provide you with the nurturing love that only a mother can. At the police station, I have a dear friend, Marcus, whom you can trust completely. You will live with Uncle Marcus from now on. Please heed his guidance. I have set aside some money for you in a hidden compartment at our other secret base. The password is your mother's birthday. Though the amount may not be substantial, it should suffice for your needs. Minty, never seek the truth behind my demise, nor pursue vengeance on my behalf. Remember this. Forever loving you, Dad. Letter 2. To Marcus, brother, by the time you receive this email, I shall likely have left this world. Death is an inevitable fate, and I harbor no resentment towards it, save for my concern for Minty. Over the years, Minty has been influenced by my belief in using violence to combat crime. She has gained some self-defense skills, as I had hoped. However, after this tragic turn of events, I have come to realize that I may have been mistaken. The world is far more complex and mysterious than I ever imagined. You may be right, Minty is my daughter, but I cannot dictate her future prematurely. She deserves an education like any other girl. Years ago, you mentioned knowing Mrs. Jacqueline from Forest Hill Elementary. Given the circumstances, I hope you can look after Minty well. Please do not investigate the cause of my untimely death. Remember this. Damon McReady. Having finished the 2 letters, Damon let out a sigh of relief. He encrypted both messages and set them to a special sending mode. If his personal account remained inactive for 72 consecutive hours, the letters would automatically be dispatched. It was now time to confront Frank Amick and his son, Red Whirlwind, to avenge the humiliation they had inflicted. How dare they instill fear in Minty? Those 2 scoundrels deserved 1,000 fates worse than death. Nevertheless, the immediate priority was to ensure the laundering of the $1 million from Limulu. Considering Limulu's potential identity as a witch, Damon dared not slacken in his duties. To eradicate evil, Financial resources were essential. The ammunition alone in the secret chamber of their base cost no less than several million. Damon and Minty harbored no qualms about morality. After obliterating the criminals, they would generously assist in spending the ill-gotten gains. Damon was quite the expert in the art of money laundering. After inspecting the equipment, they split up to surveil their targets from their respective homes and businesses. Despite the cinematic portrayal of Minty, the young girl who effortlessly infiltrated the drug lord Frank Amick's stronghold, the reality was that Frank had underestimated her as a mere child when Damon was burned alive. However, Frank's mindset had since changed, and his defenses had escalated significantly. This shift had transformed Damon and Minnie's path of vengeance from a nightmare difficulty to a hellish challenge. Just after parting ways with Damon and Minty, Limula suddenly recalled the formidable drug lord, Frank Amick. He was a plump, greasy target, and failing to strike decisively would be a disservice to herself. The silver-armored warrior would always embody the righteous superhero, but as for Hawkeye, well, that was a different story. After all, the blame wouldn't fall on her. Thus, the superhero Hawkeye, who would soon instill fear in the New York underworld, re-emerged. At Frank's stronghold, a group of burly men patrolled with machine guns, acutely aware that they had stirred a hornet's nest. For the sake of their lives, no one dared to let their guard down. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh was followed by a piercing scream. The commotion was impossible to ignore. Enemy attack. Alert. The gangsters armed themselves, readying for confrontation, the tension palpable as the air thickened with the pressure of their firearms. Spotting the arrow embedded in the injured man's body, the gangsters stared in disbelief. An arrow? In this age? Was a primitive tribesman attacking them? Yet, upon examining the wound, the burly men felt a chill run down their spines. To their astonishment, a figure cloaked in black, with a hood and mask, boldly approached them. The hooded stranger, my original target was that man's head. Do you believe me? Upon hearing the hooded figure's words, the gangsters erupted in fury. They were merciless criminals, not to be trifled with. How dare this intruder look down upon them? Enough was enough. Fire. The sound of gunfire erupted. Bullets raining down as casings clattered against the floor. In mere moments, the ground was littered with spent shells. Yet, to the astonishment of the gangsters, the hooded figure remained unfazed, standing still as if impervious to the onslaught. However, unlike before, the gangsters exchanged fearful glances, trembling in terror. Could he truly be human? Had they exhausted their ammunition? All right, now it's my turn. Limula swiftly drew an arrow from her quiver, knocked it, aimed, and released. A gangster let out a cry. Clutching the spot where the arrow struck, his face flushing with an unnatural hue, Limulu felt embarrassed. Her inexperience had cost her, as she had aimed for his chest. Do you believe me? The gangsters replied, now it's our turn. One of them sneered menacingly, aren't you playing a turn-based game? Knows one no die. Let us engage in a turn-based game. Second captain, where the hell is your rocket launcher? Blast it. Very well, it is now my turn, this time. I shall aim for your abdomen. Are you ready, darling? I assure you, I genuinely aimed for the abdomen. You must trust me. The devil. He is a devil, surely descended from the depths of hell. Run for your lives. Why are you fleeing? To be struck in the back is a soldier's disgrace. Draw the bow, take aim, fire. Whoosh. Another arrow released, and a burly man collapses with a cry. Rimuru covers her face. She truly intended to target his back. She, the sharpshooter, destined to become a legendary archer. How could her aim consistently land on such specific parts? This defies logic. Chapter 41. Hawkeye, demand payment. As the gunfire erupted, it captured the attention of Big Daddy and Hit Girl. The security at Frank Castle's stronghold was beyond their expectations. And just when they were lamenting their inability to infiltrate, an ally unexpectedly opened a breach for them. Those who commit unjust acts inevitably meet their downfall. It seemed fate had turned against Frank. The seasoned Big Daddy and Hit Girl would not let this fleeting opportunity slip away. The gangsters, in a state of frantic panic, fled like lost dogs, only to be swiftly dispatched by Big Daddy and Hit Girl with ease. After achieving such remarkable success, the father and daughter exchanged a glance, both reflecting unparalleled astonishment in each other's eyes. It is often said that your fiercest rivals are those who understand you best. Hit Girl and Big Daddy had repeatedly undermined Frank's operations and had themselves suffered at his hands, nearly burning alongside him in the flames of conflict. They were acutely aware of the capabilities of Frank's minions. However, they could not fathom who possessed such exceptional skill to utterly dismantle Frank's elite forces. This was not merely a defeat of personnel, it was a shattering of spirit. Who could it be? Such formidable strength was indeed terrifying. Damon and Mindy, wary of the dangers, cautiously approached the inner sanctum of Frank's lair. As they moved, Mindy's cheeks flushed, and she could not help but spit in disdain. Just moments ago, She had idolized that masterful figure, only to discover he was nothing more than a rogue, a scoundrel. In contrast to Mindy's disillusionment, Damon's expression grew increasingly astonished. Perception varies. While Mindy saw the rogue, Damon recognized the archer's unerring precision. The superiority of firearms over melee weapons is widely acknowledged. Even a child could discern the disparity. Yet, this hidden master had vanquished an armed squad with merely a bow. Who could this be? A divine being? Such terror. Upon discovering the remnants of a rocket launcher, Damon's jaw dropped in disbelief, as if he could fit an apple inside. Instantly, he recognized the source and model of the rocket, having ordered it online with free shipping. The power of that weapon. Could it truly not contend with the formidable adversary troubling Frank? In that moment, Damon felt an overwhelming urge to whisk Mindy away from the fray. Such a conflict was far beyond the reach of two mere mortals like them. However, now that they were already entangled, how could they flee? He could not return to Mindy without maintaining his bravado. As a father, he could endure pain, but before his daughter, he could not appear disheveled. Thus, Damon and Mindy stealthily advanced towards Frank's stronghold. Frank Castle, you have betrayed this city. Limulu, wielding a longbow, successfully hypnotized all of Frank's most capable bodyguards. As for Frank himself, he was on the brink of collapse, mere moments away from being fully entranced. Upon hearing Limula declare that he had betrayed the city, Frank felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. How could this calamity have struck him in his own domain? As a notorious drug lord, Frank had long prepared for enemies at his door. Yet, he did not recognize this individual. Coughing up blood, he seethed. Who are you? Limula stood tall, unyielding, declaring, I am the universe's greatest archer, Hawkeye. Frank, Hawkeye? Have we had previous grievances? Limulu, none. Frank, this is certainly an unwelcome meddler. Even heroes have their tempers. Attempting to bribe a superhero with money is a fool's errand. Who cares for such trivialities? In films, whenever the villain, desperate to save his life, offers wealth to the hero nobly declines, proclaiming disdain for such filthy lucre before dispatching the villain. Previously, Frank had scoffed at such absurd scenarios. Yet now, faced with life and death, he yearned to give it a try. Don't kill me. I have money, lots of it. If you spare my life, I will give you my entire fortune. Really? Limulu's eyes sparkled with interest, glowing like beacons in the night. In an instant, Frank choked on his words, nearly suffocating. Though his life was spared, he felt utterly humiliated. You have betrayed this city. Limulu's words resonated with a grandeur that mocked his plight. Who would have thought he would encounter a beggar in this moment? Frustration surged within Frank, driving him to the brink of madness. Hawkeye, I will not rest until you are destroyed. Meanwhile, in the Triarch building, Hawkeye, Clinton Francis Barton, felt a sudden chill run down his spine, causing him to sneeze repeatedly. Initially, Frank intended to understate his wealth, but upon seeing Limulu's menacing gaze, he relented. A true man knows when to bend. He endured. Upon learning that Frank's total assets approached 15 billion, with over 600 million liquid, even Limulu, despite her preparedness, felt her heart race uncontrollably. Such a lucrative venture was indeed daunting. Ultimately, under Limulu's watchful gaze, Frank dared not play tricks and obediently transferred the funds. Upon receiving the good news from Aya, Limulu could not suppress her elation. Her efforts were rewarded. Not only could she afford tea eggs, but also the finest pickled vegetables from Huaxia. Frank Castle truly was a generous man. Thank you, Big Daddy, Limulu exclaimed as she gracefully departed. Although Frank Castle was a despicable scoundrel, Limulu, having received the payment, would not engage in treachery. Moreover, Big Daddy and Hit Girl were en route. Only 30 seconds from the battlefield, Limula felt no urgency. As Limula left, Frank Castle collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. Once he regained his composure, his eyes burned with rage. $600 million, half of his fortune. An enmity that could not be overlooked. Frank swiftly dialed a number, reaching someone whose reputation was terrifyingly formidable. His name was Jean Bing. Frank acted quickly, but Damon and Mindy acted even faster. Just as he uttered the name Hawkeye to Jean Bing, Damon and Mindy enthusiastically invited him to partake in a family-sized bucket of peanuts. Chapter 42. Kingpin in a clandestine base known only to a select few, 10 muscular men with fierce, wolf-like gazes encircled a colossal, bald figure, whose physique resembled that of an iron tower. Kill, bellowed one of the men, igniting a chorus of furious roars from the others as they charged toward the bald titan. Thus commenced a primal and ferocious clash among humans, void of magic, martial energy, or any extraordinary abilities, only the raw power of fists and the brutal collision of bones. Bang! The bald giant's strength was overwhelming. Despite the nature of their encounter being merely a physical confrontation, one of the men was struck as if by a speeding vehicle, sent hurtling several meters before crashing to the ground like a cannonball, rapidly succumbing to a pool of blood. Yet, This brutal incident failed to sway the resolve of either side. The scent of blood only intensified their ferocity, leading to a conflict that grew increasingly savage and ruthless. Despite his imposing stature akin to a fortress, the bald giant exhibited remarkable agility. He moved with the swiftness of a cheetah, deftly weaving through the 9 muscular adversaries, embodying the apex predator of the food chain. One of the muscle-bound men miscalculated, and the bald titan seized the opportunity, his hand striking like a dragon's claw, inflicting 5 gruesome gashes across the man's abdomen. Blood poured forth, and in mere moments, the unfortunate fighter was rendered incapable of further resistance. Kill. The remaining 8 men fought with even greater desperation. As the stakes were clear, it was a matter of life or death. 1 minute, 3 minutes. 5 minutes. The battle culminated with 10 men sprawled across the ground, some with severed limbs, while others lay grievously wounded, revealing stark white bones beneath their injuries. The bald giant stood tall amidst the fallen, bloodied but distinctly unscathed. None of the crimson stains belonged to him. One of the acolytes, perceptive to the atmosphere, approached respectfully, offering a white towel. This bald titan was no mere nobody. He was the underground emperor, Kingpin, whose very presence could send tremors through New York City. Unlike the likes of Tony Stark, whose wealth and political connections could influence presidential elections, Kingpin was often dismissed by true titans as a mere dog, one that could be easily dispatched. His continued existence was tolerated due to his unwavering loyalty and substantial annual tributes, as well as his keen sense of boundaries. Yet in the underworld, a single command from Kingpin could unleash a tempest of violence. Wiping the blood from his hands with the towel, Kingpin casually inquired about the failed business dealings in Hell's Kitchen the previous night. His casual tone sent a chill through the air, causing many to shudder involuntarily. A man, whose face bore the strain of forced smiles, hurried over, stammering, "Boss, I've investigated the matter. According to our informants at the precinct, the deal fell apart due to a superhero named Hawkeye meddling." The man trembled as he recounted every detail of his findings, fearing the repercussions of failing Kingpin. The thought of being disposed of in the Gulf of Mexico to feed sharks was a chilling prospect. Hawkeye? Kingpin furrowed his brow. First, the likes of Daredevil and Punisher had wreaked havoc on his enterprises, and now this newcomer, Hawkeye, emerged from the shadows, assuming him to be a soft target. Realizing Kingpin's displeasure, the subordinate felt a wave of trepidation. The boss's mood was perilous, and he could easily channel his anger toward him. Especially with the knowledge that Hawkeye had a message for Kingpin, the subordinate felt sweat trickling down his forehead. "Is it true that Hawkeye has a message for me?" Kingpin asked, his expression inscrutable. "Yes." The subordinate exhaled, relieved to have received an assurance of Kingpin's composure. "Hawkeye said you have 7 days to transfer $500 million to this account, or else." He hesitated, casting a furtive glance at Kingpin, who appeared surprisingly unfazed, allowing him to continue. "Or else, he will take your head." "Take my head?" Kingpin echoed, his expression devoid of emotion, as if the threat were not directed at him. This only heightened the subordinate's anxiety. Serving Kingpin was akin to dancing with a tiger, and his thoughts were increasingly difficult to decipher. "Leave." Kingpin waved his hand, prompting the subordinate to breathe a sigh of relief. He had survived, and in this moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to weep, grateful that Kingpin was willing to grant him another chance after his blunder. He vowed to serve Kingpin with unwavering loyalty, ensuring no meddlesome pests would disrupt his operations again. Once the subordinate departed, Kingpin summoned another ally. "I have suffered losses exceeding 100 million due to repeated failures. I do not wish for that man to see the light of another day." "Understood." Following the subordinate, 2 sharply dressed enforcers swiftly exited the room. At that moment, another sharply dressed man entered, radiating a keen intensity. Unlike the others, he exhibited a casual demeanor. "Wilson, I've completed the investigation. Frank Amick has been killed right within his heavily fortified lair. According to police records, several of Frank's bodyguards were first struck by arrows, then gunned down." "Arrows? Hawkeye?" Kingpin's eyes glinted with cold fury. Another pest had emerged, following in the footsteps of Daredevil and Punisher. Yet unlike them, Hawkeye was driven by insatiable greed. This would be his undoing. "We can exploit this." Kingpin promptly devised a scheme. "You covet my wealth, do you not? Then let us trade life for riches." Lester, known as Bullseye, was Kingpin's most formidable assassin, renowned for his unparalleled throwing skills. He could effortlessly sever a throat with a playing card or pierce an enemy's skull with a toothpick from an astonishing distance. Bullseye was among Kingpin's most potent assets, pivotal in establishing his empire. Trusting in Bullseye's capabilities, Kingpin was determined to ensure that Hawkeye would not return unscathed. While they were aware of Hawkeye's infiltration of Frank Amick's stronghold, they were oblivious to the true nature of the encounter. Had they known that even relentless barges and rocket launchers could not fell Hawkeye, their confidence might have wavered. Just then, Kingpin's concealed phone vibrated. Upon seeing the name Vanessa on the caller ID, all traces of his earlier coldness melted away, replaced by a gentle, unassuming smile. "Will, are you not done yet?" Wilson Fisk wore a gentle smile upon his face, radiating warmth, as he assured, "I shall return shortly." Should anyone witness the ruthless crime lord displaying such a tender demeanor, they would undoubtedly be left utterly astounded. Chapter 43. The Headache of a Boiled Egg. Long Island Villa. Limulu gazed at the lengthy string of numbers on her bank card, feeling as if she were floating in paradise. The exhilaration was indescribable. This venture not only rescued the father of the violent Loli, but also eliminated the malignant Frank Amick. Most importantly, she had amassed a tidy sum, an abundance of small riches. The early bird catches the worm. Indeed, diligence is the key to prosperity. Setting herself a modest goal, she resolved to earn enough to indulge in some delightful cake. With this newfound ambition, Limulu felt a surge of clarity and motivation in her life. Although the bank statement merely represented a sequence of digits, for her, it was imbued with a tangible significance. With a little gamble, a bicycle could transform into a motorcycle. And with a bit of courage, a motorcycle could become a Land Rover. However, perhaps it was wise to temper that ambition. Who would have imagined that a simple outing would allow her to recoup the expenses for supercomputers and mecha materials? Were it not for the immensely advanced artificial intelligence, Aya, managing her expenditures would have posed quite a challenge. Yet, after some deft operations by Aya, the funds were impeccably laundered, becoming her legitimate income. This is the convenience of digital currency. On the internet, Aya reigned supreme. Now that wealth was within her grasp, it was time to pay a visit to Tony Stark. Those cutting-edge materials and weaponry must come from him. Life is a relentless pursuit. And Limulu's goal was to sell a new element reactor to Tony Stark and collect a patent fee. S-H-I-D-L-D. 3/4 wing building. Agent Hill presented a document to Nick Fury. Director. The Department of Defense has recently sent us a notice requesting that we disclose the identity of the silver-armored god to the military. Upon receiving the document, Nick Fury was taken aback. Has Limulu done something? Through his observations over time, he had come to understand Limulu's character fairly well. She was a rather gentle and amicable individual, unlikely to provoke the sensitivities of military personnel. Maria Hill, at approximately 2:27 a.m. last night. The military detected the silver-armored god flying through the night sky. Subsequently, the NYPD reported a shooting incident with a death toll of 19. Agent Hill briefly recounted the events leading up to this moment, including the violent livestream crime incident online. At 2 in the morning? Nick Fury's brow furrowed upon seeing the time. Going out to save people at such an hour is hardly a good sign. While the average person might view the silver-armored god rescuing citizens from criminals as commendable, Nick Fury perceived Limulu as rather unrestrained. At least not as placid as she appeared. Agent Hill, the military has been eyeing humanoid mecha technology for quite some time. They have repeatedly pressured Tony Stark to grant them access to this technology, but Tony has resolutely refused. Despite numerous requests from the military, many hawks have even suggested forced requisition. However, Tony Stark's unique status and extensive connections make such coercion impossible in Congress. Nick Fury rubbed his temples. So, they have set their sights on Limulu, have they? Indeed, Agent Hill nodded. It's quite normal. In today's world, there are only 3 mecha units visible to the public. Mark, Iron Tyrant, and Wind God. Iron Tyrant has long been destroyed. The most mature and battle-tested mecha are Mark and Wind God. Mark is in Tony Stark's possession. And with his immense wealth and influence, they cannot exert force. Yet, there is only one Tony Stark, while there are multiple mature mecha units. Foolish. Short-sighted. Nick Fury could not help but utter a curse. Did they truly believe Limulu was a soft target? The abilities she had demonstrated were already astonishing enough. Unknown anesthetic gases, resistance to temperature fluctuations, and a dimensional stomach. Especially the dimensional stomach, which could, at the very least, hold an entire lake's worth of fresh water. What if she were pushed to her limits and unleashed a deluge upon New York? Limulu claimed her stomach could contain a lake's worth of water. Was that truly the upper limit? One's trump cards are always more advantageous when plentiful, just as he himself. Many assumed his left eye was blind, but few knew that it held the highest authority within S-H-I-E-L-D, understanding others through oneself. Nick Fury would never believe that a lake was the extent of her stomach's capacity. And what of that unknown anesthetic gas? Who could say how much she could release at once? Not to mention Limulu's intellect, which even Tony Stark held in high regard. If Limulu were indeed a denizen of Earth from 2,500 years in the future, one could only imagine the advancements their weaponry would possess. A span of 2,500 years is vast, Consider the technological disparity between Earthlings 2,500 years ago and now. A civilization capable of interstellar travel is far beyond the comprehension of those short-sighted politicians. Agent Hill was taken aback by Nick Fury's outburst. As one of the few Level 9 agents in S.H.I.E.L.D., she was aware of some insider information regarding the silver-armored god, Limulu. Even when it came to extraterrestrials, she had her own insights and did not perceive Limulu as particularly formidable. However, the director's reaction was entirely unexpected. Nick Fury, you need not concern yourself with this matter any further. I shall handle the military's inquiries. Understood, Agent Hill replied. Is there anything else to report? Director, I have another report from the police department that is quite peculiar. You may wish to take a look. Agent Hill said as she presented the report. Peculiar? Nick Fury's curiosity was piqued, but shortly after opening the report, he noticed a darkening expression on his face. Hill, you may leave now. Also, please relay a message for me. Have Barton come to my office. After Hill exited, Nick Fury rubbed his temples again. Was it merely his imagination? Or was it becoming increasingly difficult to be the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. these days? If Limulu were present, she would surely tell him that it wasn't just his imagination. This was merely the beginning, and he would soon find his role as director becoming ever more challenging. When Barton entered the director's office, Nick Fury wasted no time and tossed the NYPD report onto the table before him. Before long, Hawkeye Barton was utterly bewildered. It wasn't me. Director, you know me. Using the bow to strike someone is the disgrace of an archer. I, Clinton Francis Barton, would never engage in close combat with the bow. Chapter 44. The indomitable power of wealth upon arriving at the luxurious villa on the Malibu coast in California. Limulu could not help but gasp in awe. Just as a villa in New York had recently been destroyed, here stood an even more magnificent one, facing the vast ocean, adorned with the beauty of spring. Curse those affluent elites. However, the thought of this villa soon meeting a similar fate brought a smile to Limulu's face. She couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. The luck of Tony Stark could easily rival that of the Suzuki Corporation from Conan. In the realm of alternate dimensions, the 40 billion yen Suzuki Tower had collapsed. Amidst the flames of the Sunflower, a meticulously constructed exhibition hall had been obliterated. In the pitch-black nightmare, an entire amusement park had been destroyed. Fans of Conan have concluded that any grand edifice funded by the Suzuki Corporation, highlighted extensively at the beginning, is doomed to be blown up. And what of Tony Stark? In Iron Man 1, his villa in New York was bombed, and his research center was annihilated. In Iron Man 2, the Industrial Expo was obliterated. In the Avengers 1, the newly constructed Stark Tower met the same fate. In Iron Man 3, the Californian villa was destroyed, and in Avengers Endgame, the rebuilt Avengers base was once again reduced to ruins. Is he perhaps fated to be intertwined with explosions? After a brief moment of contemplation, the statuesque Pepper, elegantly striding in her high heels, approached. Pepper, you look even more radiant. Limulu exclaimed. You flatter me. I've been staying up late, and my skin has suffered to the point where I hardly dare to show my face. Though Pepper uttered these words, her smile betrayed her true feelings, brimming with delight. Limulu was not fooled. If she dared to criticize Pepper's complexion, she would undoubtedly find herself on Pepper's blacklist. Ah, women. The astute Limulu had seen through it all. It must be said, Pepper possesses an exceptionally high emotional intelligence and excels in conversation. Once the dialogue began, she adeptly steered the topics, and the two engaged in lively banter, both thoroughly enjoying themselves. Limulu, what a rare guest. Tony Stark, with his tousled hair and freshly emerged from the lab, lit up at the sight of her. Having just completed the adjustments on Mark IV, it seemed that fate was eager for him to reclaim his pride from Limulu. Tony Stark was immensely confident in the Mark IV. Its speed, armor, and weaponry were all ingeniously crafted. Compared to Mark III, its performance was nothing short of revolutionary. Limulu, my Mark IV is complete. When shall we schedule a rematch? Not a chance. Limulu promptly declined, without a hint of hesitation. Huh? Tony Stark was taken aback. That was an unusually swift rejection. Did he misjudge the situation? What about your pride as a man? Surely you're not afraid. Tony goaded. Limulu remained unfazed. Should Mark be defeated by function, Tony would have to concede defeat. Tony Stark replied, strength is merely one aspect. My Mark has now reached its 4th generation. What about your function? Is it still the 1st version? If Mark were to lose to function, Tony would certainly have to concede. Tony's face darkened, resembling charcoal. And with his eye patch, he could easily cosplay Nick Fury. Let us have another match. I promise I'll make your function regret ever stepping onto the battlefield. Limulu retorted. Should Mark lose to function, Tony would have to concede. Tony Stark was exasperated. It was just one loss. Did they have to bring it up incessantly? With reddened eyes, he insisted, let us have another match. Limula teased, are you begging me? Tony gritted his teeth. Yes, I'm begging you. Limula quipped, even if you beg. It won't change a thing. Tony was beside himself with frustration. I, Tony Stark, the wealthiest man in the world, Iron Man, a superhero, have never wanted to punch someone as much as I do right now. Limulu and Tony S. Banter brought unrestrained laughter from Pepper. Both glanced at her, and Pepper, unable to contain herself, said, Limulu, Tony, you have no idea how amusing your argument was. It was like watching a father and daughter squabble. Your personalities are so similar. Limulu and Tony pointed at each other, both exclaiming, father and daughter? What an absurd notion. Limulu added, Pepper, how could such a greasy old man possibly have a child as charming and exceptional as me? Tony Stark countered, Pepper, you've always been my invaluable assistant. But this time you've misjudged. I, Tony Stark, the most brilliant genius in human history, would never sire a mischievous brat like Limulu. Greasy old man. Are you referring to me? The most brilliant genius in history? Pepper, come help me. I can hardly contain myself. As Limulu and Tony engaged in their playful jabs, Pepper found herself laughing uncontrollably, her joy infectious. Tony, like a child, had been completely drawn into Limulu's antics. Yet, it was indeed astonishing that outsiders would never suspect that the illustrious Iron Man could be so flustered by Limulu, and yet he found himself utterly powerless against her. Tony, what happened to the energy-saving light on your chest? It looks dreadful. Should we get a doctor to reinstall it? What do you mean install it back? Listen to yourself. Do you hear how ridiculous that sounds? Palladium is toxic. He could barely keep his composure after drinking chlorophyll juice. You little rascal. You're just trying to make him look foolish. Tony Stark's chest rose and fell dramatically, flames of indignation igniting within him, yearning to hurl his iron gauntlet at Limulu's face. You little rascal, draw your sword. Once he had calmed down, Tony finally asked, so, what will it take for you to agree to a rematch? Limulu replied, function is a weapon of war, meant to kill enemies, not for mere competition. Tony Stark, I will cover the materials for function too. Huh? Limulu's eyes suddenly sparkled, her expression transforming as if dollar signs had replaced her pupils. What did you say? Repeat that. Seeing her reaction, Tony Stark felt an overwhelming sense of regret. How foolish he was. It was he that Limulu didn't want to compete, rather, as a penniless individual. She simply lacked the means to procure the materials for function 2. He should have realized this sooner. Limulu firmly stated, function is a weapon of war. Before she could finish, Tony interjected, I will also cover the materials for function 3. Gulp. Limula swallowed hard, instantly perceiving Tony Stark as immensely grand, radiating brilliance from head to toe. The power of wealth is indeed formidable and dazzling. Chapter 45. Selling you like a puppy, another serving. Rimuru licked her lips, still craving more. Compared to the chef at Tony's place, her own cook's culinary skills were rather touching. Pepper, already aware of Rimuru's hearty appetite, had instructed the chef to increase the portion sizes. However, witnessing the towering stack of plates before Rimuru left her momentarily speechless. Could anyone eat this much? Each time she saw Rimuru devouring a plate of steak with fervor, Pepper felt a flicker of anxiety. She genuinely feared that Rimuru might inadvertently burst her belly. Tony, is everything all right? Pepper continuously cast glances at Tony Stark, seeking his help. It was also Tony's first time witnessing Rimuru indulge so freely, and he was somewhat taken aback. However, knowing Rimuru's true nature, he wasn't overly surprised. Instead, he felt a sense of curiosity. This slime seemed even more extraordinary than he had previously imagined. Before Tony could speak, Rimuru chimed in, don't worry, Pepper. This amount of food doesn't even amount to 1/millionth of my capacity. Since Rimuru had overheard, Pepper decided to drop the pretense and playfully poked her forehead. You little rascal. Your ears are quite sharp. You know I'm worried yet show no restraint. Overindulgence isn't good for your stomach. If you overdo it, let us see if you can still sleep tonight. Without further ado, Rimuru transformed into her slime form. Sister Pepper, I apologize for concealing the truth from you all this time. This is, in fact, my true form. Revealing her true identity to Pepper was a decision Rimuru had carefully contemplated. As the woman behind Iron Man, Pepper was known for her discretion and ability to keep secrets. Furthermore, in this world, Pepper was one of the very few friends with whom Rimuru shared a close bond. Disclosing her true identity would effectively bridge the gap between them and deepen their relationship. Lastly, it was about the food. How could Pepper fully enjoy her meal if she remained unaware? Upon seeing Rimuru transform from a beautiful girl into a round, blue ball, Pepper's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth forming a perfect O. Oh my God, what is this? Tony, is today April Fool's Day? Tony Stark's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Although it wasn't his first time witnessing Rimuru's transformation, he remained exceptionally curious. How was this transition between forms accomplished? It defied all logic. Relax, as you can see. This is Rimuru's true form. She will not harm you. It was at this point that Pepper began to grasp the situation, casting a sulky look at Tony. So you knew all along. Pepper had every reason to feel a pang of sadness. She had always believed that her bond with Rimuru was the closest, akin to that of soul sisters. Yet, it turned out that Tony was more informed than she was. Tony Stark found this amusing. Was Pepper feeling jealous? How adorable. As a gentleman, he felt compelled to soothe her feelings. Thus, he recounted his first encounter with Rimuru in the cave. With each word, Pepper's eyes sparkled brighter, her affection for Rimuru growing. The moment Pepper cradled Rimuru's true form in her arms, her heart melted entirely, utterly captivated. However, Rimuru found herself in a bit of a predicament, questioning whether revealing the truth to Pepper had been a mistake. In the laboratory, titanium alloy, fiberglass. And this weight. Rimuru, your wind god armor is rather hefty. Congratulations, you finally escaped the trap of light armor. Tony Stark said, patting Rimuru on the shoulder with a sense of pride. Rimuru, you've grown up, and I'm thrilled. Upon hearing Tony's words, Rimuru felt a wave of annoyance. Was he really taking advantage of her in such a childish manner? That's excessive weight. To maintain relative mobility, you'd need to significantly increase the energy output ratio, which is quite inefficient. Moreover, the weapons you've equipped are hardly suited for conventional combat. The energy consumption of the control system for these weapons exceeds expectations. Tony Stark looked at Rimuru with seriousness. With your intellect, you should not make such basic errors. Have you modified the reactor? Rimuru was taken aback. Tony truly was brilliant. Just from the materials she had ordered, he had deduced the energy consumption of her wind god armor, and even speculated about potential reactor modifications. Not quite. Tony quickly dismissed his own hypothesis. Using palladium as fuel, the room for improvement in the arc reactor technology is minimal. Even if you maximize the rotation speed, the energy will still fall short. Have you possibly utilized hybrid energy? I've contemplated that as well, but the energy conversion efficiency is too low. It would only serve as a minor supplement of little significance. Listening to Tony ramble on, Rimuru was speechless. Had he caught the infection from Spider-Man? Stop. No need for further speculation. Let me be clear. I have discovered a new element that does not belong to the periodic table. With an energy conversion efficiency far exceeding that of palladium, providing ample and stable output. Would you like to purchase the patent? Tony nearly choked on his water, exclaiming, what? You're selling the arc reactor technology to me? You must be joking. Wait, what did you just say? You discovered a new element. Not on the periodic table? Rimuru nodded. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Curious, Rimuru asked why. Tony Stark, you may not realize this, but while the palladium reactor has kept me alive, palladium is toxic. As long as I continue using the Iron Man suit, the toxins in my blood will only deepen. Replacing palladium with a new element is not a notion exclusive to you. Rimuru reflected. How could she not know this? If not for her intervention, especially the powerful effects of the recovery potion, Tony might have succumbed to despair. While her thoughts were tumultuous, Rimuru maintained a calm facade. So what? On Earth? I have tried every known, unknown, and even theoretically possible new element, but to no avail. Although Tony did not voice his next thought, Rimuru understood perfectly. His implication was clear. If I, Tony Stark, have not discovered a new element, how could you? Even though the discovery of a new element ultimately owed its credit to Tony Stark, his arrogant and condescending attitude was rather irksome. Rimuru huffed. I've changed my mind. If I sell you this reactor, I am but a puppy. Tony Stark, unfazed, retorted. Even if I run out of energy and float in space, I would never seek to buy a patent from you. When it comes to intellect, who fears whom? If a new element exists, Rimuru can find it. And so can I. In terms of wisdom, I, Tony Stark, am never inferior to anyone. Half an hour later, Tony Stark felt an insatiable itch within, akin to 100 claws scratching at his heart, unable to endure any longer. The prospect of a new element was to him what the scent of fish is to a cat. Leaning closer to Limulu, he ingratiated himself. Have you truly discovered a new element? Limulu's expression turned stern. Absolutely not. Tony, 100 million. Limulu, that is out of the question. Tony, this one could be negotiable. 1 billion. Goodness. Is the price doubling with every offer? This insufferable wealthy individual thinks money can solve everything. Limulu was not one to bow for mere pittance. Waving his cash, Tony proclaimed disdainfully, in addition to that, I'll have the installation fees for the latest particle collider and 3D printer. Coughing violently, Limulu's face flushed with embarrassment. Well, since you've taken on the curse of energy depletion and drifting in space, I suppose there is no other choice. If I refuse to sell, it would appear I lack compassion. Allow me to show some pity. I shall sell it to you. You little pup, Tony remarked. Woof, Limulu replied. Tony Stark. Very well, you have one. Chapter 46. Your friend Green Fat is about to go online. I have struck gold. I am at a loss on how to spend my newfound wealth. With one hand, I purchase a Nokia, and with the other, a Motorola. I change my mobile, Unicom, and little smart numbers daily. I indulge in driving a Mercedes, then a BMW, and find leisure in saunas and feasting on lobsters. I am truly thriving. I have even hired 3 nannies, one for cleaning, one for cooking, and another to be a wet nurse. Limulu hums a cheerful tune, enveloped in bliss, akin to the exhilaration of gulping down a large bottle of soda. This is double the joy. This trip to the West Coast has been immensely fruitful for Limulu. She successfully secured an array of cutting-edge materials from Tony, even obtaining components for Function 3 and Function 4. Most notably, she sold a new energy reactor to Tony, reaping a staggering $10 billion. When accounting for the supercomputer installation fees, the 3D printer, and the particle collider, she stands to profit at least $12 billion. Indeed, kidnapping Tony Stark seems to be the most lucrative path to wealth. After scheduling a competition with Tony Stark, Limulu piloted Function I back to New York. In her Long Island villa, she gazes at the now obsolete Function I, reflecting on how, in less than half a year, this cutting-edge exosuit has become an antiquity. The pace of innovation is faster than that of electronic products. Soon, she plans to construct a wardrobe in her villa, specifically for displaying the Function series of armors. During her visit to Tony's West Coast villa, Limulu was deeply moved by his wardrobe. While she may not appreciate Tony Stark's aesthetic choices, it must be acknowledged that he has excelled this time. How could a man's wardrobe lack a few pieces of women's attire? Oh, pardon me. How could it not include several suits of armor? This is far more sophisticated and grand than a garage full of luxury cars, a wine cellar of fine vintages, or a closet of designer handbags. Creating exosuits is no simple task. Even with Aya's assistance, completion within a short time frame is impossible. Eager to witness the birth of Function 2, Limula boldly requested a half-month leave from her homeroom teacher, Mrs. Jacqueline. Initially, she feared that her extended absence would be denied, especially since her attendance had been brief since transferring schools, and final exams loomed ahead. To her astonishment, Mrs. Jacqueline approved her leave without even inquiring about the reason. Such exceptional service left Limulu at a loss for words. She wondered if there was a specialized wake-up service for days she overslept. As time passed, Limulu immersed herself in the laboratory, neglecting sleep and sustenance, while Function 2 gradually transitioned from blueprints to reality. This kept her extraordinarily busy yet fulfilled, to the extent that she lost track of time. Unbeknownst to Limulu, while she toiled diligently, the outside world was rife with turmoil. Firstly, Damon, through various connections, finally succeeded in enrolling Mindy at Forest Hill Elementary. Regardless of Mindy's resistance to the school, Damon was resolute. She reluctantly donned her backpack and set off. Seeing Mindy seated in the bright classroom filled Damon with pride. Life without the witch was splendid. He had completed Limulu's request without fail and did not even intend to collect his fee, merely awaiting her to reach out again. Serving the witch did not irk Damon as much as he had anticipated. However, he remained steadfast in preventing her from getting close to his daughter. Never underestimate a father's determination. Though he appeared as insignificant as an ant before the witch, he would dare to extend his antennae towards the sun and defiantly gesture at it. Surely, Limulu, the wealthy individual, could not possibly regard a school as impoverished and dilapidated as Forest Hill Elementary. Damon felt assured about this move. In stark contrast to Damon's sentiments, Hawkeye found himself increasingly agitated as he investigated the situation. The imposter using his name was utterly outrageous. As an archer, it was disgraceful that most of his battles were fought with a bow on his back, falsely touted as physical hypnosis, a humiliating mark on the archery community. What infuriated Hawkeye further was the imposter's insatiable greed, masquerading as a champion of justice while merely accumulating wealth. Upon learning that the counterfeit had swindled $1 million from Kingpin and $6 billion from Frank Amick, Hawkeye was engulfed in rage. How absurd. He awoke before dawn and retired late, earning barely $10,000 a month. He could hardly recall the last time he received a raise. His meager salary was often delayed. Hawkeye's sense of justice was at its peak. For the sake of America, no. For world peace, he felt compelled to deliver a merciful annihilation to the imposter. While Hawkeye fervently pursued the false hero, his intelligence was also presented to Kingpin. Each had their own way of operating. Compared to the lofty agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Kingpin's subordinates were a ragtag bunch, lacking refinement but abundant in numbers. To gather intelligence, Hawkeye might have exchanged a few words with a heavily tattooed individual engaged in street performance or struck up a conversation with a warmly welcoming lady. Unknowingly connecting with Kingpin's network, let alone Hawkeye donned tight leather attire, wielding a bow and quiver, making him conspicuous as a torch in the night. Thus, a highly confidential piece of information regarding a major deal involving Kingpin fell into Hawkeye's hands. In Arlington, Virginia, General Ross received an intriguing report. In Milwaukee, a citizen consumed a bottle of guarana soda, resulting in an experience beyond his expectations. We suspect gamma poisoning. A female clerk presented the file to General Ross, who was indulging in a cigar. What? Ross exclaimed, rising with excitement. The news was like a refreshing oasis in the desert for him. In an instant, he felt invigorated, as if rejuvenated by a decade. Where was the soda bottled? In Brazil, at the port of Porto. Send someone to the bottling factory to locate a Caucasian. Move cautiously. If he sees us, he will flee. Understood. Once the clerk departed, Ross's gaze sharpened. Initially, his pursuit of the Hulk was merely a duty, driven by a soldier's sense of responsibility, honor, and mission. However, as his daughter repeatedly pleaded for Banner's mercy, his motivations became entwined with personal grievances. As a father, could one imagine their beloved child marrying a creature capable of uncontrollable rage? Do not speak of true love. How can one romance across species? He could not bear the thought of the Ross family producing a green monster. With each failed attempt to capture the Hulk, Ross's initial intentions faded, giving way to an obsession with the creature's overwhelming power. The pursuit of the Hulk transformed from duty to personal vendetta, evolving into a stepping stone for his ascension, a lifelong fixation. Chapter 47. The Emergency Meeting of S.H.I.E.L.D. At the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the Triskelion, numerous high-ranking officials gathered in unison. Among them were Nick Fury, Hill, Coulson, Melinda, Black Widow, Pierce, Crossbones, and Sylvette. Nick Fury addressed the assembly. Now that everyone is present, let us commence. Indeed, replied Maria Hill, who was presiding over the meeting as she stepped forward. 30 minutes ago, an intense combat erupted in the National Forest Park. Please direct your attention to the screen. As the lights dimmed, a video began to play. Due to the angle of filming and the low resolution of the mobile recording, the footage appeared exceedingly blurry and shaky. Nevertheless, it immediately captivated the attention of all present. Team A, fire at will. Where are the 50 caliber sniper rifles? Open fire, immediately, at the command of General Ross. Soldiers unleashed a barrage from heavy machine guns and large caliber sniper rifles, unleashing a storm of bullets upon the Hulk. To everyone's astonishment, even the 50 caliber rounds failed to pierce the Hulk's skin, as if merely tickling him. What manner of creature was this? Was he truly flesh and blood like any human? A 50 caliber bullet could obliterate even a dinosaur under the right conditions. Was he not a demon risen from the depths of hell? Despite having heard of the Hulk's infamous reputation 2 years prior, the reality presented in the video far surpassed any prior knowledge, delivering a profound shock. The battle continued on screen. The Hulk roared defiantly, charging through artillery fire, effortlessly overturning an armored vehicle with a mere sweep of his arm. With a single collision, he intercepted a speeding armored car, lifting it with ease and wielding it as a weapon, smashing another armored vehicle to smithereens. He even treated a small car as a cannonball, sending it crashing through a distant, armed vehicle. Especially remarkable was the moment when 2 sonic cannons fired simultaneously. Their immense output power sent the formidable Blonsky flying. Yet, even these epic-defining weapons only managed to momentarily suppress the Hulk for a mere 10 seconds before he reduced them to rubble. The cacophony of gunfire, the Hulk's roars, the cries of wounded soldiers, and the explosions of cars and armored vehicles filled the battlefield with chaos, culminating in the catastrophic crash and explosion of helicopters, engulfing the scene in flames and elevating the ferocity of the conflict to its zenith. When the onlookers witnessed the Hulk shielding Betty with his body, the female agents present felt an arrow pierce their hearts. The Hulk, though brutish and savage, harbored a gentleness within him. Was this a real-life tale of Beauty and the Beast? Even Natasha, the formidable Black Widow, felt an admiration for Betty. Not everyone possesses the courage to romance a monster like Shrek. Meanwhile, the male agents applauded the Hulk's valor, recognizing that in a moment of life and death, he protected a beautiful woman, embodying the true essence of manhood. They even began to worry for the Hulk's safety. However, when the flames receded to reveal the Hulk cradling Betty, unharmed, the room collectively sighed in relief, yet fell into a profound silence. Agents are still human. Even when experiencing fleeting emotions, their cognitive processes remain distinct from those of ordinary individuals. The video abruptly ended, and the lights brightened once more. Yet, no one spoke. All were furrowed in thought, deep in contemplation. S.H.I.E.L.D., which stands for Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. was established by the International Security Council to handle various extraordinary events. Such extraordinary events encompass not only supernatural occurrences, but also any threats to national security, thus granting S.H.I.E.L.D. the authority to intervene in matters concerning the Hulk, a phenomenon beyond the public's imagination. Yet, it was precisely this responsibility that weighed heavily on their minds. The Hulk's immense strength, towering stature, swift speed, and formidable resilience rendered him nearly impervious to fire. And even sonic weapons had no effect on him. He was a perfect embodiment of invulnerability, devoid of any discernible weakness. Could they truly contend with such an adversary? Agents are not mere cinematic figures clad in suits, driving modified supercars, flirting with women while saving the world. Infiltration, subversion, assassination, intelligence gathering. These are their true specialties. They did not believe they could outmatch an army clad in advanced armor in direct combat. The Hulk, originally known as Bruce Banner, was a brilliant physicist with 7 doctoral degrees. 2 years ago, an incident during a gamma pulse experiment transformed him. The angrier the Hulk became, the stronger he grew. His limits remained unknown. His blood was toxic, exhibiting a highly infectious nature. Hill adjusted the projection device, presenting various intelligence reports on the Hulk to the agents. Nick Fury inquired, "What are your thoughts on capturing the Hulk?" "Speak freely." "Speak? What nonsense. To voice an opinion now would only invite responsibility upon ourselves." The Hydra affiliates exchanged furtive glances, their gazes evasive. Director Pierce appeared half asleep, resembling a victim of senility. An awkward silence enveloped the room, leaving Nick Fury feeling increasingly uncomfortable. He glanced at Coulson, his trusted aide, thinking it was time for him to step up and alleviate the burden. Coulson, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, realized that with his current abilities, he wouldn't stand a chance against the Hulk's wrath. Yet, he could feel Fury's intense gaze upon him. After a long pause, Coulson finally said, "If only Captain America were here." Nick Fury. All agents. Captain America had been missing for years, while they understood Coulson's admiration for him. There should be limits. Natasha raised her hand. "May I speak?" "Please do," Fury replied. Natasha continued, "The Hulk possesses formidable defenses and immense strength, showing no fear of fire or sonic waves. I wonder if tranquilizers or toxins would have any effect on him." Nick Fury shook his head in disappointment. According to General Ross's intelligence, toxins and tranquilizers have little impact on the Hulk. Natasha pressed on. "What if we were to employ them before Banner transforms into the Hulk? For instance, delivering a Barrett round from 800 meters away." Fury shook his head again. As soon as Banner experiences anger, panic, or pain, he transforms into the Hulk. Even if we were to shoot him in his human form, the intense pain would trigger his transformation, and all injuries would rapidly heal post-transformation. The room fell silent. Did this imply the Hulk possessed no weaknesses? What was the point of this discussion? They might as well retire for the night. Currently, the only known superheroes were Captain America and Iron Man. Captain America was missing, and as for Iron Man, it was best not to consider him. His gadgets would be dismantled by the Hulk in mere moments. Nick Fury felt an overwhelming headache. They had trained their forces for years, and now the military had sent a notification. If they could not devise a solution for the Hulk, the Council might reconsider the necessity of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s existence. Natasha appeared contemplative. "Director, perhaps we could consult that individual. They might possess insights into the Hulk situation." "Consult? Insights?" Many agents, lacking the necessary clearance, looked bewildered, while those with higher clearance exchanged knowing glances. Nick Fury reluctantly nodded. Truth be told, he was loath to involve Rimuru in this predicament. Parallel universes are undoubtedly far more complicated than dealing with a green giant. However, there seems to be no alternative at this juncture. I shall entrust this matter to you. Upon its successful resolution, I will arrange for a 6-month leave along with a bonus of $3 million. Thank you, Director. Natasha's face lit up with joy. A subordinate who cannot alleviate their superior's burdens is not a commendable one. Indeed, she had wagered wisely. This endeavor would yield significant rewards for her. Seeking intelligence from Rimla proved to be far more straightforward and advantageous than confronting the green giant directly. If successful, the profits would be substantial. If it failed, there would be little to lose, would there? The reward proposed by the egghead was met with envy and resentment from the others. Yet, many were still pondering the true meaning of that film and the identity of the enigmatic figure. Just recently, Director Pierce, who had been feigning senility, had his small eyes darting about as a myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Chapter 48. The Widow. There will always be mischievous individuals who seek to harm me. Long Island Villa. After tirelessly laboring for over 10 days, I finally succeeded in creating the Wind God 2. Gazing at this magnificent creation before me, my heart swelled with joy, reminiscent of a love at first sight. The mech's design boasts smooth lines, evenly distributed modules, and harmonious proportions, epitomizing the beauty of mechanical engineering. Primarily adorned in a silvery hue, it is accentuated with splashes of red and blue, complementing its metallic composition and exuding an aura of science fiction. Particularly striking is the external armor of the Wind God 2, composed of overlapping modules that create a seamless, scale-like structure, maximizing aerodynamic efficiency. In a sense, the Wind God 2 transcends the realm of a mere war machine, emerging instead as a true work of art, equipped with multiple barriers. I have significantly reduced the thickness of the armor, yet its initial design took into account the need to contend with colossal adversaries like the Hulk. Thus, in comparison to the Wind God I, the Wind God 2 remains an imposing presence. At first glance, it even evokes the sensation of a war fortress, brimming with aggression. In terms of energy, it has been upgraded with a new energy reactor, resulting in exceptional overall performance without notable shortcomings. As I caressed the exterior armor of the Wind God, the cold, metallic texture melted into my fingertips, sending shivers of exhilaration through my mind, giving me the sensation of floating on clouds. Truly, a masterpiece from the great sage. Just as I reveled in the birth of the Wind God 2, Natasha arrived once more at the villa entrance. Unlike her previous visit, this time, she approached with a sense of humility, tinged with reverence. In the annals of humanity, Captain America is celebrated as the first widely recognized and acknowledged superhero. Indeed, he was the pioneer and, in many ways, the last of his kind. Attempts to revive the super soldier program subsequently faltered, failing to achieve similar success. As for Natasha, her enhancements from the former Soviet Union significantly bolstered her immune system and resilience, even decelerating the aging process. In a certain sense, Natasha herself is a half-cyborg, possessing physical capabilities that closely resemble those of Captain America. Throughout her years as a spy, she has never shied away from combat, which has been a source of her confidence. However, the emergence of the Hulk has fundamentally altered her perception of combat prowess. Initially, Natasha dismissed my ramblings, but observing the director's reactions, she began to suspect that a portion of my claims might indeed hold some truth. Humanity is often filled with an awe of the unknown, the mysterious, and the uncontrollable future. After ringing the doorbell, I found myself waiting. Natasha approached this meeting with anticipation. The prospect of a 6-month vacation and $3 million invigorated her spirit. Upon seeing me again, Natasha was struck by an undeniable allure. It is hard to fathom that such a charming and delightful young woman could effortlessly transform into a bouncy, soft blue orb. The thought of inquiring about the means to defeat the Hulk, that ferocious behemoth, filled her with a sense of absurdity. As Natasha scrutinized me, I wore an inexplicable expression. I must admit, Natasha's captivating presence was indeed alluring, yet it was more about the remarkable secrets she concealed. True to her moniker as the Black Widow, a deadly femme fatale, Natasha had concealed listening devices and recording equipment in various discreet locations, including her ears, neckline, stockings, and even beneath her skirt. I found myself questioning whether she possessed a fourth-dimensional bra. If she were to brandish a sword from it one day, I would hardly be surprised. However, a pressing concern arose. What would happen if these devices encountered water or malfunctioned? Not everyone possesses my unique skill of electrical resistance. Nonchalantly lounging on the sofa, I inquired, "What brings you here, Natasha? Surely, you must have a reason for visiting." With a gentle smile, Natasha replied, her demeanor revealing that she understood my earlier expression all too well. I chose not to expose her intentions, delighting instead in the art of subtle communication. Several hours ago, General Ross and the Hulk clashed in Forest Park, resulting in a devastating defeat for Ross. The military has requested SHIELD's assistance. I wish to inquire how, in the films, humanity manages to defeat the Hulk. Upon hearing Natasha's words, I was momentarily taken aback. While I had been engrossed in developing the Wind God 2, had the Hulk already wreaked havoc in New York? Furthermore, Natasha had come to consult me about cinematic strategies for vanquishing the Hulk. My expression turned peculiar as I pondered whether SHIELD had genuinely believed my previous absurd claims. The thrill of deceiving others was intoxicating, and the prospect of continuing to do so invigorated every cell in my body. Observing my sudden enthusiasm, Natasha felt an uncomfortable chill creep down her spine. Why did she suddenly sense impending doom? Was it mere paranoia? I regarded Natasha with utmost seriousness, stating, "Sister Natasha, you may not realize this, but in the films, it is actually you who defeats the Hulk." What? Natasha was momentarily stunned, her mind racing to comprehend my words. Was I jesting? Given her stature, she seemed far too fragile to withstand a single blow from the Hulk. Did I truly address her as sister? With Natasha's extensive experience and professional training, she sensed an underlying trap in my statement. At that moment, only one thought occupied her mind. This cunning individual undoubtedly harbored intentions to ensnare her. Was I seeking revenge for her previous trickery, compelling me to attend elementary school? It was merely a brief visit to school. It wasn't as if I was sending you into a perilous situation. Must you take such offense? To suggest she confront the Hulk? Absurd. Natasha felt an overwhelming impulse to turn and leave. Yet she was acutely aware of the myriad miniature communication devices concealed on her person. Though she had come alone, her hidden earpiece could relay our entire conversation to others. Regret washed over her as she contemplated why she had concealed those devices so cleverly. Had she made them more conspicuous? She could have fabricated a story about being discovered by me, inciting my wrath and resulting in her expulsion from the premises. With a smile masking her tears, Natasha asked, "How exactly did I defeat the Hulk in the movie?" I responded with utmost sincerity, "Sister Natasha, there exists a classic film known as King Kong. Surely you have seen it." King Kong. Natasha's beautiful eyes narrowed. King Kong was indeed a legendary film. In it, King Kong faced off against airplanes atop the Empire State Building, and the aircraft met with disastrous fates. It was not modern weaponry that vanquished King Kong, but rather, a beautiful woman. Was I suggesting that she? OMG. I'm sorry, but I don't know. I've never seen it. Farewell. Chapter 49. Prejudices in the human heart. Had I not volunteered to approach the director, I could have simply turned and walked away. Did I volunteer to approach the director? Indeed. Thus, I cannot merely turn and depart. If I had not concealed various sophisticated listening devices upon my person, I could brazenly inform the director of my ignorance. Have I hidden such devices? Yes. Therefore, I cannot feign ignorance. Had I never watched King Kong, I would remain oblivious to the fact that humanity's true triumph over the beast was not through advanced weaponry, but through the charm of a beautiful woman. Have I seen the film King Kong? Certainly. Thus, I cannot deny that beauty has the power to conquer, even to slay the fiercest of beasts. Yet, alas, I truly cannot accomplish such a feat. Natasha Romanoff felt utterly bewildered, questioning the need for a 6-month leave and 3 million. How could she seduce the Hulk, capture his heart, and then eliminate him? It was simply beyond her capabilities. She could only hope the director would not heed Rimuru's nonsensical suggestions. One could only wish. Observing the forlorn expression on the Black Widow's face, Rimuru could not suppress a smirk, exclaiming in astonishment, "Sister Natasha, you don't think I'm suggesting you seduce the Hulk, do you?" Natasha gazed at Rimuru, her beautiful eyes blinking in disbelief. "Isn't that the case?" Rimuru covered her mouth in incredulity, retorting, "OMG, how can one even contemplate romance between different species? Sister Natasha, your thoughts seem rather unhealthy." Natasha gritted her teeth, her heart filled with indignation, wishing to seize Rimuru and deliver a sound thrashing. What did she mean by saying her thoughts were unhealthy? Wasn't that precisely what Rimuru implied? Rimuru looked up at Natasha with admiration, declaring, "Sister Natasha, I once revered 3 individuals, Su Xian, Ning Kaichun, and Lu Shi. It seems I must now add another to my list." "What do you mean?" Natasha asked, her face a mask of confusion. Rimuru promptly enlightened her about the remarkable deeds of the 3. In response, Natasha nearly lost her mind, chasing after Rimuru in a fit of rage, but Rimuru was no fool. "Don't be silly, dear sister, I never strike women." After a reminder from the earpiece, Natasha regained her composure. "I was wrong, I admit my misinterpretation, and I apologize." Natasha fixed her gaze on Rimuru, biting her small canine tooth, articulating each word as if she were biting Rimuru with every syllable. As a top-tier agent, engaging in playful banter and flattering others was her forte, yet it felt incredibly unsatisfactory. The bitter wine stung her heart. Rimuru, too, earnestly acknowledged her mistake, graciously accepting Natasha's apology. "Sister Natasha, I apologize. I failed to communicate my intentions clearly. Is there hope yet?" Natasha's eyes sparkled with boundless optimism. As long as she was spared from seducing the Hulk, she would comply with any task. Rimuru added, "Sister Natasha, what I meant was for you to seduce Banner." Natasha nearly choked on her own disbelief, exclaiming, "Please tell me, what is the difference between seducing the Hulk and seducing Banner?" With your fiery temper. The prejudices within the human heart are akin to an insurmountable mountain, unmovable despite one's efforts. Rimuru rose, shedding her previous nonchalance. Natasha was taken aback. Was this truly the mischievous imp from moments ago? How had she suddenly adopted such a philosophical demeanor? Was she plotting another trick? Natasha had every reason to suspect, given Rimuru's notorious history. However, Rimuru was not inclined to continue her mischief this time. Joking aside, she understood the importance of moderation, Pushing too far could yield undesirable consequences. Banner might be the most unfortunate superhero within the Marvel Universe, and if she could assist him, she was willing to do so. Sister Natasha, why is it that when you contemplate, your first instinct is to capture the Hulk, rather than to converse with Banner? Natasha? Rimuru, concerning methods to capture the Hulk, I have never spoken falsely. You must have seen the footage of the battle at Forest Park. Did you not notice that Hulk is actually quite kind and gentle? Kind and gentle? Surely, she was jesting. In the footage, Hulk was either demolishing armored vehicles or on the verge of doing so. She distinctly recalled Hulk smashing both man and vehicle into a pancake. Wait. Natasha suddenly remembered Hulk shielding Betty with his body, protecting her from bullets and flames. Could Rimuru be speaking the truth? Seeing Natasha begin to consider her words, Rimuru continued, both the military and SHIELD have been misguided from the start. Each time Hulk appears, it is invariably due to General Ross's provocations. This was true in Brazil and in New York's Forest Park. Reflect on it. Has Dr. Banner truly done anything wrong? In his efforts to suppress the emergence of Hulk, he has consistently endeavored to control his emotions, even practicing yoga from the outset. His ultimate pursuit has always been to eliminate gamma radiation and return to a normal existence. Not only Natasha, but even the ever-aloof Nick Fury was contemplating these revelations. The clarity of an outsider's perspective pierced through the confusion of those directly involved. Rimuru's words struck Natasha and Fury like thunder, resonating deeply within their hearts. Especially Fury, who found himself profoundly moved by her assertions. He had, on multiple occasions, entertained the notion of recruiting Banner, but had hesitated due to Hulk's unstable nature. Normanoff, inquire about Banner's portrayal in the film. Natasha paused, her sharp intellect immediately discerning that the director was swayed by Rimuru's argument, wanting to recruit Banner. To be honest, the thought of bringing such an unpredictable element into their ranks filled Natasha with trepidation and reluctance. However, this decision was beyond her control. Natasha conveyed Fury's intent to Rimuru. How should I put it? Hulk has indeed lost control on numerous occasions, yet he has repeatedly saved the world. He is a double-edged sword, undeniably sharp. When weighed against his significant contributions, a few instances of loss of control pale in comparison. I understand, Fury replied. Normanoff, from here on out. Feel free to explore further inquiries. I've got it. Under Natasha's questioning, Rimuru recounted various details regarding Banner and Hulk. For instance, while Hulk is prone to anger, he possesses a fundamental sense of right and wrong, akin to a personality with room for growth. Hulk has a fondness for adorable creatures, such as dogs and cats, which can effectively help quell his rage. The personalities of Banner and Hulk can merge, allowing him to evolve into a being endowed with both Hulk's strength and Banner's intellect, a Green Doctor. Upon hearing this, Natasha and Fury exchanged glances, especially Fury, who became exhilarated. If the Green Doctor could indeed manifest, their Avengers would gain an irreplaceable asset. In this moment, Fury's heart raced with genuine excitement. Chapter 50, SHIELD, and Hydra and numerous online novels. The capabilities of SHIELD are portrayed as almost supernatural, as if they could track down a lost individual from a remote African tribe with ease. This notion is, in reality, quite absurd. In truth, the operational efficiency of SHIELD is not significantly superior to that of ordinary administrative agencies. In a vast sea of humanity, locating someone who is intent on evading detection is a daunting task. In the sprawling metropolis of New York, with its millions of inhabitants, dispatching a few 100,000 agents may barely create a ripple. Having been relentlessly pursued by his father-in-law, Banner has developed a wealth of experience in evasion. He refrains from using anything that could reveal his identity, such as mobile phones, credit cards, or passports. Faced with such a seasoned fugitive, SHIELD finds itself at a considerable disadvantage. In the films, SHIELD is able to uncover the transaction between Banner and Mr. Blue, pinpointing it accurately to the Gibbons Academy and setting a trap to capture him. The primary reason for this success is that Banner utilized a network known as SHIELD to transmit data. Unbeknownst to him, this encrypted network is actually controlled by the logistics division of SHIELD. Furthermore, the data contained crucial information regarding gamma pulses, making it nearly impossible to remain undetected. This situation is fundamentally one of asymmetric information, which ultimately led to Banner's inadvertent misstep. Throughout the entire exchange between Rimuru and Natasha, the agent known as Egg monitored their conversation, which solidified his determination to involve Banner in the Avengers initiative. Especially after receiving confirmation from the logistics division regarding Mr. Blue's identity and location, Egg's trust in Rimuru skyrocketed, and Rimuru's value in Egg's eyes multiplied exponentially. Controlling Rimuru is akin to possessing a prophet, which compels Egg to regard Rimuru with increasing importance and, consequently, greater caution. Given Rimuru's boldness in exposing his prophetic identity, it is clear that he is confident in his position. Any misstep, impulsive action, or rash decision could jeopardize the relationship between SHIELD and Rimuru, potentially leading to a complete fallout, a scenario that Nick Fury would never allow. On this matter, Nick Fury harbors no animosity. Rather, he admires such capability and the strategic use of power for personal gain, as it reflects maturity and is more likely to mitigate trouble while earning respect. This prompts Egg to reassess the information Black Widow brought back after her initial encounter with Rimuru. Lost in thought, Egg gazes out at the sun. Its blinding brilliance sending a chill through him. Is it possible that the sun could age rapidly? As he contemplates Rimuru's mention of the Battle of New York, a sense of urgency swells within him. He begins to consider the feasibility of integrating Rimuru into the Avengers initiative. Unbeknownst to Rimuru, her clever maneuvering has inadvertently ensnared her as well. Although SHIELD is an international organization that operates under the auspices of the United States. In recent years, SHIELD's position has grown increasingly precarious as various nations represented in the Council seek to meddle in its affairs. Much to Egg's frustration, the Council has openly questioned the necessity of SHIELD on multiple occasions, threatening to cut funding. Were it not for Egg's adept leadership, SHIELD might have long since lost its independence. Yet, even so, Egg's pressure continues to mount. He must deliver tangible results to demonstrate the essential nature of SHIELD's existence. The taxpayers' money must not be spent in vain. This moment presents an ideal opportunity to validate SHIELD. After all, General Ross's relentless pursuit of Hulk has not only squandered resources but also incurred significant casualties. Public and congressional dissatisfaction with Ross is palpable, and even the military has voiced dissent. Should Egg succeed, SHIELD would bask in glory, and he, as its director, could confront the bureaucrats of the Council with undeniable achievements. The military's lackluster performance is a testament to SHIELD's competence. Egg harbors no reservations about potentially undermining General Ross, even if it jeopardizes his political future. After all, hasn't Ross failed time and again? This is a world rife with failures. No matter how poorly he performs, he cannot fall lower than General Ross. Indeed, whether in success or failure, Ross will bear the brunt of the blame, as he is the primary architect of the failed attempts to capture Hulk. Were it not for the daunting task of apprehending Hulk, many would eagerly push Ross aside to assume his position. Egg has kept the logistics division's information under wraps, swiftly formulating a plan to discreetly contact Banner, mobilizing a multitude of agents. What Egg does not realize is that SHIELD also goes by another name, Hydra. As Egg revels in his ambitious plans, agents affiliated with Hydra are quietly coordinating their efforts, particularly with Pierce. A figure of immense authority, Egg's seemingly foolproof strategy has already been infiltrated. Crossbones, Director Pierce, what shall we do? We have witnessed Hulk's formidable combat prowess. If Nick Fury successfully recruits him, what hope do we have for our plan's success? The stalwart Agent Silvert nods in agreement. Indifferent to notions of glorious missions or the revival of Hydra, he simply desires to be a discreet agent. Whether it is Hydra or SHIELD, he is reluctant to involve himself. However, as Crossbones has spoken, remaining silent would reflect poorly on his loyalty. Thus, he merely nods in acknowledgement, recognizing the low-risk, high-reward nature of this situation. As a former director, Pierce possesses knowledge that far exceeds that of the average agent. While Fury's Avengers initiative remains classified for most agents, it holds no secrets for Pierce. Nick Fury, as the head of all agents, intends to assemble a covert team, which is certainly concerning news. Pierce even suspects that Fury may have uncovered something significant. However, there is no doubt that the enemy's aim is clear, to sabotage Fury's efforts. We need not take action. If General Ross discovers that Fury has concealed information from him while planning to recruit Hulk independently, his reaction will surely be worth witnessing. Crossbones smirks, relishing the prospect of undermining Fury. This task shall be entrusted to Agent Silvert. Pierce glances at Silvert and casually remarks. Silvert gasps, feeling a jolt of anxiety, but steels himself to accept the assignment. Higher-ranking officials wield considerable power over lower-ranking agents, who possess little autonomy. Thus, the plan is set in motion, and soon, information regarding Banner will find its way to General Ross's desk. Chapter 51. Recruiting the Hulk as a general, Ross prided himself on his high personal cultivation, believing he had mastered the art of concealing his emotions. However, the sudden betrayal by Nick Fury ignited a torrent of expletives from him, the sound of his fists slamming against the desk echoing through the office. Hulk is my prey. If I cannot succeed, then no one else shall. After 2 long years of pursuit, marked by repeated failures and relentless pressure from the military, Congress, and the public, Ross had come to regard the Hulk as a forbidden fruit. It is fair to say that General Ross's career was now inextricably linked to the Hulk. To say he was nurturing a menace for his own gain would not be an exaggeration. Despite his numerous failures and the humiliation inflicted by the Hulk, these setbacks only served to validate his belief in the Hulk's extraordinary power. The military needed the Hulk, and the prospects of capturing him were promising. Banner, before his transformation into a beast, was his prospective son-in-law, and no one understood his character and talents better than Ross. If S.H.I.E.L.D. were to approach him with gentle persuasion, the chances of success would be exceedingly high, unacceptably high. This was something Ross would not permit under any circumstances. Bring in Lieutenant Blonsky. Yes, sir. Lieutenant Blonsky, who would soon become the Abomination, was a seasoned soldier in his 40s, fiercely enamored with personal prowess. Yet, he was painfully aware that age was not on his side, and his combat abilities were inexorably declining. This reality was intolerable to him. During the pursuit of the Hulk in Brazil, he witnessed the incredible strength of the creature, which only intensified his insatiable thirst for power. General Ross recognized this longing within Blonsky and lured him into accepting the injection of a diluted version of the super soldier serum. The success of Captain America had kept the military's aspirations for the serum alive, yet they had never achieved a breakthrough, and this flawed version ultimately had to be shelved. If Captain America's injection amplified his innate goodness, Blonsky's version magnified his inner darkness. Especially his obsessive craving for power drove him into madness, eroding his sanity. During the battle in Forest Park, Blonsky unleashed himself, deliberately provoking the Hulk, only to be taught a harsh lesson with a single kick that left his organs ruptured and bones shattered. Most would have been rendered incapacitated, perhaps even comatose. But Blonsky recovered fully within a day, further amplifying his inner malevolence and intensifying his desire for the Hulk's strength. Regrettably, General Ross remained oblivious to this shift. He possessed an unwarranted confidence in his control over his subordinates. Blonsky arrived promptly, his excitement palpable upon learning of the Hulk's location. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. was equally swift in their actions. Bruce Banner and Betty had only just arrived at Gibbons Academy when Natasha, fully armed and covertly stationed with heavy protection, initiated her first intimate interaction with Banner. Today, Natasha adorned herself in a floral sundress, her hair cascading down, presenting an image of innocence and demureness, far from the lethal agent capable of dispatching a formidable man in an instant. It must be acknowledged that the adage spoken by Zhang Wuji's mother held a grain of truth. The more beautiful the woman, the more deceptive she can be. Mr. Bruce Banner and Ms. Betty Ross, it is a pleasure to meet you, Natasha began, and both Banner and Betty instinctively grew wary. Yet, Natasha's beguiling appearance tempered their reactions. Who are you? Banner inquired. Raising her hands, Natasha replied, I am an agent of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. I am here to speak with you, Agent. The mention of this word caused both Banner and Betty's pupils to constrict, nearly prompting them to flee. Relax, relax. If I intended to harm you, I would not have come alone, Natasha reassured, maintaining her raised hands and even stepping back to convey her goodwill, indicating no ill intent. Just you? Banner and Betty scanned their surroundings, confirming the absence of threats, allowing their tension to ease somewhat. Men often exhibit greater patience towards women, and despite Banner's wariness, Natasha's vulnerable demeanor provided him a sense of security. Having established a basic level of trust, Natasha began to elucidate her role as A.S.H.I.E.L.D. agent and the purpose of her visit to both Banner and Betty. Strategic what agency? Both Banner and Betty were perplexed, having never heard of such an entity. Natasha patiently explained the composition and functions of S.H.I.E.L.D., and after her thorough exposition, they began to grasp a rudimentary understanding of the organization. Upon learning that the Logistics Division had pinpointed his location through S.H.I.E.L.D.'s encrypted network, Banner was taken aback, realizing the vast capabilities of the agency. The ever-cautious Banner had been unaware that this encrypted network belonged to a clandestine international organization. What? You mean to recruit me? Banner questioned, skepticism lacing his tone. As he struggled to believe his ears. The past 2 years had been stifling, filled with evasion. Despite holding 7 doctoral degrees, he found himself reduced to a mere bottler in a Brazilian slum, a situation that was nothing short of humiliating. Yet even in this dire state, he lived in constant fear, not only of the military discovering his whereabouts and coming to eliminate him, but also of the monster within him breaking free. Are you not concerned about the other me? Banner pressed. Hulk, we are aware. Natasha replied. Not long ago, he protected Betty, did he not? Banner ran a hand through his hair, frustration spilling forth. You don't understand. I can't help but get angry, and when I do, the Hulk emerges. His voice trembled, laced with fear, dread, and loathing. Natasha smiled faintly, these brief moments of interaction granting her insight into Banner's character. Rimura was indeed correct. Bruce Banner was a remarkably kind and reasonable individual. How frighteningly powerful the biases within the human heart can be. Prior to Rimura's proposal, nearly everyone's attitude towards the Hulk was one of capture, combat, and annihilation. Few had entertained the notion of recruiting him. You have been trying to control him, have you not? For 2 years, you have worked to manage your emotions, and every outburst has been forced upon you by General Ross, has it not? Natasha's words struck a chord with Banner, and he felt his eyes welling with tears. Finally, the officials were beginning to attempt to understand him. Bruce. Betty's tears shimmered as her emotions surged uncontrollably. The Gamma incident had left her as one of its most significant victims, second only to Banner himself. Separated from her beloved boyfriend and caught between her father and her partner, the anguish she endured is unimaginable. She had been unaware of the life Banner had led over the past 2 years, but the brief days spent in flight together illuminated the truth for her. Betty. Banner grasped her hand, unable to contain his emotions, causing his watch to beep incessantly. He was compelled to take deep breaths, striving to calm his tumultuous feelings. This made Natasha exceedingly anxious. Only when she witnessed Banner successfully regain control of his emotions did she discreetly exhale in relief. Natasha gained a newfound appreciation for Banner's emotional regulation capabilities. Perhaps the prospect of recruiting Banner was indeed feasible. Banner, feeling agitated, remarked, You see, my emotions are inherently unstable. I cannot allow myself to become overly angry, excited, or thrilled. Does S.H.I.E.L.D. still intend to recruit me? Natasha extended her delicate hand. A gentle smile gracing her features, exuding warmth akin to a spring breeze. Of course. Elated, Banner slowly extended his hand, perhaps due to his excitement. His palm glistening with perspiration. He awkwardly wiped it on his clothing before extending his hand once more. Ultimately, the hands of a man and a woman. One dark and one light, clasped firmly together. A triumph. In that moment, not only Natasha, but even the ever-watchful Egg and numerous agents could hardly contain their emotions. However, before the smiles on their faces could fade, they were suddenly struck by the sight of Banner's head exploding, blood splattering onto Natasha and Betty's faces. Natasha and Betty could only watch in horror as the wounded Banner collapsed. Chapter 52. The Hulk's rampage. The upheaval came with astonishing abruptness. Just moments ago, everyone was reveling in the success of uniting Banner with S.H.I.E.L.D. But in the next heartbeat, they witnessed Banner being shot in the head, collapsing before their eyes. The smile that lingered on his face was still visible. A slap in the face. It was an unbridled affront to the very director of S.H.I.E.L.D. At the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury slammed his palm down on the table, his face reflecting an ominous darkness, radiating a palpable fury. A-Team, move immediately. Find that gunman. S.H.I.E.L.D. does not accept the surrender of terrorists. Fury wasted no time in labeling the assailant as a murderer and a terrorist, his rage unmistakable. The agents of the A-Team sprang into action, fully aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. would not tolerate the capitulation of terrorists. In other words, they were to locate the perpetrator and eliminate him on the spot. Unprompted, they were all too eager to engage. Recruiting the Hulk was a perilous endeavor, akin to risking one's life with every step. Yet, high stakes often yield substantial rewards. A successful mission could very well lead to commendations and promotions. They were on the brink of completing their task when an unexpected disruption occurred. Interfering with their objective was as grievous as an affront to one's parents. And at that moment, every member of the Special Operations team was consumed by rage. As the agents scoured the area, Fury's expression shifted dramatically. Agent Norinov, retreat immediately. I repeat, retreat. His quick response prompted Natasha to withdraw. Unlike the rational Banner, the Hulk's fury was something even Banner feared. But it was too late. With an earth-shattering roar, Banner's body began to swell, transforming rapidly into the Hulk, his shoes, socks, and shirt exploding off him, leaving only his trousers intact. At Gibbons Academy, chaos erupted as the gunfire incited panic among students and faculty alike. The sudden emergence of the green behemoth escalated the turmoil to unprecedented heights, with bystanders screaming and fleeing in all directions. In the face of imminent danger, no one cared for order or traffic regulations. Pushing, trampling, and vehicular accidents ensued, plunging the entire academy into pandemonium. The Hulk bellowed at Natasha, his voice a thunderous gale that whipped her dress about, momentarily blinding her as the sheer force of it hit her. Facing the Hulk left Natasha momentarily stunned, her mind struggling to process the overwhelming terror. Without experiencing it firsthand, one could never comprehend the Hulk's dreadfulness. His tremendous height, explosive musculature, terrifying strength, and fearsome visage were tantamount to a life-altering force of nature. Despite Banner's efforts to suppress the Hulk, the creature's intellect remained woefully underdeveloped, akin to a furious infant driven solely by instinct. That bullet to the head had inflicted immense pain, and all that occupied the Hulk's mind was a singular desire: destruction. Upon spotting Natasha, the Hulk irrationally concluded that she had betrayed him. In his eyes, the concept of mercy was non-existent. He swung his fist towards her without hesitation, the shadow of his impending blow growing larger in her vision, an oppressive force that threatened to suffocate her. Yet, as a seasoned agent, Natasha's reflexes were commendable. Even with her body rigid, she rolled away at the last possible moment, narrowly avoiding the Hulk's fist. The wall behind her crumbled under the impact, bricks scattering like confetti amidst the dust and debris. "Run!" Natasha shouted, regaining her senses as she sprinted down a narrow corridor, with the Hulk in relentless pursuit. The corridor was soon ravaged, the Hulk barreling through like a runaway tank, collapsing everything in his wake. The events transpired with alarming rapidity. As the Hulk began his rampage against Natasha, Betty finally emerged from her shock over Banner's fate. Witnessing the Hulk's furious chase, Betty called out desperately for Bruce, hoping to rekindle Banner's consciousness. Yet, could the wrath of Banner be quelled so easily? His tenuous grasp on reason was already a commendable feat. As he refrained from directing his fury at Betty, the relentless chase continued, Natasha transforming from a daring runner to a champion of escape, dancing perilously close to death at every turn. Meanwhile, Nick Fury urgently commanded the B-team to assist Natasha, but even the most skilled agents faced limitations in their timing. Natasha had slipped into the academy, distancing herself from the B-team's position. And in the face of the Hulk, without the proper firepower, no agent would recklessly engage. Ultimately, whether Natasha would escape to live another day or perish at the hands of the Hulk was left to fate. As Natasha fled frantically, Blonsky, who had just shot Banner, received new orders. "Soldier, well done. S-H-I-E-L-D. Agents are approaching your position. Evacuate immediately." While retreating, Blonsky responded, "Received. I have successfully lured the Hulk out. I request immediate action to initiate the capture plan." "General Ross, soldier, it's not urgent. I have another critical task for you." Ross relayed Mr. Blue's identity to Blonsky, instructing him to apprehend Mr. Blue at the academy and seize Banner's blood samples and all related research. Initially discontent that Ross had withheld the chance to capture the Hulk, Blonsky's interest was piqued upon learning about the blood samples and research. Having undergone 2 injections of the super soldier serum, he was now eager for more. "Understood, General. I will ensure I bring back the Hulk's blood and power for you." Blonsky licked his lips, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Excellent, Blonsky. You are truly my finest soldier. Execute your mission." After ending the call, General Ross felt a sense of satisfaction. The S-H-I-E-L-D agents had been ruthlessly defeated by the Hulk, their recruitment efforts thwarted, and all valuable research now lay in his hands. The Hulk's power remained solely his. Everything seemed to be unfolding favorably, and Ross reveled in the chaos, which appeared to him as a beautiful landscape. At Long Island Villa, upon receiving news from Aya about the Hulk's rampage and his relentless pursuit of Natasha, Rimuru exclaimed, "What the hell?" Without a moment's hesitation, she donned her Wind God 2 and soared towards Gibbons Academy. What was her reason? There was no need for a reason. Saving lives required none. Chapter 53. Rimuru versus Hulk. The more elusive Hulk became, the angrier he grew, and with each surge of fury, his physical prowess skyrocketed. Strictly speaking, Hulk's anger-driven enhancement system was 1,000 times more formidable than the ultimate ability of the Barbarian King in League of Legends. At least the Barbarian King had a limit. Even if his ultimate made him invincible, it lasted a mere 5 seconds. However, Hulk's system of strength acquisition through rage knew no bounds, nor did it suffer from energy depletion or stamina restrictions, with his recovery rate being despairingly swift. Natasha, known as the Black Widow, was one of the few level 10 agents, renowned within S-H-I-E-L-D In the eyes of fellow agents, she was an indomitable force, a leader who was far from human. Yet, at this moment, Natasha found herself in a desperate plight. In the relentless chase, Hulk grew increasingly powerful, while Natasha, suffering from the rapid depletion of her stamina, weakened significantly. Amidst this juxtaposition of gain and loss, the pressure of her escape escalated. With a thunderous roar, Hulk struck a stone pillar with his palm, shattering it as if it were mere tofu. His strength was overwhelming. The debris he sent flying resembled cannonballs, hurtling towards Natasha with explosive force. Utilizing her beast-like instincts, Natasha dodged a considerable amount of the rubble. But a piece of debris struck her right leg. With a sickening crack, her leg fractured, blood gushing forth as she collapsed to the ground, completely incapacitated. Am I going to die? Natasha thought bitterly as Hulk approached. As an agent, reaching her age was already a stroke of fortune. She had contemplated death in various forms, failure in a mission leading to a barrage of bullets, or capture followed by a self-inflicted demise using the poison in her teeth. Even the grim notion of failing to end her life and being tortured to death by enemies had crossed her mind. Yet, she never anticipated meeting her end at the hands of a green monster named Hulk. At that moment, the image of Rimuru flooded her thoughts. Without that little rascal Rimuru, she would have never taken on such a perilous mission. Strangely, she found it impossible to harbor resentment towards him. Dying in the line of duty might just be the fate of an agent. This ending perhaps it was so bad. As she gazed at Hulk, who leaped several meters into the air, poised to strike her from above, Natasha couldn't help but smile in resignation. However, in the next instant, her eyes widened. Hulk suddenly altered his trajectory and was sent hurtling away as if struck by a cannonball. The force was terrifying, and his body rolled across the ground, devastating everything in its path. This as spectators beheld the figure suspended in midair, still posed to deliver a powerful blow, their jaws dropped in disbelief. Had Hulk truly been launched away? The magnitude of Hulk's power had been so exaggerated that even a surprise attack couldn't account for it. How could such a giant be sent flying by the silver-armored warrior? Was that mech truly capable of such strength? And where did this heavily armored suit come from? Its design bore resemblance to the wind god, but did the wind god truly possess such weight and majesty? Had that mysterious silver-armored warrior upgraded the wind god from its first iteration to the second? Oh, my god! Has this world changed so rapidly? General Ross, who knew nothing of Rimuru, was left dumbfounded, as were the high-ranking officials of S.H.I.E.L.D., who prided themselves on their knowledge of Rimuru. Nick Fury's eyelids twitched as countless thoughts raced through his mind. Was this the future black technology of a parallel universe? If there were 100 wind gods, what need would he have for the Avengers? Clang. Rimuru descended from the sky, landing before Natasha in a classic heroic pose. The helmet automatically retracted, revealing Rimuru's adorable, youthful, and earnest face. Here, a healing potion landed on Natasha. Sister Natasha, Hulk is coming. Please evacuate the civilians and tend to the injured. I'll handle the threat. Without further ado, Rimuru rose and dashed towards Hulk, not looking back. Observing Rimuru's retreating figure, Natasha's eyes sparkled with admiration. She had to admit that at this moment, clad in armor and resolutely facing a formidable foe, Rimuru looked incredibly heroic. As the pain in her leg subsided, and the injury healed without a trace, Natasha's eyes shone with intrigue. Little Rimuru, just how many secrets do you hold? You truly pique my curiosity. It must be said, powerful and enigmatic individuals, regardless of gender, possess a certain allure. However, being Natasha, she quickly resumed her role, commanding operations over S.H.I.E.L.D.'s communication channels. Evacuate the civilians, treat the injured, and prevent the media from filming recklessly. She executed these tasks with remarkable efficiency. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between Rimuru and Hulk raged on. Hulk, we are not enemies. Rimuru utilized his communication skill to reach out to Hulk, attempting to soothe his fury, but Hulk's grudge was too deep. Compared to Rimuru's attempts at pacification, he vividly recalled the humiliation of the earlier ambush. Hulk. With a furious roar, Hulk charged at Rimuru with alarming speed. His massive form shook the ground with each step, leaving deep imprints. Faced with Hulk's onslaught, Rimuru stood his ground, eager to ascertain the effectiveness of his Hulk-countering wind god. With the invocation of a multiple barriers spell, Rimuru accelerated, encasing the wind god in layer after layer of protective barriers. Unlike Tony Stark, who could afford to be reckless, Rimuru was determined to prevent the wind god from being reduced to scrap. Boom. The two titans collided like freight trains, unleashing a cataclysmic force akin to a massive TNT explosion, generating a tempest of energy that ravaged the surroundings. The violent storm uprooted trees and sent drones tumbling through the air. Even Natasha, positioned at a distance, was caught off guard as her skirt flew upwards. instinctively adopting the classic pose made famous by Marilyn Monroe despite her tough demeanor. Heaven! Nick Fury, General Ross, Pierce, and other hidden dignitaries observed in astonishment. Could Rimuru truly match Hulk blow for blow? It was known that Hulk could dismantle armored vehicles as if they were mere toys. Who was this silver-armored warrior? This was extraordinary. Observers, regardless of age, found themselves invigorated by Rimuru's stunning display. True valor was to confront Hulk head-on. What a magnificent sight. Chapter 54. Tony shocked 5 minutes earlier, at the West Coast Villa, Tony Stark emerged from his office, bearing the weight of 2 conspicuous dark circles under his eyes. Though he was audaciously arrogant, his intellect was unparalleled. After a brief exchange with Rimuru, he had grasped the essence of her wind god, particularly the extraordinary capabilities of the new elemental reactor, which left Tony utterly astounded. This revelation heightened his sense of urgency, as the energy capacity and efficiency of Rimuru's reactor far surpassed that of the palladium-based ones. If Rimuru could develop such a reactor, her wind god was certainly formidable. The prospect of a potential defeat in their upcoming duel was intolerable for Tony Stark. Determined, he plunged into his laboratory, embarking on a comprehensive overhaul and enhancement of the newly minted Mark IV, which had yet to be unveiled to the public. This endeavor consumed nearly half a month. Yet the results were exceptionally gratifying. The upgraded Mark IV exhibited a remarkable optimization across all facets of its capabilities. Unless new materials emerged or a technological revolution unfolded, his Mark IV would remain cutting edge. Tony felt a swell of confidence. He could hardly wait to engage in another contest with Rimuru's wind god. The notion that the wind god could surpass the Mark IV was laughable. Tony was intent on forcing Rimuru to swallow her words whole. Sir, a major incident has occurred at Gabon Academy. Rimuru is piloting the wind god in combat against the Hulk. I believe you would find this quite intriguing, Jarvis reported. The Hulk, you say? Rimuru is confronting him? Tony Stark's interest peaked instantly. The Hulk was no enigma to him. He understood the brute's fighting prowess well. As for Rimuru and her wind god, they represented his most formidable rival. Jarvis, hack into the military satellites, adjust the frame rate, and transmit the video to me. As you wish, sir. In mere moments, the live footage from Gabon Academy materialized before Tony Stark. Impressive. As an aficionado of mechanized suits, Tony's eyes widened at the sight of Rimuru's second-generation wind god. The sleek lines and seamless integration of its modules exuded an exquisite harmony reminiscent of the golden ratio, captivating Tony entirely. While the average observer might merely admire the wind god's aesthetic appeal, Tony perceived the meticulous craftsmanship and unparalleled artistry inherent in Rimuru's design. Despite Rimuru's notoriously wretched personality and utter lack of decorum, one could not deny his extraordinary talent in mecha design. He was nearly at Tony's level. Sir, your magnanimity is commendable. Should outsiders become aware, the tale of your friendship may become legendary, Jarvis remarked. As the Hulk charged at the wind god, Rimuru eschewed a kite strategy, opting instead for a direct confrontation. Tony facepalmed, pondering whether Rimuru was simply foolish. The Hulk was a behemoth capable of reducing helicopters to mere toys. After a single exchange, the titanium alloy would likely warp, leaving the wind god severely compromised. What the hell? Why hasn't Rimuru deployed the energy cannon? Surely, he hasn't neglected to equip it. But in the blink of an eye, Tony's eyes widened in shock. This defied all logic. The materials for Rimuru's wind god had been appropriated from him. No one understood the armor's resilience better than Tony did. The sheer kinetic energy resulting from their clash equated to that of a TNT explosion. Yet, astonishingly, Rimuru's armor remained unscathed. In that moment, Tony felt a wave of disbelief wash over him, as if countless scientists' theories had been rendered moot. How could this be? It was utterly illogical. EMC. To generate an energy storm, the impact force must reach N newtons. Beneath such overwhelming force, titanium's strength should crumble. How did the wind god manage this? It was entirely unfathomable. Subconsciously tugging at his dark hair, Tony was startled to find a handful of it had come loose. At his age, already grappling with a receding hairline, this only exacerbated his anxiety. Had the laws of physics ceased to apply to Rimuru? He watched as Rimuru, piloting the wind god with the swiftness of the wind, deftly evaded the Hulk's powerful strikes, appearing at his side with fluid grace. What? She evaded the Hulk's rampage with just a few steps? Tony felt a dryness in his mouth. How could she excel so remarkably in her mecha? His own efforts often required extensive maneuvering, and he began to suspect whether Rimuru had developed a fabricated mecha altogether. Then, Tony witnessed Rimuru deftly stepping forward, delivering a precise strike to the Hulk's side, an attack aimed at his kidneys. Ouch! The speed, accuracy, and ferocity of the blow elicited a pain cry from the Hulk. Even with his formidable defenses, Tony wiped the sweat from his brow, inexplicably feeling a pang in his own kidneys. Who attacked someone in a fight like that? It was utterly ruthless. Tony's appreciation for Rimuru's lack of principles deepened with this revelation. The battle raged on in the footage. The Hulk, enraged by the kidney strike, was pushed to his limits. Though young and somewhat dim-witted, he was still a man, driven by primal instincts that ignited his fury. With a roar, the Hulk grasped a nearby tree, uprooting it with sheer force. Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. Could the Hulk wield weapons? This was a sight to behold. Then, something even more astonishing occurred. The Hulk swung the tree with ferocity, yet Rimuru evaded each blow with a remarkable finesse, always narrowly escaping the impact. If this were an isolated incident, it could be dismissed, but the consistency of her evasions was unsettling. Was this what they called footwork? Tony recalled the kung fu films he had watched as a child. Back then, he had found them amusing but lacked appreciation. The gravity-defying feats and miraculous abilities portrayed in those films seemed to defy the laws of physics. Yet now, Tony's mind swirled with confusion. Was it possible that the mystical East truly possessed secret techniques of agility? At that moment, the battlefield shifted dramatically. Seizing an opportunity, Rimuru effortlessly toppled the Hulk, tree and all. She mounted him with a flourish, relentlessly pummeling his face with her tiny fists, chanting, "Sleep, sleep, sleep." Watching Rimuru's dazzling display of combat, Tony Stark's spirits soared. This display was precisely to his liking, and even as a mere observer, he felt an exhilarating thrill coursing through him. The only disappointment was that such flamboyant maneuvers were not his own creation, a profound regret indeed. Chapter 55. The Clash of Titans. As Rimuru relentlessly hypnotized Hulk with her petite fists, the fury within Hulk escalated, propelling his strength to new heights. In a sudden burst, Hulk unleashed a mighty punch, sending the wind god flying. Boom! The wind god soared like a cannonball, crashing into a building, demolishing several walls and creating a gaping hole. It was as though he had been struck by a divine palm, leaving him utterly hollowed out. Thankfully, Natasha had effectively evacuated the civilians. Otherwise, the collateral damage from that strike could have been catastrophic. Amidst the swirling dust, Rimuru rose from the ruins, shaking her head in disbelief. Truly, Hulk was unmatched in strength. That punch had been extraordinarily potent. With a single blow, he had shattered nearly all of her 20 layers of barriers. Had Hulk not possessed such thick, dark hair, Rimuru might have suspected that he could have knocked both her and the wind god into oblivion in one fell swoop. Determined, Rimuru fortified her barriers to 50 layers. Each additional layer exponentially increased the difficulty and geometrically escalated the consumption of magical energy. However, with the presence of her haughty dragon, a near-infinite source of magical energy, she had no shortage of resources. What Rimuru remained unaware of was that her unrestrained consumption of magical energy rendered her a beacon in the eyes of the mages, akin to a lighthouse emitting signals, particularly attracting the attention of Baron Mordo, who had specifically come from Kamartaj. As Rimuru amassed her magical barriers, an enraged Hulk charged at her once more. Hulk lacked any notable combat techniques. In fact, he had none at all. Any martial arts master witnessing his unrefined approach would dismiss his fighting style as utterly worthless. Yet, with his tough skin, colossal strength, and surprising speed, who needed fighting techniques? His style could be summarized in one word: brute force. As Rimuru completed her barriers, she activated the enhancers on her arms and back, unleashing their full power just as Hulk barreled towards her. With a swift step, Rimuru drove her fist into Hulk's abdomen. Caught off guard, he bent over like a shrimp and was instantly sent flying. Hulk's immense form rolled across the ground, creating craters with each impact. The onlookers, witnessing this titanic clash, were left agape, their mouths agog as if they could fit a watermelon inside. This was the true essence of a divine battle. While everyone marveled at Hulk's ferocity, they were equally awed by the wind god's extraordinary combat capabilities. Hulk was singular, nearly impossible to replicate. In contrast, the wind god was a mech, a technological marvel that, once mastered, could be mass-produced. Both the military and SHIELD were increasingly captivated by humanoid mechs. As for the true mech deity, Nini, she was left utterly astonished. WTF. This defies the laws of science. The wind god's armor should have been dismantled by Hulk long ago. Yet it stands firm, dominating Hulk. JARVIS. Sir, I detect that the wind god is enveloped in multiple layers of mysterious, unknown energy, resembling an energy shield. A simulated data model appeared before Tony Stark, revealing the armor's intricate energy shield, akin to layers of eggshell. What? Tony Stark struggled to believe it. He had considered energy shields in the past, and even designed hundreds of energy models, none of which succeeded. Yet now, Rimuru had achieved what he could not. filling him with an indescribable sense of defeat. Undoubtedly, in this contest, his mark had once again fallen short against the Wind God. JARVIS. Make a note to prioritize research on energy shields and design countermeasures against Hulk and the Wind God. At your command. The battle between the two was ferocious, demolishing buildings, uprooting trees, and turning cars into projectiles while statues became ammunition. Everything in their path was repurposed as weaponry. Within mere minutes, the illustrious Gibbon Academy had been reduced to ruins by the destructive duo. However, Rimuru was troubled. Hulk continued to grow stronger, filling her with an overwhelming sense of dread. Despite her repeated fortifications, the Wind God sustained severe damage, its mech shattered beyond recognition. Was dismantlement the fate of an anti-mech? Rimuru felt a pang of anguish for her precious creation. Black flame thunder. Boom. Rimuru's palm crackled with surging black lightning, radiating an intense brilliance that dimmed the very heavens, overshadowing even the sun. This surging arc of black lightning emerged as the singular source of illumination. Roar. Hulk instinctively sensed the looming threat, but fear was an alien concept to him. He charged recklessly towards Rimuru. Fast, bio. Boom. As the black flame thunder struck Hulk, an infinite wave of destruction ensued, leaving him charred and battered. Unlike previous assaults, black flame thunder was a magical attack, and even for Rimuru, it was her ultimate trump card, a display of terrifying power. The magical energy surged, vast and boundless, akin to a mushroom bomb detonating, manifesting a miniature sun that blinded all within its radius. What manner of weapon is this? Is it the silver-armored god's ultimate move? Before the screen, the eminent figures were left speechless, at a loss for words to express their astonishment. The silver-armored god had delivered an overwhelming spectacle that numbed their senses. Only the egg was left with an expression of "I knew it." Yet even he found the display somewhat excessive. He breathed a sigh of relief. Grateful for advocating peaceful contact with Rimuru, had he recklessly charged in, he couldn't fathom how many SHIELD agents would have met their demise. As the brilliance faded, everyone collectively gasped. Gibbon Academy now featured a chasm spanning 100 meters and plunging several meters deep. Meanwhile, Hulk lay motionless, bloodied and battered, with gaping wounds revealing bone beneath. Rimuru stood beside the fallen Hulk, her armor severely damaged, nearly unrecognizable. Yet, this did nothing to diminish her towering image in the eyes of the onlookers. The silver-armored god was formidable, the only being on Earth to have directly defeated Hulk. Unbeknownst to all, Rimuru gazed at the comatose, blood-soaked, and pitifully battered green giant, sticking out her tongue. She had unleashed her ultimate move, Black Flame Thunder, with a singular intention, to halt Hulk's rampage. There was no desire for revenge against Hulk for dismantling her Wind God. Absolutely none. Believe it or not, she certainly did. Note, according to the comics lore, the Green Giant is nearly invincible, with no upper limits to his abilities, unless his gamma energy is diminished, as seen with Mr. Blue's antidote in the Immortal Hulk. However, in the MCU universe, the Hulk has been significantly weakened. In Avengers: Age of Ultron, he is first rendered unconscious by a strike from the Iron Man's Hulkbuster armor. Ahem, who would have thought that the Hulk could be knocked out? Very well. In Avengers: Endgame, he is once again defeated by a single blow from the Ancient One, giving rise to the notion that the Hulk possesses low magical resistance. Thus, the Hulk was ultimately bested by Rimuru's powerful magical attack. Chapter 56. Betty is amazing within the vast pit. Black smoke wafted ominously, intermittently illuminated by flickers of residual electricity that occasionally sparked secondary explosions. The scene exuded an air of enigma and terror, distinctly unlike the aftermath of conventional weaponry. This spectacle left many military dignitaries with reddened eyes, pondering the immense power of such a weapon, if only it could be harnessed for their own use. As these thoughts crossed their minds, several high-ranking officers found themselves breathing rapidly, their hearts racing. However, upon witnessing the battered and fearsome figure of the silver-armored warrior, they felt as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed upon them. The silver-armored warrior was a formidable force, capable of standing toe-to-toe with even the Hulk. Acquiring such a weapon would not be an easy feat. Not long ago, they had exerted considerable pressure on Nick Fury, only to be met with a resolute dismissal. What sort of enchantment had Fury cast to secure the support of the Security Council? It was nothing short of bewildering. Yet, how could such a significant military asset be held by an individual of uncertain identity? The military must obtain the technology behind the humanoid mechs. It was imperative. Subsequently, they intensified their pressure on Nick Fury, demanding the true identity of the silver-armored warrior. If one or two generals could not succeed, the entire military would take action. If that proved insufficient, they would involve Congress. If necessary, they would rally the entire citizenry. Before the overwhelming will of the nation, any non-compliance would be crushed. Even if it meant confronting the wealthy Tony Stark, only the will of the state could withstand the might of the state. Meanwhile, the unconscious Banner stirred back to consciousness, his eyes falling upon the battered figure of the silver-armored warrior. Instinctively, he recoiled, transforming into the Hulk. Banner's mind became a haze, akin to a dream, rendering him nearly unable to recall the events that had transpired. Yet, certain vivid memories remained etched in his mind. He distinctly remembered this ironclad entity inflicting immense pain upon him. The naivete of youth was fearless until the harsh lessons of society took their toll, such as enduring a brutal beating from a certain bald-headed foe. At that moment, the Hulk was blissfully unaware of the concept of fear. In the blink of an eye, Banner's heart rate skyrocketed. No. He engaged in deep breathing, striving to regain control over his emotions and prevent the Hulk from reemerging. Each time the Hulk appeared, it was not merely a nightmare for others. It was a waking horror for Banner himself. The sense of failure in controlling his emotions, coupled with the guilt over the destruction and casualties he caused, threatened to drive him to madness. Limulu was equally startled. If the Hulk were to emerge again, even her ultimate weapon, Black Flame Thunder, might prove ineffective. She feared she would have no choice but to resort to her trump card. Such secrets were best kept hidden. With a clang, the metallic exterior shielding Limulu's head lifted, revealing her adorably beautiful visage. Hulk, please remain calm. I do not wish to engage in battle with you. If possible, I would actually like to be your friend. Banner was taken aback by Limulu's words. Becoming friends with the Hulk? Surely, he must have misheard. Who in the world would not regard the Hulk as a monstrous entity to be avoided? Furthermore, what did it even mean to befriend the Hulk? Shouldn't it be Bruce Banner that one befriends? At that moment, he finally beheld Limulu's countenance, and his expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. The invincible being who commanded the silver-armored warrior and had bested the Hulk was, in fact, an exceptionally adorable girl. What a jest! The Hulk, lacking in intellect and unaware of his transformation, could hardly comprehend Limulu's words. Nevertheless, her goodwill managed to reach Banner indirectly. At the very least, the situation had not worsened. He breathed in and out, kneeling on the ground in a meditative posture, striving to calm his racing heart. Minutes later, Bruce Banner exhaled a long breath, akin to a perilous victory. He felt a blend of relief, joy, and bittersweetness. Banner looked at Limulu with a complex expression. Becoming friends with the Hulk? Surely, you must be mistaken. Limulu smiled mysteriously. I am not mistaken. In a strict sense, Hulk is not a monster. He is merely another version of you, born more recently, with an immature mind and a propensity for rage. Upon hearing her words, Banner's emotions surged. You do not understand. You know nothing. The Hulk is merely a destructive beast, a monster. He has ruined my life, obliterated everything I held dear. All I can do is research tirelessly until the day I can eliminate him once and for all. Limulu chose not to respond further. It was always unwise to delve too deeply into delicate matters too soon. Bruce. The two turned towards the voice and discovered Betty, bruised and battered, desperately calling out to Banner from the edge of the pit. Betty, Banner exclaimed, his emotions surging as he waved his arms to greet her. Limulu raised an eyebrow, perplexed by this sudden display of affection. What does this mean? Showing off affection will only lead to misfortune. She once thought that Banner was the most unfortunate superhero in the Marvel Universe. She wished she had never uttered that sentiment. Limulu patted Banner on the shoulder, remarking, Banner, your girlfriend is truly amazing. Banner nodded fervently in agreement. Indeed, Betty was an extraordinary girl. Limulu gazed at the captivating Betty, feeling a pang of envy and resentment. Banner, the moment I laid eyes on Betty, I knew I would befriend you. Banner felt a rush of excitement. Knowing that Limulu accepted his Hulk identity and was willing to befriend him was a treasure beyond measure. Yet, her words left a peculiar taste. What did she mean by deciding to befriend him upon seeing Betty? Limulu patted Banner's shoulder, reassuringly saying, Bruce, you can rest easy and flee. I will take care of Betty for you. At that, Bruce Banner felt a wave of frustration wash over him, nearly losing control and allowing the Hulk to erupt forth. I, Bruce Banner, will never have a friend like you. Never. Also, do not call me Bruce. We are not on such familiar terms yet. Limulu grasped Banner's arm and led him to Betty Ross. Though she had a desire to converse with Betty, she restrained herself, adhering to the principle of not infringing upon a friend's partner. Indeed, Limulu's principles were held in high regard. With a flourish, she turned and departed, her demeanor exuding confidence, akin to a peacock displaying its feathers. Betty's eyes sparkled with admiration, while Banner seethed with irritation, wishing to chase after Limulu and deliver a few punches. Unbeknownst to Limulu, shortly after her departure, a fire circle had suddenly appeared not far ahead of the silver-armored warrior, erupting with sparks and flames. Chapter 57. The unfathomable Rimuru. The brilliant spectacle of sparks erupting within a fiery circle was remarkably jarring. Yet the performance of the wind god was so striking that it was impossible for anyone to overlook. Countless satellites around the globe were simultaneously locking onto the wind god, attempting to discern his landing location and ascertain the true identity of the silver-armored war god. However, those before the screens were left dumbfounded as a fire circle appeared out of thin air, with the wind god entering it, only to vanish. Vanished? Can you believe that? At the Pentagon, members of Congress and generals exchanged bewildered glances. They had been exhilarated, believing that once they uncovered the identity of the silver-armored war god, the day when they would acquire the wind god's armor was not far off. Yet now, they were shown this? Find him, immediately. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the earth, we must uncover the silver-armored war god, roared a hard-nosed general, brimming with iron-willed determination. Yes, following the command, the entire nation sprang into high gear. Departments communicated incessantly, the air filled with the sounds of ringing phones. At the Pentagon, countless staff members were furiously typing away at their computers. The atmosphere fell into silence, save for the relentless tapping of keyboards. Satellite tracking, Patriots, Aegis. The most advanced scanning systems in the world were all activated, even employing previously undisclosed methods. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, they found no trace of the wind god. The once victorious wind god had seemingly vanished from the earth as if he had never existed. Optical invisibility? Curvature travel? Space jumping? If the wind god possessed such technology, centuries ahead of humanity, what was there left to pursue? The esteemed officials exchanged glances, resembling defeated roosters. At this moment, few dared to broach the subject of coercing the silver-armored war god for his mech technology. Politicians, akin to pampered hounds, preferred to feast without the hunt. Yet this did not imply they were willing to sacrifice their lives for a meal. As for the human mech technology, was there not a soft target in Tony Stark? The morally upright politicians swiftly shifted their extortion targets, redirecting their focus from the wind god to Stark's mark. Observing all of this, the egg couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Truly, Rimuru's depths were unfathomable. To comprehend optical invisibility and space jumping, while keeping it all concealed, treating them like fools. How insidious. It seemed that dealings with Rimuru would require even greater caution in the future. Nick Fury rubbed his temples. He merely wished to serve as a director in peace, yet everything seemed so difficult. What kind of gifts could he offer to gain the favor of someone like Rimuru, who wielded both extraordinary abilities and technological prowess? Perhaps he should sift through S.H.I.E.L.D.'s assets, searching for something worthy of Rimuru's attention. Not only the egg but also Pierce and Crossbones, those Hydra elements, exchanged glances. Witnessing the formidable wind god, they too felt a surge of desire. Unlike the military personnel, Pierce was aware of Rimuru's true identity. They had planned to intimidate her, but Rimuru's deliberate display served to instill fear. Being dismissed as inconsequential was uncomfortable, yet one could not deny the effectiveness of the tactic. Rimuru truly was unfathomable. In a brief exchange of glances, Pierce and Crossbones reached a consensus. It was wiser to refrain from provoking someone as hidden and unpredictable as Rimuru, who likely had more cards up her sleeve. As for the human mech technology, was there not still an Iron Man? As for Tony Stark, he nearly leaped 3 feet into the air. This is impossible. Today, Tony had lost count of how many times he had uttered this phrase. Given Tony's stature, it was hard to fathom him making such irresponsible statements. Yet, what he had witnessed today utterly shattered his worldview. While others might be unaware of Rimuru's depths, Tony was acutely informed. He had discussed mech technology with Rimuru multiple times, their levels being comparably matched. Although Rimuru often held the upper hand, the gap could not possibly be as vast as that between civilizations. Yet, Rimuru's final display, a fire circle conjured from nothing, followed by her sudden disappearance, could it be space jumping? This was truly bewildering. How had Rimuru achieved such a feat? Did Tony Stark, the world's most brilliant mind, truly lag so far behind Rimuru? Feeling disheartened, Tony Stark appeared somewhat listless. Rimuru was an overwhelmingly formidable opponent. Every time he believed he had caught up, she would unveil yet another groundbreaking technology, leaving him battered and bruised. At this moment, Tony Stark gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, his eyes filled with poignant sorrow. To be born in the same era, yet be so unequal. Just then, Jarvis's voice echoed in his ear. "Sir, a large-scale riot has erupted at Broadway, instigated by a creature strikingly similar to the Hulk. The military is being pushed back." As Jarvis spoke, he relayed footage of the grotesque creature wreaking havoc on the streets. Upon seeing the foul yellow monstrosity, Tony Stark's eyes brightened. Destiny. Since the wind god could no longer fight, it was time for Iron Man to shine. Raising his right hand, Tony revealed the infrared sensor watch adorning it. With an audacious leap, he descended from his villa, exclaiming, "Jarvis, what are you waiting for?" With a beep, the Mark IV suit surged forth from the laboratory, seamlessly enveloping Tony Stark. Just as he neared the Ocean-S surface, the Mark IV completed its assembly. Boom. The Mark IV skimmed the Ocean-S surface, creating a spray of waves, causing several bikini-clad women on their yachts to scream in delight. With the thrusters ablaze, the Mark IV traced a graceful arc, piercing the heavens. Tony Stark, I am Iron Man. Throughout my life, I shall not be inferior to anyone. As Tony soared toward Broadway, eager to confront the creature and reclaim his confidence, Rimuru plunged into an entirely unfamiliar realm, surrounded by a blinding expanse of snow and wind. The unfathomable Rimuru blinked, utterly perplexed by her surroundings. Where am I? Answer, Mount Everest. Rimuru, what the hell? How did I end up in this godforsaken place in the blink of an eye? Answer, this is the magical teleportation portal of Kamartaj. Rimuru felt utterly wronged. Since her arrival in this world, she had done nothing but good deeds. Those brutish warriors of Kamartaj had whisked her away to Everest without so much as a greeting. What was their intention? Were they hoping to invite her for tea? At that moment, a source of magical energy materialized in Rimuru's mind. Turning around, she encountered a bald black man clad in an Eastern robe, wielding a thick, dark wooden whip. Upon seeing him, Rimuru was struck with a sense of disbelief. Was that not Baron Mordo, the chief disciple of the bald ancient one? Why was he fixating on her? Mordo gazed intently at Rimuru, his expression solemn. Your magical power does not belong to the Vishandi, nor does it resemble that of the god of dark magic, Zysorn, the Dark Lord, Dormammu, or the Crimson Lord, Ceterak. You are a mysterious entity from another realm. You should not be here on Earth. Chapter 58. The Doubts of Baron Mordo on the Summit of Everest. The frigid winds howled as snow cascaded from the heavens. A substantial amount of blue liquid seeped from the vessel known as Wind God 2, swiftly enveloping it until it vanished from sight, leaving only Limlu, clad in summer attire. Observing Limlu's true form, Baron Mordo felt a flicker of surprise. Though he was not entirely taken aback, in the realm of magic, appearance is often deceptive. For instance, his mentor, the Supreme Mage, appeared youthful. Yet her true age remained a mystery. Despite their brief encounter, Mordo's expression grew increasingly grave. His decision to bring Limlu to Everest was not made lightly. The extreme cold here could deter even seasoned mages, who must constantly expend magical energy to withstand the chill. Having trained in these harsh conditions multiple times, Mordo had accrued a measure of experience. Fighting here felt akin to a home-ground advantage. More critically, the biting cold would severely impair Limlu's technological arsenal. Mordo had witnessed the prowess of Wind God 2 firsthand. Despite its significant damage, he did not underestimate it. He was not so arrogant as to believe his magic was invincible. At least, he acknowledged that he was far from his mentor's level of mastery. However, what shocked him was Limlu's audacity to discard her entire technological armament. More alarmingly, she appeared to disregard the cold entirely, not even drawing upon magical energy for warmth. Surely, even the Supreme Mage could not ignore such frigid conditions? This unforeseen development deepened Mordo's sense of trepidation. He realized he needed to act swiftly, otherwise, the bitter cold would claim him first. Crack! Gripping his black wooden whip, Mordo swiftly unleashed it, the joints separating to transform into a bone whip. Reminiscent of fiery magical energy, with sparks cascading from each segment. Mordo, a man of few words, lunged forward, closing the distance to Limlu's side and striking at her head. Too slow. Limlu merely tilted her head, effortlessly evading the blow. Ignoring her mockery, Mordo wielded his whip with the ferocity of a dragon, executing horizontal strikes, vertical slashes, side sweeps, and crushing blows. Despite his relentless assault, Limlu, arms crossed behind her back, sidestepped each attack with uncanny precision. Impressive. Mordo felt as though he were facing his mentor once more. Panting, he exhaled clouds of mist. The intensity of his onslaught and the extreme cold rapidly draining his magical reserves. Mordo, you must recognize the disparity in our strengths. Were I intent on ending your life, your corpse would be cold by now. We are not enemies. Were it not for Mordo's formidable backing, Limlu would not have spoken so freely. She likely would have hypnotized him, seized his enchanted ring, stripped him of his robes, and helped him further his magical prowess. Limlu, with an odd expression, was unable to contain herself, questioning whether Mordo had a misunderstanding of the mage's vocation. Unfazed, Mordo declared, Demon, do not attempt to sway me. I sense an unprecedented darkness within you. I am not your foe, but a guardian of this world. With a powerful stomp, sparks erupted from his feet, propelling his speed to new heights. In an instant, He maneuvered behind Limlu, wielding his magical whip with ferocity, breaking the sound barrier as it struck her head. Success! Modu's heart swelled with triumph. His whip was no ordinary weapon. Known as the Staff of the Court of Life, it was renowned even in Kamartaj. His boots were also enchanted, called the Boots of Leaping Valto, which he had conserved for this decisive moment. He had indeed succeeded. Yet, to his astonishment, the staff felt as though it had struck steel, numbing his hands. To his bewilderment, Limlu bore a thick, armor-like shell upon her forehead, seemingly impenetrable. What in the world? Modu was taken aback, but even more so when Limlu grasped the Staff of Life, rendering his attempts to withdraw futile. Boom! With one hand gripping the staff and the other encased in thick armor, Limlu delivered a powerful punch to Modu's soft abdomen. Instantly, Modu doubled over in agony, rolling across the snow for several meters before finally coming to a halt. Examining the artifact in her hand, Limlu inquired, "Great Sage, what manner of weapon is this?" Answer, "The Staff of the Court of Life." The Court of Life? Limlu was momentarily taken aback. Could such an unremarkable wooden whip possess such significance? In the Marvel Universe, the Court of Life is a profoundly enigmatic and prestigious entity, capable of influencing the entire cosmos. It had once thwarted Doctor Strange from destroying Earth, persuaded the White Phoenix to erase a universe, and with a mere snap, rendered the Infinity Stones powerless. Answer, what connection does the Roman Avenue have with Rome? Limlu burst into laughter. Was this a case of nomenclature fraud? Much like a small grove being dubbed Norwegian Forest, or a street named Champs, Lysias in her homeland. It seemed such practices were not exclusive to Eastern nations. Boom. Just as Limlu jested about the staff's dubious name, Modu slammed his hands to the ground. Instantly, a wave of earth surged, as if the world had awakened. Mirror space? Limlu marveled. The most striking aspect of the film Doctor Strange was its ability to distort space and alter terrain without interfering with reality through mirror magic. Experiencing it firsthand, she found mirror magic even more wondrous than anticipated. Modu maintained his stance, hands on the ground, casting spells, while mirror magic created its own space. It did not alter the climate within. Thus, he was still compelled to expend magical energy against the cold, and mirror magic was notoriously difficult to master. Even in Kamartaj, few mages could wield it. You know too much. Without your enchanted ring, you shall not leave here. Farewell. With a sweeping gesture, Modu altered the terrain, flinging Limlu away. He then activated a portal using his enchanted ring, a barrage of sparks erupting as the portal revealed two entirely different realms, one blanketed in snow, the other basking in sunlight. Such was the marvel of magical portals. Yet, before he could leap through, he suddenly beheld Limlu, whom he had just flung down the mountain, racing back up with a pair of wings sprouting from her back. Unlike typical angelic wings, Limlu's resembled those of a bat, devoid of feathers. At that moment, Modu felt an urge to curse. Was she cheating? Not only did her body sprout thick armor, but wings as well. Sticky steel wire. Limlu extended her hand, releasing a torrent of delicate, transparent steel wires that ensnared Modu thoroughly. Struggling fiercely, Modu realized that breaking free from the sticky wires would not be so simple. Unable to prevail in combat, he resorted to empty threats. In the realm beyond the portal lies Kamartaj, where the Supreme Sorcerer holds dominion. Do you dare to cause chaos in such a place? Mordo was not deceitful. He had indeed been captured, yet the other side of the portal leads directly to Kamartaj. With the prowess of the Supreme Sorcerer, one could surely perceive all that unfolds before them. Thus, he remained utterly unperturbed. Then, Baron Mordo beheld a scene that would be forever etched in his memory. Discovering the unique magical portal of Kamartaj, should the unique skill Predator be activated? Yes. Moments ago, a young girl named Rimuru transformed into a blue orb before the portal, which instantaneously morphed into a blue liquid, cascading toward the entrance. In an instant, the portal vanished, and Rimuru resumed her youthful form, wiping her mouth as if savoring a lingering taste. The portal could consume? He, Baron Mordo, chief disciple of the Supreme Sorcerer, was beginning to suspect that he had been misled about the nature of magic. Note: the Marvel writers' tendency to overly manipulate established lore is well documented. When the narrative falters, they simply restart the universe. The Court of Life has faced torment more than once, akin to the infamous Devourer, whose reputation is grand, yet utterly chaotic. But as we all know, the implications are understood. Chapter 59. Modu is a good man. The voice of the great sage resonated in Rimuru's mind, and she instantly beamed with joy, overwhelmed by happiness. For Rimuru, it was indeed true that one becomes what one consumes. She recalled that Baron Modu seemed to possess several signature spells. First and foremost was the ability to conjure a cascade of sparks, akin to a fiery whip reminiscent of the Queen's lash. This spell had been wielded by Doctor Strange against foes, capable of being held with both hands or deftly swung with one. Modu surely could perform it. The magical shield utilized by Modu, the king, and even the malevolent villain Caecilius, as well as the magical fan used by the Ancient One, all appeared to be variations of this spell. Whatever the case, she was determined to acquire this magic. Furthermore, the mirroring spell could not be overlooked. Suddenly, Rimuru regarded Baron Modu as if he were an adorably naive delivery rabbit. Such a rabbit, so endearing, with ears perked up, would soon find itself skinned and chopped into pieces, tossed into a pot to simmer, with cilantro sprinkled just before serving. Rimuru, having watched all 3 seasons of A Bite of China, was well-versed in various cooking methods, including steaming, frying, stir-frying, boiling, and sauté ing. According to culinary parlance, the finest ingredients often required the most simplistic cooking methods, skinning and juicing, cracking bones to extract marrow. I must ask, little Modu, are you frightened? Gazing at Baron Modu, Rimuru instinctively licked her lips, causing him to shudder involuntarily. What was this menacing air of wanting to devour him? Where was her master? Help! This was, in fact, one of the reasons Modu had chosen the battlefield at Mount Everest. It was the backyard of Kamartosh. If his apprentice was assaulted, would the master not come to the rescue? Even when striking a dog, one must consider its owner. Baron Modu was indirectly cornering the Ancient One. It is time to showcase my acting skills. Remain calm. I must not reveal my true intentions to Modu. Modu, attempting to confine me within the mirrored space, shall find it impossible. If I cannot escape, neither shall you. Rimuru donned a fierce countenance, slowly advancing toward Modu while subtly loosening the adhesive wires binding him, deliberately exposing a flaw. In an instant, Modu sensed the change. Though subtle, the gap was palpable. I can retaliate. A glimmer of fervor flickered in Modu's eyes, but he quickly averted his gaze, suppressing that excitement. Internally, Modu mused, it is time to test our acting skills. We have never crossed paths before and bear no grievances. Shall we cease hostilities? You create a portal to New York, and we will coexist peacefully. Rimuru approached Modu, feigning trepidation about being trapped in the mirrored space, adopting a demeanor that suggested all matters were negotiable. It was the moment. Modu suddenly exerted force, snapping the adhesive wires binding him, chanting an incantation as a fiery magical whip materialized in his hands. With swift precision, he lashed out at Rimuru, who was caught off guard and sent flying, sustaining severe injuries as she rolled helplessly on the ground, pursued by Modu, who wielded the whip with vigor. Modu, emboldened, brandished the whip with great authority. Yet strength does not guarantee victory. One's pride and arrogance may ultimately drag one into despair. For your hubris, you shall pay, otherworldly being. This is your doing. I shall consume. Rimuru appeared desperate, cornered like a rat against the wall. The whip swung toward her, and in a moment of sheer will, she forcefully consumed the magic. Confirmation complete, successfully acquired skill, magic whip. Rimuru's eyes sparkled with delight, and she couldn't help but lick her lips. The taste was quite pleasing. However, considering the potential for being out of character, she covered her chest and coughed lightly, though she ultimately stifled it. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could see her body tremble slightly. As the chief disciple of the Supreme Mage, Modu possessed enough perceptiveness to discern Rimuru's facade. He immediately saw through her act. This magic-consuming spell must be quite taxing, and you are barely able to stand, aren't you? Rimuru initially panicked, then puffed up her bravado, insisting, you lie. Killing you would be as simple as chopping vegetables. Yet her demeanor reeked of a desperate beast attempting to intimidate. Modu's confidence swelled. Chanting an incantation, he crossed his arms, performing several specific hand seals, and soon, 2 fiery energy shields adorned with intricate magical patterns appeared in his hands. After another desperate attempt to escape, Rimuru found herself with no choice but to once again deploy the magic-consuming spell. Confirmation complete, successfully acquired skill, magic shield, and magic whip, simultaneously achieved, conditions met, obtaining magic energy manipulation. Splendid. Rimuru's eyes shone brightly. In that instant of acquiring magic energy manipulation, she grasped the ability to shape magical energy into various weapons. Magic shields, whips, swords, lances, all were within her grasp. Just then, the voice of the great sage resonated once more. Confirmation complete. A new source of magical power discovered. Would you like to communicate and absorb it? Rimuru paused. A new source of magical power? Answer. In the Marvel Universe, magic is derived from tapping into extra-dimensional energy. The magical energy absorbed by many white mages, such as those from Kamartosh, primarily originates from the trinity known as the Vishandi, Agamotto, Hoggoth, and Ashtar. Upon hearing the great sage's words, Rimuru's heart soared. In this situation, what was there to hesitate? Yes, In an instant, she felt a sensation of temporal dislocation, and amidst the haze, she seemed to glimpse an immensely grand world. This world was so distant that it was indistinct, yet Rimuru could sense its existence. She had forged a subtle yet inseparable connection with it. The vast magical energy flowed like a vibrant river from the Vishanti dimension, coursing past her and continuing onward. Confirmation complete. The host has acquired a distinct source of magical power, the Vishanti power. Confirmation complete. The host's original magical essence is merging with the Vishanti power, advancing into a higher form of magical energy, elevating the host's life tier. In an instant, Rimuru sensed the transformation as she transcended from the sealed cave into the marvel world. The feeling of scarcity vanished entirely. The entire world brightened, as if a dusty mirror had been polished. It was as if she had transitioned from a small puddle to a mighty river. Both her body and soul experienced a sublime elevation. Rimuru was filled with joy. She had not anticipated that after being ambushed by Baron Modu, she would seize the opportunity for evolution. It is worth noting that even in the original storyline of that time, I got reincarnated as a slime. The evolution opportunity for the Great Sage only arose after she consumed the unique skill Hunger from the pig-headed emperor, evolving Predator into Glutton. Baron Modu truly is a good man. Seeing Rimuru motionless, Modu was elated. Could it be that she had consumed so much magic that her body could no longer move? Such is often the case. Seizing the moment when one is at their weakest, with a swift gesture, Modu formed intricate hand seals, summoning 2 magical shields that materialized before him. With a powerful leap, he soared 10 meters into the air, looking down upon his adversary as the shields descended ominously towards Rimuru's head. At that moment, Rimuru was preoccupied with thoughts of leveling up, hardly inclined to concern himself with Modu, whose skills had already been exhausted. Enough of this, Rimuru exclaimed, waving his hand with finesse, causing 5 or 6 crimson magical whips to manifest in the sky, striking Modu from every direction with relentless precision. Bruised and battered, Modu lay on the ground. A look of despair etched upon his face. Why? Had he not been on the verge of a triumphant counterattack? What had transpired to lead to this outcome? Chapter 60. The favor of Ancient One. After Limulu consumed Miss Jingjiang, she acquired her unique skill, Transmuter. At this moment, Limulu's power level, according to the classifications of the Jura dimension, had undeniably reached the S rank, akin to the so-called Demon Lord species. It would not be an exaggeration to declare her a Demon Lord. The Pighead Emperor was roughly at the same level of strength. Yet Limulu possessed extraordinary abilities such as Predator, Great Sage, and Transmuter, making her relatively formidable even among Demon Lords. Now, Limulu's power had surged once again, essentially attaining the S-level standard. In the Jura dimension, even among Demon Lords, she would be considered above average, not far from the SS-level awakened Demon Lord, Malim. If she unleashed Black Flame Thunder, recklessly, obliterating an entire continental plate would pose no challenge. Although she had yet to reach planetary destruction levels, she was undeniably among the elite. Presently, there were very few powerful beings who could instill fear in Limulu. Even Ancient One, Odin, and Thanos were not beyond her capacity to confront. As for others like the Hulk, Thor, and Hela, they would have no choice but to humbly acknowledge her superiority. While Limula savored the exhilaration of her upgrade, the beleaguered Baron Moda finally managed to recalibrate his mindset. He gazed at Limulu, his expression an intricate tapestry of emotions. At this moment, he was acutely aware that he had been toyed with by Limulu from the very beginning. Such a disposition was undeniably malevolent. Observing Limulu, who was lost in thought and utterly unguarded, Baron Modu could not help but smile bitterly. This fiend had never once regarded him with seriousness. However, even if he wished to act now, he found himself utterly powerless. His limbs burned with heat, his body felt feverish, and he even had the urge to shed his garments. He understood that this was not due to the warmth of the surroundings, but rather the extreme cold that had nearly reached the limits of his physical tolerance, leading his brain's temperature regulation center to issue erroneous commands. In no more than 5 minutes, he could very well freeze to death, whether it was illusion or reality. Baron Modu sensed a shift in Limulu's aura. Her magical energy was no longer purely dark. It seemed imbued with a familiar energy reminiscent of the Vishanti. Was this the result of her earlier consumption of his magical power? The thought swirling in his mind left Baron Modu in astonishment. Who exactly was she? The ability to gain new magical powers after consuming another's magic was nothing short of astonishing. At that moment, a portal abruptly manifested within the mirror space. Clad in a brilliant yellow robe, with a gleaming bald head, the Ancient One stepped forward with measured grace. Master! Upon seeing the Ancient One, Modu's eyes sparkled, and his once frozen body regained a semblance of vitality. Meanwhile, Limula became acutely vigilant. Despite the lightheadedness that befell the Ancient One in the films, It was clear that she had deliberately chosen that moment to meet her demise. The Ancient One's death was a poignant lesson for her disciples, an event that could have been postponed for centuries. Gazing at Limulu, the Ancient One smiled, addressing her as a mysterious, powerful being. Baron Modu was taken aback. Who was her master? The Supreme Sorcerer. Even the Dark Lord Dormammu would not dare to act recklessly before her. Now, the Ancient One referred to Limulu as a powerful entity. Did she truly possess such strength? Supreme Sorcerer, you flatter me, Limulu replied, feeling a swell of comfort, as if the respect of the Ancient One brought her a sense of ease. She was inherently laid back, finding joy in the occasional skirmish as a diversion from life. However, when it came to intense battles or struggles to the death, she preferred to abstain. I revel in the thrill of vanquishing lesser foes. It brings me joy. The Ancient One nodded, clearly pleased with Limulu's demeanor. Though she had remained absent until now, she had been observing the entire battle. Limulu's innate talent had greatly surprised her. The ability to consume and learn from others was unprecedented, even for someone who had lived over 3 centuries. Moreover, after careful consideration, the Ancient One believed she had gained insight into Limulu's character. In essence, she was somewhat playful but fundamentally good-natured, making her a worthy candidate for cultivation and support. My wayward disciple has caused you trouble. I shall address that later. For now, shall we converse elsewhere? The Ancient One's voice, while cordial, carried an unyielding undertone. Perhaps having occupied a position of authority for too long, she exuded an extraordinary presence, despite her lack of pretentiousness. Of course, Limulu nodded in agreement, offering no refusal. With a wave of her hand, the portal shifted, transporting the 3 of them to the training grounds of Kamartaj. Several sorcerers were engaged in spirited duels, their movements a flurry of punches and evasions, creating a lively scene. Although she had previously encountered Baron Modu's combat style, Limulu still found it peculiar. Shouldn't sorcerers be the ones adorned with magical hats and wielding wands, casting spells from a distance? Kamartaj seemed to be on a path of close combat that was irreversible. After exchanging greetings, 2 sorcerers promptly took Modu away for treatment, everything executed with remarkable efficiency. Limulu was filled with curiosity about Kamartaj, a sanctum for sorcerers. The architectural style bore the hallmark of traditional Eastern temples, its age-worn features brimming with history. As she delved deeper into the ambience, Limulu sensed an extraordinary aura. The magical energy here was remarkably dense, particularly around the enigmatic magical circles and barriers, evoking a sense of danger even for her. In one expansive chamber, Limulu found herself incapable of perceiving its depths. Upon sensing the presence of the Sorcerer Supreme at the entrance, Limulu realized that this must be Kamartaj's library. A library? Limulu felt a surge of envy. Did she wish to enter and explore? The Ancient One's words caused Limulu's cheeks to flush. Being caught peeking by her master would indeed be mortifying. But then, Limulu's eyes widened in disbelief. Did the Ancient One just inquire whether she wanted to enter and take a look? Could she truly gain access to the books? The Ancient One casually poured Limulu a cup of tea, her demeanor relaxed and natural. Your talent is exceptional, truly a rarity in my lifetime. If you were to be obscured in mediocrity, that would be my failure. Limulu gazed at the Ancient One in disbelief. Was it truly possible for such a fortuitous opportunity to fall into her lap? Sipping her tea slowly, Limulu pondered, yet she ultimately found herself unable to resist the temptation. If I were to enter the library, what would be the cost? She asked softly. The Ancient One shook her head, saying, no cost at all. Limulu remained skeptical, recalling the adage that the most precious things are often free. A lack of cost often concealed a price so great it could be staggering. Who was Limulu, after all? She possessed the Great Sage's extraordinary powers. As long as she explored Kamartaj, perhaps the Great Sage would unlock the secrets of various spells for her. However, just as Rimuru was about to decline, Guyi's voice resonated once more. I have endured much and witnessed even more, yet your past and future remain obscured to me. I admire your innate talent and wish to glimpse how far your future may reach. Allowing you to peruse books is akin to a modest investment in what lies ahead. Rimuru's eyelashes fluttered, and her large eyes twinkled with curiosity. Should she truly place her trust in the words of this bald sage? Yet, the prospect of gaining access to the library and its treasures was undeniably alluring, irresistibly enticing, and utterly captivating. Chapter 61. The Regrets of Ancient One. Is there truly such a thing as a free lunch in this world? To be honest, Rimuru found it hard to believe. The Ancient One's rank was exceedingly high. If she intended to deceive her, it would be nearly impossible to guard against it. Yet, one must admit that the opportunity to peruse the library was an irresistible temptation. Strictly speaking, Rimuru was a natural-born sorceress. Particularly with the effect of the Great Sage, Incantation Abandonment, Rimuru could cast spells without the need for incantation. It could be said that any magic, once learned by Rimuru, rendered competition obsolete. For instance, while Modu struggled for ages to summon a single magical whip, Rimuru, with merely a thought, could instantaneously conjure dozens, all in a flash. Wouldn't that invoke a sense of fear? At present, Rimuru resembled a wealthy magnate. With just a slight acquisition of financial wisdom, her power would experience exponential growth. Such fortune was not a commonplace occurrence. Indeed, once this opportunity passed, it would be lost forever. The great sage, can you deduce the tomes within the library? Response: only the most fundamental public texts can be deduced. The essence of the most profound works is largely sealed and cannot be extrapolated. Rimuru decided to take the plunge. Even if the Ancient One were to set a trap for her, what of it? Her strength was perpetually on the rise. And this world had entered a fast lane. Stagnation meant obliteration, and Rimuru had no desire to become mere dust in the future. Thus, she expressed her gratitude to the Ancient One, pledging to act with full force should Earth ever face peril. The Ancient One had safeguarded Earth for a lifetime, bearing immense responsibility and enduring great losses. The safety of the planet was her unwavering obsession. Rimuru's declaration was a clear and bold statement. Upon hearing Rimuru's words, the Ancient One smiled with satisfaction. Engaging in conversation with an astute individual was indeed refreshing. In Kamartaj, all knowledge is shared, though some pursuits are prohibited. Your talent is remarkable, yet your foundation is lacking. When reading, do not solely covet powerful spells. Was the Ancient One offering her guidance? Rimuru promptly adjusted her demeanor, her large eyes sparkling with earnest attentiveness, embodying a demeanor that implored the Ancient One to elaborate further. The Ancient One chuckled. Although her body appeared youthful after all these years, her mindset had aged. Suddenly seeing Rimuru's playful, endearing spirit brought a refreshing change to her. It must be said that this was a world that judged by appearances. Had an unattractive individual attempted to be cute, the Ancient One might have dismissed them outright. When reading, I recommend starting with texts such as the Book of Sight, the new compilation of the universe, and multiverse perspectives. These works will guide you to perceive the world from an entirely new angle, greatly benefiting your magical practice. Following that, delve into foundational texts like Introduction to Magic, Meditation Techniques, and The Mind in Magic. As you advance, you can explore more profound studies such as the Key of Solomon, the Supreme Codex, the Newton Codex, and the Book of Galileo. The Ancient One spoke earnestly, and Rimuru listened intently. However, upon hearing about the Newton Codex and the Book of Galileo, she couldn't suppress a feeling of powerlessness. No wonder Newton's coffin lid could never stay closed. With the Supreme Master's elucidation, a reading plan began to take shape in Rimuru's mind. After a few minutes, the Ancient One paused. The book she had mentioned would keep Rimuru occupied for quite some time, and discussing further was of little consequence. Rimuru once again expressed her gratitude, then, seizing the moment, moved closer to the Ancient One, playfully asking, "Master, could you cast the mirror magic one more time? Please take your time. I didn't get to eat when I was battling with Master Moda." Startled, the Ancient One nearly spilled her tea, pondering when she had acquired a disciple without her knowledge. Moreover, what did Rimuru mean by not having time to eat during the battle with Modu? "Master, could you just cast it once more? Please, just once more." Compared to learning mirror magic in an instant, what were morals? Could they be consumed? The Ancient One was momentarily bewildered. Was the world changing so rapidly that someone was shaking her arm, requesting assistance and making desserts? "Master, Master." Master, the Ancient One's expression darkened, especially when a female disciple entered, and after a moment of astonishment, stifled laughter as she exited. The Ancient One could no longer maintain her serious demeanor. With a swift motion, the Ancient One extended her hand, and the void suddenly split open, resembling a mirror with countless cracks appearing. Discovered Kamartaj exclusive magic, Mirror Space. Would you like to activate Predator? Yes. Rimuru immediately activated Predator, transforming into blue liquid and lunging toward the rift in the void. In an instant, she completely devoured the mirror space. Confirmation complete. The host has successfully acquired mirror magic. The exhilarating sensation of mastering such a spell was simply unparalleled. With a casual gesture, Rimuru transformed the entire room, as the ground and walls seemed to animate, twisting and contorting in wild abandon. Having witnessed such phenomena before, the Ancient One remained profoundly astonished. What kind of magic was this that consumed other magic? It was utterly unbelievable. While the magical whip and shield were merely different applications of magical energy with little fundamental distinction, mirror magic was of a far higher and more perilous caliber. It demanded a significant understanding of magical energy, soul, and spatial perception. In Kamartaj, Fewer than 100 individuals were qualified to learn this magic, and those who genuinely mastered it could be counted on one hand. Yet, Rimuru had grasped it after only a single consumption. It was utterly outrageous. Even the Ancient One felt a twinge of envy and jealousy. "Thank you immensely for your generous gift, Master." Rimuru expressed heartfelt gratitude. With this spell at her disposal, her future exploits would be considerably more convenient. A divine technique for mischief. Should she wish to ensnare someone, she could simply pull them into the mirror space, Even if they screamed at the top of their lungs, it would be futile. Seeing the sweet smile adorning Rimuru's face, the Ancient One nodded. Feeling a sense of inner contentment, she was reminded of her own youth, tirelessly studying magic, where each small advancement brought immense joy. Yet, regrettably, since becoming the Supreme Master, that sense of joy had become a distant memory. Perhaps this was the price of growth. At that moment, Rimuru's voice interrupted the Ancient One's reverie. Her eyes sparkled with eagerness, filled with longing, akin to a curious child. "Master, do you have any secret spells up your sleeve? I could help you promote them." The Ancient One. Even with her high levels of composure, the Ancient One nearly lost her tranquility due to Rimuru's insatiable greed. Had she erred in allowing this audacious little spirit access to the library? Rimuru may not excel in many areas, but her ability to read the room was exceptional. After bowing 3 times to the Ancient One, she swiftly dashed out. Watching Rimuru's impetuous retreat, the Ancient One couldn't help but smile, finding delight in her antics. Most of her disciples treated her with utmost reverence, yet the sudden appearance of Rimuru, with her unique charm, brought a refreshing sense of novelty and amusement. Gui lifted a cup of tea, savoring it leisurely. Indeed, enjoying tea in the twilight of the setting sun was most fitting for her. However, at that moment, a small head peeked in from behind the door. "Master Gui, is it all right if I take a couple of books from the library?" Uffed. Gui spat out her tea, coughing for quite some time. Filled with righteous indignation, she exclaimed, in the stillness of the night and the crowing of the rooster, "Which magician does not dedicate themselves to diligent study? You think you can simply indulge and master all my magic? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world." Angrily, she declared, "If you dare consume my books, I shall banish you to the chaotic dimensions." Rimuru was taken aback. Ayamaya, a good-natured person, can be quite frightening when provoked. The wind howled, and chaos ensued. Chapter 62, Iron Man vs. Abomination. While Rimuru was engrossed in his studies, the once peaceful streets of New York became a cacophony of chaos. "Hulk, where are you? Come out. You do not deserve this immense power." Blonsky, having forced Mr. Blue to inject Hulk's blood, completely lost control and transformed into the enormous and grotesque Abomination. Unlike the intellectually challenged Hulk, Abomination possessed a remarkable level of intelligence. He was fully aware of his actions and intentions, articulating them with clarity. Regrettably, he had succumbed entirely to the domination of power, becoming a slave to it. With a mere flick, a compact car was sent flying as if it were a mere marble. The impact was thunderous. The car crashed into a building, causing it to collapse, sending a shower of concrete debris that could have ensnared countless unfortunate souls. "Oh my God, what sort of monster is this? Help, my leg is trapped. Mommy, wake up. Don't leave me." In stark contrast to the relatively secluded Gibbons Academy, Broadway was a bustling thoroughfare, teeming with vehicles and pedestrians. The emergence of Abomination here was nothing short of a disaster. News of the monstrous rampage spread like wildfire across the globe. Even attempts to contain the information proved futile. Within moments, the Pentagon's phone lines were inundated with calls. Politicians quickly sought to deflect blame, naturally targeting General Ross, who had failed in his relentless pursuit of the Hulk. After all, this behemoth was wreaking havoc while incessantly uttering Hulk's name. General Ross, despite being a military man, possessed a keen political instinct. Witnessing the carnage on Broadway, with Abomination calling for Hulk, he felt as though the sky was falling. If he could not subdue this creature, Rikers Island would undoubtedly reserve a permanent cell for him, one that would be free for life. He immediately ordered his troops, originally dispatched to capture Hulk, to redirect their efforts toward apprehending Abomination. The outcome was evident. The elite soldiers under Ross's command suffered a crushing defeat, resulting in heavy casualties. Ross, his face pallid, slumped to the ground, fully aware that his career was in ruins. At this moment, perhaps only Nick Fury remained unfazed amidst the tumult. The military's dismal failure underscored the necessity for the formation of the Avengers. Fury had even begun drafting a request for funding from the Council in his mind. Agent Norman prepared to persuade Hulk to join the fray. As Natasha gazed at the screen displaying the rampaging, feculent-hued monster, her emotions were conflicted. To be honest, she was reluctant to confront the Hulk. Not long ago, His relentless pursuit had left her psychologically scarred. Moreover, S.H.I.E.L.D. had only just rescued Banner and Betty from General Ross's clutches, securing them in a safe location. Persuading Hulk to fight now could render all of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s efforts futile. Yet, Natasha understood that the decision was beyond her control. Just then, Nick Fury intervened, halting her actions. In an instant, Natasha grasped the sequence of events. Recently, Iron Man had dramatically descended from the sky, successfully diverting Abomination's attention and granting pedestrians a precious opportunity to escape. Monster, your enemy is me. Iron Man maintained his stance, poised to fire his repulsor beam, exuding charisma and confidence. With a sudden roar, Abomination, caught off guard by Iron Man's attack, emerged from the rubble he had previously crushed. Shaking his head in fury, he glared at Iron Man, seething with rage. You think donning a metal canister grants you the audacity to challenge me? You know nothing of power. The helmet's display screen showed JARVIS had compiled images and data on Abomination. Tony exaggerated. Are you also a product of genetic mutation like Hulk? How did you become this way? Compared to Hulk, you look like a promotional item. Your appearance is simply too careless. Tony's remarks inflicted severe damage to Abomination's pride. Not only did he insult his looks, but he also claimed that he was weaker than Hulk. The rage within Abomination surged. With a mighty slam of his fists onto the ground, the earth trembled, causing nearby vehicles to bounce violently before crashing down. The entire street was filled with the blaring of car alarms. Enraged, Abomination lunged at Iron Man, having provoked him. Tony was well prepared. With a thunderous boom, his repulsor beam unleashed a pulse of energy, knocking Abomination back. Is this what you call strength? You are not only weaker than Hulk, but you are also hideous, and to add insult to injury, you've lost your manhood. Hulk at least has the decency to wear pants, yet you don't even don a pair of shorts. Sir, your actions are quite unbecoming. Abomination's fury escalated. To be compared unfavorably to Hulk was one thing, but to have his manhood ridiculed was an unbearable affront. For the sake of power, he had accepted his unattractiveness. But as a man, losing his pride was an eternal wound. In that moment, he forgot about Hulk. His sole focus was to obliterate this metal canister. The battle was broadcast live, and many viewers were left speechless by Tony's performance. Has Tony's mouth been blessed? His words are simply too sharp. The fierce clash resumed. As Tony and Abomination exchanged blows in an intense struggle, the audience witnessed firsthand Iron Man's combat style, utilizing energy pulse cannons, missiles, mini-machine guns, ultrasonic waves, headbutts, and close combat techniques. Each method and advanced weapon inflicted considerable punishment upon Abomination. Yet, regrettably, Iron Man could not fully vanquish Abomination. Although Abomination's tactics were simplistic, relying solely on brute force, his armor was formidable, his health bar extensive, his regeneration extraordinary, and his agility exceptional. Soon, Tony began to pay the price for his sharp tongue. As the battle dragged on, his weapons, energy, and armor faced rapid depletion, while Abomination remained unscathed. As Iron Man found himself at a disadvantage, his armor severely damaged, viewers anxiously watched. Disappointment loomed large. The Silver Iron Man could overpower the Hulk. Yet Iron Man appeared only capable of being pummeled by Abomination. Iron Man was simply too weak. Chapter 63, The Exhausted Iron Man Behind a Wall. Tony Stark leaned back, gasping for breath. Jarvis administered a dose of the Goddess of Life's Caress, a potent healing serum provided by Rimlu. Tony had preloaded 3 vials into the Mark IV suit, which was one of its most formidable assets for sustaining life. After using 1 vial, all of Tony's injuries were miraculously healed. Although this was not his first time utilizing the serum, he was still overwhelmed with emotion. The instantaneous restoration of his injuries was nothing short of miraculous. However, this was not the time for reflection. Jarvis, report on the damage to the armor. The helmet's display was awash in red, indicating severe damage across nearly all sections. Tony sighed in resignation. Okay, I get it. To be honest, the Mark IV has performed at the highest testing standards. It has done well enough. At least it didn't malfunction. But unfortunately, it still can't compete. This realization left Tony feeling somewhat disheartened. The gap between himself and Rimlu was quite substantial, lacking energy shield technology. The armor's current capabilities were wholly inadequate for combating a behemoth like the Abomination. With the armor gravely damaged and the shock absorption system compromised, Tony had sustained multiple injuries and had already used 2 of the 3 healing serums. The brutality of this battle far exceeded Tony Stark's expectations. Sir, energy levels are down to 30%. You are currently in extreme danger. I strongly advise you to withdraw from the battle. Jarvis urged. Tony, unconcerned, feigned nonchalance. Jarvis, My father taught me many things, but he never instructed me on how to flee in the heat of battle. What you need to do now is help me devise a plan for victory. As you wish, Jarvis responded. Boom. The abomination, unable to locate Iron Man, was in a frenzy. It leapt several meters high, jumping from building to building, occasionally smashing through a wall or kicking a car into the air. The street lay in ruins, chaos reigning supreme. Is this all the power you have, Tin Can? Come out, face me. The abomination's furious roars echoed through the air. And Tony's thoughts raced. How could he possibly defeat the abomination? His energy was dwindling, and his weaponry was nearly depleted. It seemed he would have to rely on external forces. Even if he couldn't defeat the abomination, at the very least, he needed to contain it and prevent further destruction. Jarvis, pull up a holographic map of the entire street. At your command. After some deliberation, Tony selected a building. Jarvis, scan that building for life signs. As you wish. Soon, Jarvis reported back. Sir, scan complete. No life signs detected. Good. Plot the optimal course of action. I intend to lure the beast there and then deliver a decisive blow. Understood. A barrage of bullets rained down upon the abomination, instantly raising its ire. So, the Tin Can finally has the guts to show up? The abomination's delight was palpable as it turned its fury towards Iron Man naturally. Tony would not engage the abomination head-on. He danced around it, maintaining distance while drawing it into his rhythm. Minutes later, he successfully led the abomination to the designated ambush point. Just as Tony prepared to detonate the final bomb to collapse the building and entomb the abomination, he was taken aback to discover a life sign detected on the rooftop of his planned ambush site. Upon zooming in, Tony was astonished to see a reporter with a camera standing atop the building, filming. It hadn't been there during the initial scan, when had the reporter arrived. Was this person truly willing to risk their life for a story? Tony Stark felt a surge of frustration. If one were to encapsulate his current emotions, it would resemble an epic disaster film where schoolchildren were on holiday. To make matters worse, the abomination, in an attempt to attack him, hurled a car that fortuitously landed right where the reporter stood. The reporter, realizing the impending danger, instinctively closed his eyes. Boom. Tony's thrusters erupted with forceful flames, propelling him in front of the reporter just in time to catch the car. As the vehicle was halted mid-fall, the reporter slowly opened his eyes, witnessing an unforgettable sight. Iron Man, clad in tattered armor, half kneeling and using both hands to catch the car hurtling towards him. It was Iron Man. He had saved him. The reporter watched in awe as Iron Man struggled to lower the car to the ground. Just then, the reporter's eyes widened, and he instinctively shouted, "Watch out." However, it was too late. Tony was unable to evade the impending danger. Even more unexpectedly, as the abomination's grotesque foot came crashing down, Iron Man wrapped his arms around the reporter. Boom. Crack. They were both launched away like cannonballs, the excruciating pain causing the reporter to spit blood, his consciousness fading. His final hazy memory was of sparks flying from Iron Man's armor. Like the reporter, Tony's vision blurred, intense pain almost causing him to lose consciousness. If it weren't for the distraction provided by the Hulk, who had just arrived, the abomination might have delivered a fatal blow to one of Marvel's 3 iconic heroes. Perhaps this was a testament to the protagonist's aura. Sir. His vision dimmed, and a ringing filled his ears, but after a while, he gradually discerned Jarvis's voice. Sir, your life is in grave danger. Initiating automatic program to administer a dose of the goddess of life's caress. This was a protocol Tony had preordained for such dire circumstances. Stop. Tony interrupted Jarvis just as he was about to proceed with the injection. Jarvis, my injuries are severe, but I must not be saved. Otherwise, in 10 minutes, I will lapse into shock. In 20 minutes, my organ functions will fail, and in 30 minutes, I will surely die. Tony glanced at the ongoing battle between the Hulk and the abomination, both movements threatening to obliterate everything in their path. He took a deep breath, knowing his fight had reached its conclusion. Let the healing serum be used on this reporter instead. Sir, your selflessness is truly commendable. You are a noble and pure-hearted individual. Jarvis exclaimed. Tony chuckled bitterly. Great? No, I am merely a failure. Now, begin treatment for this reporter. Understood. The last vial of the healing serum was administered to the reporter, his injuries rapidly healing, while the battered Iron Man soared into the sky. Onlookers, witnessing Iron Man's ascent, had their eyes alight with inspiration, already crafting narratives in their minds. Iron Man's inability to defeat the abomination and his subsequent retreat. Was he a superhero or a cowardly deserter? Could he still claim the title of the sole wielder of the humanoid mech if he failed to protect the citizens? Chapter 64. The sun will rise again tomorrow. The battle with the abomination concluded with an undeniable victory for Hulk, who, despite lacking an essential piece of equipment, triumphed effortlessly. The grand spectacle of the New York conflict reached its denouement. While S.H.I.E.L.D. may have successfully recruited Banner, the Hulk remained unimpressed. After vanquishing the abomination, Hulk leapt away from New York, leaving a trail of trampled rooftops in his wake. S.H.I.E.L.D. chose not to intervene, instead discreetly tracking Hulk's escape route. His whereabouts were inconsequential, provided he remained under their surveillance. The strategic calculations of the agency were astute, given Hulk's formidable power. Retaining him within their ranks would surely invite other factions to encroach upon their territory. Moreover, the sheer destruction wrought upon numerous buildings, particularly around Broadway, resulted in direct and indirect losses exceeding a staggering $100 billion. Should accountability arise, who would bear the burden of compensation? S.H.I.E.L.D. was hardly flush with resources. As for the fallen abomination, both the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. rushed to the scene, each asserting their claim over the rights to recover the creature, leading to a fierce dispute. The scent of conflict attracted the attention of Congress, further escalating the contention. It was a chaotic scene, akin to dogs fighting over scraps. The media frenzy surrounding the New York battle resembled a sumptuous feast. Serious outlets, tabloid magazines, and even morally ambiguous websites, not to mention certain adult communities, all clamored to join the fray. Reports flooded in, and any conversation that omitted mentions of the Silver Iron God, the Green Giant, the Abomination, or Iron Man seemed utterly out of touch with the zeitgeist. The perspectives offered were wildly varied. Some detailed the battle's progression, others investigated the extent of the destruction, while some speculated whether the Hulk and Abomination were the products of military bioengineering. Unquestionably, Iron Man bore the brunt of the comparisons. The outcome was starkly evident: Silver Iron God, Green Giant, Abomination, and Iron Man. The Silver Iron God was extolled with lavish praise, showered with accolades as if they were confetti. His enigmatic identity and the portal he utilized to depart sparked boundless intrigue among both experts and curious onlookers alike. In stark contrast, Iron Man was relegated to the status of a weakling, particularly under the orchestrated efforts of certain individuals, with numerous media outlets openly questioning his qualifications to wield the iron armor. Some public intellectuals even candidly suggested that for the sake of world peace and the safety of all humanity, Iron Man should relinquish the patents for his armored suits, allowing their capabilities to be fully realized. It is wise never to underestimate the moral integrity of the media, particularly when influenced by those with an agenda. Criticism of Iron Man had morphed into a politically correct stance, creating an illusion that he was the true antagonist of the New York conflict. In California, at a Malibu beachfront villa, a talk show blared from the television. The host was none other than the same unsightly figure from Iron Man 1 who had once urged viewers to sell their Stark Industries stock. His antics were exaggerated as he gave a thumbs up, slowly turning it upside down. Iron Man, my advice is to return home and continue playing your world-saving games with those glamorous models. There, no matter your combat prowess, even if you're weaker than an underdog, they won't expose you. True battles are not for a playboy like you. Laughter erupted in the studio. Tony Stark was visibly displeased. J.A.R.V.I.S. By that television station. Ensure this host continues for 100 episodes, extolling my virtues. At once, sir, J.A.R.V.I.S. replied, switching channels. Tony stumbled upon a program starkly different in tone, akin to a serious celebrity interview show, featuring a beautiful host and an expert engaging in a rigorous discussion. An aging expert, with only a few strands of hair remaining, confidently asserted that humanoid mechs were revolutionary inventions, and Stark was indeed deserving of his genius label. Yet, he concluded that Stark was merely a brilliant inventor, not fit to be a superhero. The host inquired, Professor Simon, are you implying that Stark should open the patents for his humanoid mechs? Absolutely, Professor Simon affirmed. Tony Stark maintained an impassive demeanor. J.A.R.V.I.S. Expedite the acquisition of this station. Within 3 days, I want that expert to publicly declare the sanctity of private property. Understood, sir. I have already sent a communication to Professor Simon, and the television station has received your acquisition proposal. Satisfied, Tony instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. compile a list of all media outlets, television, newspapers, and websites disseminating unfavorable narratives about me. Send cease and desist letters to those spreading slander and contact Pepper to assemble our legal team for litigation. As for the larger companies perpetuating negative rhetoric, I want shares. I must have a voice in their decisions. For the smaller entities, outright acquisition. Sir, I must inform you that some media outlets are deeply entrenched, serving as mouthpieces for the Pentagon and military. Tony Stark replied, then let us incite a media war. Let the legislators revisit the gun control debate and stir up a commotion to overshadow this matter. Understood. It must be noted that Stark, seasoned by numerous battles, adeptly manipulated public opinion. After a vigorous campaign, the online discourse questioning Iron Man dwindled. The media war, orchestrated by Tony, divided outlets into supporters and detractors, each asserting their position vehemently. Those who sought to coerce Tony through public sentiment were left with no choice but to relent. Tony Stark was no ordinary citizen. With financial power at his disposal, they risked igniting a backlash. Underhanded tactics proved futile. Ultimately, matters would revert to established protocols. A subpoena from the military committee landed in Tony's hands, yet he appeared unfazed. Life continued as it had, undeterred by the recent upheaval. Post-battle, Tony found himself spending more time in his laboratory, increasing his martial arts instructors from 3 to 10. Pepper observed all of this but chose to remain silent, dedicating herself to caring for Tony's daily needs with even greater attention. Chapter 65. Ensnared by the allure of books before encountering the vast collection of texts within Kamar-Taj, Rimuru was filled with an insatiable curiosity. It is a common trait of humanity to be intrigued by the unknown. However, upon delving into the tomes themselves, she was swiftly overtaken by a sense of ennui. Thanks to her skill of magical perception, she faced no barriers to reading. Any language or script would effortlessly transform into comprehensible information for her. Yet, the profundity of the content rendered it painfully dull. Akin to the experience of deciphering a calculus textbook, each word and illustration fully understood, yet the knowledge contained within was so tedious it could induce slumber. As the saying goes, one must do one's own homework, while the system can handle its own assignments. Without hesitation, Rimuru activated her idle mode, allowing the Grand Sage to peruse the texts on her behalf. Consequently, the assembled mages of Kamar-Taj beheld a most astonishing sight, Rimuru frantically flipping through the pages in the library. Could such frantic page-turning truly lead to comprehension? Many mages expressed their disbelief, pondering whether she was feigning understanding. Take, for instance, the Sanskrit texts. Deciphering them is a formidable challenge. Ancient Sanskrit has become a lost language, spoken by none. Even beings like Dr. Strange, endowed with photographic memory, must consult dictionaries to grasp its meaning, laboriously piecing together knowledge. The Latin spellbooks present similar difficulties, with incantations that are dreadfully long and convoluted. Each word must be memorized precisely. A mere slip could render the spell ineffective or induce unpredictable consequences. On the battlefield, mispronouncing or forgetting an incantation could be fatal. Rimuru began to comprehend why Kamar-Taj produced so many melee mages. Reflecting on those students who shy away from memorization in favor of scientific pursuits clarified much. Yet, this also served as a stark reminder that the academically challenged often face bleak futures, unless one possesses exceptional luck and a remarkably influential parent. Talent accounts for a mere 30%, while hard work constitutes 70%. The remaining 90% is bestowed by one's parents. In light of the skepticism from her fellow practitioners, Rimuru merely smiled in silence. Some individuals appeared effortlessly relaxed, yet they were likely even more at ease behind the scenes. Once the Grand Sage mastered a concept, it was as if Rimuru had learned it herself. Even if the Grand Sage's explanations were overly complex, she could always request a simplified, illustrated version. Much like how the Grand Sage elucidated the fundamentals of magical essence to the adorable queen, should the textual knowledge prove too intricate to grasp, she could transform it into an accessible format. Crucially, as soon as Rimuru successfully learned a spell, she would no longer need to recite incantations. A life of effortless advantage requires no justification. The real question is whether it incites envy. If it does, then outrage is futile. Despite the Grand Sage's assistance, Rimuru adhered to the advice of Ancient One, commencing her studies with foundational concepts. Had Ancient One not advised her, she might have perused at will. Since the guidance was offered, she felt compelled to abide by it. This was not merely a matter of ability, but a reflection of her attitude towards learning, a fundamental respect for her mentor. Yet, beneath this faade lies a different truth altogether. Rimuru's genuine motivation stemmed from the realization that Ancient One, a formidable figure, had permitted her access to the library. Perhaps she was secretly observing her from some hidden corner. Thus, it was essential to present herself as obedient, putting on a show that would endear her to Ancient One, thereby justifying her request for further advantages. The adage rings true: the child who cries receives milk. Rimuru was undeniably adept at this art of strategic maneuvering. One must concede that Ancient One's suggested order of study, progressing from the simple to the complex, was indeed scientifically sound. This knowledge bestowed upon Rimuru a brand new worldview, allowing her to perceive the multiverse through a novel lens. Many of the concepts within were, in fact, at odds with her previous education, leading to a degree of cognitive dissonance. For example, within the philosophical framework Rimuru had previously embraced, the essence of the world is material, with materiality dictating consciousness, consciousness being the objective reflection of matter within the human brain. The physical form is the origin of consciousness, and with death, consciousness ceases. Yet, in the Book of Sight, the distinction between consciousness and materiality dissolves. The nature of reality depends entirely upon one's perspective. Some may only see the small patch of land before them, while others gaze into the cosmic expanse, transcending time and space, discerning the multiverse. The impact of these texts on Rimuru was profound. Many of the ideas presented were ones she struggled to accept. Nevertheless, this did not hinder her from continuing her reading. Whenever she encountered something she did not comprehend or deemed nonsensical, she simply bypassed it. To borrow the words of Tao Yuanming, it is sufficient to enjoy reading without demanding complete understanding. As she delved deeper into her studies, the magical knowledge tree began to take shape, forming roots, a trunk, and branches. Strictly speaking, the magic of Kamartaj bears resemblance to the Taoist philosophy of China, emphasizing harmony with the natural flow of things. A mage's task is not to disrupt the flow of water, but to guide it, harnessing its force to achieve remarkable results with minimal effort. Despite the Grand Sage's indirect assistance, Rimuru reaped substantial rewards. Previously, her understanding of magic was superficial, knowing only how to use it without grasping the underlying principles. Now, she began to develop a more systematic and profound comprehension of magical theories. Unlike the typical mages of Kamartaj, Rimuru also integrated spells and skills from various dimensions. The interplay between magical civilizations across different realms inevitably sparked flashes of brilliance, filling Rimuru with exuberance. While she held a modicum of respect for the Supreme Mage, Ancient One, she did not harbor the same trepidation as the other disciples. When the accumulation of unfamiliar concepts began to impede her reading progress, she naturally sought guidance. Thus, many disciples of Kamartaj were astonished to witness Rimuru, who had only recently become a disciple, engaging in light-hearted conversation with the Supreme Mage, occasionally eliciting laughter from her. This inevitably stirred jealousy among some disciples, as not everyone is afforded the privilege of personal instruction from the Supreme Mage. Some have been training for years without ever having encountered her, deepening their sense of discontent. Consequently, unflattering rumors began to circulate among the disciples, suggesting that the newcomer Rimuru was merely a sycophant, adept at flattering those in power. In response, Rimuru merely chuckled. It is the mediocre who do not inspire envy. Moreover, if she was indeed flattering, what of it? If one possesses the ability, why not employ it? Unbeknownst to Rimuru, among those observing her was a figure named Caecilius. Chapter 66. The Terminator with the Prowess of the Great Sage, the tomes within the library. Save for those sealed away, namely, the collection of the Ancient One, could be comprehensively recorded with but a single scan. In essence, Rimuru need not linger within the library perpetually. However, she chose to refrain from such an action, for the trump card of the Great Sage was a secret best kept to herself. The Marvel Universe, though not vast, is neither insignificant. Should this ace in the hole come to the knowledge of the Ancient One, it is likely that Odin would be informed as well. How then could she pursue her studies in the Asgardian archives? The deeper Rimuru delved into the arcane, the more she recognized the vastness and grandeur of magic. Her focus had decidedly shifted towards the mystical arts, leaving the realm of technology in the shadows. Additionally, spending more time in the library afforded her the opportunity to foster a favorable rapport with the Ancient One, a relationship that could prove immensely beneficial. The profundity of the Ancient One's knowledge, not to mention her coveted treasures, left Rimuru yearning for more. One cannot expect to inherit their master's finest artifacts without first endearing oneself to them. The fates of Shen Gongbao and Huang Longzhenren serve as stark reminders of this truth, particularly Huang Longzhenren, who, despite being among the 12 golden immortals, received no treasures from his master due to a lack of favor, ultimately becoming a figure of misfortune, devoid of power, disciples, intellect, and victories, a lamentable existence indeed. Having learned from the misfortunes of others, Rimuru was determined not to tread the same path of despair. It must be said, her visit to the library proved exceedingly fruitful. For instance, the magical shield known as the Red Ring of Ragador is a fundamental spell within Kamartaj. However, through her studies, Rimuru gained a profound understanding of this elementary magic. This spell allows for the modulation of energy output to adjust defensive strength. The orange variant is the basic form, while the red signifies the upgraded version, a complete form. Doctor Strange himself utilized the red upgrade to withstand a blow from Thanos, showcasing its potential for development. Among the myriad of fascinating spells she encountered, there were the likes of the Holy Sword of Vishanti, the ancient form of Hoggoth, the Thunder of Balthak, the Shield of Seraphim, teleportation, source of divine power, the form of icon, and the crimson chains of Sidorak, to name a few. The reason these spells remained etched in her memory is their remarkable displays during Doctor Strange's climactic battle against Thanos in Avengers: Infinity War. For example, the ancient form of Hoggoth transformed Thanos' black hole attack into a flurry of butterflies, leaving the Mad Titan utterly bewildered. In her previous life, Rimuru was profoundly impressed by this spell due to its dreamlike and ethereal quality. Many netizens affectionately referred to it as the butterfly transformation spell. The form of icon employs a 1,000-armed Kuan Yin as its starting gesture, instantaneously creating countless clones. This spell is nothing short of extraordinary, although labeled as clones. They can simultaneously execute offensive maneuvers. After invoking this technique, each clone unleashed a magical whip, ensnaring Thanos from all directions in an astonishing spectacle. It is akin to a Marvel rendition of the Shadow Clone technique. As for the spell The Crimson Chains of Sidorak, it is particularly intriguing. Sidorak is no ordinary entity. He is a formidable overlord on par with Dormammu, reigning supreme over the Crimson Cosmos. This spell serves as a potent control mechanism. Even a titan like Thanos would find it challenging to break free without considerable effort. For an ordinary individual, once ensnared, they could be manipulated at will. The Shield of Seraphim, on the other hand, is an all-encompassing energy barrier that once facilitated the soft landing of a spacecraft. To achieve such a feat equates to withstanding the impact of a small meteorite. The defensive capabilities are truly unparalleled. With the acquisition of these spells, Rimuru's skills have crystallized, her power soaring to new heights. Aside from a slight deficiency in her understanding of the multiverse, time, and the soul, her strength now stands on par with the Sorcerer Supreme. At this juncture, Rimuru can genuinely be regarded as one of the formidable beings within the Marvel Universe. Just as Rimuru reveled in her bountiful gains, the arrival of a certain individual interrupted her reverie. Master Caecilius! Master Caecilius! Master Caecilius! Upon lifting her gaze, Rimuru noticed the library patrons greeting the newcomer with utmost respect. Were he merely an unfamiliar sorcerer, she might not have been so astounded. However, this was Caecilius, the archvillain from Doctor Strange, who had pilfered crucial pages from the Book of Cagliostro to summon Dormammu, betraying Camartage alongside a cadre of accomplices. Caecilius could boast of having slain the Ancient One herself. What Rimuru did not anticipate was the popularity Caecilius enjoyed prior to his betrayal. He seemed to command considerable esteem. The humility of Wang Mang before his usurpation left Rimuru in awe. His performance was nothing short of masterful, outshining even Yu Buchuan. The Academy Awards owed him a golden statuette. However, at that moment, Rimuru found herself somewhat stunned, for the esteemed Caecilius was approaching her directly. They had never met before. What could possibly have drawn his attention? Yet, Rimuru stood unperturbed. Should he dare to trouble her, she would not hesitate to send him to meet Dormammu ahead of schedule. Caecilius scrutinized Rimuru from head to toe, smiling as he said, "Greetings, Master Rimuru. I am Caecilius, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." "Hello," Rimuru replied casually. Having no desire to befriend such a notorious villain, Caecilius, perceiving her dismissive demeanor, was slightly taken aback. Logically, as they were strangers, there should be no animosity between them. However, he was not foolish enough to inquire directly about it. Such a question would be absurd. He attempted to steer the conversation, while Rimuru responded with minimal engagement. One sought to guide the dialogue, while the other merely deflected, yet to the onlookers, they appeared to be conversing amicably. Unbeknownst to them, their exchange unfolded thusly. "Caecilius, Master Rimuru, what motivates you to study magic?" "Rimuru, what reason could there possibly be to study magic?" "Caecilius, Master Rimuru, are you aware that the Sorcerer Supreme has lived through many long years, and no one knows his true age?" "Rimuru, yes, he has lived for nearly 3 centuries. Hasn't he?" "Caecilius." Caecilius found himself at a loss, lamenting the lack of surprise in her response. 3 centuries. Could she not feign amazement? He had encountered socially inept individuals before, but none quite like her. Was she truly a conversation terminator? Chapter 67. So you are such a scoundrel. 3 centuries is indeed an unfathomably lengthy span of time for humanity, encompassing the rise and fall of dynasties and the cyclical nature of life and death through generations. The United States, from its inception to the birth of Iron Man in 2008, boasts a mere 243 years of history. It is easy to fathom the astonishment and allure that Ancient One's 300 years of existence would evoke in an ordinary individual. However, for Rimuru, it holds little significance. In the Jura dimension, aside from the relatively short lifespan of humans, many magical beings enjoy exceedingly long lives. For instance, the storm dragon Veldora was sealed away by a hero for 300 years without a care. The little demon Lord Malim is so ancient that her age is nearly unfathomable, bordering on immortality. To Rimuru, Even if the god of thunder, Thor, were to perish of old age, she might still remain youthful. Caecilius attempted to entice Rimuru to join their ranks and worship Dormammu, but he had entirely misjudged her. As for Dormammu, Rimuru's immature thought was merely to ponder what he might taste like. If one were to remove his head and entrails, his protein content would surpass that of beef by 6 times, crunchy, with a hint of chicken flavor. Their conversation was fruitless, and after meeting with resistance from Rimuru, Caecilius chose to withdraw, exchanging a few pleasantries before departing in disappointment. Rimuru, indifferent to his presence, recognized that their acquaintance was tenuous at best. Caecilius had likely approached her due to rumors of her scholarly endeavors in the library, hoping to persuade her into reciting the Book of Cagliostro. How mundane. At this point, Caecilius was evidently having second thoughts, deterred by the unfathomable strength of Ancient One from outright stealing a book. As she observed his retreating figure, Rimuru pondered the possibility of selling Caecilius to Ancient One for a handsome price. At that moment, Ancient One was still quietly drawing power from the dark dimension. Her intentions not yet fully revealed the strange. Rimuru contemplated whether selling Caecilius, this traitorous wretch, would yield a substantial return. To be frank, she was uncertain. Generally, if a significant figure heard of a traitor in their midst, they would swiftly seek to eliminate them, provided they could confirm the betrayal. However, Ancient One placed immense value on fate. Reporting such matters required a particular finesse. A misstep could easily backfire, leaving the impression of a petty informant, so caution was paramount. Ultimately, Rimuru decided to make a note of Caecilius for future consideration. As Caecilius made his way out, an unexplainable chill ran down his spine, prompting him to hasten his steps. He remained oblivious to the fact that, during their brief interaction, Rimuru had already begun contemplating how to profit from him. After spending an entire afternoon immersed in books, Rimuru felt no fatigue. She had absorbed all the knowledge she sought. Remaining in the library was no longer necessary. The absence of Aya's adorable voice made her feel a bit out of sorts. After bidding farewell to Ancient One, Rimuru opened a portal directly to the living room of her villa in Long Island. Upon witnessing Rimuru instantly create a portal without a care for her rings, Ancient One couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. While she was aware of the existence of the multiverse and had glimpsed countless parallel universes through the eye of Agamotto, she had yet to encounter Rimuru in any realm. It was as if she had materialized from thin air, with no past or future to trace. As the portal vanished, Ancient One found herself momentarily lost in thought. She remained uncertain whether her actions were right or wrong, and what repercussions they might have on this universe. Inside the Long Island villa, Rimuru immediately sensed something amiss. First, Aya had not greeted her with the customary, "Welcome back, Master," which was decidedly unusual. Additionally, several clandestine figures lurked in her room. With a mere thought, Rimuru activated the newly learned spell, Invisibility. This spell rendered her invisible and allowed her to pass through objects, a fusion of stealth and wall-phasing abilities. As she phased through the wall into the living room, Rimuru was rendered speechless. The culprits in the living room were predominantly familiar faces. There sat the leather-clad scoundrel, striking a mysterious yet flamboyant pose on the sofa, while a few agents were busy tidying up, including the familiar village chief, Coulson. Coulson was connected to a headset, confirming information. "Number 9, report your findings." The headset responded. "Number 9 acknowledges. All is normal outside. No sign of the target." "Over." Coulson replied. "Received." "Number 9, please continue monitoring." "Understood." Coulson continued. "Number 7, report your cleanup status." Number 7 acknowledges. "The chef has been hypnotized. She will not remember anything that transpired today." "Over." After confirming information with several agents, Coulson approached the scoundrel to report. "Director, all cleanup operations are complete. The AI Aya has been temporarily disabled, and the chef has been hypnotized to erase this memory. Everything is ready for Rimuru's return." Nick Fury nodded. "Understood. You all may withdraw, but remember to leave no trace." "Yes, sir." Coulson and the agents promptly exited, one of the lower-ranked agents even mopping the floor as they left, ensuring no evidence remained of their intrusion. Witnessing this, Rimuru was at a loss. In the past, whenever the scoundrel made his mysterious appearances in superhero abodes, it had always exuded an air of enigma. Rimuru had once wondered how he managed such feats. Now, she finally understood. Each of the scoundrel's successful appearances was backed by collective intelligence and effort. In pursuit of grandeur, he had truly gone to great lengths. Yet, how dare he intrude upon her home? To trespass uninvited was one thing, but to hypnotize her chef. Though her culinary skills were lacking, she was still her chef. Who was allowed to bully her except Rimuru herself? It was intolerable. Moreover, to disable Aya, her devoted maid, Rimuru had never even scolded or harmed her. Such arrogance. The audacity to bully her little maid was one thing, but the scoundrel dared to attempt to impress her. To orchestrate such a scheme with nearly 20 accomplices was simply outrageous. Rimuru decided that if they wished to play this game, she would oblige them. With a swift motion, the air before the posing scoundrel began to shimmer with cracks, as though a mirror were shattering. Clad in a black trench coat and posed dramatically, the scoundrel was left utterly bewildered. The space around him fractured like glass. Was he dreaming? Chapter 68, The Mind-Blowing Egg. Was I merely dreaming? The incredulous Egg rubbed his eyes, and then he beheld a scene that would forever remain etched in his memory. The room before him appeared to transform into a series of interlocking gears, continuously rolling and spinning, rapidly spreading throughout the entire space. Known as the One-Eyed Knight, he was the director of SHIELD, and a masterful agent. His agility, perception, and mental fortitude were exceptional. Even in the face of this utterly unimaginable spectacle that shattered the laws of reality, he maintained his composure, his expression as dark as ever. After all, he was a man who had ventured into outer space. In this world, there was little left for him to fear. Once this battle concluded, he would return home to cuddle his cat. Without hesitation, he reached behind his back, drawing a firearm, and nimbly leaped aside to evade the rapidly spinning gears. Logically speaking, his maneuver was entirely sound, for those gears appeared exceedingly bizarre and suspicious. However, to his astonishment, his seemingly simple leap resulted in him stepping into thin air. Fortunately, his agility and reflexes were remarkably sharp. He lunged forward, performing a split, his feet landing on either side of the chasm that had opened in the ground, successfully stabilizing himself. Yet, his expression shifted from pure black to an unsettling pallor. The reason was obvious. Taking such a large step could lead to unfortunate consequences. Adding to his misfortune, the fissure in the earth widened, causing the angle of his split to increase. The orchestrator of this chaos, Rimuru, widened his eyes in surprise and silently gave Egg a thumbs up. Truly, as the director of SHIELD, his flexibility was commendable. Just as Rimuru marveled at Egg's agility, a grappling hook suddenly shot from Egg's belt, embedding itself into the ceiling and hoisting him up. Rimuru was not overly surprised. It was entirely normal for an agent to possess a couple of gadgets suitable for agile maneuvers. With a casual flick, Rimuru reversed gravity, turning the floor into the ceiling and the ceiling into the floor. In an instant, Egg, who had just been relieved to have escaped the perilous situation, found himself crashing into the ceiling. His eyes rolled back as he gasped in pain. His back. First, the animated floor, then the spinning gears. And now the dramatic exchange of floor and ceiling. What on earth was happening? This was intolerable. After being subjected to such indignities, where was Newton to intervene? However, this was not the moment for contemplation. The priority was to escape this infernal abode. Egg, determined, did not dare use the front door and instead hurled himself towards the window, intent on breaking through. Yet, he was further bewildered when, as he lunged forward, the window cracked open on its own, as if a lurking demon awaited, eager for his unwitting entry. Even more bizarrely, in his haste, Egg tripped over his own feet and fell to the ground. Why was this window so peculiar? Regardless of the struggle, bleeding from his nose, Egg finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had escaped that cursed house. What overwhelmed him with emotion was the sight of Coulson and other SHIELD agents, who were quietly preparing to assist him from the shadows. In that fleeting moment, Egg was filled with uncontainable excitement, even feeling a hint of moisture at the corners of his eyes. It had been so difficult. Surviving was truly a challenge. Not long ago, Coulson had been sidelined after a series of botched missions involving the capture of Rimuru and the resolution of the Iron Man incident. Nick Fury had decided that upon their return, he would assign Coulson more responsibilities and transfer him back to a core department. Other agents could also be entrusted with significant tasks. Yet, regardless of circumstances, the director's dignity must not be compromised. He, Nick Fury, the One-Eyed Knight, had a reputation to uphold. Egg pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, swiftly wiping the blood from his face, smoothing down his black trench coat, and adjusting his eye patch. Blood could flow, and a head could be severed, but the eye patch, his very essence, must remain intact. Within moments, he was composed and orderly. He, Nick Fury, the suave and enigmatic king of agents, was back. Ahem. Egg cleared his throat vigorously, signaling his arrival to his subordinates. However, to his astonishment, he found that Coulson and the other agents regarded him as though he were invisible. Had they not heard him? Nick Fury was displeased. He had made quite a commotion. And yet those agents remained oblivious. As agents, these inept youngsters had a long way to go. Coughing violently, Egg's throat felt scorched. Yet, still, no one responded. At that moment, even Egg, usually so perceptive, sensed something was amiss. Limping towards Coulson's vehicle, he was astonished to discover that not only Coulson but all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents seemed utterly unaware of his presence. Egg conducted several small experiments and was horrified to find that while the world around him functioned normally, no one could see him. Even if he kicked Coulson brutally, his foot would pass through him as though he were a ghost. Coulson himself felt nothing. Good heavens. How could this be? Had Nick Fury, unbeknownst to him, already passed away? Was he now a spirit? Otherwise, how could others not perceive him? Nor could he make contact with anyone? Only a soul could account for such a phenomenon. But how had he met his demise? Egg pondered deeply, meticulously recalling every detail. Yet he could not remember when or how he had died. Nick Fury remained oblivious to the true cause of his death that fateful day. If he truly had died, had he done so elegantly? Ugh, what was he even thinking? Death was simply out of the question. He felt pain radiating throughout his body. If he were a spirit, he surely could not experience such sensations. Were Coulson and the others mere illusions? Was he the last human on Earth? Yet, that defied both science and theology. He must be dreaming. This had to be a dream. A dream? Egg's eyes lit up. How many layers of dreams had he traversed? He found a spinning top and gave it a twist, watching it whirl upon the smooth floor. Yet, to his utter astonishment, after merely a few seconds, it stopped. What on earth? How could the top simply cease its motion? Egg felt as though his mind might explode. What was happening? Coulson was still here. Would his existence soon be erased by some mysterious force? Chapter 69. Exceptional Effects. Limulu's Hypnotic Bow. With a resounding thud, Limulu elegantly wielded her magic. An original spell that struck the back of the egg's head with great force. Instantly, he was sent into a deep slumber, observing the now peacefully sleeping egg. Limula felt an immense sense of satisfaction. From that moment forth, she had created a magic worthy of legacy. It seemed she had indeed learned from these Westerners, adapting to local customs. Perhaps due to a sense of copyright, these Western magicians always affix their names to any spell they concoct. For instance, the Icon form was invented by the mage Icon. The scarlet chains of the Crimson Sovereign Ceterac are under copyright, and the Holy Sword of Vishanti, Salbor's Thunder, Thomas's Spiral Ascension, and SC-Char Dinger's Loki all belong to this trend. In the future, Limulu would likely develop spells such as Limulu's Overturning Seal and Limulu's Face-Breaking Fist. Thus, the magical realm was destined to have its place for Limulu. After a series of persistent tremors, Nick Fury gradually regained consciousness. As his eyes opened, he was greeted by the sight of an unfamiliar ceiling. He gingerly touched the painful spot on the back of his head, his mind still somewhat hazy as fragments of memory returned. Suddenly, his pupils dilated. He recalled that he had been struck unconscious by some ne'er-do-well wielding a blunt instrument. Limulu immediately came to mind as the prime suspect, given that he was in her villa. Moreover, Limulu was exceedingly mysterious, her trump cards seemingly endless, leaving him uncertain of her true capabilities. Unfortunately, he had no evidence. Instinctively rising, a sharp pain shot through his thigh, causing him to draw in a sharp breath. After scrutinizing his attire for anything amiss and finding none, he exhaled in relief. Extracting his phone, he immediately noticed a familiar number. It was a call from Coulson. Filled with excitement at reconnecting with another agent, he felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He had nearly believed he was truly finished. Coulson, Director, are you all right? Egg paused, cautiously probing. Why do you ask? Coulson, Director, typically, you answer within 10 seconds of a call. It has been nearly 30. Disappointed, Egg casually dismissed. I was preoccupied with something. What is the matter? Coulson, Director, the logistics department has detected the location of the Wind God. It is en route to Long Island. Please prepare. Egg's eyes glimmered. The Wind God? Where did it initially appear? Coulson, the California West Coast. Egg took a deep breath. Understood. Stay concealed. The distance from California's West Coast to New York spanned the entire nation, and on the surface, it seemed Limulu had no opportunity for mischief. Or so it seemed. He would not forget the optical invisibility or spatial teleportation techniques the Wind God had displayed not long ago. The logistics department could only locate the Wind God because it was willing to be found. Egg had an intense premonition that the series of events he had encountered was the work of Limulu. This was his instinct as an agent, but regrettably, he had no evidence. The incidents from earlier had left an indelible impression on him. The surreal room that seemed alive, the whirring gears, and the distorted space had cast a shadow over his heart. Without first-hand experience, one could never truly grasp the fear of being isolated while the world continued on. If one were to ask who understood the secrets of the earth, Egg would claim the second position. Who would dare claim the first? Yet, what he faced today exceeded his wildest imaginings. It felt as if he had encountered divine powers. The world was far more mysterious than he had ever conceived. And reflecting on his previous confidence felt utterly absurd. Egg even suspected this was Limulu's way of reprimanding him for intruding uninvited into her villa. By deliberately appearing in California and allowing the logistics department to notice, she aimed to avoid a complete fallout. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. At this thought, Egg ground his teeth in frustration. If this was the truth, he had nowhere to vent his sorrow. Was it such a grave offense to enter without permission? Regardless, he resolved to treat the incident as if it had never occurred. Standing up, he moved into the shadows, perfectly blending into the darkness. If Limulu could read minds, she would undoubtedly applaud Egg's deductions. Indeed, that was precisely her intention. This episode was meant to impart a profound lesson to both Egg and SHIELD. She had an arsenal of formidable tools capable of defeating the Hulk, including the Wind God, portals, and restorative potions. It was imperative to take preventive measures to ensure that these mutts did not chatter aimlessly. There was no merit in punishing without teaching. Fishing was a pursuit Limula had no interest in. The thrill of feigning weakness against a tiger stemmed from the tiger's might. Why would she pretend to be weak against mere flies she could swat away with ease? That would be self-sabotage. Clang. The Wind God descended upon the villa, and the adept Limulu feigned ignorance. Then, Egg made an extraordinarily mysterious and flamboyant entrance. Having vanquished the Hulk and vanished before countless satellites, the silver-armored war deity Limulu, you truly were understated. Did you believe yourself the strongest superhero in the world? The tone of this sentiment echoed his earlier taunts towards Iron Man. Egg remained as fond of posturing as ever, even though Limulu had effectively diminished his bravado. A quintessential case of discomfort without pretense. However, Limulu had no intention of exposing him. Egg was already in quite a predicament. Why exacerbate it? Who are you? Why are you in my home? Limulu asked, her gaze wary as she scrutinized Nick Fury, uncertain. Are you the director of SHIELD? Nick Fury? Nick Fury nodded, teasingly responding. Is this something you've seen in the movies? Of course. I quite enjoy films, especially those related to myself. I hope we can discuss them sometime. That sounds great. They exchanged some trivialities, and Egg, of course, remained cautious in his probing. Limulu nonchalantly replied, I will make it clear. I orchestrated that earlier incident, and what can you do about it? Seeing Limulu's casual demeanor, devoid of even a hint of pretense, Egg felt a surge of irritation, his teeth grinding together. I'll let it go this time. To be honest, Limulu's demonstration of authority had exceeded her own expectations by 1,000-fold. It was truly exceptional. Witnessing Egg swallow his pride and endure the humiliation, Limula felt a twinge of sympathy. Observing Egg's expression, poor fellow, were it not for his dark, reflective skin, Limula might have suspected he was a descendant of the sun, a relic of a millennium of peace forged in the Great Tang Dynasty. Chapter 70. The extortion of the marinated egg. Just as rice nurtures a multitude of individuals, each person responds to humiliation in markedly different ways. A common man, in a fit of rage, may spill blood in mere steps, while others exhibit a profound understanding of patience, biding their time for the future. Undoubtedly, the marinated egg embodies the spirit of resilience. In fact, even Rimuru, with her ninja turtle-like tenacity, finds herself overshadowed. The more knowledge one possesses, the greater the capacity for contemplation, leading to myriad thoughts. The brief yet desperate ordeal he previously endured has left the marinated egg acutely wary of Rimuru. It is best to avoid antagonizing a boss whose depths of power are unfathomable and whose hidden cards are numerous. Naturally, should an alliance or collaboration be feasible, it would be even more advantageous. The last thing he desires is to drive her to the opposing side. Gazing upon Rimuru's fresh, innocent, and endearing visage, the marinated egg feels a surge of discomfort. Who could have imagined that this seemingly harmless little girl would corner him, the director of the SHIELD, capable of reaching out to presidents across the globe? This world is becoming increasingly bewildering. However, upon reflection, the marinated egg finds solace. Rimuru has consistently maintained a rather amicable stance towards SHIELD. Not long ago, she even rescued Norman from Hulk's clutches. The current reprimand stems primarily from his overstepping boundaries. With this line of reasoning, the marinated egg slowly begins to grasp Rimuru's limits. Indeed, had a certain agent not intruded upon his home under false pretenses, he would have swiftly dealt with them. As their conversation unfolds, Rimuru is surprised to detect a noticeable warmth in the marinated egg's demeanor towards her. This peculiar shift leaves her unsettled. Could it be that after receiving a reprimand, the marinated egg has awakened some extraordinary trait? Is he a masochist? Hentai. Rimuru instinctively distances herself from him, as she has little tolerance for creepy individuals. Little does she know that the marinated egg, a master of endurance, might not even be aware that he possesses a certain spirit akin to that of AQ. a form of self-encouragement. As he opens up, his demeanor grows increasingly amiable, and his desire to cultivate a relationship with Rimuru becomes ever more apparent. Submitting? Rimuru scoffs at the notion. With her current strength, she exists beyond the fray, unconcerned with any organization's overtures. Moreover, the Avengers team he has assembled is in shambles. Let's be honest, their lack of organization and discipline is one thing, but the absence of a strong, unifying leader is another. Each member fights for themselves, resulting in a fractured alliance. They have saved the Earth from the Chitauri and rescued the world from Ultron. Yet, the public and politicians only remember the devastation wrought during the Sokovia incident, where superheroes caused significant destruction and many innocent lives were lost. As for the casualties, Rimuru can only express her regrets. However, the marinated egg, as a leader, has failed to protect the Avengers during this critical juncture, allowing the team to splinter, utterly incompetent. If he cannot safeguard his own confidence, how can he expect his subordinates to follow him? Moreover, when the public condemned the Avengers, the marinated egg did not devise a public relations strategy, allowing those with ulterior motives to stir the pot. His thought process is truly baffling. One must understand that diverting the public's attention is a specialty of SHIELD. It can be said that being an Avenger is the most demanding and perilous role within the Marvel Universe, often thankless. If executed correctly, it is merely one's duty. If even slightly mishandled, one can expect a torrent of public outrage. To put it bluntly, it is akin to an alien invasion leading to an enraged populace storming the space agency. Noticing the disdain etched on Rimuru's face, the marinated egg wisely refrains from mentioning his invitation for her to join the Avengers. This internal restraint is quite a struggle for him. Everyone is such a handful, inviting Iron Man, only to be ridiculed by Tony regarding his Avengers initiative, dubbed the Superboy Plan, and with Rimuru, he has yet to find an opportunity to even broach the subject. Only Norman and Barton can be swayed by his word alone. Unfortunately, the two of them cannot sustain an entire team. Consequently, the marinated egg plunges straight into the crux of the matter, the recovery potion. This, indeed, constitutes the primary objective of Nick Fury's meeting with Rimuru. Norman had provided him a detailed account of her grievous injury, nearly reaching the bone. Yet, Rimuru had applied some mysterious liquid to her wound, and within mere seconds, she had completely healed, leaving no trace of her injury. Such a phenomenon seems beyond the realm of human experience. Agents are among the most perilous individuals on Earth, living on the edge of danger. If one could obtain such a miraculous recovery potion, it would be akin to acquiring multiple lives. You speak of a recovery potion? Rimuru interjects, producing a vial without hesitation. Upon witnessing the glistening liquid, the marinated egg's breath quickens. He had not anticipated Rimuru's straightforwardness in presenting the actual product. Yet, he is not so naive. He knows that there is no such thing as a free lunch, especially not for such a rare and invaluable elixir capable of wresting souls from the clutches of death. Swallowing hard, he suppresses his excitement, his voice low and deliberate. What must I offer in exchange for a batch of this recovery potion? Rimuru's radiant smile does not hint at any conditions. Instead, she elaborates on the potion's properties. The main ingredient is a mysterious herb called hippocute, which thrives under exceedingly harsh conditions. Rimuru begins her elaborate tale, claiming that the recovery potion can only be cultivated when the Earth emerges from an ice age. As the climate gradually warms, the growth cycle is lengthy, flowering every decade and bearing fruit after a further decade. The production process is complex, with the highest grade potions requiring thousands of purification steps. The highest grade recovery potion, even in her original universe, would be considered an unparalleled treasure. Witnessing Rimuru's incessant chatter, the marinated egg feels a wave of frustration. Does he appear to be a fool? Yet, he finds himself unable to refuse because he is entirely at Rimuru's mercy in the seller's market. If he does not procure it from her, he will find no other vendor. How infuriating. Rimuru has no intention of revealing that Tony has already begun mass production of the basic low-grade recovery potion, aptly named the Embrace of the Goddess of Life, which is set to hit the market soon. I desire adamantium. After a lengthy discourse, Rimuru finally articulates her objective. Adamantium, indeed, is a prized commodity. Among all materials in the Marvel Universe, only vibranium can rival it. In the X-Men series, Wolverine's claws are forged from adamantium. Rendering them nearly indestructible, it would not be an exaggeration to describe them as the strongest spear. Adamantium is a closely guarded military secret, and without SHIELD's involvement, Rimuru would find it nearly impossible to procure. Adamantium. The marinated egg's mind races as he realizes Rimuru's intent. In this light, could they not engage in a fair trade? Rimuru, I shall concede some ground and offer you a reasonable price. 1 vial in exchange for 1,000 pounds. Puffed. The marinated egg nearly chokes on his own blood, his eyes bulging in disbelief. 1 vial for 1,000 pounds? Are you planning to rob me? Indeed. How could one possibly describe it as theft? Rimuru displayed an attitude of piety, appearing as though he had suffered a great loss. It was merely 1,000 pounds. Hardly a matter of consequence. With a single vial of restorative potion, even if your boiled egg were to be riddled with bullets, leaving you with but a breath, I could restore you to a state of vitality in an instant. The boiled egg, exasperated, retorted, "Who are you calling a boiled egg? And who, pray tell, has been turned into a sieve, left with just a breath? You poor unfortunate, your choice of words is quite lamentable. I, Nick Fury, would rather leap from the heights above and turn to ashes than acquiesce to your extortion." Chapter 71. A miserable egg, the Edmund alloy. Crafted from the composition of extraterrestrial meteorites and mixed with carbon alloys, is impervious and is recognized as the hardest metal on Earth. Once smelted, it must be maintained at a staggering temperature of 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit, or approximately 856 degrees Celsius. At this elevated temperature, the Edmund alloy remains in a liquid state, allowing it to be forged into any desired shape. However, once cooled, it becomes virtually indestructible under normal circumstances, incapable of alteration, even with exposure to temperatures reaching 500,000 degrees Celsius. To put this into perspective, the Earth's core temperature is approximately 4,982 degrees Celsius. The surface of the Sun hovers around 6,000 degrees Celsius, and the Sun's core is about 20 million degrees Celsius. Thus, to melt an Edmund alloy weapon again, one would need to cast it into the very heart of the Sun. It is truly a one-time formation, never to be deformed, even eliminating the need for aftercare. As for the incident in the Wolverine, where Logan's claws were severed by the Silver Samurai wielding an Edmund alloy blade, Fox, prepare for a beating. In the comics, the Silver Samurai not only possesses an Edmund alloy sword, but has also developed a form of superluminal particle energy. By imbuing this energy into the blade, he can disrupt the atomic forces, allowing it to slice through incredibly resilient materials. Yet, when it comes to Logan's claws, they remain unscathed. Logan could sit there and let him chop away for an entire day, and upon awakening, his claws would bear not even a faint mark. Rimuru has long coveted the Edmund alloy, but alas, she has never had the opportunity to acquire it. Now that the egg has presented itself, how could she refrain from taking a decisive action? Of course, even if she does, the effort might be in vain. With the current advancements of the Wind God, the potential for enhancement has become exceedingly limited. Opting for the superior Edmund alloy is merely one of the choices available. However, for Rimuru at this moment, such a necessity is not paramount. With her skills in multiple barriers and the magic of Seraphim's shield, she could withstand even Thanos without breaking a sweat. Were it not for the need to conceal her identity, Rimuru might even discard her mech and frolic freely. Yet, her lack of need does not imply that her future mech daughter would not require it. Surely, she cannot let her precious little one fall behind at the starting line. Vibranium and Edmund alloy are the two vital resources Rimuru has earmarked as nourishment for her future mech daughter, ensuring that she is both adorable and robust from the moment of her birth. Rimuru dreams of the mech daughter using her tiny fists to vanquish Thanos. No, 1,000 pounds is absolutely unacceptable. The egg feels as though it might bleed from the eyes, shaking its head in disbelief. 1 gram of vibranium is worth $10,000. Black Panther, due to his family's wealth, is widely regarded as even more affluent than Iron Man. The Edmund alloy, renowned alongside vibranium, commands a staggering price. 1 pound equals 500 grams, meaning a single gram costs $10,000, and a vial requires 1,000 pounds of Edmund alloy, translating to a breathtaking $50 billion for this recovery potion. Who could possibly afford such a price? Am I consuming the recovery potion? Or is the recovery potion consuming me? The egg, with a face reflecting its discontent, grumbles that the asking price is utterly ludicrous, offering merely 1 pound for the vial. The egg's calculations are astute. It knows that such exorbitant demands are rarely met. It promptly slashes the price by 1,000-fold. For a potion capable of restoring the dead is not something the average person can afford. Instead, it plans to resell this recovery potion to the Council's elites, affluent magnates both domestic and international, ensuring not only the recovery of expenses, but also a significant profit. 5 million per vial is a price that most wealthy individuals can manage. For true magnates, 5 million is trivial, moreover, as a life-saving elixir. It could be prudent to stock a few bottles at home. Who doesn't have a medicine cabinet? In truth, the egg's psychological expectation was 50 million per vial, essentially trading 10 pounds for one. Having held the reins of S.H.I.E.L., For over a decade, with financial and personnel authority firmly in hand. It has indulged in skimming funds to build a secret base whenever convenient. In terms of monetary acumen, the egg believes it surpasses 99% of the world. Furthermore, its opponent is merely Rimuru, a mere child, whose experience is still lacking. Deal. Rimuru agrees without hesitation. The egg freezes, its confidence dissipating with each passing moment. Nearly spitting blood and frustration. To have slashed the price by 1,000-fold only to have Rimuru accept without a second thought. What does this signify? A vial of recovery potion exchanged for 1 pound of Edmund alloy means Rimuru not only profits immensely but does so at a staggering gain. The profound sense of defeat. Akin to a pain that pierces to the bone. Who could possibly endure this? Ah, how I wish to perish. The egg nearly regrets its decision. Feeling an overwhelming urge to bash its head against the wall. This visceral sensation of loss and frustration is something anyone who has ever negotiated can undoubtedly relate to. For instance, certain unscrupulous vendors may place exorbitant price tags on their wares. When you attempt to haggle, believing you've made significant progress, trembling in anticipation of rejection, only to have the vendor agree outright, your sense of accomplishment evaporates in an instant. Not only that, but you also feel utterly cheated. And you think that that's the end of it? In the long days that follow, each recollection of this bargaining experience will ignite feelings of anger, pain, and regret. For those of a petty disposition, it could become a lifelong grievance. Certainly, Rimuru could have taken her time to negotiate further with the egg, extracting additional benefits. However, when it comes to recovery potions, Rimuru is genuinely not in need. She has consumed the entirety of the hippoute grass from the sealed cave and possesses countless bottles of recovery potions herself. Above all, the thrill of vexing the egg far outweighs the mere financial gain. Seeing the color drain from the egg's face brings Rimuru immense joy, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons of happiness. The egg, witnessing Rimuru's delight, is further incensed. That mischievous child is truly the most exasperating. It seems he is better suited to petting cats. When Rimuru casually lines up the recovery potions, the egg's face turns a sickly green. Observing Rimuru's nonchalance only serves to diminish the perceived value of the recovery potion in the egg's eyes. The pain is palpable. Dilution. It must dilute the recovery potion when reselling it. After completing the transaction, the egg feels lightheaded and unsteady, unsure of how it even left the villa. Rimuru would never disclose to the egg that Tony has already begun mass-producing recovery potions with a purity equivalent to 5%. Though this batch of ultra-diluted recovery potion may not restore the dead, it can at least ensure that wounds heal without scars. In other words, the egg's calculations are likely to fall flat. Chapter 72. I trust Odin will not mind. Welcome back, Master. Aya's sweet voice resonated, enveloping Rimuru in an overwhelmingly pleasant sensation. That damned egg, daring to employ extraterrestrial technology to obscure Aya's presence, deserved to be punished. It seems I must find an opportunity to nudge Stark, hastening the installation of the supercomputer for her, allowing Aya to relocate sooner and perhaps facilitating an upgrade as well. It must be said, as the director of SHIELD, the egg possesses an abundance of valuable resources. This unfortunate incident has indeed turned fortuitous. Exposure to the Kree Empire's advanced technology has enabled the Sage to extrapolate a wealth of knowledge regarding their scientific advancements. While the knowledge systems may diverge, for the Sage, nothing poses a challenge. Aya, please report on recent events. Yes, Master. A cute little girl with twin ponytails emerged from the shadows, dressed in a uniform, stockings, and heels. She resembled an adorable young host. Through Aya's presentation, Rimuru swiftly learned of the significant news that transpired during her time reading at Kamartaj. Iron Man's defeat against the Abomination, the Hulk's triumph over the same foe, and the Silver Iron God capturing the public's attention, igniting fervent discussions among the populace. Countless netizens speculated about the true identity of the Silver Iron God, his combat prowess, and the advanced technology he employed. In stark contrast, Iron Man found himself mired in public outcry, facing widespread condemnation. Numerous experts openly asserted that he should disclose his humanoid mech technology to the military. However, many news outlets countered, proclaiming that private property is inviolable, publicly advocating for Stark. What amused Rimuru was that certain media outlets, which had condemned Stark just yesterday, were now openly fawning over him. The integrity of American journalists is truly astonishing. One could hardly believe their eyes. Note, these media outlets have been acquired by Iron Man. Don't just jump in and make your presence known. It's rather startling. The Sage chuckled. According to history, the Stark Expo should follow, aligning with the narrative of Iron Man 2. In the original film, Iron Man had just publicly declared himself witnessing a surge in stock prices and achieving unprecedented personal prestige. Reaching the pinnacle of his life. Amid the military committee's scrutiny and challenges, Tony confronted the executives with unyielding defiance. Justin Hammer was left humiliated, reduced to a mere jester, subject to mockery. Yet, unbeknownst to many, the seemingly glamorous Tony was suffering from severe palladium poisoning, teetering on the brink of death. Thus, he orchestrated an extravagant expo, a mere fade funded by immense resources, even drawing criticism from Pepper for its lack of substance. He even recklessly traveled to Morocco to participate in a perilous racing event. All of this led those who knew him to be profoundly disappointed in Tony. After a series of crushing blows to his pride, his close friend Rhodey absconded with a marked suit, leaving Pepper bewildered, believing Tony had lost his sanity. But now, will the expo still proceed? That remains a considerable question mark. Unlike the original timeline, Rimuru's interference has led to Tony's repeated failures and setbacks. As for his prestige, does he possess any at present? Thanks to the restorative drug, Tony is no longer in mortal danger. Making the lavish Stark Expo and exercise in vanity and waste seem unlikely to transpire. At this juncture, Tony is likely holed up in his lab, nursing his wounds and biding his time. It appears that New York City is poised to enter a peaceful new era, where doors are left unlocked and valuables are left unattended. Speaking of Tony's plight, what would it be like for him to endure such solitude? Poor Nini. Should we not offer him some comfort? Nini, is there something troubling you? Speak up, and let us share in your joy. Snap, Rimuru declared. And this matter was settled with delightful ease. Who could resist Rimuru's innate understanding and gentle consideration? In due time, when Thor descends upon Earth, Rimuru will casually make an appearance, seeking to learn the runes from Odin himself. The runes are indeed a valuable asset, and surely, a celestial being like Odin would not take offense at her clandestine study. In Asgard, runes are not closely guarded secrets. Many magicians are well versed in them. However, is the fiery technique of Ban and the flamboyant fireball technique of Urza truly comparable? Moreover, Asgard's divine artifacts possess a fascinating property. Once thrown, they can be effortlessly summoned back. Odin's spear, Gungnir, is the eternal spear that, upon being cast, guarantees a hit, akin to a weapon governed by the laws of causality. After striking, it will automatically return to Odin's grasp. Similarly, Thor's Mjolnir can be summoned back with a mere thought. Hela's weapon, the Necrosword, exhibits this trait as well, allowing her to unleash its devastating potential. If Rimuru were to forge a weapon, she would undoubtedly incorporate this remarkable feature. Let us not forget, Rimuru's inventory holds a substantial amount of magical steel. She is also curious to discover the chemical reactions that would occur when the magical steel from the Kula realm encounters vibranium, adamantium, and URU metal. One cannot fault Rimuru for her eclectic weapon design. After all, she lacks a prestigious lineage. Unlike Sun Quan with his esteemed brother or Cao Cao with his influential patron, Rimuru must embark on her entrepreneurial journey alone. At this point, Rimuru has a few grievances that she cannot contain. Thor, the god of thunder, is undoubtedly the biggest spendthrift in the Marvel universe, no exceptions. Observing Thor's actions reveals a complete disregard for the legacy he squanders. Just as Odin briefly dozed off, one of Asgard's most prized possessions, the destroyer armor, was reduced to rubble by Thor's reckless hammering. Not long after, he obliterated the strategic Rainbow Bridge, a crucial asset for Asgard's military, with his hammer strikes. With the Rainbow Bridge, Asgard's forces could strike anywhere, akin to the sword of Damocles hanging over the other realms. Who would dare to provoke them? Thor shows no remorse in his destruction, hesitating only briefly due to the inability to immediately seek out his girlfriend, Jane Foster. This incident roused Odin from his slumber. Yet, for Rimuru, a spendthrift like Thor is a blessing. Since he no longer desires the destroyer armor, she shall graciously reclaim it. How can one carelessly discard such treasures? Even if it did not strike a person, it could damage the flora. As for the Rainbow Bridge, if Rimuru could glean its construction secrets, she would be immensely intrigued by its unique capability to transport entire battalions. With these thoughts, Rimuru could not help but lick her lips, overcome by desire. Chapter 73. The instrumental Hawkeye in all matters. Foresight leads to success, while lack of preparation results in failure. Although Rimuru often appears rather languid, when her life is at stake, she becomes remarkably proactive. The Chitauri are soon to visit New York, and as the host, it is only proper for her to prepare fine wine and exquisite dishes, otherwise, it would be terribly impolite. The Wind God too, which had been destroyed, was promptly consumed by Rimuru, who then had the great sage analyze it before meticulously replicating a brand new version. Gazing upon the pristine Wind God, Rimuru was filled with admiration. Ward, Vissen, how splendidly handsome it is. The smooth lines, the artistic construction, and the futuristic design. Could it truly have been conceived by me? I am truly talented. Oh my. Being Rimuru, I excel in all things, and everyone praises me. Just as Rimuru was lost in the aesthetic beauty of the wind god, Aya's voice suddenly interrupted her reverie. Master, your bank card has received a new transfer notification. Would you like me to report it to you? Huh. Rimuru's brows furrowed instantly. A transfer notification? Had someone set their sights on her finances? How dare they meddle with her money? Such an act could lead one to a perilous end. What is the transfer information? Aya replied, Master, your bank card XXXXXXXXX has just received $500 million. Rimuru's eyes widened in disbelief. How much? Aya repeated. 500 million. Still incredulous, Rimuru inquired. Is that in dollars? Not Zimbabwean currency. Aya confirmed, it is in dollars. Hooray. How I envied those female students who, upon receiving an unlimited overdraft card, spent 30 million and faced no consequences. Could it be that my fortunes have finally turned? Oh, how moving. Rimuru's eyes sparkled with joy. As if struck by a windfall, her mind swirling with happiness. Great sage, what is the origin of this 500 million? Answer. Hawkeye has repeatedly interfered, dismantling 25 of Kingpin's businesses. Recently, he triumphed over Bullseye, and this 500 million is Kingpin's peace offering. Rimuru nearly choked upon learning the truth. After redistributing wealth and dealing with Frank Castle, she had casually threatened Kingpin. Subsequently, events such as the Hulk's battle in New York and the climactic showdown at Kamartaj unfolded, causing Rimuru to forget her earlier threats to Kingpin for money. Unexpectedly, her feigned Hawkeye had received genuine assistance. Hawkeye, what a good soul you are. I thank your ancestors. Yet, Rimuru remained genuinely curious about Hawkeye's methods. Kingpin was notorious as New York's underground emperor. Did he truly capitulate so easily after his defeat? Wasn't that a bit cowardly for someone of his stature? Kingpin, a formidable figure, was muscular and powerful, possessing an arsenal of skills and numerous clones. As the saying goes, heroes may come and go, but villains like Kingpin endure. To Rimuru, Kingpin was merely a novice monster. However, for heroes like Daredevil, Punisher, and Spider-Man, Kingpin was undoubtedly a tough adversary. In the comics, upon revealing his identity, Spider-Man nearly met his demise at Kingpin's hands. One can only imagine the extent of his capabilities. Great sage, is this surrendering Kingpin merely a clone? Answer. No, it is the real body. Rimuru was taken aback. The real body? Is Hawkeye truly that formidable? Wasn't he considered the weakest and least remarkable superhero in the Avengers? Even Black Widow could outshine him. Furthermore, Rimuru recalled Hawkeye's most illustrious moment, when he shot an arrow that struck Loki's face, a feat he could boast about for a lifetime. Yet, even that arrow's significance was heightened by the presence of the adorably expressive third princess. Without her superb acting, who would remember Hawkeye's shot? Her curiosity piqued. Rimuru pressed for more details. Answer. Hawkeye and Bullseye engaged in a fierce battle. Though slightly victorious, he recognized Bullseye's prowess. Subsequently, Hawkeye altered his strategy to systematically dismantle Kingpin's operations, resulting in substantial losses for him. Rimuru began to understand. So, after suffering considerable losses, Kingpin surrendered? Not quite. Following his significant losses, Kingpin initiated a comprehensive investigation into Hawkeye's identity. He eventually uncovered Hawkeye's connection to S.H.I.E.L.D., which led him to resign himself to misfortune and submit. Rimuru chuckled. All right, that reason is undeniably compelling. Regardless, Hawkeye has rendered substantial assistance this time. As a gesture of gratitude, I shall utilize the Hawkeye title wisely, redistributing wealth and restoring justice to New York. Clearing her throat, Rimuru casually stated, Aya, please cleanse my records and erase any mention of the 500 million from my bank account. I have never received such a sum. At your command, my master. Aya responded promptly. A few moments later, Aya's voice resonated again. Master, everything has been thoroughly cleansed. All transfer information has been erased. Rimuru beamed with delight, her spirits soaring as if she were floating on clouds, basking in the warmth of the sun atop soft cotton candy. The sensation of relaxation was simply divine. Having acquired this fortune through merit, why should she repay it? Little did Rimuru know, at that moment in peaceful New York City, Hawkeye was striding purposefully, a radiant smile gracing his face. The mere thought of the 500 million promised by Kingpin filled him with elation. After fulfilling his obligations to the state and collective, what remained was his own profit. Hawkeye had already informed the Punisher, who expressed his support. Such opportunities for extra earnings are scarce. Naturally, as a high-ranking leader, the Punisher would claim a significant share. Additionally, colleagues like Natasha, Melinda, and Coulson deserve their portions as well. Windfalls should be shared. Hawkeye understood that good relationships and sharing were essential in his line of work. Otherwise, he would not have risen to prominence within S.H.I.E.L.D. alongside Natasha. Even so, he could still pocket a cool 100 million. That sum, when combined with other earnings, would sustain him for a decade. Truly, this was a golden opportunity. How should he spend this newfound wealth? Just the thought of it stirred excitement within him. 1 hour later, the smile on Barton's face began to fade. 2 hours later, his expression turned grave. 4 hours later, with the dawn breaking over New York City, Barton's demeanor became frigid. With a swift motion, he transformed his mechanical bow into a sword-like weapon, its form shifting seamlessly. Hard work leads to wealth, while laziness brings ruin. The impoverished shall not rely on the charity of Americans. Lu Sun with the bow as a tool for hypnotism, he, Hawkeye, could indeed achieve greatness. Kingpin, you have betrayed the city. Barton leaped from the rooftop, his coat billowing behind him. A solitary figure embodying the spirit of a valiant warrior against the odds. The following night, Kingpin's 26th business was dismantled. In a fit of rage, Kingpin seethed. Damn it. Hawkeye, you have forced my hand. Chapter 74. Everyone loves Miss May Die as dawn breaks and the sun begins to rise. The weather is splendid. Awakening from slumber. Rimuru feels invigorated. Though slimes do not require sleep, the sensation of resting is quite delightful. Years of habituation as a human cannot be altered in a day or two, and Rimuru has no desire to change. Today, Rimuru intends to attend school, and the reason for this can be traced back to a phone call received the previous night from Mrs. Jacqueline, the homeroom teacher. As soon as the call connected, Mrs. Jacqueline's gentle and amiable voice reached Rimuru. She inquired softly about Rimuru's health and subtly hinted that the final examinations were imminent. If Rimuru's condition improved, she hoped she could muster the strength to attend school for the exams. However, Mrs. Jacqueline also reassured Rimuru that if her health did not permit her to participate, it would not be a problem. Such kindness and understanding from a teacher left Rimuru feeling quite touched. What a wonderful teacher she is. At Forest Hill Elementary. Upon entering the classroom, Rimuru was greeted by several familiar voices. Did you hear about what happened on Broadway last Saturday? Pfft, who doesn't know about such a big event? That tawny villain is unbelievable. He can lift a car with his bare hands and jump several stories high. It's terrifying. Wrong. No matter how powerful that tawny villain is, he pales in comparison to the greenskin monster. The green one is even stronger, with mightier fists. Such unprofessional terminology. My dad says the tawny one is called Abomination, and the green one is the Hulk. Neither of them can hold a candle to the silver-armored warrior. The silver-armored warrior is so cool. I wish I could have a mech just like his. Then I could defeat monsters and save the world too. The one who can wear the silver armor is me. While you can only aspire to be Iron Man, I don't want to be Iron Man. He is too weak. Listening to the innocent chatter of her classmates, Rimuru felt somewhat speechless. What do they mean by you can only aspire to be Iron Man? One cannot help but feel for Tony Stark. This might be the harshest criticism he has ever faced. The victor claims the throne, while the vanquished are scorned, a truth as old as time. Rimuru could not help but reflect on the current public sentiment towards Tony, which is decidedly unfriendly. Even children consider Iron Man weak and are reluctant to associate with him. The attitudes of politicians need not be mentioned. The law of the jungle has always been an unassailable truth. With setbacks piling up, it seems the Stark Industries Expo will not take place. Moreover, the military committee hearing in Washington. This time, Tony may not escape so easily. What lies ahead for the future? Rimuru's curiosity deepened. Just as Rimuru pondered these matters, Mindy, who had appeared listless moments ago, suddenly brightened, her face alight with incredulity. In a swift motion, she leaped from her desk and bounded over to Rimuru's side. Silver armor. Shoo. Before Mindy could utter another word, Rimuru gently placed a finger over her lips and nodded with a smile. Upon confirming Rimuru's identity, Mindy erupted in exuberance, her excitement palpable. Hello, I'm Rimuru Tempest. Just call me Rimuru. Mindy, undeterred by formalities, linked her arm with Rimuru's and chattered incessantly. Silver. Rimuru. So you are the famed Rimuru. How amazing. I've heard classmates mention you, a beauty with such charm. I was initially skeptical. I had no idea you were the one. If only I had known sooner. You have no idea. I witnessed your battle with the Hulk. It was simply astonishing. I absolutely adore your wind spirit. Can you show me your wind spirit, please? Mindy transformed into a chatterbox, her enthusiasm reminiscent of a lively sprite. Rimuru found herself both amused and bewildered. Technically, this was her second encounter with Mindy. Mindy was quite forward. Of course, Rimuru readily agreed. You are so wonderful, I adore you. With that, Mindy planted a hearty kiss on Rimuru's cheek, leaving Rimuru momentarily stunned. Her cheeks tinged with a hint of pink. The Western custom of kissing on the cheek. How delightful. Observing the affectionate exchange between Rimuru and Mindy, the classmates looked on in astonishment. Who is Rimuru? The class unanimously acknowledges her as the most beautiful student, though she had attended only a few days before taking leave. She remains shrouded in mystery. As for Mindy, her story is equally fascinating. Although she is undeniably charming, her demeanor contrasts sharply with Rimuru's. Having transferred less than a week ago, she has already taken down most of the class bullies, establishing herself as the class leader. Yet, what puzzled everyone was the nature of Mindy and Rimuru's close relationship. Did they know each other prior? Were they childhood friends? As for Peter Parker, his expression was one of complexity. He had once placed immense trust in Rimuru, only to realize she was either deceiving him or leading him down a treacherous path. Now, he understood that all notions of harmony and unity, as well as the idea that one could transcend boundaries without donning feminine attire, were mere fabrications. To Peter, Rimuru appeared as a small demon clad in the guise of a beautiful girl. Beneath that facade lay darkness deeper than coal. What was even more difficult for Peter to accept was that Rimuru had turned his pictures and feminine attire into memes. As if that weren't enough, she had disseminated them widely across the internet. Every time he thought of it, a wave of frustration surged through him, igniting an impulse to hide beneath the covers and weep. One misstep leads to eternal regret. How foolish he felt. Even more horrifying, many classmates were now aware of Miss May Die. To add insult to injury, his rival Thompson had formed a fan club for Miss May Die, with the majority of the boys in class joining. Each day, as Peter observed his classmates discussing how adorable Miss May Die was in the group chat, chills ran down his spine. Should he confess to his classmates that Miss May Die is he, and he is Miss May Die? Previously, he was an active participant in the chat, sharing words, images, and memes with ease. But now, he hesitated to speak at all. Rimuru not only deceived him, but also robbed him of the joy of wearing dresses. As for the meme battles, that was a tale of sorrow. Nowadays, whenever a meme battle occurred, it was invariably filled with countless expressions of Miss May Die. Oh, how he longed for an end. What happened to the fundamental trust between individuals? Covering his face, he felt overwhelmed with frustration. Peter Parker was furious, and the consequences would be dire. This was also the reason why, despite Rimuru being ill for so long, he hadn't even made a phone call. If Rimuru did not sincerely apologize, he would never speak to her again. He, May Die. No, Peter Parker was serious. Upon spotting little May Die, Rimuru's eyes sparkled. Hi, Peter. Long time no see. Peter's face flushed crimson as he stammered. Why yes, long time no see. A group has been established, named the Enthusiasts of the Cute King. The group number is 69-62-14-358. Everyone is warmly invited to join and partake in the fun. Chapter 75. Limulu is quite nice. Why are you following me? You softy? Mindy glared at little Peter, her expression one of displeasure. Although they had only been in school for less than a week, Mindy had her own private standards for evaluating people. In her eyes, while little Peter had decent athletic skills and considerable strength, his character was excessively weak, even inferior to the likes of the bully Thompson. It baffled her that someone so capable could be bullied. If it were her, she would have dealt him a couple of slaps followed by a swift kick to teach that little hoodlum Thompson a lesson he'd never forget. Mindy had little regard for Peter. Moreover, today was supposed to be a special day for her and Limulu, a day meant for their exclusive time together. Yet, an unwelcome intruder had barged in to spoil the moment. It was a wonder she could muster any semblance of kindness toward him. Little Peter scratched the back of his head, feeling rather awkward. To be honest, he was somewhat intimidated by Mindy, the violent little girl. After all, he had witnessed her take down numerous people over the past week. Not just classmates, but even upperclassmen who had ended up begging for mercy. She was practically a human wrecking ball. Mindy, don't underestimate Peter. He is incredibly strong and has a good heart, fiercely loyal to his friends. Hearing Limulu's words warmed Peter's heart, filling him with immense gratitude. It turned out that he held such a noble image in Limulu's eyes. He felt a twinge of guilt for previously thinking Limulu was as black-hearted as coal. He recognized his mistake, accepted his guilt, and repented. Upon reflection, aside from her penchant for pranking him and forcing him to wear women's clothing, without his consent, no less, and spreading those photos across the internet, Limulu truly was quite nice. Did she have any special plans for today? To Peter, Limulu seemed shrouded in mystery. With just a name, she had nearly transformed his life. Yet, at the same time, her quirky personality left him in a state of mild anticipation, certainly not regarding women's clothing. Truly, it was a secret. Limulu smiled mysteriously, leaving Peter even more curious, his heart racing with anticipation. Revealing the identity of the silver-armored warrior to Peter was a conclusion Limulu had arrived at after much contemplation. Little Spider, a promising neighbor of future New Yorkers, the successor to MCU's Iron Man, had an unlimited future ahead. Among all superheroes, while Little Spider might not be the strongest, he was undoubtedly one of the most beloved. Little Spider lived by Uncle Ben's maxim that with great power comes great responsibility, never misusing his strength, even in dire straits. Truly, it was incredibly admirable. In Limulu's mind, Little Spider had long been designated as her little brother. Aside from him, had she ever tricked anyone else? No, certainly not. Today, Limulu maintained her integrity. She wouldn't stoop to tricking the average person. Given Little Spider's immense potential, Limulu felt compelled to take an active role in his life. It would be a true shame if he went astray. Thus, after careful consideration, Limulu decided to inform Little Spider of her identity as the silver-armored warrior, imparting wisdom and guidance to ensure he walked the right path. As for why she included Mindy in this plan, it was also a result of deep thought. Mindy, skilled in fashion, makeup, disguise, firearms, and combat, was the perfect teacher for the current little Peter. Arriving at the villa, although this was not Peter's first visit, he felt an overwhelming sense of nervousness. This house was simply too extravagant. Unlike Peter, who was in awe, Mindy had seen plenty of such houses. However, every time she entered with her father, it usually ended with them robbing the homeowners and making off with their illicit gains. This was likely Mindy's first time entering such a luxurious mansion openly. Limulu, Aya, these are my good friends Mindy and Peter Parker. Aya, welcome back, master. This is your second time bringing friends home. It seems your school life is going quite well. Mindy and Peter were startled by the voice. Truth be told, it was quite melodious. They scanned the room, but could not locate the maid. Mindy's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Limulu, is Aya the name of your maid? Where is she? I don't see her. Limula chuckled. Aya isn't a human. She is an intelligent program. An intelligent program? Mindy was still processing this, but Little Spider was already in a frenzy. Oh my god. Are you referring to the kind of intelligent program like Red Queen from the movie Resident Evil? Exactly. After receiving confirmation from Limulu, Peter Parker was practically ready to take flight with excitement. Cool. This is insane. Limulu, are you an alien? Limulu was curious about his question. The current computer language is comprised of binary code made up of zeros and ones. All information is stored and transmitted as code. Peter Parker rambled on, enthusiastically spewing technical jargon about computers, leaving Limulu and Mindy feeling a bit dizzy. Limulu was somewhat fine, thanks to the great sage translating for her, while Mindy was left with her eyes spinning, turning into a dazed state. Are you really a primary school student? You must be a fan of that certain little death god. When Peter Parker spotted the Wind God 1 and 2 displayed in the wardrobe, his eyes nearly popped out. While he was somewhat unfamiliar with Wind God I, he was well acquainted with Wind God 2. Just recently, this very mech had battled the Hulk at Goban Academy, pinning him down with ease. The ensuing chaos had turned Goban Academy into a wasteland, leaving a crater nearly 100 meters wide. In no time, this mech had garnered a massive following. Online, many referred to it as Wind God. Its origin remained a mystery, yet it seemed to carry an official air. Others disagreed, calling it Charm Silver due to its strikingly bright silver color, exuding a sci-fi allure. Some dubbed it Silver Lightning for its incredible speed, surpassing the performance of the most formidable fighter jets in existence. Regardless of the name, Wind God, Charm Silver, Silver Lightning, each title sent countless mech enthusiasts into a frenzy. Peter Parker had long been captivated by the silver-armored warrior, often fantasizing about having such a mech himself. He had speculated endlessly about the identity of the silver-armored warrior, who could create such an extraordinary machine. Yet, he never imagined that the true identity would be none other than his classmate, Limulu. This was utterly insane. Not only Peter, but Mindy's eyes also sparkled with excitement, nearly leading her to leap onto Wind God and start licking it. Little Spider was drenched in sweat. No wonder she was a human T-Rex, her interests aligned with his. Both enamored by such mechs. Limulu, can I touch it? Little Spider blinked excitedly, his eyes filled with stars, utterly enchanted. Upon hearing Peter's words, Rimuru revealed a sly smile reminiscent of a fox, expressing her willingness to indulge him. Of course, you may touch, and not only that, but I can also allow you to take the reins for a while. Truly, the little spider was so overjoyed that she nearly leaped in excitement. Rimuru is truly a wonderful person. Oh, how she lamented the misunderstandings she had harbored about Rimuru, believing her to be malevolent. He was indeed deeply mistaken. Although Rimuru has a penchant for mischief, she possesses a kind heart at her core. Chapter 76. True Heroism. Mindy initially found little Spidey's nose unappealing and his eyes unremarkable, feeling an undeniable aversion. It was she who had suggested coming to witness the Wind God, yet unexpectedly, Peter Parker made an entrance. However, upon hearing Rimuru's declaration that Peter must don women's attire to engage with the Wind God, Mindy nearly choked on her own disbelief. How could a boy be compelled to wear women's clothing? Rimuru, are you a devil? Yet, one could not help but admire the audacity of Rimuru's proposal. When Peter Parker emerged in women's clothing, Mindy could hardly contain her astonishment and rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Oh my God, was she truly witnessing Peter Parker? Not a sister? He looked utterly adorable. Perhaps it was the overwhelming sense of embarrassment that turned Peter's face a brilliant shade of red, akin to a ripened apple, exuding an irresistible charm. In that fleeting moment, Mindy felt herself captivated. No wonder it is said that beauty transcends gender. Dressed as a woman, Peter perfectly embodied this notion. What astounded Mindy even more was that the longer she looked, the more familiar he appeared. As the realization struck her, she instinctively covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide with incredulity. Peter, could it be that you are Miss Mayday? Peter Parker's face flushed crimson, transforming him into a veritable steam engine. Ah! His illustrious reputation was utterly demolished. Why had he acquiesced to such an embarrassing demand merely to play the wind god? Mindy, witnessing Peter's mortification, was left speechless, grappling to articulate her emotions. In class, Thompson had even spearheaded the formation of a Miss Mayday fan club. What would they think if they discovered that the Miss Mayday they incessantly adored was none other than Peter Parker? The mere thought was too delightful to bear. Rimuru. May I now take a turn as the wind god? Mayday Parker declared fiercely, transforming his embarrassment into motivation for an exhilarating experience. Of course, Rimuru readily agreed, understanding the importance of upholding her commitments. After all, maintaining her credibility, especially in guiding little Spidey toward righteousness, was paramount. With Aya's automatic navigation assisting, the operations were straightforward. In a brief span, little Spidey joyously soared through the sky, reveling in the experience. His only concern was the possibility of military interception. Unbeknownst to him, Rimuru had already opened a mirror space, rendering his fears unfounded. Both little Spidey and Mindy enjoyed themselves thoroughly. Eventually, they grew weary and hungry, prompting them to pause. Yet even at the dining table, their thoughts, words, and actions remained fixated on mechas. It was akin to a novice driver who, having just learned to drive, finds themselves irresistibly drawn to the vehicle. This was Rimuru's intention. The bait had been cast. Would Miss Mayday not bite? Rimuru resolved that henceforth, whenever Peter wished to play with mechas, he would need to dress in women's clothing. This was her principle. To Rimuru's surprise, Mindy was even more enthusiastic about guiding Peter Parker toward the right path than she had anticipated. Upon Rimuru's suggestion, Mindy immediately offered her unwavering support. She vowed to impart all her skills to Peter Parker without reservation. In Mindy's words, Peter was already a big boy and should learn to apply a clean eyeliner, groom his brows, and spritz on some pleasant fragrance. With a shared passion, Rimuru and Mindy's bond flourished rapidly. Eventually, in a moment of inspiration, Mindy proposed they form a hero team to combat crime and uphold justice. Upon hearing this proposal, Peter Parker promptly raised both hands and feet in agreement. The allure of being a superhero was irresistible. Moreover, with Rimuru, a peer capable of besting the Hulk, as their exemplar, it seemed entirely fitting. Never underestimate the American fascination with superheroes, especially within the Marvel Universe. The spirit of Captain America has inspired countless generations, becoming a symbol of American ideals. Dave Lazuski, an ordinary fellow devoid of superpowers, purchased a garish green costume online and bravely took to the streets to fight crime, even gaining a modicum of notoriety. One can easily imagine the depth of personal heroism embedded in the American psyche. This is akin to randomly encountering a Chinese individual who can recite a tale of martial arts, or pulling a person from an island who can sketch a few comic illustrations. Such cultural imprints are ingrained in their very being. However, Rimuru found herself hesitant. Combating crime was no trivial pursuit. It was not akin to dining or creating art. It could not be approached with elegance or composure. The stakes were perilously high. Mindy, though young, had been influenced by her father since childhood, possessing a profound understanding of the realities they faced. When it came to action, she was swift, precise, and relentless. But little Spidey was still too young. Like a delicate sprout nurtured in a greenhouse, with his worldview not yet fully formed. Even the future Spider-Man adhered to a no-kill principle. If Uncle Ben encountered Big Daddy, the two Guardians would undoubtedly clash over their educational philosophies. With such divergent beliefs, could this hero team endure? Truthfully, Rimuru harbored doubts about this nascent hero squad. Nevertheless, she refrained from outright rejection, instead posing a question. Mindy, you are Miss Kill, so I shall refrain from further comment. Peter, are you truly prepared for this mindset? Peter Parker pouted, feeling underestimated. Of course, Uncle Ben has always taught me the importance of empathy. I was once frail and often bullied, and I understand that sense of helplessness and despair. Now that I am stronger, I wish to help those in need. Rimuru could not help but commend Uncle Ben. He and Aunt May had indeed excelled in their guidance. With a smile, Rimuru inquired. And what are your thoughts on Iron Man? In his battle against the abomination, his intention was to punish evil and rescue the citizens of New York. Yet, as you have seen, the majority of the populace does not express gratitude. Rather, they deem him inadequate. Peter Parker found himself at a loss for words and was momentarily speechless. He had never considered this perspective. Not only Peter, but even Mindy felt her thoughts muddled. Her approach to fighting crime had always been one of violence, operating in the shadows. Although they had accomplished much, the public remained oblivious to the existence of heroes named Big Daddy and Miss Kill. What if they faced a situation akin to Iron Man's ordeal? Rimuru spoke earnestly. Peter, don't rush. Take time to reflect. If you find yourself perplexed, you may consult Uncle Ben. Mindy too. Both Peter and Mindy nodded, their expressions reflecting a shared sense of uncertainty. Chapter 77. The ever-confident Iron Man. The following day, the Master inquired, the hearing has commenced. Would you like me to stream it live for you? Limel's eyes sparkled at the mention of the hearing. The current circumstances diverged drastically from the original narrative, deteriorating far beyond expectations. How would Tony respond to this? Please, do stream it, he replied eagerly. Certainly, Master. The scene transitioned to a live broadcast of the hearing taking place in Washington, D.C. Mr. Stark, let us continue with the previous topic. Senator Sr. Stain banged his hammer against the table, repeatedly urging Tony to pay attention to his statements. Yet, Tony appeared indifferent, engrossed in a lively conversation with Pepper, completely disregarding the senator. Limel felt a wave of exasperation. This scene was not what she had envisioned. In the film, he was a force to be reckoned with. At the pinnacle of his life, constantly facing life-threatening situations, his audacity understandable. But now, after his defeat against the Ironmonger and the Abomination, he was under siege from public scrutiny. How could he still maintain such arrogance? Perhaps it was merely an illusion. But Limel sensed that Tony on screen seemed even more flamboyant than before. She found herself perplexed, struggling to comprehend Tony's mindset. Mr. Stark, please focus on what I am saying. Senator Sin's almost pleading demeanor nearly caused Limel to burst out in laughter. A humble appeal for Tony's attention? Surely, he must be a fake Hydra agent. Indeed, the senator was a covert operative for Hydra, with significant intentions in this hearing. Hydra's upper echelon coveted Tony's humanoid armor technology. Possessing dozens or even hundreds of such suits would promise a prosperous future for Hydra. Senator Sun, do you possess a weapon? Tony Stark pondered. Whether I do depends on how you define it. That weapon is Iron Man. Senator Sun declared. Mr. Stark, my invention has not been aptly described. It is a high-tech prosthetic, the best descriptor I can conceive. Laughter erupted among the attendees of the hearing, while Senator Sin's face flushed with anger, his eyebrows twitching in frustration. To substantiate the claim that Iron Man was indeed a weapon, Senator Sun called upon weapons expert Justin Hammer and summoned Colonel Rhodey to present a report. Unlike the original film, where the military possessed scan information, the recent battle between Tony and the Abomination had yielded a wealth of video evidence. All of this powerfully reinforced the assertion that Iron Man was a weapon. However, Tony's eloquence, coupled with Rhodey's support, managed to turn the tide. Especially after a video surfaced of Hammer Industries attempting to replicate the humanoid armor, the hearing's focus shifted entirely. Most nations would require 5 to 10 years, while Justin Hammer estimated 20 years. This stark comparison rendered Hammer a mere foil to Tony. As it stands, I can thwart nuclear blackmail. Iron Man is invaluable, ensuring our safety, America's safety. Do you think you can seize my product? Not a chance, Tony declared. However, I have greatly assisted you. I alone can maintain world peace. Bang, bang, bang. Senator Sin finally seized upon Tony's Achilles heel, striking the table with his hammer, sneering. You can maintain world peace alone? Mr. Stark, do you harbor a misunderstanding regarding world peace? Furthermore, should I remind you? Not long ago, you were defeated by the Abomination. And the God of Thunder's war machine seems to be far more advanced than your Mark suit. At this, the room fell silent, all eyes fixed on Tony Stark. Undoubtedly, this was a hurdle he could not circumvent. Not only others, but even Limel was intensely curious. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Tony remained brimming with confidence. The war machine is more advanced than my Mark? Only a novice like you, Senator, who is utterly oblivious to technology, would make such a claim. Should I enlighten you that both the war machine and the Mark utilize the same technology? Upon hearing such a revelation, the audience erupted in excitement. This was the first time many had heard that the war machine and the Mark originated from the same source. It was essential to note that the design philosophies and operational performances of the war machine and the Mark differed significantly. The war machine's capabilities, including spatial teleportation, optical invisibility, and its staggering ability to create massive craters, were simply unfathomable. The impact of Tony's words was nothing short of revolutionary and shocking. Senator Sun gasped, Mr. Stark knows the true identity of the war machine? Tony raised his hands in a shrug. Senator, I believe your grasp of the English language leaves much to be desired. Is this a question that requires my explanation? Senator's son, who is the war machine? Tony Stark replied, I know, but I simply refuse to tell you. Laughter erupted throughout the room, with Limmel shaking her head in disbelief. Tony's audacity was simply astounding. Senator Son nearly collapsed from anger, his heart racing perilously close to a breakdown. Taking deep breaths, Senator Son attempted to regain his composure. Tony Stark, keep dancing. Let us see how long you can sustain this act. However, today's topic does not revolve around the identity of the war machine, but rather aims to classify Iron Man as a weapon and compel you to relinquish your technology. Mr. Stark, let us not discuss the war machine's identity. The Ironmonger was defeated by the war machine. You cannot deny that, can you? Tony nodded nonchalantly, indeed. Senator Son's smile widened. Not long ago, you were unable to defeat the abomination. You cannot refute this, can you? Of course, Tony replied. Senator Son inhaled deeply, suppressing his exhilaration. Thus, your claim of single-handedly maintaining world peace is utterly absurd. Mr. Stark, for the safety of America, for world peace, you must surrender the Iron Man technology, allowing it to better protect the American people rather than treating it as your personal toy. Tony Stark, Iron Man. Compared to world peace, you must not be blinded by your own trivial gains. You should learn from your father, Howard Stark. Applause erupted following Senator Son's statement, with Justin Hammer clapping enthusiastically, his palms red from the fervor. With unwavering confidence, Tony Stark stood, addressing the gathered audience. I am Iron Man. Iron Man is me. My high-tech prosthetics have reached the 5th generation, a product that rivals any other armor. I will host a year-long Stark Industries martial arts tournament, inviting anyone and any armor to challenge. The champion will receive the latest Stark Industries suit as a reward. Want my technology? Then come and take it. Instantly. The hearing erupted with unprecedented cheers. Chapter 78, Contradiction. Do you covet my technology? Then come and seize it. Upon seeing Tony Stark's flamboyant demeanor on television, Rimlu couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Iron Man remains Iron Man, undeterred by setbacks, exuding unwavering confidence and charisma. To be candid, if the roles were reversed, Rimlu couldn't envision anyone surpassing Tony's prowess. The reason Tony faced repeated defeats at Rimlu's hands is not due to a lack of intelligence on his part, but rather because a player with financial backing is outmatched by one with superior skills. Such is the reality. The cards in Tony's hand are almost transparent to Rimlu, while Tony remains blissfully unaware of the number of trump cards Rimlu possesses. Moreover, Rimlu's hand is almost entirely composed of aces. How could Tony possibly compete? The notion that destiny is altered by effort is not merely an ancient adage. With the Stark Industries Expo cancelled, a grand martial arts tournament is to be held, with the latest mech as the prize. This move is astonishingly audacious. Tony truly dares to dream. Honestly, Rimlu feels a thrill at the prospect. The technology of the Mark V is not particularly enticing, but the thought of reclaiming it from Tony carries extraordinary significance. Placing the Mark V in his wardrobe would be far more stylish than merely having it bested by the Wind God and riding a grandiose character on it. Tony's declaration before all media is, in essence, a challenge to Rimlu. After all, the two most powerful mechs currently recognized worldwide are the Wind God and the Mark. The public and media generally perceive the Wind God to be superior, and Tony clearly intends to use this martial arts tournament to demonstrate that his Mark is indeed the strongest. Such a scenario Rimlu cannot allow. After all, battling Tony is a source of endless enjoyment. What new technology has Tony integrated into the Mark V? Rimlu is exceedingly curious. In the original timeline, the Mark V was a suitcase armor, sacrificing much of its functionality for portability. What then would this modified Mark V of the current timeline resemble? As the saying goes, your greatest insights often come from your adversaries. Although Rimlu and Tony are not enemies, they are indeed fierce competitors in the realm of battle armor. If anyone could potentially reverse engineer the performance parameters of the Mark V, it would undoubtedly be Rimlu. Based on past experiences, Tony's approach to updating his mechs has always been rooted in lessons learned from previous battles. For instance, the Mark II had issues with freezing, leading to the Mark III's incorporation of titanium alloy. Following the battle with the Mark III, which suffered from deformation and inconvenience in disassembly, the Mark IV improved the connection mechanisms and bolt designs of its predecessor. Reflecting on Tony's various battles in this world, and Rimlu's own competitions with high-tech mechs, as well as his recent confrontations with the Ironmonger and the Abomination, it is evident that after facing the Wind God, Tony became acutely aware of the Mark II's mobility shortcomings, catalyzing the development of the Mark III's high maneuverability. including the early introduction of dorsal and lateral thrusters, designs that were supposed to appear only in the Mark VII in the original narrative. Tony utilized this suit to ascend into the sky while carrying a nuclear bomb. In the battle against the Ironmonger, the Mark III underperformed, primarily due to the incompatibility of its arc reactor, but it also revealed its deficiencies in firepower and armor penetration. Consequently, the Mark IV of this timeline boasts significantly enhanced firepower, particularly due to the introduction of the new element reactor, which facilitated Tony's deployment of high-power energy weapons. The energy beam emitters in the palms and chest have increased output, longer firing durations, and greater destructive capacity. The addition of laser cutting beam emitters designed for slicing through steel armor, along with small anti-armor missiles and retractable ablative missiles, were all conceived from the experiences of the battle with the Ironmonger, specifically aimed at armor penetration. Especially the retractable ablative missiles, utilizing the principle of explosive penetration, have proven nearly infallible in close-range anti-armor situations. If a confrontation between the Mark IV and the Ironmonger were to occur again, the Ironmonger would be reduced to scrap metal in no time. Next comes the most significant battle between Tony and the Abomination. The Abomination's immense size, strength, and exaggerated defenses rendered the Mark IV nearly powerless in comparison. The modified Mark V of this timeline will undoubtedly draw lessons from this encounter, enhancing the mechanical exoskeleton's output and increasing the Mark V's striking force and close combat capabilities. However, this alone will not suffice. To stand toe-to-toe with a formidable opponent like the Abomination, the addition of high-power auxiliary thrusters to boost striking power is essential. Furthermore, given the Abomination's remarkable agility, a robust means of restraint is also a necessary consideration. Perhaps an emergency containment field? Restraint devices? This martial arts tournament is, after all, a declaration of war against Rimlu. While countering the Abomination's brute strength, the mech must also possess attributes conducive to countering the Wind God. High maneuverability is indispensable. Could it be that additional heavy armor is to be added outside the mech? This thought inevitably brings to mind the design of the Hulkbuster armor. Surely, Tony cannot have developed the Hulkbuster armor so swiftly? The Hulkbuster armor presents numerous technical challenges, such as the automatic assembly technology seen in the Mark XLI, which signifies a substantial technological leap. Each component must possess its own power and control system. This was significantly refined in the Mark XLIV, the Hulkbuster armor. Breakthroughs in technology do not occur overnight. It seems improbable that Tony could overcome such numerous challenges in such a short span of time. Yet, he is Tony Stark, one of the most prodigious geniuses in the Marvel Universe. He managed to manipulate the quantum tunnel for time travel with just a few adjustments. Even if Tony were to surmount numerous obstacles, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Wait, Rimlu suddenly contemplated another potentiality, an overwhelming accumulation of resources. Tony is not only a genius, but also possesses an unparalleled financial capacity. What if he employs vibranium, adamantium, and other such materials? Oh, my goodness. Upon reflection, this does not seem outside the realm of possibility. Rimlu currently possesses adamantium, making the creation of the strongest spear entirely feasible. Could this grand martial arts tournament be a showdown between the strongest spear, adamantium, and the strongest shield, vibranium? Which shall prevail, the spear or the shield? At this juncture, every cell in Rimlu's body surged with exhilaration. It appears that the time has come for a comprehensive technological upgrade for his Wind God. Meanwhile, as Rimlu became increasingly intrigued by the martial arts tournament Tony had conceived, various news outlets erupted in fervor. One should never underestimate the integrity of the media. Although Tony did not explicitly state it, the competition for the title of the world's strongest mech, Wind God versus Mark, has become a hot topic. The military, showing little restraint in their actions, gathered a multitude of scientists and strategists to discuss countermeasures. Concurrently, in a lowly, cold dwelling in Moscow, a new arc reactor ignited with brilliant light. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., after a covert meeting among high-ranking Hydra officials, a highly classified box was opened. Inside lay an immensely mysterious ruby. Chapter 79. The clouds gather at a certain military base of the United States Armed Forces. General, I regret to inform you that Iron Man's Mark IV is simply flawless. In aerial combat, long-range engagements, and close-quarters combat, it is nearly impeccable. Even the most formidable soldier, equipped with the latest powered exoskeleton and the most advanced personal weaponry, stands no chance against Iron Man. A scientist, clad in a white lab coat, spoke tremulously, flanked by a dejected line of fellow scientists. Each of them hung their heads like defeated roosters. The notion of utilizing an entire platoon to overcome Iron Man clearly contradicted the requirements of the martial arts tournament. In truth, There was an unspoken reality. Pitting a platoon against Iron Man would likely be tantamount to offering a mere sacrifice. After all, Iron Man was not merely a target to be struck without retaliation. The general's name was Chris Lennox. Recently, General Ross had been impeached and forced to resign due to his abhorrence of the situation. Chris Lennox, having ascended through the ranks on the back of Ross's downfall, was a rising star full of ambition, eager to achieve greatness. At this juncture, Tony Stark, also known as Iron Man, announced a martial arts tournament. The ultimate victor would receive Stark's latest Mark V suit. The prospect thrilled Lennox, invigorating him with an almost euphoric enthusiasm. He immediately summoned weaponry experts, tactical specialists, material scientists, and mechanical engineers, conducting extensive research for nearly half a month. However, the disparity between aspiration and reality struck him cold, akin to a bucket of icy water. With a countenance as severe as a thundercloud, Lennox bellowed, "All the data on the Mark series is right here, including portions of the schematics for Mark I. The Iron Tyrant. I did not instruct you to design an entirely new suit of armor from scratch. Nor did I even request you tackle the most complex energy supply technology. I merely asked you to devise a plan based on the Mark IV's specifications that could defeat Iron Man. How is it that you, hundreds of experts spanning every advanced field, cannot surpass even a single Tony Stark? Furthermore, the silver-armored god can achieve what Stark can, the technology of humanoid mechs. Despite its challenges, should not differ significantly from current cutting-edge advancements." The leading scientist lifted his head and replied, "I apologize, General. But not every scientist bears the name Tony Stark. Moreover, I believe you harbor a misunderstanding regarding the silver-armored god. Stark's technology can indeed be interpreted through contemporary scientific principles, whereas much of the technology behind the silver-armored god eludes scientific explanation altogether. We struggle to find a foothold in our research." Lennox, in a fit of frustration, slammed the door behind him. "Damn it, everyone has fallen into Tony Stark's cunning trap. The technology of humanoid mechs is far too advanced. Can a single soldier truly defeat him? Perhaps the media's reports hold some truth. Stark has never regarded the military as a serious opponent. His true adversaries are the silver-armored god and his wind god. The so-called world's premier martial arts tournament is merely Stark's challenge to the silver-armored god." At that moment, a colonel approached General Lennox and spoke softly, "General, I believe you may have entered a fallacy. Overcoming Iron Man may not be as insurmountable as you imagine." Lennox, taken aback, inquired, "Have I indeed strayed into error? Please elaborate." The colonel chuckled, "General, without that suit of armor, Tony Stark is simply an ordinary man. You might consider visiting Devil's Island Prison." Devil's Island Prison? Lennox squinted, contemplating the suggestion. He was well aware that it was notorious for housing the most heinous criminals and various, inhuman entities. Meanwhile, in Moscow, Ivan Vanko successfully designed a Vanko-version arc reactor, referencing Stark's arc reactor and the various materials left by his father, Anton Vanko. He had nearly completed his equipment. And unlike the cinematic portrayal, he did not need to illicitly acquire visas and tickets from the black market. Whenever he chose, he could challenge Tony Stark to a duel. Additionally, he possessed the full-cover metallic exoskeleton and heavy battle armor technology, as detailed in his father's blueprints, aptly named the Crimson Mech. Since Stark had audaciously convened a martial arts tournament, Vanko would boldly rise to the challenge. He aimed to prove to the world that Tony Stark was nothing but a jester, and his father, Howard Stark, was an unrepentant thief. He intended to reclaim everything he had lost. In a clandestine meeting, Pierce led several members of Hydra, their breaths quickening as they gazed at the ruby encased in a box. This ruby was renowned. Whoever possessed it would wield immense power. Yet, such power was inherently destructive, leading to chaos. After years of unsuccessful research, SHIELD opted to seal it away. Pierce and his associates had lives to enjoy. They would not sully themselves with uncontrollable power. The work of cannon fodder was best left to the expendables. The universe is vast and mysterious, holding countless unsolved enigmas. Pierce was aware that SHIELD harbored no fewer than 100 mysterious artifacts, such as the Tesseract. It was through the Tesseract that the Red Skull developed unprecedented energy weapons that nearly swept across Europe. Had it not been for Captain America and his Howling Commandos, the war's outcome might have been drastically different. Howard Stark's research into the Tesseract led to the prototype of the arc reactor. Unfortunately, due to the constraints of contemporary technology, he could not miniaturize the reactor. Yet, under Tony Stark's stewardship, his father's research achieved unprecedented brilliance. There also lay the enigmatic obelisk, shrouded in secrecy by SHIELD. Its mysterious exterior rendered all electronic devices inoperative, and it possessed the ability to petrify humans. Truly bizarre. The more one learned, the more one revered the mysteries of the universe. Pierce declared, "The ruby is now in our possession. Your mission is to find someone who can unleash its full potential. Remember, our enemy has never been Tony Stark. It is the silver-armored god. Hydra has been dormant for too long, so long that the world has forgotten our existence. This time, let us unleash our fury. Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra!" The prize for the champion was the Mark V, a tantalizing bait that captivated not only the military, but also Hydra and even the more obscure criminal syndicates. The Russian Bear Gang in New York not only intrigued but also took tangible action. One enforcer named Alexei Mihailovich Sisiev, under the incessant persuasion of the gang's leader, ultimately succumbed to the allure of wealth and agreed to participate in a perilous chemical radiation experiment. Most astonishingly, he succeeded. After affixing a robust layer of polymer to his body, Sisyphus became impervious to blades and firearms, capable of enduring both extreme heat and frigid cold. In a remarkable display of strength, Sisyphus crashed through an entire building. Henceforth, he earned the moniker the Rhino Man. Chapter 80. The opening of the martial arts tournament. It is common knowledge among the inhabitants of Earth that Tony Stark is set to host a martial arts tournament. The ultimate victor will be awarded his latest Mark V suit. While the public may indulge in gossip and speculation, few ever contemplated actual participation. Of course, even if they had the desire to involve themselves, they lacked the capability. Yet, everyone underestimated Tony's determination and ambition. On the grand screen, clad in a tailored suit and radiating confidence, Tony Stark stood before a magnificent steel structure, purpose-built for this tournament. This venue, constructed entirely of steel, represents an investment of $1 billion, with a seating capacity of 20,000 and a maximum occupancy of 80,000. The event will be broadcast globally by Stark's television network, and we are open to collaborations with other networks. He proceeded to elaborate on the venue's features and the safety measures in place for the audience. Each seat is equipped with tempered glass protection, effectively preventing accidents and safeguarding the spectators. As the reporters pressed for more details, excitement surged among the viewers. The Mark and the Wind God. These are revolutionary mechas. To witness a genuine mecha battle on television? Oh my goodness. The world erupted in enthusiasm, especially among men who are ardent fans of mechas. Even more thrilling than finding a romantic partner. Although the online pre-sale channels for the tournament had yet to open, countless netizens were already queuing in anticipation. With the cooperation of the reporters, the tournament's format was swiftly unveiled, an exceedingly straightforward elimination system. Winners advance, losers retreat. Even Tony Stark himself was not exempt from this rule. One reporter posed the question that lingered in everyone's mind. "Mr. Stark, you too are not exempt. Are you not fearful of defeat? Your Mark has not performed particularly well against the Wind God." This inquiry felt somewhat confrontational, yet Tony maintained an unexpectedly calm demeanor. "The silver armor has the Wind God, while Iron Man has only the Mark. Against a mecha, the Mark shall not falter." His words incited a wave of astonishment among the reporters. What did he mean by stating that Iron Man had nothing but the Mark? How would those homeless individuals on the streets interpret this? "Mr. Stark, with all due respect, your previous statement suggests a desperate gamble to catch up. Do you lack confidence in defeating the Wind God?" Tony smiled, responding, "Lack confidence? How could that be? The Mark V is the finest mecha I have ever encountered. It embodies the pinnacle of human industry and technology, a key to the future. I have faith that my Mark will triumph over all adversaries." "And what if you lose?" Tony shrugged nonchalantly. "If I were to lose, it would only be a Mark V, merely a few $100 million. Do I appear to be someone who cannot afford to lose a few $100 million? The reporters and audience were left speechless. Not even Limulu, watching from her television, could suppress her astonishment. A few $100 million, merely? Very well, Iron Man. You have won this round. Observing Tony's arrogant demeanor on screen, Limulu felt an urge to shake her tiny fists and land a few punches on his face. Initially, she had intended to win the Mark V as a keepsake and tease Tony for some amusement in her life. However, her intentions had shifted. Not only did she aim to reclaim the Mark V, but she also sought to do so in a spectacular fashion, imparting an unforgettable lesson to Tony. Meanwhile, the Edmund alloy she had extorted from the boiled eggs had arrived, heated to a liquid state rather than being a haphazard mixture of ores. The difficulties and costs associated with preserving and transporting the liquid were exponentially higher. The purpose was clear, to prevent Limulu from deducing the alloy's composition ratios. Nevertheless, it proved futile. After sampling a bowl of the liquid alloy, Limulu quickly grasped its properties. Were it not for the regulation of Edmund meteors, which were nearly impossible to acquire from outside sources, she could easily utilize the Edmund alloy as scrap metal in the future. Every coin has two sides. Mechas are a cohesive system, where altering one component necessitates recalibrating the entire machine. However, these were minor issues. With Aya's assistance in calculations, the entire process went remarkably smoothly. Within a week, Limula successfully upgraded the Wind God 2, applying a layer of Edmund alloy plating to its exterior, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. The most critical change was the addition of a mecha sword designed for use by the mecha itself. The core material of the sword was Edmund alloy, extremely hard and sharp, capable of slicing through hair and iron with ease. However, the core section was embedded with magic steel from the Geolot plane. Strictly speaking, this sword had become a semi-magical weapon. Limulu was not a master weaponsmith, nor did she possess a long sword to devour and analyze. All of this was merely experimental exploration. The most extraordinary effect of the magic steel was its capacity for growth. Any weapon embedded with magic steel could evolve and adapt according to its owner's intent. For instance, Jingze Shizuku, due to her affinity with the flame spirit, exhibited an exceptionally high compatibility with fire, transforming her sword entirely to a fire attribute. For Ms. Shizuku, wielding it was effortless, significantly amplifying her strength. However, once the Edmund alloy was completed, it would never deform, which contradicted the properties of the magic steel. Limulu's experimentation with the combination of these two metals, which possess somewhat conflicting attributes, was driven by curiosity about the fascinating chemical reactions that might arise. As Limula toiled away in her laboratory, the martial arts tournament, which had ignited countless discussions online, finally commenced. Surprisingly, Tony was the first to step into the arena. His opponent was Ivan Vanko, nicknamed Whiplash, piloting the Crimson Mecha. Aside from Limulu, no one expected the grandest martial arts tournament in the world to commence in such a manner. Just a short while ago, during a hearing, many had heard Tony boast that his technology would remain unassailable for at least 5 to 10 years. Yet, within less than half a year, not only had the arc reactor technology been compromised, but fully developed exoskeletal mechas had also emerged. The pace of change in this world was astonishing, leaving many bewildered. Nonetheless, excitement surged among the crowd. Initially, they believed that the clash of mechas would be a long wait between the Mark and the Wind God. But nobody anticipated that the very first match of the tournament would feature a battle between two mechas. It was utterly insane. Chapter 81. Mark vs. Crimson. What does a battle between two mechs resemble? Surely, everyone has gleaned some understanding from films, yet in reality, this is an unprecedented occurrence. Tickets for the martial arts competition have long been sold out, with scalpers struggling to acquire even a single one. Remarkably, even the broadcasting rights have led major television networks worldwide to engage in fierce competition. One cannot help but commend Tony Stark for his audacity. Not only does he dare to dream, but he also possesses the capability to realize those dreams. It is truly astonishing that in the bustling metropolis of New York, where space is at a premium, Tony has managed to secure such a vast area to construct this grand arena. Is this the martial arts arena? How cool. Young Spider-Man. Peter Parker, upon entering the arena, gazes around in wonder, incessantly capturing moments with his second-hand camera. There are so many people. The anticipation is palpable. Mindy, the little girl, similarly scans her surroundings, her face radiating joy that nearly spills over. While most girls might not exhibit such excitement, Mindy has been raised quite differently by her father. Dolls, charming outfits, and lovely dresses, things that typically captivate young girls, hold no allure for her. Instead, she is enthralled by an array of weapons, even articulating the Chinese zodiac with remarkable precision, leaving onlookers in awe. As for Dave, the ordinary boy, he is wide-eyed and speechless, overwhelmed by the spectacle. Coming from a humble background, he found the steep ticket prices prohibitive, let alone in a situation where even scalpers have been left empty-handed. Yet, he could scarcely fathom that he would witness the competition live, a dream beyond his wildest imagination. All of this, of course, is thanks to Rimuru, the silver armor warrior. Observing Rimuru engaged in lively conversation with a lovely lady in uniform piques Dave's curiosity. However, he feels a sense of familiarity with this intellectual beauty. When he finally recalls who she is, his mouth drops open in astonishment, his mind momentarily blank. Pepper Potts, Tony Stark's personal assistant. How does she share such a close relationship with Rimuru? Isn't it rumored that the Silver Armor Warrior and Iron Man are fierce adversaries? Rumors can be so misleading. Pepper, these are the friends I mentioned. Rimuru introduces Peter, Mindy, and Dave to Pepper, who greets them warmly. The trio is momentarily taken aback by Pepper's enthusiastic reception. The atmosphere is electric, and with Pepper's knack for creating a lively environment, it doesn't take long for the group to become familiar with one another. She reserves an excellent viewing spot for Rimuru, boasting the best sightlines and utmost safety. Equipped with top-notch electronic devices, such a suite is typically reserved for the wealthiest of patrons, and there are few in the entire arena. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. A male host with a microphone steps onto the stage, showcasing a unique intonation and a voice brimming with charisma. What will the future of mech warfare look like? Let us await the revelation. First, please welcome the pioneer of revolutionary humanoid mech technology, Tony Stark. A flurry of fireworks erupts, illuminating the daytime sky, transforming it into a tapestry of stars. Inside the arena, the most advanced high-tech screens simultaneously display footage of Iron Man soaring through the skies in his Mark suit. With the blue sky and white clouds as a backdrop, the sound of Mark slicing through the cityscape reverberates like a sonic boom, accompanied by an exhilarating soundtrack. In an instant, the crowd erupts into ecstatic cheers, the atmosphere ignited. With a resounding thud, Tony Stark lands in a classic superhero pose at the center of the arena. The impact reverberating through the crowd, igniting a wave of thunderous applause. Now, please welcome today's challenger, Ivan Vanko. The host strikes an exaggerated pose, his voice teeming with infectious enthusiasm. The arena staff seamlessly coordinates, and the screens showcase Ivan Vanko's image. In stark contrast to Iron Man's electrifying entrance, Ivan's introduction begins amidst lowly dwellings, the entire ambience steeped in a somber gray. With rudimentary tools and a hammer in hand, Ivan toils away, sparks flying from his welding. As the Crimson Mech gradually takes shape, in the midst of a melancholic yet hopeful soundtrack, Ivan embodies the quintessential underdog. Unlike Tony, who hails from privilege, Ivan represents the struggle of the common man. The clash between Ivan and Tony is a battle of the underdog against the ultra-wealthy. As the Crimson Mech materializes before the audience, it evokes a sense of shared struggle and triumph, akin to a Cinderella story where the common folk rise against the odds. The narrative resonates universally. After all, 999 of the world comprises everyday people. It is indeed a beautiful misunderstanding. Much like Cinderella, who is perceived to have married a prince, a tale of the common girl triumphing over adversity. Few realize that her true story is one of hardship. With a cruel stepmother and stepsisters, the protagonist, the rightful daughter, suffers relentless bullying, with her mother's dowry seized and her father oblivious to her plight, until the day she meets her own fairy godmother. In this tale, the hardships are reversed, and everything taken from her is restored. In truth, Cinderella has always possessed everything. She merely endured mistreatment. Similarly, Ivan Vanko is equipped with the necessary tools for revenge, inherited from his father. With a stark contrast to Tony's graceful landing, Ivan's descent is straightforward, embodying raw determination. Yet, no one in the audience perceives it as anything less than impactful. The specially designed surface shatters with spiderweb-like cracks upon impact. Rimuru, are you alright? Pepper grasps Rimuru's hand anxiously. This is a mech battle, armed and dangerous. The potential for catastrophe is unimaginable. The Crimson Mech's fierce and rugged appearance, especially its imposing landing, sends shockwaves through the crowd. Within the suite, all eyes are fixed on Rimuru, the most knowledgeable about mechs present, as she is renowned as the Silver Armor Warrior. Rimuru smiles reassuringly. Don't worry, Pepper. The technological disparity between the Crimson Mech and the Mark suit spans at least 2 generations. Unless Tony's mind has succumbed to a state of folly, it is inconceivable that he could possibly be defeated. Is it not so? Comforted by Rimuru's words, Pepper Potts felt a sense of ease wash over her. Just as Rimuru was articulating facts and reasoning, meticulously explaining to Pepper and her 3 companions how much more advanced the Crimson armor was compared to Mark, a crackling electric whip suddenly materialized in the hands of the Crimson Mech. With a swift and fierce motion, the whip lashed out, instantly propelling Tony into the air. Rimuru, Pepper, Peter, Mindy, and Dave, the trio of youngsters. Chapter 82. The mouth has opened observing Tony being flung away. Rimlu was left speechless. More importantly, her face ached. Just moments ago, she had assured Pepper and the trio that everything was fine, only to be met with the sight of Tony being violently whipped away. Oh, Tony, are you intentionally opposing her? You're not the protagonist of an epic shonen manga, destined to be battered in every confrontation, are you? Have you ever witnessed a 3rd-generation fighter effortlessly overpowering a 4th-generation one? This isn't an outdated internet sensation like the F-22, which invariably finds itself crashing several aircraft in every film. Of course, if it were a fighter from the Third Brothers Nation, that would warrant a different discussion. In a country capable of sinking its own submarines with anti-ship missiles, Rimla couldn't guarantee that anything was beyond the realm of possibility. The technology of the Crimson Mecha was at best comparable to Mark II, with a design philosophy trailing behind that of the Iron Tyrant. In contrast to Mark's sleek aesthetics, The Crimson inherited the traditional characteristics of the bear's weaponry, cumbersome, large, and brutish. Yet, one could not deny that the Crimson mecha appeared truly formidable and intimidating. If Tony's mark resembled a refined work of art, a toy for the affluent, then the Crimson was an authentic war machine, arose among the impoverished. Without the invaluable assistance of Justin Hammer, Ivan Vanko could not have procured those advanced materials. In this timeline, Ivan's greatest advantage over the original film was the abundance of information regarding the mark, the battles between the mark and the abomination, as well as the clash between the God of Wind and the Hulk, provided Ivan with ample intel. With his computing prowess, locating declassified military versions would pose no difficulty. Armed with sufficient reference material, he could devise countermeasures. However, bridging the technological gap was no small feat. Especially after Rimlu's butterfly effect, Tony had endured far more societal challenges, and the mark had evolved at a rapid pace. The electric whip crackled incessantly, and Ivan, clad in the Crimson mecha, had seemingly amplified its power to an extraordinary degree. The force it wielded was ferocious, cleaving massive gashes into the ground with each strike. The Iron Man, recently struck, bore numerous alarming wounds. Nonetheless, to Rimlu, the power seemed rather unremarkable. The mark and the God of Wind had long considered electric resistance. It was hardly something to be overly concerned about. Yet, the audience's limited experience only fueled their excitement. Ivan! The spectacle of Tony Stark, the billionaire, facing off against Ivan ignited waves of exhilaration and cheers throughout the arena. In contrast to the crowd's enthusiasm, Pepper Potts grew increasingly worried, her eyes wide and her breath quickening. Rimlu kindly reassured her, "Sister Pepper, fret not. The Mark IV has numerous ways to deal with a brute like the Crimson mecha. Just the anti-armor missiles, ablation missiles, and laser-cutting beams alone would be enough to make the Crimson drink from the cup of defeat." Really? Pepper, lacking interest and understanding in mechas, found Rimlu's words somewhat comforting, easing her anxious heart. Noticing the positive effect of her persuasion, Rimlu smiled with newfound confidence. In the original film, Tony and Ivan had struggled tremendously, ultimately being comically entangled with his best friend, Rhodey, primarily because they faced numerous Iron Soldiers first. The Mark's weaponry had nearly been depleted. Even the trump card laser-cutting beam had been utilized. Aside from a brief skirmish with 6 shoulder-mounted micro-guided missiles, Tony had largely engaged in close combat, leading to a bloodbath against the whip-wielding Ivan. However, the current battle was entirely different. The Mark was not only in peak condition but had also been upgraded to a superior version, making defeat a daunting prospect. Sister Pepper, you must have seen the power of those 2 electric whips. With Tony's intellect, he certainly wouldn't engage in close combat with the Crimson. Rimlu continued. As long as Tony utilizes the Mark IV's high maneuverability and maintains a safe distance from the Crimson, he can easily kite it. Before Rimlu could finish, Tony's thrusters erupted with a plume of flame, propelling the Mark IV into the air. From his elevated position, Tony unleashed a colossal punch aimed straight at Ivan Vanko. With a resounding clang, the Crimson mecha staggered under the force, nearly toppling from the impact. Yet, a mere fraction of a second's miscalculation led to the whip striking back, aiming for the Mark's neck. With a crackle, the electric whip ensnared the Mark IV, and perhaps due to the overwhelming current, the system began to falter. Tony found himself kneeling, truly kneeling. Rimlu's smile faded, her expression growing increasingly rigid. Tony Stark, are you a fool sent by monkeys? This battle resembles a child's play, and your intellect seems entirely absent. Engaging in close quarters with a formidable fortress-like machine while piloting a lightweight mecha? Surely, he had lost his senses. Faced with the incredulous gazes of Pepper, Spider-Man, Mindy, and Dave, Rimlu felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and humiliation. She was a true expert, not the kind of pretentious authority often seen. And amidst the presence of her subordinates, she had to maintain her dignity. What was happening? Could there be some hidden technological marvel within the Crimson mecha that she was unaware of? For instance, a cognitive dampening mechanism? Great sage. Does Ivan's Crimson mecha possess any extraordinary technology? Response: no unknown special weapons detected. What about mind control abilities? The original Rimlu would never have posed such questions, as Ivan Vanko lacked any superpowers. Yet now, she found herself questioning. Response: no special psychic fluctuations detected. Rimlu: so, is it that Tony is genuinely being overwhelmed by the Crimson mecha through sheer skill? A vein throbbed on her forehead as she hastily jotted down another note in her small notebook. Her reasons for reprimanding Tony Stark had multiplied. In the arena, the battle between Tony and Ivan grew increasingly intense. After a series of exchanges, Tony, at the cost of his armor's integrity, successfully disarmed Ivan of both electric whips. The ferocity of their combat escalated, especially now that Ivan had lost his electric whips, leveling the playing field between the 2 mechas. Their fight no longer featured flashy moves. It was reduced to the raw, primal essence of collision and impact. The intensity of the battle was staggering. Each clash resonated like the collision of two mountains, producing thunderous sounds. The confrontation between the two mechas was far more captivating than a brawl between two muscle-bound men. With each collision, the terrifying force and impact perfectly illustrated the concept of violent aesthetics, captivating the audience to the point of frenzy. After each exchange, the Iron Man's armor, heavily damaged, emitted countless electric sparks, igniting an insatiable desire for destruction within the onlookers. Blood surged to their brains, and the crowd erupted in euphoric shouts, completely losing their minds. Even the bloodless slime, Rimuru, was swept up by the surrounding atmosphere, reveling in the excitement. There was no need for bullets or high-tech weaponry. The raw clash of martial prowess was simply spectacular. A contest purely of martial skills? The Crimson Fighter had far greater mass than Mark. If this continued, Tony was destined for defeat. With a resounding crash, during yet another fierce encounter, Tony faltered and was struck squarely in the jaw by a powerful punch from the Crimson figure. He was propelled backward, tumbling across the ground in a series of rolls. Tony Stark, down for the count. Pepper. Little Spider. Mindy. Dave. Chapter 83. Show off like the wind confirmed. Successfully acquired the secret technique, 9-star poison milk. Regardless of whether Tony receives support or criticism, he will suffer debuffs and cognitive impairments. Debuff, a gaming term, refers to a general category of negative effects such as slowing, weakening, or stunning. Haha, just a joke. Rimuru certainly cannot possess such a secret technique against Tony. Therefore, Tony's previous defeat truly had nothing to do with her. Her mouth had never uttered any incantation. So how could she be responsible for any mystical occurrences? However, Pepper and the others looked at her with disbelief, maintaining a respectful distance. What did that mean? After all this effort to play the role of a professional commentator, the outcome was complex and difficult to articulate. In the arena, Mark and Scarlet were already battered and bruised. Their outer armor bore no resemblance to its original form, completely shattered, occasionally erupting with bursts of electric sparks. The brutality of the battle was vividly displayed upon them. After such a fierce struggle, everyone had developed a sense of judgment. In terms of close combat, Scarlet undoubtedly held the upper hand. After all, the disparity in size and weight was evident. Otherwise, why would a 1.6-meter-tall individual only appear in anime on the islands? It is, after all, a critique of American drama. Everyone understands. When Ivan unexpectedly grasped the discarded electric whip, everyone's hearts collectively tightened. Was the final outcome about to be revealed? Anticipation and tension filled the air. Tony, if your Mark possesses such limited capabilities, then continuing this battle holds little significance. Tony Stark stood up from the ground, expressing indifference. Indeed, my data collection is complete. Continuing this battle serves no purpose. Tony's voice resonated throughout the venue via the microphone. Not only the audience, but even Ivan Vanko appeared perplexed. What did he mean by collecting data? Collecting data means collecting data. Jarvis, full power Mark IV began to radiate an increasingly bright light from its limbs to its chest, as if all energy converged there. Oh no. Ivan Vanko's brow twitched as he swung the electric whip towards Mark with great force. Yet, no matter how fast the whip was, it could not surpass Tony's fully powered energy pulse cannon. Boom. An energy cannon shot forth from Tony's chest, instantly striking the Scarlet mech, which resembled a massive war fortress, sending it flying like a mere leaf. Is this even possible? The audience was momentarily stunned. Did Tony possess such a trump card? What had been the point of the prolonged struggle between Mark and Scarlet? Regardless, the spectacle was undeniably thrilling and exhilarating. The beleaguered Scarlet mech struggled to rise. Yet before it could retaliate, it was struck directly by an ablative missile fired by Tony. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted, creating a gaping hole in the chest of the Scarlet mech, rendering it utterly incapacitated. 10, 9, 8 The host, holding the microphone, shouted hysterically, his voice immensely infectious. It seemed that each second he counted could restore Scarlet's strength. Eventually, many enthusiastic audience members joined in the countdown. In stark contrast to the jubilant crowd, Tony turned his back and walked away from the arena. At that moment, watching his silhouette, the audience felt a sense of witnessing a lone hero. Before him lay a sunset stained with blood, while behind him was an endless expanse of corpses. True heroes never look back at explosions. Cool. When an observant individual noticed that Tony's gaze was directed towards Pepper Potts, countless imagined scenarios flooded the minds of the crowd. Even a man of iron possesses tenderness. Handsome. In that instant, regardless of gender, everyone's heart was captivated by Tony Stark. Countless cameras flashed incessantly. Undoubtedly, at that moment, Tony Stark garnered the applause of all. In response, Tony remained silent, as emotionless as a soulless automaton. Yet, those Americans were enthralled by this demeanor, cheering excitedly. Observing this, Rimura couldn't help but roll her eyes. This was simply a quintessential Hollywood display of bravado. Yet, why did it irk her so? What Rimura did not realize was that Tony was experiencing complex emotions. He had scanned the Scarlet Mech's reactor technology, which bore a striking resemblance to his own design, albeit with a slower rotation speed. If they were outside, he would have immediately demanded Ivan to reveal the source of such technology, without mercy. But this was a competition, and competitions have their own rules. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to Iron Man Tony Stark. He has secured the first victory in this epic mech battle and advanced to the next round. The venue erupted with endless cheers, and the crowd chanted Tony's name. Little did they know, just moments ago, many had been cheering for Ivan. Facing the audience's adulation, Tony Stark paid no heed, piloting the damaged Mark IV, soaring towards his Malibu villa in California. Though Tony had departed, the atmosphere remained electrifying. Everyone was brimming with excitement, chattering incessantly with those beside them, sharing their exhilaration. Each person felt that their ticket had been worth every penny. Many who had taken photos immediately shared them on Twitter and Facebook, garnering unprecedented attention and likes in no time. They were utterly thrilled with Tony Stark's remarkable performance. One could only wonder how the upcoming battle between the Silver Iron God and the Rhino would unfold. Anticipation grew. It is noteworthy that in the current discourse, the Silver Iron God was undoubtedly regarded as the supreme champion. In the arena, numerous staff members had ascended the stage, preparing to carry the injured Ivan Vanko and his mech away on a stretcher for treatment. In the audience, countless eyes were fixated on the Scarlet Mech. Despite its defeat, its performance remained exceptionally impressive. The most challenging aspect of humanoid mech technology is energy supply. However, it now appeared that the arc reactor was not exclusively owned by Tony Stark. Various factions, the military, Hydra, arms companies, and energy corporations, seemed to have caught wind of this opportunity. The flesh was there. Who would be able to partake depended on their respective abilities. Many with ulterior motives observed Ivan Vanko's departure from the arena with keen interest. One might think Ivan Vanko was the true victor. Unknown to all, the minuscule figure of Rimuru also kept a watchful eye on Ivan Vanko. Chapter 84. Leisurely Chess. How should one handle Ivan Vanko? His presence poses a considerable variable for Limulu. In today's battle, he has abundantly demonstrated his capabilities and intellect, particularly with his Crimson Mech technology, which is bound to attract the covetous gaze of many factions. Whichever side he aligns with will not bode well for Limulu. Currently, Limulu is also a shareholder in Stark Industries, albeit a minor one. She shares in both its triumphs and its tribulations. Ivan's collaboration with any entity would inevitably result in the leakage of reactor technology, which would undoubtedly impact Stark Industries stock prices, leading to unimaginable losses for her. Ivan's existence is akin to a ticking bomb for Limula. Her first instinct is to eliminate him, but she quickly chuckles and shakes her head. She is not a malevolent slime. To be honest, Limulu has never taken a life. It is not out of some saintly disposition. Rather, she does not harbor any significant dislike for Ivan Vanko. In fact, she finds him somewhat admirable. Limulu is unaware of the comic portrayal of Ivan Vanko. But in the MCU universe, his only transgression might be his enmity with Tony Stark. She even feels a tinge of pity for him. Ivan and Tony stand on nearly equal footing. Both are progeny of great scientists who jointly invented the arc reactor. Yet, Howard Stark dismissed Anton Vanko due to a clash of ideologies, which led to Anton's lifelong obscurity, destitution, and eventual demise in a dilapidated dwelling. Ironically, Howard's justification for Anton's dismissal was a desire to prevent the reactor's technology from being used for military or commercial purposes. Even more absurdly, Howard's own son, Tony Stark, has done precisely what he sought to avoid. If one were to categorize an exosuit as a high-tech prosthetic, Limulu would have nothing to counter that argument. The tale of Iron Man is birthed from the backdrop of the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union, characterized by typical maneuvers. Frankly, Limulu is somewhat impressed by Ivan Vanko's talent. When Ivan crafted a reactor in his modest abode, his circumstances were hardly superior to Tony's in a cave in Afghanistan. While brilliant scientists are common, true genius is a rarity. In the Marvel universe, collective wisdom is not revered. The impact of genius is beyond imagination. To simply kill him would indeed be a waste. Could she recruit him for her own purposes? Having become accustomed to robbing the rich to aid the poor, Limulu finds little interest in the drudgery of entrepreneurship. The dilemma of utilizing Ivan to ensnare Justin Hammer, who is rather foolish, seems intriguing. Hammer may lack true prowess, yet his ego is inflated to the highest degree, and he has chosen the wrong adversary. Should she deliver Ivan to Hammer, with Ivan's thirst for vengeance, He would undoubtedly exploit Hammer's resources to confront Tony once more. If Ivan were to fail, it would be inevitable that he drags Justin Hammer down with him. Then, Limulu could seize the opportunity to become a major shareholder in Hammer Industries. This plan appears quite promising. Presently, Aya has become adept at stock trading, and Limulu could easily assume a passive role. Upon realizing all this, Limulu couldn't help but smile. A portal silently opened in the hospital, and Limulu appeared directly in an equipment room devoid of surveillance cameras. Once the mirrored space activated, Limulu confidently strode past various guards' watchful eyes into the hospital room. Ivan Vanko had not sustained severe injuries. His prolonged hospital stay was primarily due to the multitude of forces monitoring him. In this mutual constraint, no one dared to act rashly, resulting in a stalemate. As for Ivan's own thoughts, who cares? With a toothpick dangling from his mouth, Ivan lounged. But this was within his expectations. He had meticulously studied Mark and the God of Wind, fully aware of the disparities between them. While a sneak attack might potentially take down Tony, a direct confrontation would yield bleak odds. Yet he pressed on. If he could unveil the reactor and Crimson Mech technology, Tony Stark would inevitably face defeat. Although he anticipated this outcome, the reality of it still unsettled him. No one enjoys the sensation of being a pawn, devoid of agency in their fate. At that moment, Ivan was startled to see a fiery red circle materialize in the room. Before he could comprehend the situation, he felt something ensnaring him, and then he was pulled into the fiery ring along with the remnants of his mech. Once inside, Ivan Vanko found himself bewildered. Where exactly was this place? Judging by the opulent decor, it certainly did not resemble a hospital. In an instant, he had transitioned from the hospital to an entirely unfamiliar locale. What manner of sorcery was this? The fiery circle evoked many thoughts in Ivan's mind. Could it truly be his doing? What was his intent? As thoughts spiraled in his mind, Ivan felt a chill run down his spine. This world was far more mysterious and intricate than he had ever imagined. Having taken only a few steps, Ivan heard an infuriated voice. Wade Wilson, are you not reputed to be the finest mercenary? I do not care what methods you employ. Bring Ivan Vanko before me, and the sum of $100,000 is yours. $100,000? Wade's voice trembled slightly. Mr. Hammer, what do you take me for? I am a battle-hardened Special Forces operative. Those who have employed my services sing my praises. To extract him from the military under the watchful eyes of arms magnates, and you offer me a mere $100,000? Are you jesting? Upon overhearing the exchange between the two, Ivan Vanko quickly discerned their location. Justin Hammer, the mercenary Wade. Hammer Industries. The mercenary next door was excessively verbose, merely haggling over terms. Did he truly need to utter so many superfluous words? And that Justin was indeed quite stingy. For such a daunting task, he was offering a mere $100,000. Did he truly believe mercenaries engaged in philanthropy? Idiot. Ivan Vanko mentally branded Justin Hammer as simple-minded. Just then, another sound emerged from the opposite side. Justin Hammer declared, $101,000, no more. If you cannot manage it, I shall have to seek someone else. Ivan Vanko thought, Wade Wilson, deal. He mused, have I stumbled upon two fools? What does that mysterious presence intend by bringing him here? Suddenly, a voice resonated in Ivan Vanko's mind. With Justin Hammer's intellect, manipulating him will be child's play. Armed with Hammer's military resources, you will stand on equal footing with Tony Stark. Have you considered defeating him in his proudest domain? For instance, becoming a superhero and overshadowing Iron Man? Ivan Vanko raised an eyebrow, pondering the implications. To become the superhero and to outshine Iron Man? What a preposterous notion. Yet, there was an inexplicable thrill in the idea. Wait, what was this sudden voice echoing in his mind? Chapter 85. A spectacle to behold. Casting Ivan Vanko aside to Justin Hammer's side, Rimla could hardly be bothered to show her face. The move was merely a casual play, not warranting her extensive attention. Justin Hammer's talent was profoundly impressive, as evidenced by the prowess of his ex-wife, a mere glimpse of his highest achievements. Unreservedly, one might say that Justin Hammer was a dance performer hindered by the arms trade. His tap dance was indeed exhilarating. The reason Rimlu entrusted Ivan to him was, in some respects, due to Hammer's reliability. As for whether Ivan Vanko would ascend to the status of a superhero, it was merely a passing remark for Rimlu. Should he succeed, it would be a delightful surprise. If not, it mattered little. He could be easily dispensed with. Such confidence stemmed from her formidable strength. At present, Rimlu was certainly a player worthy of the chessboard. Unbeknownst to Rimlu, her seemingly trivial move would ignite a tempest. Numerous factions had their eyes on Ivan Vanko, and with his sudden disappearance, suspicions arose, leading to a cacophony of accusations. However, Rimla was unconcerned, with time to fret over such matters. She would rather engage in her gaming pursuits and accumulate more Saint Crystals. Why was gaming so arduous for her? The last time she consulted the auspicious calendar, She still failed to draw anything worthwhile. How frustrating. While Rimlu immersed herself in her gaming obsession, the news surrounding the martial arts tournament had reached a fever pitch. The clash between Mark and Scarlet was utterly shocking. The collision of steel was a spectacle of unimaginable chemistry. In a remarkably brief period, Mark and Scarlet became the most searched terms. Through the intentional and unintentional dissemination by countless content creators, the most viewed videos across major short video platforms featured the epic battle between Mark and Scarlet. Particularly, the background music accompanying Iron Man's entrance perfectly complemented the visuals, sending chills down viewers' spines. It was electrifying. At this point, anyone unaware of the battle between Mark and Scarlet was decidedly out of touch. One would find it impossible to contribute to conversations. The girls were somewhat more lenient, as the mecha battles intrigued them, but they remained more captivated by beautiful attire. After all, these girls, despite traversing dimensions, were solely preoccupied with romance, showing little inclination to alter the course of history. Conversely, the boys appeared utterly frenzied, some disregarding the setting entirely, animatedly gesturing as they recounted their excitement. Those discussing mechas resembled fervent sports fans, rendering it incomprehensible to those who had yet to dive into this realm. They might have perceived those overly zealous fans as lacking in decorum, yet once they were drawn in, they became equally fervent. It resembled a rapidly spreading virus. By the time they realized it, they were already deeply afflicted. As for those fortunate enough to secure tickets and witness the event live, they became the envy of all. The atmosphere at the venue far surpassed that of watching a live stream. The experience was utterly incomparable. Countless individuals marveled, proclaiming Stark to be quintessentially Stark, effortlessly achieving success, something that truly could not be emulated. Undoubtedly, the martial arts tournament had skyrocketed in popularity, with Mark and Scarlet emerging as the brightest stars. The sensational success of the first battle set the stage for the forthcoming showdown, with only 2 names publicly announced, yet they propelled the tournament's excitement to new heights. Who was the Rhino Man? Unknown. Yet, his opponent, the silver-armored god of war, was currently recognized as the foremost champion, capable of overpowering the Hulk with ease. If Mark and Scarlet's battle was so exhilarating, how spectacular would the encounter between the Wind God and Rhino Man be? The entire internet erupted. The ticket purchasing portal was overwhelmed and subsequently shut down. Nevertheless, countless individuals continued to flock to the website, ultimately causing it to crash. Speculation regarding the second battle permeated the online discourse, with an abundance of conjecture surrounding the Rhino Man. The silver-armored god of war exuded an aura of mystery and strength. Yet the public had already formed an initial impression of him. What manner of being was the Rhino Man? Who possessed the right to contend against the silver-armored god of war? The martial arts tournament had now become akin to a variety show, with a dedicated review department to ensure the battles were sufficiently thrilling. This indicated that the Rhinoman's combat prowess had received official endorsement. Was the Rhinoman's mecha design reminiscent of a rhinoceros? It was no wonder that such associations proliferated. The title Rhino Man was undeniably suggestive. The combat capabilities of mechas were evident to all. Without formidable mechas, one would not even qualify to step onto this stage. Following the Wind God, Mark, and Scarlet, were we to witness the emergence of yet another Rhino Man mecha? The crowd was invigorated. Did this imply that in their lifetimes, these mere mortals might also don their own mechas? Mechas. The fantasy of soaring through the skies in one's own mecha ignited the imaginations of countless individuals. The sentiments of the military and arms companies were complex. Given the current trajectory, 3 mature mecha models had already emerged, with one still undecided. Yet they had not produced a single one. Should this trend persist, what dignity would remain for them? The arms companies were bewildered by the sudden proliferation of mechas, and only those in the oil-rich Middle East could truly comprehend their anxiety. Should they fail to design their own mechas, they risked being consigned to the annals of history. The arms magnates had never anticipated that one day, companies once at the forefront of weaponry would find themselves obsolete. One might ponder whether the pace of this era was changing too rapidly. Some experts even designed conceptual art for the Rhino and battle armor, garnering countless approvals and accolades from netizens. It must be acknowledged, true talent resides among the populace. The impending battle between the Rhino Man and the silver-armored god of war caught the attention of betting companies, which promptly opened wagers. As for the odds, they were quite revealing. Almost 90% of individuals bet on the victory of the silver-armored god of war, though there were some who dared to wager on an upset. Ultimately, as time passed, the anticipation surrounding the clash between the silver-armored god of war and the Rhino Man only intensified. At long last, the day of the competition arrived amidst the gaze of the masses. In comparison to the battle between Mark and Scarlet, today's event undoubtedly drew an even larger crowd. Viewed from above, the venue was a sea of heads. Many attendees held placards emblazoned with slogans like "Wind God must win" and "Silver Lightning awaits you." Tony Stark surveyed the newly refurbished arena, his heart brimming with excitement. He was involved in the qualification review for the Rhinoman's participation. No one understood the Rhinoman's combat capabilities better than he did. Therefore, he harbored high expectations for this battle. After all, his Mark V also bore another name. The Anti-Wind God Armor. Chapter 86. The Rhinoman. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. After witnessing the fierce battle between Mark and Crimson, are you not eagerly anticipating the clash between the Wind God and the Rhinoman? The male host's resonant baritone echoed throughout the arena, instantly igniting a fervor akin to the release of a pressure valve as the martial arts venue erupted into a cacophony of excitement. What manner of creature is the Rhinoman? Why has the qualification review committee unanimously deemed him worthy to challenge the silver-armored god? Why? The host reiterated his inquiries thrice, each iteration growing more rugged, each gesture more exaggerated, tantalizing the audience's curiosity. Are you ready? Ready? Once more, he posed a trio of questions, inciting a collective desire among the spectators to drag him away for a good thrashing. We came here to witness the battle between the Wind God and the Rhinoman, not to endure your incessant prattle. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that this host is indeed a master of emotional engagement in mere moments. He had stirred a profound intrigue among all present. Let us observe, accompanied by an exhilarating and somber background score. The colossal screens within the venue simultaneously displayed a singular image. From various angles, frontal, aerial, and lateral, a reinforced concrete wall emerged, its thickness measuring half a meter. The steel rebar embedded within was as thick as an infant's arm. Instantly, the audience grasped the wall's formidable nature, solid, resilient, and seemingly indestructible. It could very well serve as a fortress. Yet, why showcase such a formidable barrier? The curiosity of the crowd was piqued. With a rumble, the sound of a roaring engine filled the air, and a fierce Hummer raced toward the wall at full speed. A deafening crash resonated as the vehicle collided with the barrier. The audience watched in near bullet time as the Hummer crumpled and deformed upon impact, while the wall merely exhibited slight fissures, remaining largely intact. Remarkable. But why present such an imposing wall? The intrigue grew ever stronger. Then, the background music surged into an exhilarating crescendo as the savage Rhinoman appeared, barreling in from the distance with a velocity surpassing that of the Hummer. The crowd gasped as this beast, adorned with a rhinoceros horn, charged directly at the wall. Oh, my goodness! Gasps of horror escaped the lips of the spectators, who had just witnessed the wall's steadfastness. Would he not suffer a catastrophic injury upon impact? Yet, in the blink of an eye, their pupils contracted in shock. The once indomitable wall was shattered into fragments by the Rhinoman's charge, the rebar snapping as if it were mere twine. My heavens! In an instant, the entire assembly erupted into screams of exhilaration, their blood surging with adrenaline. But the surprises were far from over. As the camera pulled back dramatically, it was revealed that this seemingly impenetrable wall was not one, but a total of 10. Undeterred, the Rhinoman continued his relentless assault, crashing through the subsequent barriers with ease. 1 wall, 2 walls, 3 walls. Like a game of dominoes, each wall succumbed to the Rhinoman's merciless headbutts, reduced to rubble. Is he truly human? He must be a titan. The crowd erupted in awe, their primal instincts awakened by this display of raw power. Was this the Rhinoman? Goodness! How astonishing and magnificent. No wonder the qualification committee deemed him fit to challenge the silver-armored god. In terms of strength, he rivaled even the Hulk. However, did you believe the Rhinoman was merely a powerhouse? The audience then witnessed several soldiers clad in bulletproof vests, wielding Gatling guns, emerge onto the scene. Without hesitation, they unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the Rhinoman. The whirring of rapidly spinning barrels and the unfurling tongues of flame sent shells raining to the ground. As the spectators observed the Rhinoman withstand the onslaught of Gatling bullets unscathed, uproarious cheers erupted. Rhinoman! 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 The crowd was in a frenzy, the atmosphere electric with exhilaration. The bullet seemed to tickle him. Was this not exhilarating? But this was merely the beginning. Hand grenades, rocket launchers, thermobaric bombs, flamethrowers, cryogenic explosives, and high-voltage electricity were unleashed in succession, yet to the Rhinoman, they appeared as mere toys. Impervious to blades and bullets, resistant to extreme heat and cold, he was nothing short of a living superhero. How extraordinary! Not only ordinary citizens, but even military officials were left bewildered. Where had this rhinoceros-like behemoth emerged from? Was this Earth still the Earth they knew? Such monstrosities seemed to pour forth without restraint. Had it not been for the confines of the arena, many would likely have been paralyzed with fear. Of course, the military was particularly intrigued by the Rhinoman's unique armor, a marvel of advanced technology. Not even Iron Man, Tony Stark, could mask his concern. The Rhinoman's recent display had practically rendered the majority of the weaponry on his Mark IV armor ineffective. If Gatling bullets could not penetrate, then his armor-piercing rounds would be rendered futile. If the Rhinoman could withstand extreme temperatures, then Stark's laser-cutting weapons and ablative rounds would be ineffective. And with the ability to demolish 10 walls with a single blow, his strength was indeed exaggerated. Hesitation would lead to defeat. Decisiveness could lead to ruin. Stark furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Was the Rhinoman truly so formidable? Did he possess no weaknesses? What about sonic cannons? Could they incapacitate him? Tony's mind raced, desperately seeking a strategy to conquer the Rhinoman, yet no viable plan surfaced. Stark's countenance darkened as he scrutinized the video of the Rhinoman. The tension in the air was palpable. The Rhinoman? Such an unscientific phenomenon. Where had he come from? Stark rubbed his temples, overwhelmed. According to SHIEL-DS protocol, they ought to detain this creature, deliver a sound thrashing, and issue a stern warning. Do not cause trouble, do not cause trouble, do not cause trouble. Yet, Stark felt helpless. He simply could not bring himself to act. Since Iron Man had officially announced his identity, it felt as though Pandora's box had been opened. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Rhinoman. The host, in an exaggerated manner, nearly bent the microphone as he made an ostentatious invitation gesture. With a roar, the Rhinoman appeared, leaping into the arena with an audacious arc, crashing heavily onto the center stage. In an instant, the venue erupted in a thunderous ovation. If there had been any lingering doubts during the video, the Rhinoman's entrance and display had fully captivated the audience. The Rhinoman, a living symbol of invincibility. In his impending battle with the silver-armored god, the outcome remained uncertain. The Rhinoceros Man let out a resounding shout, raised a thumb skyward, and then executed a complete 180, directing his thumb downward. A god of war? You are not worthy, he bellowed. The crowd erupted with renewed fervor at the sight of the Rhinoceros Man's defiant stance. This grand battle promised to be 100-fold more exhilarating than they had anticipated. Rimuru smiled, utterly unperturbed. Indeed. Chapter 87. Wind God vs. Rhino Man in the arena. High-tech displays showcased nothing but clear blue skies and the howling sound of the wind. The camera zoomed in from a distance, initially capturing a mere point of light resembling a shooting star, gradually revealing the source of the deafening wind, the Wind God. Soaring through the sky at incredible speed. Under ordinary circumstances, such a cacophony would be bothersome. Yet, at this moment, the audience felt a surge of exhilaration coursing through their veins merely by hearing the roar of the gale. As they beheld the Wind God, whose form resembled a work of art, their eyes widened in awe, akin to infatuated admirers beholding an exquisite beauty, lost in reverie, regardless of gender. A singular thought resonated among the crowd. Who could withstand such splendor? This tragically beautiful visage is one I wish to protect. With a thunderous boom, the Wind God surged forward, accelerating to such a degree that his form became indistinguishable. Only the gleaming silver of his body, rapidly creating a barrier of air through friction. And the elongated, arc-shaped vapor trails he left behind were visible. Absolutely stunning. Although the Wind God had been on the scene for less than 10 seconds, the edited footage magnificently showcased his unique attributes. The Wind God, unparalleled in speed. A roar erupted from Hulk, sending shockwaves through the area. Behind him lay a scene of devastation, with humans fleeing in panic, many bloodied and injured. In an instant, the atmosphere was thick with the sense of impending disaster brought on by a monstrous invasion. A military-like soundtrack suddenly blared, marking a dramatic shift in the narrative. The camera pivoted, revealing a mechanized beauty, the Wind God too. With each mighty step, the ground trembled beneath its weight. The scene shifted again, capturing the colossal Wind God 2 racing towards Hulk. With every stride, the earth quaked, the camera alternating between Hulk's fierce, menacing visage and the aesthetically pleasing helmet of Wind God 2. As the distance closed, the speed slowed, allowing for a 360-degree view of their impending clash. In a swift motion, the camera captured the moment their iron fists collided, the Wind God 2's fist against Hulk's enormous hand. A thunderous explosion erupted from their impact, unleashing a fearsome energy storm that sent debris flying and dust swirling. In that fleeting moment, the Wind God transformed into the epicenter of the world, a beacon of hope for the entire planet. The battle raged on, collisions upon collisions. The Wind God and Hulk, one a beast, the other a machine, engaged in a relentless struggle, disregarding all else, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Witnessing Hulk uprooting trees sent shivers through the crowd. The sight of the Wind God's armor being dismantled incited anxiety, yet, seeing Hulk being sent flying evoked cheers of joy. Unconsciously, it seemed as though each spectator became a pilot of the Wind God, sharing breath and fate with him. They even forgot that this battle had transpired months prior. its outcome already predetermined. Their hearts beat in synchrony with the wind god. Finally, as the wind god unleashed a devastating move, black flame thunder, obliterating Hulk and everything within 100 meters, countless spectators rose in unison, chanting fervently, "Wind god! Wind god! Wind god!" One cannot help but marvel at the promotional video introducing the wind god. It was nothing short of extraordinary, akin to witnessing a blockbuster film. Even Limula found herself momentarily awestruck by the presentation. She even questioned whether she had invested in creating such joy. The editing was simply sublime. Unbeknownst to Limula, the editor was, in fact, an ardent fan of the wind god, a true aesthetic enthusiast. In stark contrast to Limula's delight, Tony Stark was consumed by displeasure and jealousy. Comparisons were inevitable, and he felt overshadowed. As the most formidable superhero, the silver-armored god made his entrance. Fireworks erupted into the sky as Limulu descended gracefully in a classic landing pose, landing directly in the center of the arena. The crowd erupted in ecstatic cheers. The silver-armored god's landing was undeniably impressive. Tony Stark, observing Limulu's descent, found himself questioning his life choices. After toiling for days and nights to design a landing pose more striking than the wind goddess, he ultimately concluded that none could surpass it. The wind goddess pose resonated with his very being, leaving him with a feeling akin to losing a beloved child, a painful, frustrating sensation. As the silver-armored god basked in the adulation of the crowd, Rhino Man grew increasingly irate. It felt as though the goddess, who had just been enamored with him, had cast him aside for a more affluent and attractive figure. How could one be so superficial? What merits did a pretty face hold? Muscles, strength, and sweat were the true markers of masculinity. Hearing the piercing cheers, Rhino Man gritted his teeth, seething, "Is being handsome truly so remarkable? All flash and no substance. Silver-armored god, I shall dismantle your toys and mar your visage." Limulu, taken aback by such blatant remarks, wondered if Rhino Man had lost his mind. Did he possess zero intelligence and negative emotional quotient? Was it even necessary to ask? Of course, being handsome was commendable. Strength was merely a facet of existence, while beauty was eternal. If one could thrive on looks, why rely on skill? With a growl, Rhino Man was utterly enraged by Limulu's words and charged forward, intent on demolishing the wind god. Yet, before he could gather his strength, he was astounded to find the wind god had appeared before him, his fist already striking at Rhino Man's vulnerable spot. With a resounding boom, Rhino Man was caught off guard, his body bending like a shrimp, propelled like a cannonball, soaring through the air. The force of Limulu's blow was staggering, and the ground of the arena bore the scars of deep craters, some places even resembling human-shaped trenches. As the wind god maintained his punching stance, the crowd marveled at the thrusters on his arm, still glowing with residual energy. The arena fell into a hushed silence. The sound of a pin dropping audible. Was the silver-armored god truly this formidable? How had he instantaneously appeared before Rhino Man? Had he activated some form of cheat? Chapter 88. The existential crisis of the Rhino Man. The scene erupted with cheers akin to a cataclysmic avalanche, for while the Rhino Man possessed formidable strength, the allure of the wind god was undeniable, particularly after the recent promotional video, which garnered an overwhelming amount of heartfelt admiration. Not only were the males captivated, but the females too found themselves enchanted by this dazzling wind god. As the saying goes, the uninitiated are drawn to the spectacle, while the connoisseurs discern the subtleties. Tony Stark furrowed his brow, his hands instinctively clenching. Limula had indeed grown stronger. The almost instantaneous movement he had just displayed was something Limula had not exhibited previously. While Tony was engaged in the development of anti-wind god armor, Limula had evidently been busy honing his own skills. This realization filled Tony with an unprecedented sense of pressure, yet simultaneously sparked a thrill within him. His heart was almost jubilant. Limulu was truly a worthy adversary. However, based on the Rhinoman's performance in the promotional clip, it was clear that this latest clash could not have inflicted any fatal damage upon him. Indeed, after being sent sprawling by Limulu, the Rhino Man rose from the ground, positioning himself in a crouched stance, ready to spring into action. The ultra-high-definition display allowed everyone to witness the explosive musculature of the Rhinoman's legs in stunning clarity. With a thunderous sound, the ground beneath the Rhinoman's powerful stomp was immediately riddled with cracks. A cloud of dust erupted as the Rhino Man propelled himself forward like a tank, barreling towards the wind god with the force of a cannonball. The onlookers gasped in awe. The Rhinoman's explosive power was astonishing. Was he truly human? Yet, before the crowd could fully comprehend the spectacle, they beheld the wind god's feet igniting as his flamethrowers roared to life. With a resounding boom, powered by the might of his propulsion system, the wind god lunged forward like a striking rattlesnake, aiming straight for the Rhinoman's heart. The rapidity of the events was staggering. The spectators could only perceive the Rhino Man and the Wind God exerting their might before the two colossal figures collided. In one fleeting moment, they witnessed the Wind God's iron fist compressing the Rhino Man's muscular arm, distorting it grotesquely. The next instant, the terrifying kinetic energy and wind pressure surged towards the audience, akin to a cataclysmic clash of the heavens, unleashing a tempest that rendered their eyes unable to open and sent their bodies reeling backward. Hats and coats were swept away in the maelstrom. What was this? The sheer force generated by their clash was enough to incite such a tempest? It was utterly surreal. Goodness! To think that their battle could reach such dizzying heights of intensity was simply insane. The arena was filled with exclamations of astonishment, yet the crowd was exhilarated, their adrenaline surging as they reveled in the spectacle. The Wind God and the Rhino Man exchanged blows with such ferocity that their fists became mere blurs. Remarkably, each strike met the other, the force perfectly counterbalancing. Even the announcer found himself at a loss for words, pondering whether this was mere coincidence or a finely controlled display. Any language seemed inadequate in the face of such fierce confrontation. It was unclear how many punches were exchanged. Was it dozens or hundreds? The ground beneath their feet bore the scars of their combat, the sheer kinetic energy causing fragments to leap into the air. Spider-Man, watching this event unfold, had his eyes alight with wonder. He had never imagined that a mech could possess such fluidity and agility, akin to a living being rather than a mere metallic exoskeleton. The thought of human potential reaching such extraordinary heights left him in awe. As he contemplated the power within him, Peter Parker felt the seeds of his own strength beginning to take root. Mindy, too, was in a state of ecstatic jubilation, her every cell seemingly screaming in delight. This battle was nothing short of explosive. She wanted to be part of it. As for Tony Stark, he found himself engulfed in existential doubt. Was the Wind God truly this formidable in close combat? What was the nature of Limulu's protective shield? It appeared almost indestructible. This latest clash between the Rhino Man and the Wind God, reminiscent of Hulk's previous assault, had yielded no damage to the Wind God's armor. The only explanation was that Limulu's energy shield had been upgraded yet again. How brilliant was Limulu? Just as Tony had devised a method to counter Limulu's shield, it had already been enhanced. In the midst of Tony's growing frustration, the dynamics of the arena shifted dramatically. Regardless of the Rhino Man's strength, he was ultimately human, a being of flesh and blood. Inevitably, fatigue would set in, and his power would wane. In a moment of carelessness, the weakened Rhino Man was struck by Limulu's fist, sending him soaring into the sky. The crowd watched in disbelief as the Rhino Man ascended higher and higher. Initially, he was within their line of sight, but soon he became a mere speck. The spectators were left agape at the sheer force of the Wind God's punch. How much power could it possibly unleash? Was it truly feasible for the Rhino Man, who must have weighed at least 500 or 600 pounds, to be launched skyward so effortlessly? The Wind God, embodying the essence of a silver-armored deity, soared into the heavens, climbing higher still until he appeared as a distant star. Meanwhile, the Rhino Man, subject to gravity's pull, began his descent. As he neared the ground, the Wind God, having reached an altitude of several thousand meters, began his descent as well. With the acceleration of gravity combined with his propulsion system's full power, the Wind God's speed was unfathomable. In that instant, he transformed into a streak of light, descending with the force of a thunderbolt. With a resounding crash, the Wind God executed a technique reminiscent of a meteor strike, landing a devastating blow to the Rhino Man's abdomen. The Rhino Man's body curled into a grotesque arc as he involuntarily expelled blood. Yet this was merely the prelude. The overwhelming force embedded the Rhino Man into the unyielding ground, sending shockwaves that shattered the earth within a 10-meter radius. As dust settled, all that remained was the magnificent silhouette of the Wind God. While the Rhino Man lay buried among the rubble, his eyes rolled back and devoid of focus. Rhino Man versus Wind God. The Rhino Man faced utter defeat. As onlookers beheld the Wind God's pristine armor, unmarred by the battle, a wave of exhilaration swept through the crowd. Was this truly the Wind God? He was simply magnificent. In comparison, Mark and Scarlet appeared utterly insignificant before the silver-armored champion. Henceforth, they would be devoted followers of the Wind God. Iron Man was left to grapple with the enormity of his own challenges.